Harry Potter and the Prince of Slytherin. Chapter 1. The meeting begins. June 28, 1995. The headmaster's office. Harry paused at a conveniently placed mirror just across from the gargoyle that guarded the entrance to the headmaster's office. He was already late, but since he was a bit annoyed with Professor Dumbledore at the moment, he prioritized looking presentable over being punctual. He took the time to adjust his green and silver necktie and smooth down the few hairs that had slipped out of place. Potter men were known for their famously unruly hair, which was one of many reasons he was glad he no longer carried that name. Satisfied with his appearance, Hadrian Remus Black, known as Harry to his friends and teachers, turned to the gargoyle and gave the password, Goo Goo Clusters, a ghastly-sounding American confection the headmaster had discovered. He then ascended the stairs. "Come in, Harry," said Dumbledore from inside the office before Harry even had time to knock. The young Slytherin sighed. He had always thought it rude for the headmaster to invite people in before they could actually knock. It seemed like the wily old man's way of asserting dominance over visitors before they even entered his office. It had been 4 days since the disastrous end of the Triwizard Tournament, which still retained its original name in the papers for some silly reason, despite the added participants. Only now had the headmaster finally decided it was time to speak with him again. A bit lax, Harry thought, considering the lunatic snake man back from the dead and running loose with an army of inbred pureblood terrorists. Not that he had been looking forward to this meeting. Harry had forgiven Dumbledore years before for his indirect role in placing him with the Dursleys, but he was still continually annoyed by the headmaster's efforts. Harry sought to reconcile with the family he had been both cast out of and had proudly distanced himself from. As he opened the door, he was not surprised by the scene that greeted him. In the center of the room stood Dumbledore, who for once was not twinkling at Harry but appeared quite somber. Today, the headmaster seemed to show his age. For a brief moment, Harry felt a flicker of concern, but he quickly remembered his reasons to be annoyed with Dumbledore and pushed aside any charitable thoughts. Bad enough that the Dark Lord is back, he thought. But for him to use Dumbledore's tournament to achieve it? And with the help of one of the headmaster's best friends, who turned out to be a Death Eater right under his nose. Ridiculous. That would never have happened if Dumbledore had been a Slytherin. Frustrated with his own irritation, Harry took a moment to center himself. Unbridled emotion is the enemy of cunning and the foe of ambition, he recalled from Slytherin's memoirs. Those words had guided him since he first read them. If he had done embroidery, that quote would have been framed and hanging over his bed. Regardless of their past conflicts, Voldemort's return made Harry and Dumbledore allies. To Dumbledore's right was an empty chair meant for him. Next to it sat 2 figures Harry was glad to see, Severus Snape and Sirius Black. Snape, his head of house, had gone from a rough introduction to a truce that blossomed into a relatively warm mentor-apprentice relationship, at least by Slytherin standards. Sirius Black, pale and gaunt from years of wrongful imprisonment in Azkaban, had adopted Harry as his heir, shocking most of Wizarding Britain. Harry thought about his role in successfully freeing Sirius. Sirius's escape from Azkaban and his rise to a lordship was one of Harry's greatest achievements. It was only surpassed by the monumental task of reconciling Snape and Black, moving them past their adolescent hatred into an uneasy alliance. Their shared enemies helped facilitate this bond. To the left of the headmaster's desk sat the Potters, James, Lily, and their son, James Jr. Jim, as he was known to his friends, was the boy who lived to his adoring public, and the supreme GIT of the universe, according to a t-shirt Harry had sent him for his 13th birthday. Although Jim was Harry's identical twin, they were easily distinguishable by Jim's terrible hair, his relentlessly Gryffindor attitude, and the small jagged scar on his left temple, which resembled the letter V. Harry had a scar of his own, attributed to falling masonry. Unlike Jim's, his lightning bolt scar had no apparent connection to the Dark Lord, or so most people thought. Harry's ancient runes professor knew better. She understood that the lightning bolt scar was a perfect representation of Sawilo, the Norse rune of power and victory, and if someone had carved it deliberately, it could not have been more fitting. Being as cunning as any Slytherin, she kept that knowledge to herself, knowing that knowledge is power. As Harry entered, the Potter father and son turned to glare at him, their expressions as characteristic as they were predictable. Honestly, he thought, it's not my fault they both kept trusting the wrong people. Lily Potter did not glare at her eldest son, but Harry avoided making eye contact with her nonetheless. The reasons for the distance between them were very different from those separating Harry from his former father and brother, yet they felt even more insurmountable. "You're late," said James coolly. "Am I?" Harry replied cheerfully as he took the empty seat. "Actually, I don't recall being given a specific time to be here. Just instructions to come as soon as possible. I waited until Theo had left for Grimmauld Place, and then I came straight away." "That's no excuse." "Yes, thank you, Lord Potter," Harry said cheerfully, wearing the smile he usually reserved for those he thought lacked subtlety. "Your observations have been noted. I will endeavor to be more punctual in the future." He then turned to the headmaster while his birth father fumed. "Happily, I'm here now." "Headmaster." Dumbledore was uncharacteristically silent for several seconds. Harry raised an eyebrow. Finally, Dumbledore spoke. "Before we get to that, tell me, how is young Theo doing?" Harry's smile faltered for a moment before returning. The school's treatment of Theo had been a sore topic for him for some time. While it wasn't Dumbledore's fault, he certainly hadn't done much to help. "Theo No-Name is doing as well as can be expected, sir. I don't know if Sirius has told you, but assuming the legal issues can be worked out, he'll be formally adopting him as Theo Black. I think that's excellent because, frankly, I've always wanted a brother." Harry fought the temptation to sneer at Jim with that last comment. After all, he had been on a campaign to get all the other Slytherins to sneer less often. Besides, it was a lie. Like Neville Longbottom, Theo had already been his brother in every way that mattered for years. Of course, there was that brief time when Harry thought he and Jim might, but no, that was over, and there was no sense brooding over it. Jim snorted. "You snakes deserve each other," he muttered. "You can get matching dark marks." Harry rolled his eyes. Apparently, Jim was still upset about what happened in the graveyard at Little Hangleton, even though Harry's Slytherin cunning had saved both their lives after Jim's Gryffindor hero complex had once again led them into disaster. "Typical." Sirius growled audibly in response to Jim's remark, and James tensed. Luckily, before anything more could happen, the wands came out, and Dumbledore snapped, "Enough. All of you. The time for this dissension is past. The Dark Lord has returned, a fact the Ministry of Magic refuses to acknowledge. Voldemort is drawing his Death Eaters to his side even as we speak. Things have changed." Dumbledore's voice broke on that last word, surprising everyone who had always considered him a monument of self-control. "As part of that, Jim, you will cease this constant badgering of your brother and the other Slytherins. While it is true that Slytherin House has always had strong ties to the Dark Lord in the past, I cannot deny what Harry has done to persuade many of his housemates and even their families to reject Voldemort now. I will not have those fragile alliances undermined by the bigotries of House Potter that I have tolerated for too long." Jim shrank into his seat, as did his father. After his outburst, Dumbledore seemed to deflate as his anger faded. Harry's eyes widened. He had never seen Dumbledore talk that way to the boy who lived before. "Now then, before we get to the primary purpose of this meeting, I'd first like to discuss the current attitudes of the DMLE and the Wizengamot towards the announcement of Voldemort's return. We may not have an opportunity to speak of such things later." Black and Potter Sr. looked at each other coolly before Sirius nodded at his former friend. James turned back to Dumbledore and started his report on the state of the DMLE. Harry leaned back into his chair. Dumbledore had said, "Things have changed." Harry looked over to the three people who were supposed to have been his family. But somehow, they were never quite up to the job, so he finally gave up on them and went out to find a family of his own. Some things would never change. As his birth father's voice droned on in the background, Harry thought about the choices, some his own, most made by others, that had brought him here. Chapter 2, Halloween 1981. October 31st, 1981. Peter Pettigrew slowly picked himself up off the ground and surveyed the wreckage of the Potter home in amazement. He had sworn allegiance to Voldemort just a week before, bartering the secret James and Lily Potter had entrusted to him in exchange for a seat high in the Dark Lord's Council. Voldemort had chosen that night as the most auspicious time to kill the Potters and the prophecy child they protected. He insisted that Peter accompany him to Godric's Hollow. Peter remained across the street and watched as his master glided through the wards of Godric's Hollow and forced his way inside. There was a brief flurry of spellfire, followed by a silence that lasted a moment or two. Then, a titanic explosion blew away part of the second floor, knocking Peter to the ground. After recovering from the surprise and the loud ringing in his ears, Peter closed his eyes and concentrated. There was a soft pop, and then a Norwegian brown rat appeared in his place and quickly darted across to the Potter home. Once inside, Peter resumed his human form and began his investigation. To his great surprise, he soon discovered first James and then Lily Potter, both stupefied, along with 2 infant children. It was decidedly unlike Voldemort to use a stunning hex rather than a killing curse, but Peter assumed his master had his reasons. At the Dark Lord, there was nothing left but a pile of ragged clothing and a wand on the floor of the second-floor nursery. Peter pocketed the wand inside his robes. The animagus descended the stairs and sat down on a love seat near the prone body of his former friend, James Potter, muttering curses as he went. Typical, he thought. I finally commit myself to the Death Eaters fully, and Voldemort immediately gets himself blown up. So now what do I do? Peter sniggered softly to himself. I suppose I could turn into a rat full time. Find some wizarding child that needs a pet or... Peter thought about his options. At least he would stay fed and out of Azkaban. He shook his head to clear his thoughts and closed his eyes to concentrate. Looking down at James's motionless body, he smiled. The decision to switch secret keepers from Sirius to Peter had been made only 2 weeks earlier. James had insisted that no one know about the switch, not even Dumbledore. If they had truly kept it hidden, Peter might have the chance to have his cake and eat it too. He cracked his knuckles as he studied James intently. Reaching into a pocket, he pulled out a small box and placed it on the coffee table. Tapping it once with his wand, it grew to its normal size, a wooden chest about a foot across. From inside, he removed a small vial containing a purple liquid, a gift from a fellow Death Eater known as Mr. Nemo. Peter smiled again. Most of the Death Eaters he had met could be called psychotic morons. However, Mr. Nemo, along with Mr. Toymaker and Misdirection, were quite mad but certainly not fools. Peter carried the vial over to James's still form and pried his mouth open, pouring a few drops of the purple liquid down his throat. He then pressed his wand to James's temple. The auras had methods to detect memory-altering charms used on their own, but Mr. Nemo had assured Peter that any mind-altering spell cast alongside his potion would be undetectable and irreversible. Obliviate. You will forget that you switched secret keepers. You will forget that you ever considered it. You will forget any memory suggesting that anyone other than Sirius Black was your secret keeper. Satisfied that the spell had taken effect, he cast a second spell. Confundus. You will hate Sirius for what he has done and desire revenge more than anything in the world. After giving Lily a dose of Nemo's potion, Peter repeated the Obliviate spell on her as well. Peter looked up and around, his nose twitching uncontrollably. His animagus form gave him a keen sense of danger, allowing him to hear the approach of Sirius Black's flying motorbike long before he saw it. No time for the Confundus then, Lily. But I'm sure James will be vindictive enough for both of you. He always has been in the past. Peter took cover and aimed a stunner at Black, but the other marauder dodged it. Wormtail. You backstabbing little vermin. How could you do this? Knowing he couldn't take on a seasoned aura in a fair fight, Peter yelled from his hiding spot. The Potters are all dead, Sirius, all of them. And you're next. Catch me if you can, blood traitor. And by the way, I always hated that name. Then, with a pop, he apparatted away, confident that the ever-predictable Sirius Black would follow in a rage rather than taking the time to learn how he had been deceived and framed. November 1st, 1981. Albus? What happened? How did we even survive? Lily asked from her bed at St. Mungo's. I'm not certain, my dear, but I think. Dumbledore seemed confused for a moment. Then, he looked up as the door opened, and a nurse pushed a double stroller into the hospital room. His attention was drawn to the sound of an infant's wailing. Peering into the stroller, he noticed two infants, one crying and the other asleep. The bawling child wore pajamas in Gryffindor red, with the name Jim embroidered on the front. As he looked down at the crying babe, with a still fading V-scar on his temple, Albus relaxed and smiled. Yes, I do believe that we have little Jim to thank for this. Jim? Lily said in confusion before her maternal instincts kicked in, and she rushed over to pick up her crying son. Sure, Jim. It's all right. Mummy's here, said Lily. Albus, what are you talking about? Asked a dazed James Potter, who had been resting in the bed next to his wife. I am quite certain that the mark on Jim's head is a curse scar. It is the result of a backlash from Voldemort's attempt to kill him. It is clear now that Jim is the child mentioned in the prophecy. The prophecy spoke of a child born as the 7th month dies, who Voldemort would mark as his equal. Harry was born first at 11:52, while Jim was born just before midnight. And now, Jim is marked with a V for Voldemort. Our Jim did it, Jane said in wonder. It's a miracle. As the three adults marveled over the child who would soon be known as the boy who lived, they overlooked the other child sleeping peacefully in the stroller. He wore identical pajamas, but his red Harry instead of Jim. On his brow, a rune of power pulsed with magical energies that none of them noticed. November 3rd, 1981. Peter Pettigrew made his way casually through the crowded London street, occasionally glancing around nervously. He had seen the Grim out of the corner of his eye a few times and knew Sirius was waiting for the Muggle crowd to thin out. Suddenly, he heard movement behind him and turned quickly, darting down a narrow alley. He had only made it halfway when a voice like cut glass sliced through the night. It's over, Peter. I've got you now. Peter turned to face his pursuer, drawing his wand slowly. Traitor, Sirius? You know all about being a traitor, don't you? What's that, Wormtail? Do you want to make some pitiful excuse for why you did what you did? Sirius's wand was fixed on Peter, and Black had a murderous look in his eyes. I have no excuses for you, Death Eater, shouted Peter defiantly. What? What the hell are you? Whatever Sirius Black had meant to say was interrupted as a voice behind him yelled out. Expelliarmus! His wand flew out of his hand. Whirling around, he was shocked to see James Potter remove his invisibility cloak and easily catch Black's wand with his other hand. Sirius felt a mix of shock and relief that his friend was alive, but it quickly turned to concern when he saw the look in James's eyes, a look of absolute hatred. Proms, he said in surprise. Suddenly, Pettigrew's bodybind hex hit him in the exposed back. Sirius's arms and legs slammed together, and he fell to the ground. Paralyzed, he could only watch in silent horror as his best friend approached him, wearing the same look of hatred and contempt he had shown back in school when they had been teasing Snivellus. You thought you could betray us? Betray me? The way you didn't get away with it, Secret Keeper. With a snarl, James kicked the helpless Black in the ribs. Sirius made no sound, but his pain was evident. In his mind, he thought desperately, damn it, James, I wasn't your secret keeper. Peter was. Yet, no words came out. Nearby, soft pop signaled the arrival of Auras, who appeared to ward off any curious muggles. Thank you for helping to catch him, Peter. Although I do wonder why he was so bent on killing you instead of just fleeing the country. No idea, unless. He yelled out that I was a traitor. You know, Dumbledore may have known he was the secret keeper, but only the three of us and Lily were there when you cast the spell. Perhaps he thought that you know who had killed both of you. If he killed me as well, he could have claimed that you'd switched secret keepers. Merlin, what a sly bastard. Wormtail looked down at Sirius, seemingly disgusted with him, but his eyes sparkled with mirth. Despite himself, Sirius had to admire the other marauder. He never imagined that Peter Pettigrew could be this cunning. Where had he hidden that side of himself? Been hiding it all these years? So now that you've caught him, James, what are you going to do with him? As tempting as the killing curse is right now, I'll let our wonderful judicial system handle him, James replied. James! Peter exclaimed. You're going to trust the Wizengamot to decide his fate? He's the Black Heir. Now that he's exposed as a blood purist, they'll do everything they can to win his freedom. What do you want me to do? James hissed. Use the killing curse on him in front of a half-dozen auras. Peter stepped closer and whispered urgently, You're an aura yourself, James. I know you have a license to kill Death Eaters. James stared at him for a moment. Sirius's eyes almost bulged out of his head. Potter was actually considering it. Suddenly, James whipped out his wand, and Sirius's sleeves ripped away. James sighed loudly. I have a license to kill marked Death Eaters, Peter. Obviously, he hasn't been marked yet. Peter looked frustrated while James stared down at his former friend intensely. Still, there are other Death Eater laws on the books. In circumstances involving high-ranking Death Eaters, we're allowed secret trials. Hell, even trials in absentia. Between my sworn testimony, Lily's, and yours, we'll have this bastard in Azkaban by tomorrow night. James, Peter said hesitantly, I was happy, honored even, to help you catch Sirius. But I'm not an aura. I don't have a heavily warded estate. I don't want to be looking over my shoulder for Death Eaters for the rest of my life. Do you really need oath-bound testimony from me against the Black Heir? James smiled fondly. No, I guess not. Lily and I can handle it. I will need a statement from you about what happened here tonight just to complete the aura report, but I'll have it sealed. He placed his hand on Peter's shoulder. You've been a true friend tonight. I know I haven't always treated you well at school, but I promise to make it up to you from now on, James said. He then turned to the other auras. All right, gentlemen. I want this bastard stupefied, bound, silenced, and locked up in the deepest, dankest ministry holding cell you can find. No one talks to him, and no one knows where he is until after he's sentenced. Got it? A chorus of yeses echoed in the night. Meanwhile, the still paralyzed Sirius Black looked up into the face of Peter Pettigrew, which bore an expression of absolute victory. For the next 12 years, that would be the first image Sirius saw at night when the Dementors came. Chapter 3, The Reunion. July 25, 1991. So, I'm a wizard, said Harry slowly. Yes, Harry. And you're my father? Yes, said James with a tight smile. So, where is my mother? She's already at Hogwarts. She's the new professor for Muggle Studies and is still in the process of getting her class situated. I mean, she wanted to be here. James's voice trailed off. Harry did not look up from the bowl of ice cream in front of him. He had barely spoken to his father since the man arrived that morning at the Dursley residence to announce that neither he nor his wife were dead. Both he and his wife were wizards, and Harry was a wizard too. He would soon be starting at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry along with a twin brother he had never heard of before. James had been shocked and outraged to learn that the Dursleys had told Harry that he and Lily were dead and that he knew nothing of the wizarding world. His furious comments were cut short by Petunia's vicious response. He'd have learned the truth years ago if his parents had loved him enough to visit even once. Of course, it had been Petunia who demanded that he and Lily stay away from the Dursleys when Harry was assumed to be a squib. Petunia was supposed to contact the Potters at once if he showed any signs of magic, which he apparently had. That didn't make the Muggles' hateful insult hurt any less. Now, James Potter was nervously watching his eldest son, who looked so much smaller and frailer than his twin brother. Between them sat a bowl of Fortescue's ice cream that Harry hadn't touched yet. He just stared at it intensely, as looking at the father who had abandoned him was too painful. After several seconds, Harry asked the question James had been dreading ever since he learned that his firstborn son was a wizard after all. Why? James swallowed. It was necessary. Your brother, Jim, is special. He was chosen by prophecy to destroy a powerful evil wizard. We don't say his name, just you-know-who. Anyway, Jim destroyed you-know-who, saving all our lives in the process. He even resisted the killing curse, which everyone thought was impossible. They call Jim the boy who lived, and he can hardly walk down the street without people bowing and scraping before him. We were concerned that you might feel jealous of him. The magical healers were all certain that you were a squib. That is, someone born to wizards but with no magic of their own. As a squib, you would have been a target for you-know-who's followers and wouldn't be able to protect yourself. So Dumbledore, he's the headmaster at Hogwarts and the leader of the opposition to you-know-who, suggested that we send you to live with your aunt and uncle so you could become accustomed to living in the Muggle world. We didn't even think you were a wizard until the school generated an invitation letter for you. My letter? Right. Do you happen to notice the address? Harry asked curiously. James blinked several times at the seemingly odd question. Not particularly. I knew where you lived anyway. Number 4, Privet Drive in Surrey. Why? Harry ignored him. So what happens now? Will I be moving in with you or going back to the Dursleys when I'm not in school? James sighed. Dumbledore has put a lot of magical wards at the Dursley residence to keep your presence there a secret, so you can't be kidnapped and used against Jim. You really are safer there, at least until you graduate and can defend yourself. But I promise you that once things have settled down, we'll have you over to visit so that we can all get reacquainted. Finally, Harry lifted his head and looked his father straight in the eye. For a second, James flinched. He had always thought that Harry had his mother's eyes, but now he realized that Harry's were brighter and more vivid. They were, in fact, the exact same color as the killing curse. Harry Potter. The cupboard under the stairs. For Privet Drive. Sorry. Are you really sending me back to the Dursleys so they can lock me in the boot cupboard again? Jane's mouth opened and closed in shock. He had felt certain that Harry had been mistreated at the Dursleys, especially from the number of times Petunia had screamed the word freak at him during the 15 minutes he had been there. But a boot cupboard? Harry, Merlin, I'm so sorry. I promise you, we'll speak to them. We'll make sure they treat you better from now on, Jane said. Harry was silent for a moment. Then, he slid his untouched bowl of ice cream toward the middle of the table. I'm done eating. We should go buy my school supplies now, he said. He stood and walked toward the exit without looking back. At Madame Malkin's, where James insisted on buying him a whole new wardrobe, Harry met an exuberant red-headed boy. The boy couldn't stop talking about how he had to get into Gryffindor because that was where all of his brothers were and where the boy who lived was sure to be sorted. The fact that he was standing next to someone who looked like a slightly smaller version of the famous boy who lived was completely lost on him in his excitement. Harry grunted a response and left without getting the boy's name. At Ollivander's, after dozens of failed attempts, the old man finally fitted Harry with a holly and phoenix feather wand, which he described as curious. "I'm not surprised," Harry interrupted, eager to get the day over with. "It is a magic wand. I reckon that's as curious as you can get. Is there anything you recommend to go with it?" And that was how Harry left the store with a polishing kit, a wrist holder, and a book on wand lore. At Flourish and Blotts, James told Harry to get whatever he wanted and charge it to his account while he ran a quick errand at Gringotts for the headmaster. So Harry bought everything he needed. Harry bought every book on the school list and every recommendation that might help a Muggle-raised student adapt to Hogwarts. He also selected every book mentioning the boy who lived that seemed reliable. At Elop's Owl Emporium, James insisted that Harry get an owl. "That way, you can stay in touch with us next summer while you're at the Dursleys," James said. Harry just looked at him but eventually relented and picked out a beautiful snowy owl. He then asked to return to Flourish and Blotts to set up an Owlpost account in case he needed more books later. As they were leaving, Harry asked if wizards could talk to their owls or other animals. "Generally no," James replied. "The only animals a wizard can talk to are snakes. It's an ability called Parseltongue. Only people called Parselmouths can do it. It's a sign of being a dark wizard. You know who was a Parselmouth? Well, Harry said quietly, thinking back to his recent trip to the zoo and the conversation he had with a boa constrictor. That's good to know. Afterward, James bought Harry a new trunk and set him up with an allowance of 10 galleons a week, which was considered extravagant. This money would magically refill into the bigger on the inside moleskin pouch that James also purchased for him. Later, back at Privet Drive, James had a long talk with the Dursleys, during which he made quite a few threats. Apparently, the Potters had been paying Vernon and Petunia to look after Harry all these years. If they weren't going to take reasonable care of him, they would have to pay that money back and move out of their home, which the Potters had financed. As a result, Harry would be moving out of his cupboard and into what had been Cousin Dudley's spare room. There would also be no more chores for Harry, which was good news since he planned to spend a lot of time reading the books he had purchased. Finally, as he was leaving, James asked Harry to come out to the front porch for a goodbye. "Listen, son. I can't tell you how sorry I am about all this. We should have checked in on you sooner. We shouldn't have just trusted Petunia and Vernon to care for you. But I promise, we will get past this and come back together as a family." Harry gave him that unsettling stare again. "Do you really believe that?" "You bet, kiddo." Harry was silent for a few seconds before replying. "They told me you were both dead. That you were a drunk and always on welfare. That my mother sold herself to pay for drugs for both of you. That you killed yourselves while you were drunk and high in an auto accident that I barely survived." James looked up at the door to 4 Privet Drive, as if he could burn a hole through it with his angry gaze. "Those were lies, Harry. Filthy, awful lies. I know. I've always known they were lying to me about my mother and father. But I never imagined that one day I would wish it had been the truth." With that, Harry turned and went inside, slamming the door in his father's face. Chapter 4: Meet the Potters. September 1st, 1991. Harry Potter had never considered himself particularly smart, and no one he had met in his life had ever suggested that he might be. There had been one letter sent home to the Dursleys in his 3rd year of schooling that indicated he was smart based on a test he had taken at school. This test had been graded by education officials in London. However, his guardians were convinced that he had cheated somehow, believing that a freak like him could not possibly be gifted. As a result, they locked him in his cupboard for a week, allowing him to eat nothing but stale bread and water. When he returned to school, his teacher announced to the whole class that he had admitted to his guardians that he had cheated on the IQ test. She called him an awful, terrible child. Then, for some reason, her hair turned blue. Harry now suspected it was magic. After that incident, Harry set a personal goal of always doing slightly worse than Dudley in every class. He succeeded admirably, though considering Dudley's poor academic skills, Harry was fortunate to have never been transferred to a special needs class. Once, he intentionally got every question on an exam correct and left the last 7 questions blank just to see if the teacher would say anything. She did not. In short, Harry Potter learned early and well to never apply himself academically. This lesson lasted until the day he met James Potter. It felt like a dam cracking and then shattering, unleashing thoughts he had buried since he was old enough to talk. On the first night in his new room, he set about studying his new textbooks, starting with potions. He was a remarkably good cook for an 11-year-old, surprising himself with the skills he picked up when the alternative was a frying pan flung at his head. When he came across a word he didn't understand, he crept downstairs to retrieve the Oxford English Dictionary that Aunt Marge had gifted to Dudley. Harry had never once opened the book. He wrote down the word and its meaning in a spiral notebook left over from the previous school year. After dinner, he started reading and was surprised when he finally yawned, looked at his watch, and realized it was after midnight. He had covered 6 chapters and filled 3 pages of his notebook. It was more homework than he had ever done in his life. Some might have mistaken Harry's newfound dedication for a desire to please the parents who had finally returned for him. They would be wrong. Harry had decided that he would excel to force his parents to acknowledge the mistake they made by abandoning him, no matter what it took. For 10 years, he had been forced to accept his miserable lot in life and had learned to keep his emotions in check at all costs. Nothing good ever came from getting angry about how he had been treated. But now, perhaps for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was angry. He was absolutely and unreservedly angry. It was an anger that burned cold. For the entire month of August, Harry spent nearly every waking moment poring over the books he had purchased at Flourish and Blotts. He ate sparsely and always in his room, leaving the Dursleys to learn, to their disappointment, just how bad a cook Petunia was. Mornings were for magic, though only theory and history for now. It was apparently illegal for him to practice actual spells at home before the start of school. While James had implied with a wink that the ministry turned a blind eye to minor spellcasting by pre-first years, Harry was taking no chances. Afternoons were for etiquette and politics as he struggled to learn the nuances of the odd and insular culture he was about to join. Evenings were for whatever topics had left him with the most questions during the day, plus time spent practicing with a quill, which was an entirely new but apparently vital skill to master. Finally, he spent 30 minutes before bed practicing with his wand holster in front of a mirror. As Harry tried to release the wand from its holster, he dropped it onto the floor. If that happened in front of his fellow students, it would be too embarrassing to bear. It was during the second week of studying wizarding politics that he finally discovered the law requiring James Potter, under threat of jail time, to inform his firstborn son of his wizarding heritage and ensure his education. After exchanging messages with the clerk at Flourish and Blotts, Harry added Hutchinson's commentary on Wizengomart inheritance law to his growing library. Fortunately, his trunk had the best and most expensive expansion charms available. In a pinch, it even had a small room he could sleep in, though the thought of that reminded him too much of his cupboard to ever feel comfortable. On weekends, he took breaks by spending a few hours walking in a nearby park. Late on the second Sunday, he finally found what he was looking for, a small garden snake. When he addressed it, the snake hesitantly responded in what sounded like a Cockney accent. The snake, surprised by the sudden realization that it now had a name, introduced itself as Bob. While Bob was not very knowledgeable about magic, he was somehow aware that Harry was a speaker, that speakers were incredibly rare, and that no other snake Bob had ever met had encountered one before. How Bob intuitively knew what other snakes remembered about specific subjects was a mystery, even to him. Strangely, Bob also indicated that he could only know these things while Harry spoke with him or remained aware of him. Apparently, the moment a Parselmouth stopped regarding a snake as worthy of attention, it returned to being a normal snake. However, if the speaker addressed it again later, it suddenly remembered everything that had happened in the meantime. If Harry assigned Bob a task, like watching over the park for a particular person or finding other snakes and bringing them back, Bob could carry out tasks to completion, even following complicated instructions, only to return to ordinary behavior once he was finished. The most surprising aspect was that the magic behind Parselton seemed contagious. If Harry instructed Bob to find other snakes, Bob could relay Harry's commands to them. Those snakes would then carry out the tasks with at least as much intelligence and self-awareness as Bob had while under Harry's influence. Harry made a mental note of these findings but chose not to write them down. He understood from James's comments that Parselmouths were often looked down upon. This stigma appeared to stem from you-know-who was infamous for his Parselton abilities. Harry admitted he did not know who, and James explained that there was a strong cultural taboo against saying the name of he who must not be named. After some encouragement, James finally whispered that the name was Voldemort, but he warned Harry never to say it aloud in polite company or even write it down. Like his observations about Parselton, Harry decided not to add the Dark Lord's name to his growing collection of journals. By the end of August, Harry had filled 3 spiral-bound notebooks with notes and questions about the wizarding world, plus a 4th notebook dedicated to calligraphy practice. He couldn't understand how wizards had gone so long without discovering refillable ink pens, but he had no intention of introducing the idea to them. On the morning of September 1st, the Potters arrived early to pick Harry up from Fort Privet Drive. He finally got to meet both Lily Potter and the boy who lived. Meeting Jim was like looking into a funhouse mirror. Jim was obviously Harry's twin, but he stood nearly 3 inches taller and weighed a stone more, mostly muscle. Harry thought to himself that someone clearly had not been half-starved for the past 10 years. Nevertheless, he was polite to his sibling and his mother. Lily looked distinctly worried when she met her son. The exchange between her and Petunia was telling. Harry would have found it amusing if he didn't dislike both women so much. The Potters moved toward a fancy limousine parked in front of number 4 Privet Drive, complete with a driver. Harry knew the Potters were wealthy, but he was surprised at how eager they were to show it. James carried Harry's trunk and owl cage. Following the advice of the owl salesman, Harry had sent his owl on ahead that morning. She would be waiting for him at Hogwarts in the owlery. After considering names like the Nemesis, Avenger, and Death Talon, he finally settled on Hedwig. He told James he found the name in a book and thought it sounded cool. In reality, Hedwig was the patron saint of orphans. Inside the limousine, Lily glanced at Harry and began to speak, but he interrupted her. "Look, the last time I met with Dad, I was upset. I said some things that probably upset him and you if he repeated them. But I want to go to Hogwarts and learn magic. I want to look forward to the day I never have to set foot on Privet Drive again. If that means letting bygones be bygones and trying to be a part of the Potter family, then that's what I'll do." With those words, Harry smiled as earnestly as he could, feeling a slight soreness in his cheek muscles. He thought the Potters might recoil from such insincerity, but they all smiled back warmly. They seemed desperate to believe he could forgive them so easily, or perhaps they were just naive. Jim reached over and playfully punched Harry in the arm. "That's great, huh? And listen, Dad told us that the Dursleys may not have treated you very well. But I promise, it was no picnic for me either. I've had to go through special training since I was 8 to get ready for Hogwarts. In case any Death Eaters came after me. And I've had to deal with obnoxious fans always after my autograph. We've all had our problems to deal with." The ache generated by Harry's smile became almost excruciating, but he took a deep breath and exhaled. "That's a very good point, Jim. It must have been very rough for you." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lily look suspiciously at her husband, who swallowed nervously. Harry assumed he had underplayed the extent of the Dursleys' abuse to Jim, and maybe to Lily as well. "Anyway," Jim continued, "once we get to Hogwarts and get sorted into Gryffindor, I'll be there to look out for you and help you fit in. Everyone will love you once they find out you're the brother of the boy who lived." He puffed out his chest at that. "Jim," sighed Lily. She apparently had tried to keep Jim's ego in check, but unsuccessfully. James was delighted at the thought of his twin sons following in his footsteps. "Ha ha! 2 Potters in Gryffindor at once. Filch will have a coronary." Harry chuckled but then turned serious. "Well, I sure hope so. But like it or not, Jim and I have led very different lives even though we're twins. I hope you won't be upset with me if I don't make it into Gryffindor." "Not at all, Harry," said Lily firmly. "All the houses have their good points." "Right, James." All right. Harry, I promise you that no matter what house you get into, we will still love you, and Jim will still look after you." Harry sighed as if relaxing. "I'm glad. And for what it's worth, Jim, I'll do my best to look after you as well." The other 3 chuckled warmly while Harry read at the knife. "After all, I am the heir." Jim blinked a few times. "Sorry? What?" Harry looked around as if afraid he had made a faux pas. "Lily?" James seemed surprised, while his expression was as sour as if he had just swallowed a lemon. "I'm sorry," Harry said uncertainly. "I've been studying wizarding culture so I can fit in better. I don't want to make a fool of myself in front of someone from an important family, you know." There was a chapter that discussed the Wizengamot. It said that because I am the firstborn wizarding child, I am automatically the heir presumptive for House Potter. Did I get that wrong? He hadn't, of course. His copy of Hutchinson's devoted nearly 300 pages to discussing the Wizengamot, the families who ruled it, and the laws governing succession to a seat, particularly for an ancient and noble seat like the Potters. Harry was the firstborn and undeniably a wizard. Therefore, He was automatically the heir presumptive for House Potter and would become the heir apparent once he came of age and passed enough hours. Before that time, James could theoretically disinherit him from any assets that were his and not tied to the family, and perhaps limit his spending money during his years at Hogwarts. However, his education and living expenses would be covered through graduation, plus a mastery if he desired it. At 17, he was guaranteed a sizable monthly stipend from the family trust for life. He was also assured the Potter seat and all the properties and assets tied to it, provided he outlived James and avoided a specific list of actions that could lead to disinheritance. Even a felony conviction couldn't strip him of protected status unless the sentence exceeded 5 years. Lily and Jim, neither of whom seemed aware of such matters, looked back and forth between James and Harry with curiosity. Finally, James hesitantly admitted the truth. "Yes, Harry. You are the oldest, so technically that makes you the heir presumptive. Honestly, I hadn't given it much thought. I hope to live to a ripe old age before I have to worry about turning things over. Over to an heir, after all." "Oh, I do too, Dad," Harry said cheerfully. He then turned to his brother. "From what I read, it seems like the Wizengamot is kind of boring. I bet you're happy that you have an older brother who can take care of all that business management, estate planning, and other legal stuff, while you go do boy who lived things." Jim laughed. "Ha, ha. Fair enough, Harry. You handle all the boring family business stuff and I'll go out and fight the bad guys." Lily clucked her tongue and admonished Jim for such foolish ideas, while James just stared at Harry quietly. There was a strange look on his face, a mix of embarrassment, guilt, and anger. Then, Harry realized. He somehow knew that James had actually tried to disinherit him in favor of Jim, only to discover he lacked the legal power to do so. Harry broke eye contact with his father and turned to look out the car window as the London streets flew by. He couldn't show anger, not now. And he wouldn't cry. After regaining control of his emotions, Harry turned back to his family, his mask firmly back in place. The rest of the trip was spent making idle chit-chat with his parents, especially his mother. What was it like as a Muggle-born student? Should Harry expect the same treatment as a half-blood who was Muggle-raised? Where do Muggle-borns get their magic from, anyway? Harry already had a few ideas on that last question. He had spent some of his time between his birthday and today wheedling family history out of Petunia, but he was curious about what a Muggle studies professor might think. Her response, which boiled down to "nobody likes to talk very much about that," was not reassuring, especially given the mild condescension his father seemed to have for what his mother went through as a brilliant but prickly Muggle-born. Oh, and he had a lot of bad things to say about someone named Snivellus, about whom Lily would say nothing, but the mention of his name made the atmosphere tense. It seemed to make her sad. Oh well, Harry thought. If someone like James Potter has gone to the trouble of giving this Snivellus an insulting nickname, he can't be too bad. Chapter 5, Introductions on a Train. Not long after, the Potter family entered King's Crossing. They were delayed as both James and Jim greeted various friends and acquaintances. A shy, chubby boy named Longbottom was there with his grandmother, a stern-looking woman with what seemed to be a stuffed vulture on her head, and his rather creeper-looking uncle, who kept lecturing him about not losing his toad. Harry assumed that was some strange magical euphemism until the boy pulled an actual toad out of his pocket to prove he still had it. Harry shrugged and shook his head. The ginger boy from Madame Malkin's was also present, along with a small army of relatives, including another set of identical twins who seemed to idolize James Potter for his past mischief, and a young girl whose eyes were fixed on Jim with breathless adoration. They also had to stop for pictures, as the Daily Prophet was there to chronicle the boy who lived as he set off for Hogwarts and wanted photos of him and his parents next to the train. This was something the Potters were used to, so much so that they completely forgot about Harry again. Most everyone else did too, as a photographer nearly knocked him down. After a few minutes, Harry leaned over to Longbottom's grandmother, who at least seemed appalled on his behalf by how the Potters were acting. He asked her to let his parents know he had gone ahead to find a seat. Once aboard, Harry deliberately sought a compartment near the rear of the train, hoping it might take a while for Jim to find him. After the train pulled out, he sat alone for 20 minutes, reviewing his copy of Dilworth's Guide to Wizarding Etiquette, when the door opened, and a bushy-haired girl stepped into his compartment. "Excuse me, but by any chance have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville has lost his." "Blonde first year?" "Yeah, I noticed them," Harry replied. "I haven't seen either him or his toad since we left the platform." Harry thought for a moment. "You should ask one of the prefects. I think there's a summoning charm that can help, but it will be years before we need to know it. The incantation is Accio, but I don't know the wand movements. If that doesn't work, I'm sure they know some kind of detection spell that would help." "Oh, that is a good idea. Thank you." Her eyes lit up. "Is that a book on wizarding etiquette? How interesting." Then, the girl started talking rapidly, sharing a surprising number of personal details. She mentioned how much she liked reading, that she was the first witch in her family and hoped she wouldn't be at a disadvantage because of it, how she had read every single textbook assigned to first years, and even practiced a few spells. She also mentioned that both her parents were dentists, all in one breath. Finally, she paused and said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't even introduced myself. I'm Hermione Granger." "Harry Potter." "A pleasure to meet you," he replied. "Potter? By any chance are you related to Jim Potter?" Harry took a breath, and his fake smile returned. Interestingly, Hermione seemed more perceptive than any of the Potters. Her face showed mild concern, as if she had just said something rude but wasn't sure what. "Yes. He's my brother." "Really? I've read several books about him, and none of them mention he has a twin brother." "I know. I've been living with relatives since I was a baby for reasons." "Reasons?" Harry paused and sighed. "Miss Granger, 2 things. First, I just found out about my parents, my brother, and this whole boy who lived thing about a month ago. Honestly, it's a bit of a sore subject right now. No offense, but I don't wish to discuss it with someone I've just met." Hermione blushed. "I understand. I apologize for any offense." "None taken. And the other thing?" Harry hesitated. "Well, now I'm worried that I might offend you. I promise I don't mean to, but have you read any books on wizarding etiquette?" Hermione stiffened at the preemptive apology, but she was intrigued by his question. "No, I haven't. There weren't any mentioned on the list we were given, and it didn't occur to me to ask. I mean, other than the magic, Hogwarts is still just another British boarding school, isn't it? It's not like we're moving to Japan or Dubai or someplace that different. Actually, I've been cramming for the last month. From what I've pieced together, it's a lot like moving to a foreign country. There's this thing called the Statute of Secrecy that was enacted about 300 years ago. It requires near total separation between wizards and muggles, and Wizarding Britain takes it really seriously. That's 3 centuries in which most wizards ignored what muggles were doing as much as possible. Most wizards don't know much about television and movies, and they know nothing at all about computers or the space program. With magic, you can instantly fix cavities and other tooth-related issues, so most wizards probably won't know what a dentist is. If they've heard the word, they might assume your parents yanked teeth out with rusty pliers and no anesthetic. Now, I don't mean to say the wizarding world is backward. It's actually a lot more progressive than the Muggle world in some ways, but weirdly formal in others. For example, wizards have no problem with the idea of a woman in a position of high authority, like Minister of Magic or Chief Warlock. However, a lot of them seem to get really touchy if you don't properly refer to a woman as Madam if she's married and Miss if she's not. In many ways, I think going away to school in Japan or Dubai might involve less culture shock than where we're headed." Hermione sat down with a concerned look on her face. "I suppose it might," she said slowly. "Is that why you made a point of calling me Miss Granger?" Harry held up his copy of Dilworth's. "There's a whole chapter in here on etiquette. When it is or is not appropriate to call someone by their first name." My impression is that to most people, it doesn't matter, but to the wizards and witches who run the country, it matters a lot. The girl nodded. But why did you think I might be offended? Well, you're obviously smart, but you are proud of your Muggle heritage. That's fine. My mother was Muggle-born, and she's a Hogwarts professor teaching Muggle studies. Being half-blood and Muggle-raised myself, I don't have any problem with Muggle-borns. But the last Wizarding War, the one that ended when Jim Potter destroyed you-know-who, was started by purebloods who wanted to eliminate all the Muggle-borns because of a crazy belief that they were somehow stealing magic from pureblood children. The Wizarding War before that was started by purebloods who wanted to conquer the Muggle world outright because they thought wizards were naturally superior. They believed it was only proper for us to rule over Muggles for their own good. I certainly don't think you should hide your Muggle heritage, just as I don't plan to. But I think our time at Hogwarts might be a lot less enjoyable if we don't acknowledge that we are the outsiders here. The two continued to talk for a good 5 minutes about what little they knew about wizarding politics and history. They discussed the vague definitions of pureblood, half-blood, and Muggle-born. They talked about the vast number of unwritten rules that mark Muggle-borns as outsiders. They noted that in the otherwise highly secular wizarding Britain, it was a horrible faux pas to take the Lord's name in vain, so most people used Merlin as a generic expletive. Honestly, Harry said, I only care about this stuff because my father, James Potter, is from a very old pureblood family. Someday, Merlin willing, I'll inherit his seat in the Wizengamot, so I'm trying not to accidentally insult anyone important. Merlin willing, she repeated while shaking her head. That's going to take some getting used to. Are there any other major blunders I should avoid? I don't plan on changing my principles just to appease bigots. Me neither, he said. And like I mentioned, I don't think most wizards care about etiquette unless you do something very offensive, or the wizard is a pureblood from an old family. But it's better to be safe than sorry. Harry thought for a moment. Oh, here's a big one that's important for us since we're just starting school. Never raise your hand in class. What? Hermione exclaimed, incredulously. Well, more specifically, never raise your hand in class unless you're asking the teacher a question or they have clearly asked for a volunteer, usually after someone else has tried to answer and messed it up. When the teacher first asks a question, they usually have someone specific in mind to call on. They're just giving everyone a few seconds to prepare an answer. My mother was very specific about this. Apparently, when she was a first year, she was treated as an outcast and couldn't figure out why. Finally, someone took pity on her and explained that raising her hand every single time the teacher asked a question implied that she thought her classmates were too dumb to know the answer if called upon. Wow, she said. I would never have considered it like that if you hadn't explained it. I feel a bit embarrassed. Before Hogwarts, I attended a gifted school where classroom participation was a big part of the grade. I would have made a complete fool of myself if I had gone into Hogwarts with the same attitude. Harry nodded knowingly. There are a lot of little things like that can make newcomers like us stand out if we're not careful. Basically, Miss Granger, we're about to start our first year at Oxbridge, you as a scholarship student and me as a legacy raised abroad. Neither of us knows anything about Oxbridge culture. Hermione looked down at the floor. It was a lot to take in. Do you think, Mr. Potter, she began. Do you think I will be discriminated against because my parents are Muggles? Harry hesitated. I'm not sure. Personally, I think I will be treated like an outsider to some degree, at least at the start. I will have to figure out how to react from there. I'm sure some people will be biased against both of us because of our heritage. Of course, not everyone will feel that way. Even the bigots will hopefully be somewhat restrained since their side lost the last war. He paused. Have you thought about what house you want to be in? I was hoping for Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. Why? Do they have different attitudes towards Muggle-borns? Well, all I really know on that topic is what my parents told me, so take this with a grain of salt. A lot of Slytherins followed you-know-who during the last war, and I'm sure some of their children will be among our peers. I would expect them to be hostile to Muggle-borns and probably to the brother of the boy who lived Not all of them, I hope, but it's to be expected. The Ravenclaws are the most academically focused, so you might like that, but they're very traditional and have a reputation for elitism. It might be kind of cutthroat. The Hufflepuffs pride themselves on tolerance and accepting everyone, but the price they pay for it is being looked down upon by the other houses as lacking standards. My father called them the House of Duffers, but I doubt that's true. There have been more Hufflepuff ministers of magic than from any other house. Surprisingly, my birth mother said that Muggleborns do best in Gryffindor. They are the closest thing to a house of rebels we will find. Apparently, they embrace Muggleborns and half-bloods just to thumb their noses at traditionalist purebloods. They are also the ones least interested in formality and etiquette, so they'll be more forgiving of minor social mistakes. Of course, she was a Gryffindor herself, so she might be biased. Hermione rose. Well, you've given me a lot to think about, Mr. Potter. I suppose I should go find Neville, Mr. Longbottom, I mean, and see how he's doing with his toad. She turned at the door. Mr. Potter, what books would you recommend to learn more about what we discussed? Harry smiled genuinely this time and named 3 etiquette books. If they don't have those in the Hogwarts library, just ask, and I'll let you borrow my copies. Thank you. She paused, trying to remember how the characters in Pride and Prejudice spoke to one another. And Mr. Potter, if I am not being presumptuous, I would be pleased if you would call me Hermione, she said with a smile. Harry laughed. You are not being presumptuous at all, Hermione. I would be equally pleased if you called me Harry. She nodded and left the compartment, while Harry returned to his etiquette book, pleased to have made his first tentative friendship. About 10 minutes later, the door flew open, and Jim entered with the red-haired boy Harry had encountered twice before. Hey, there you are, exclaimed Jim. I've been looking for you for ages. This is Ron Weasley. He'll be in our class. Ron, this is my brother, Harry. Good to meet you, Harry, said Ron enthusiastically. Likewise, Harry replied blandly, thinking to himself, oh, yeah, definitely Gryffindor. Out loud, he said, actually, I think we've already met. We were getting fitted together at Madame Malkin's. Oh, yeah. I remember you. You should have told me you were Jim's brother. Well, I had just found, never mind. Let's just say it was a stressful day, and I didn't think about it. Well, anyway, said Jim, dropping into the seat next to Harry with Ron opposite them. I'm sorry we got caught up with those photographers. It's a pain sometimes. But Ron here introduced me to his brothers, and they introduced me to the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He paused. Say, do you know anything about Quidditch, Harry? Not much. I know it's a strange combination of water polo, dodgeball, and capture the flag, but played in the air on high-speed flying broomsticks. Okay. I don't know what any of those are. But don't worry. Dad was an awesome chaser when he was in school, and he got me my first practice broom for my 4th birthday. We'll get you up to speed in no time. Harry smiled a painful smile, remembering how he had spent his 4th birthday learning to cook bacon and scrambled eggs for the Dursleys, with the threat of a frying pan to the head if anything was burnt. I'm looking forward to it. Suddenly, the compartment doors opened again, and another person barged in. This one was a thin, blond boy with aristocratic features. Behind him stood 2 stocky boys who would probably grow into hulking brutes in 5 years. I was told that James Potter, Jr., the boy who lived, was in this car, the newcomer said imperiously. Is it true? He is, Harry replied, bemused. And you are? Malfoy. Draco Malfoy of the ancient and noble house of Malfoy. Jim and Ron both snickered at the boy's pomposity, but for some reason, he directed his eyes solely at Ron. I can tell what family you belong to. Red hair. Freckles. Hand-me-down robes. Undoubtedly a Weasley, he sneered. Both Ron and Jim turned red with anger, while Harry's eyes narrowed. He recognized the name Malfoy and was surprised by how rudely the scion of such an important house was acting. Not to mention the oddly specific insults Malfoy had directed at someone he obviously didn't know. Ignoring Ron, Draco turned back to Harry and finally noticed the two very similar-looking boys in the car. He made a guess, hoping it wasn't the one with a chocolate stain on his shirt who was giving him an angry glare. "So, are you James Potter?" he asked. Harry shook his head and pointed at Jim, who stood up and moved threateningly close to Draco. The two thugs outside tensed, readying themselves for a fight. "I'm Jim Potter," he said. "What's it to you?" Draco replied, holding his hands up to show he meant no threat. "Potter, please. I apologize if I offended you in any way. But you're a national icon and the heir to an ancient and noble house. You're obviously going to need help finding the right sort of friends. I can help steer you away from the wrong crowd." From Draco's posture, it was clear he considered the wrong crowd to include Ron, whose face twisted in anger. "I can find the right sort of friend without your help, Death Eater," Jim sneered. Draco's eyes narrowed as Harry watched the exchange, idly wishing he had brought popcorn. "Obviously, there is no possibility of me being a Death Eater since I'm 11. And if you refer to my father, remember that the Wizengamot found him not guilty. So you should speak more thoughtfully, Potter, unless you wish to be sued for slander." "Oh, come off it, Malfoy," Ron said contemptuously. "Your family is as Slytherin as they come. There has never been a dark wizard who wasn't a slimy Slytherin, from you-know-who to Gryffindor, all the way back to Salazar Slytherin himself." "Oh, well that's just nonsense," Harry snapped irritably. "First of all, no one knows what house you-know-who was in or even if he went to Hogwarts. Gryffindor definitely went to Durmstrang. Yes, most of the convicted Death Eaters were Slytherins, but there were also Death Eaters from other houses. Barty Crouch Jr. was a Ravenclaw, and Sirius Black, you-know-who's lieutenant, was a Gryffindor. Hogwarts was known as Emeric the Evil back in the 14th century. He claimed that his Gryffindor nature gave him the courage to defy all mundane standards of decency and morality." The other boys in the compartment looked at Harry as if he had grown a second head. You sure know a lot about dark wizards," Ron said. Harry shrugged. "It was all in the rise and fall of the dark arts. I bought it to read the section about you and you-know-who, but it had chapters on all the other major British dark wizards since the founding of Hogwarts. Admittedly, most were Slytherins, but Gryffindor and Ravenclaw have each had plenty of dark wizards. Even the Hufflepuffs have produced one in the last 5 centuries. Draco stared at him in confusion. "Who are you? Since when has the boy who lived had a twin brother?" Harry stood up to look Draco in the eye. "Since birth, obviously. And you were mistaken earlier. I, Harry Potter, am heir presumptive to the ancient and noble house of Potter. While I will not be as blunt as my brother, I must tell you, Mr. Malfoy, that you have made a bad first impression. I think it would be best if you leave before things escalate into something unpleasant." Draco studied Harry carefully. "So be it." Then he left the compartment, minions in tow. Jim turned to grin at Harry. "That was awesome, huh? Leave before things escalate into something unpleasant. Wicked. I bet if you talked to those muggles like that, they wouldn't give you any problems at all." Harry's head snapped towards Jim, and his eyes lit up as if he had been slapped. To his side, Ron asked what Jim had meant about muggles, but his voice sounded strangely far away. Jim, suddenly unnerved, looked back and forth between Harry and Ron before he finally spoke. "It's nothing, Ron. Forget I mentioned it. Hey, Harry, do you want to learn to play Exploding Snap?" Harry studied his brother as if he were examining a bug. He thought about the question, not whether he wanted to play, but whether he wanted to spend the next 7 years pretending to smile when he would rather snarl or scream. He made his decision. "Actually, right now, I'd like to go find the loo," he said brightly. "I assume this train has one since the ride is 6 hours long." "Oh yeah," Jim replied. "We passed the restrooms on the way here. Just follow in the direction the 3-minute Death Eaters went." "Thanks, Jim." Harry stepped past his brother and out the door, closing it behind him. He walked a few feet down the corridor, then, on impulse, crept back to the edge of the compartment he had just left, He listened in. "No offense, Jim, but your brother is a little weird." "I know. When he was a baby, Mum and Dad thought he was going to be a squib, so they sent him to live with Muggle relatives. Apparently, they were kind of mean to him and he blames our parents. He's being a right baby about it, to be honest, but Mum insisted I stay close to him until he gets over his anger." "Whatever." Harry exhaled very slowly. Then he turned and moved quickly down the corridor and into the next car. Malfoy and his unnamed goons were up ahead. "Mr. Malfoy," he called out. Malfoy stopped and turned as Harry approached the trio. "What do you want, Potter? I thought you'd made your feelings quite clear." "I did. And, to be fair, Malfoy, you did make a poor first impression. Happily, I don't make snap judgments based on first impressions. While I can decide for myself who the right sort of peoples are, I won't be influenced by my father and brother's biases in the process. Now, I don't know yet where I'll be sorted. I hope you and I can have, at the very least, an amicable relationship, regardless of our sortings. We are the future of our respective families, after all. I find it unlikely, Potter, that there can ever be an amiable association between a Slytherin and a Gryffindor. Then we're in luck, Malfoy. I think it's highly unlikely that either of us is going to be a Gryffindor." Harry then extended his hand, and after a moment of hesitation, Draco accepted it. 7 hours later, the Sorting Hat whispered into Harry's mind. "Oh good. I was afraid you were going to be difficult about this." Then, in a booming voice, it declared, "Slytherin." Chapter 6, Day 1 in the Snake Pit. September 2nd, 1991. Harry awoke after 8 hours of wonderful sleep in the most comfortable bed he had ever experienced. As his roommate stirred in the first-year Slytherin dorm, he reflected on the previous night. Jim had gone into Gryffindor and had looked genuinely hurt and betrayed when Harry was sorted into Slytherin. The Weasley boy joined him, along with the timid Longbottom and, unsurprisingly, Hermione. Paul Longbottom appeared terrified of everything. He might have been happier in Hufflepuff. From what Harry observed before boarding the Hogwarts Express, it seemed Longbottom's parents had been Gryffindors. His grandmother and especially his great-uncle would likely consider him a failure if he had not followed in their footsteps. Still, if Longbottom gained some confidence, he might adapt to his new situation. Hermione, as Harry had suggested on the train, might actually thrive in Gryffindor if she could adjust to that house's chaotic culture. The Sorting Hat called Draco Malfoy for Slytherin before it settled fully on Harry's head, which he found amusing. It sorted Blaise Zabini nearly as quickly, but took a few minutes with Theo Knott, a shy, thin boy who seemed almost resigned to being a Slytherin. For girls were also sorted into Slytherin: Greengrass, Davis, Parkinson, and Bulstrode. Malfoy, who Harry was not yet on a first-name basis with, quietly informed him that Greengrass and Parkinson were both purebloods from noble, though not ancient, families. Davis and Bulstrode were half-bloods from what Malfoy considered unimportant families. Despite their differing backgrounds, Greengrass and Davis somehow knew each other and were friends. Bulstrode appeared to be a bit of a loner, while Parkinson practically fawned over Draco. She hinted at an arranged marriage between them. 11? Harry thought, noticing Draco's expression shift to a shade of green. Crabbe and Goyle had also been sorted into Slytherin. In fact, their sortings had delayed Harry's own for several minutes. The Sorting Hat had immediately suggested Slytherin, and Harry had no objections in principle. However, he had spent time talking to Crabbe and Goyle on the train. During his sorting, he had bluntly asked the Hat how 2 monosyllabic slabs of beef could belong in a house of cunning and ambition. The Hat had hesitated before finally admitting that it had attempted to direct both boys to Hufflepuff. However, it was bound by certain rules established during the Middle Ages that sorted children of vassal families into the same houses as their liege lords. The Crabbes and Goyles, and to a lesser extent the Parkinsons, were bound to the Malfoys by magical contracts dating back several centuries. The Hat could not disclose the nature of these contracts. But if Harry wanted to learn more about such matters, he should definitely stay in Slytherin. There were quite a few snakes hidden in the paintings and woven into the furnishings of their dormitory that, in the Hat's opinion, were prone to gossip. Exploring his Parselton gift in controlled and discreet circumstances was high on Harry's to-do list, which made this aspect of Slytherin appealing. The placement of the boy who lived's mysterious brother was quite the scandal. Dumbledore looked disappointed, as did his mother. More troubling was the fact that Professor Snape, the head of his house, appeared outright homicidal. Later, Snape would send the prefects to deliver the orientation speech to the Slytherin first years. According to some of the older students, this was the first time he hadn't welcomed the students personally since any of them had been at Hogwarts. For some reason, the defense against the dark arts instructor also gave Harry a sharp headache every time he turned his head. On the bright side, Harry's extended sorting also provided. Harry thought of a way to explain his Slytherin status. I begged the Hat for Gryffindor, I really did. But then it asked why, and I said I wanted to help protect Jim. Then the Hat said, well, where do you think most threats to the boy who lived are going to come from? So I thought it over. That seemed plausible enough for James to believe. Going undercover among the slimy snakes sounded like something that would amuse a prankster like him. Harry decided to send a letter to his birth father right after breakfast. Good morning, Malfoy, Harry exclaimed cheerfully as he jumped out of bed. Morning, Potter. You seem chipper today, Draco replied. First day of school, and the first day of the rest of our lives. With that, Harry made his way to the bathroom for a quick shower. On his way in, he passed Theo and caught a glimpse of the boy's back, which was marked with several scars. Years of experience keeping his head down at the Dursleys kept him from staring. Harry was thankful to have only one similar scar, but it was enough to understand what kind of mark Kane left, as well as to learn never to comment on Vernon Dursley's weight. It troubled Harry to realize that even in the wizarding world, child abuse seemed to be tolerated. 30 minutes later, he passed through the doors of the Great Hall, which was mostly full at that point. Jim and Ron were already at the Gryffindor table. Ron nudged Jim as soon as Harry walked in, and the two scowled at him. Jim sneered, but he also had a strange look of excitement, as if he expected something to happen soon. Hermione and Longbottom were sitting several seats down from them. Hermione was chatting amiably with several of the older Gryffindors, while Longbottom kept to himself. Harry made his way to the Slytherin table on the opposite side of the room and sat down between Malfoy and Nott. A few minutes later, the day's owl arrived. Deliveries began, and a majestic horned owl flew toward the Slytherin table, clutching a blood-red envelope in its talons. Theo not immediately tensed and stopped breathing. Concerned, Harry asked if he was all right, but Theo did not relax until the owl dropped the red envelope in front of Harry. Ooh, squealed Parkinson maliciously. Look everybody. Potter's got a howler. The other Slytherins backed away, still close enough to see his reaction. And what, pray tell, is a howler? Harry asked nonchalantly. Across the room, he could see Jim and Ron standing up for a better view and openly laughing, so he doubted it was anything good. Theo answered urgently, it's an angry letter, Potter. A very angry letter. The longer you wait to open it, the louder it will be. And if you wait too long, it will explode. Harry glanced around the room again. His housemates were all waiting to see how he would respond. In fact, the noise level in the entire room dropped to a soft murmur, as the Wizard-raised children seemed to know what a howler was and didn't want to miss the show. At the head table, most of the teachers looked somewhat interested, though Lily Potter had her hand over her face in an expression of absolute horror. Harry chuckled. Wow! A screaming explosive letter. And a school that tolerates them being sent to 11-year-old children at breakfast in front of their fellow students. How professional. He reached forward and sliced through the howler's seal with a butter knife. Then he leaned back in his chair, casually picked up his pumpkin juice, and took a sip as he listened. Harry Potter. When Jim Hic wrote to me about your sorting, I couldn't believe it. I knew. Just knew letting you come back to US was a mistake. No Potter has ever been sorted into slimy, slithery, snaky Slytherin. And after? You're done disgracing our house. I hope no Potter ever does again. I'm warning you now. If you step 1 foot out of line, if you give the tiniest hint that you're turning evil or anything, I will yank you out of that school and snap your wand myself. I will disinherit you from House Potter and have you back with those Dursley muggles before the sun sets. This is the only warning you're going to get. Your humiliated father, James Charles Lord Potter. Then, the letter burst into flames and quickly disintegrated. Silence filled the hall. At the head table, most of the teachers looked shocked and embarrassed. Even Dumbledore seemed astonished by James's vitriol and cruelty, especially since it was clear he was drunk when he wrote and sent the howler. Lily Potter jumped up and stormed out of the room. Only Severus Snape maintained his composure, despite his personal delight in how James Potter had humiliated his entire family with a single letter. He waited to see what would happen next. How the Potter boy reacted could make or break him in Slytherin House. Snape expected the boy to break down and run out crying, to the laughter of his own house and his revolting twin. Instead, to Snape's astonishment, the boy burst into laughter. Amazing! So my dad's a drunk as well as an idiot. Good to know. He stood and held up his glass of pumpkin juice in salute to his younger twin. And nicely played by you too, little brother, he called out across the hall with a cheerful tone, as if the howler had just been an amusing prank. Did you have to break curfew to tattle on me last night? Or maybe petty little rules like that don't apply to the boy who lived? Jim's face turned furious at that, and he jumped onto the table, knocking over dishes and pitchers. You think this is funny, you Slytherin filth, he yelled, which only made Harry laugh louder as he sat back down. Just as Jim was ready to yell something else, Minerva McGonagall's voice boomed across the room. James Potter Jr., sit down this instant. I don't want to hear another word from you. And 20 points from Gryffindor for disrupting breakfast and for insulting another house. Jim looked stricken at the thought of costing his house so many points before classes had even started. He slowly sat down, casting one final hateful glance at Harry, who was wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. At the Slytherin table, the rest of the house cautiously returned to their seats, eyeing their housemate and his strange reaction. With his laughter gone, Harry quietly resumed eating his breakfast while reviewing notes for his first Transfiguration class. His mood was cheerful, which seemed bizarre to his classmates. "Ah, Potter," Nott said timidly. "Are you okay?" "Never better, Theo." "May I call you Theo?" "I hope that's not presumptuous." "You can, of course, call me Harry if you wish." "Okay then, Harry. You took that howler much better than one would expect." "Oh, that bit of rubbish," Harry replied with a grin. "There's nothing to that. Just a ridiculous man yelling at me. I've had people much more ridiculous than him yelling at me for years, usually much more loudly." He took a bite of toast, chewing slowly as if collecting his thoughts before turning back to Nott. "For a long time, I put up with that sort of thing because I didn't know any better and didn't have any other choices. And now I do. You see, Theo, that man imagines that he's my father, and that gives him some sort of right to be abusive." Said, "Hello, Harry." Harry smiled, surprised by the response. "Can you speak?" "Of course I can," the snake replied, its scales shimmering in the dim light. "What do you want?" "I just wanted to talk," Harry said, feeling a bit silly for conversing with a painting. "I've never met a snake that could talk before." The puff adder flicked its tongue. "Most humans don't bother to listen. They fear us." Harry nodded, understanding. "I know what you mean. People often misunderstand me too." The snake seemed to consider this. "You have a different aura about you. You are not like the others." "Thanks," Harry replied, feeling a sense of connection. "I guess I'm trying to find my place. It's been a strange day." "You are brave to confront your challenges," the snake said. "Embrace your power. It will guide you." Harry felt a rush of confidence at the words. "I appreciate that. I just want to make my own choices." "Then do so," the snake encouraged. "You are the master of your fate." With that, Harry felt a sense of determination settle within him. He thanked the snake and turned to leave, feeling lighter than he had before. As he walked away, he couldn't help but smile, knowing that he was beginning to forge his own path. The snake looked up at him and hissed a response. Harry smiled warmly as another friendship of a different kind began to form. Chapter 7: Potions and Process. September 6, 1991. After the events of the previous Monday, Jim was more subdued. The other Gryffindors were upset about him losing so many points so quickly. He had also received a thorough dressing down from both his mother and Professor McGonagall. He wrote to his father to complain, but it seemed that James was in trouble with Lily over his own actions. She had actually sent him a howler that went off in the middle of the Aura's office, saying, "Let's see how you like it." So, James advised Jim to let things settle for a while. Lily herself had not reached out to Harry. He was unsure if she disagreed with James' views on his sorting or if she was simply embarrassed by James sending a howler at her place of work. Regardless, Jim and Ron avoided Harry, although he felt certain that his twin had some ridiculous Potteresque plan for revenge. Meanwhile, Neville Longbottom had some sort of falling out with Jim and Ron. He made a point of partnering with Harry during herbology. Harry was dubious at first until Neville nervously admitted that he was frightened of Snape and desperate to pass potions. He hoped that with an obviously intelligent young Slytherin as his potions partner, he might make it through unscathed. "I have 3 conditions, Mr. Longbottom," said Harry somewhat imperiously. 1. We do not sit anywhere near my brother unless absolutely necessary. "Oh, okay, Mr. Potter," stammered the nervous boy. Harry took a step forward. 2. From now on, you keep your chin up, look people straight in the eye, and always speak with confidence, whether you feel it or not. Because you are Longbottom of Longbottom, heir presumptive to an ancient and noble house. Just as I am Potter of Potter. If the 2 of us are going to earn the legacies our family names have left us, we'd better get started now. With that, he extended his hand. And 3, you will call me Harry. Neville blinked several times. Then, he straightened his back, took a deep breath, and shook Harry's hand. "Just as you will call me Neville, I hope." Harry smiled. He was not sure, but he could have sworn Neville just grew 1.5 inches. At first, it seemed like Harry had the better deal since Neville was a certifiable genius at herbology. He could already discuss plants from the 4th-year curriculum. The Longbottom family had made their fortune growing and selling exotic magical plants, and Neville had been surrounded by them since he could walk. It wasn't until Friday that Harry and Neville attended their first potions class. There was a crowd outside the locked door. Theo came over to join them. Malfoy followed, sneering, with Crabbe and Goyle on either side. Harry still wasn't sure which was which. "Honestly, Potter, you're partnering with Longbottom again? You're squandering what little status you have as a Slytherin by hanging out with such lumps," Malfoy said. Harry rolled his eyes. "You baffle me, Malfoy. I understand why you're hostile to the Potters, though I have no idea what Weasley could have done to make you hate him on sight. And now you're antagonizing the Longbottom heir? Has your father instructed you to make enemies of all the ancient and noble houses?" Malfoy's face flushed, but then his eyes hardened. "I don't think it will ever be possible for the Malfoys and Longbottoms to be anything but enemies after what his grandmother did," he spat. Harry raised an eyebrow and looked back at Neville, who took a deep breath but met Draco's glare without wavering. "He's referring to an incident from when we were both 5 years old, during which my gran caused a scene and loudly referred to his parents as Death Eater swine in a crowded restaurant." Harry pursed his lips and exhaled. "All right, I can understand. Why might someone hold a grudge?" Harry said. In her defense, Malfoy's aunt, uncle, uncle's brother, and 2 cousins were known Death Eaters. 3 of them were responsible for the assault on my parents that left them both permanently disabled. One of them was the man who betrayed your family to you-know-who. So her assumption was not entirely unwarranted. Also, his father, whose family has supported pureblood policies for generations, avoided conviction for several Death Eater-related crimes by claiming to have been under the Imperious curse. It's just a coincidence that within days of his acquittal, St. Mungo's hospital received a huge donation big enough to pay for the construction of the Sabrax's Malfoy Memorial Children's Ward. Draco and his friend tensed up as if ready to fight. Harry looked around. Ron and Hermione were further down the hall, glancing in their direction. Jim coming over was the last thing Harry wanted to deal with. "All right, listen up, both of you," Harry said. "I am not going to judge anyone I meet at this school based on what their relatives may or may not have done. I will not give up the benefits of having a herbology genius as my lab partner because of something that happened when you were both 5. Nor will I blame the Malfoys for something Sirius Black did, considering I looked it up and Sirius Black was one of my cousins too. In fact, I believe, Neville, he was distantly one of yours. Now then, we are all going to be stuck with each other in some capacity for another 7 years. Can we at least try to be civil to one another despite what our relatives think? The 3 of us will hopefully all be on the Wizengamot together someday. We may all hate each other by then, but can we agree now that we will hate each other for things we actually did to one another instead of relying on feuds passed down like family heirlooms?" Longbottom and Malfoy glared at each other when Jim spoke up from down the hall. "Hey, Longbottom! Don't let those slimy snakes bully you. Stand up for yourself." Neville raised his chin and held Malfoy's gaze for a few seconds. Then, he turned to Jim. "I don't know what you're talking about, Potter. Malfoy just came to me with some questions about his herbology assignment." "Right, Malfoy." The corner of Malfoy's mouth twitched slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. "Quite so, Longbottom. I'm grateful for your advice. You're a credit to your house," he said loudly, then turned to Jim, making eye contact. "Unlike some others I could name." Jim made a face and turned back to Ron just as the door to the potions class was yanked open. Professor Snape glared at the gathered Gryffindors and Slytherins, looking annoyed that there was no fight for him to break up. "Inside, all of you," he barked. As the students filed in, Harry placed a hand on Neville's shoulder. "Neville," he said softly, "I'm sorry about your parents. I didn't know. And thank you for being a bigger man than Malfoy deserved." Neville shrugged but smiled slightly at the compliment. He was just lucky that Jim's been more of a prat this week than he has. He's been strutting around like Godric Gryffindor himself, and most of us are sick of it. Not surprising. By the way, how is Hermione Granger doing? "You could ask me yourself, you know," said an amused voice from behind him. "Ack! You startled me, Miss Hermione," Harry said, feeling unusually nervous. He hadn't spoken to his first Hogwarts friend since before the sorting, and he wasn't sure if they were still on a first-name basis, given the rivalry between their houses. The smile she gave him reassured him that they were still friends. "Hello, Harry. I'm so sorry I haven't had a chance to talk to you," Jin said. "I promised to sit with Parvati and Lavender in herbology, and this is our only other class together. By the way, the books you recommended were all in the library and extremely helpful, even if most Gryffindors aren't as well-mannered as Neville here." Neville blushed at the compliment. "If you're free and interested, Neville and I have a study session planned in the library during the free period after lunch." "Yeah, please come, Harry. Hermione's been a real lifesaver." "Sure thing. Oh, forgive me. Hermione Granger, this is Theodore Knott of the House of Knott." "A pleasure to meet you, Miss Granger," Theo said tersely. "Likewise, Mr. Knott," Hermione replied. By the time the 4 students entered the classroom, the only seats left were near the front, unfortunately right next to Jim and Ron. However, Ron, Hermione, and Neville separated the 2 feuding brothers. As the children settled in, Professor Snape re-entered from the back storeroom with a flourish. He began a speech about the superiority of potion-making compared to the foolish wand-waving of other branches of magic. Then, he took roll, pausing to comment on James Potter Jr., our new celebrity. Snape glared at Harry as he read his name but made no further comments. Instead, he suddenly barked, "Potter! James Potter! What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Jim rolled his eyes contemptuously. I don't know, sir. Obviously not shampoo, though. The room went deathly quiet. Almost in unison, Harry, Neville, and Hermione slowly turned their heads toward Jim in complete amazement. Ron was grinning like a madman, but the rest of the Gryffindors looked horrified. 5 points from Gryffindor for your cheek, Potter. Here's an easier one. Where would you find a bezer? Harry noticed Hermione flinch. Jim suppressed a smile as he held back from raising his hand. Sunken within the greasy depths of your hair, perhaps, he asked sarcastically. Another 10 points from Gryffindor. Snape snapped. My father said you'd be like this, bullying, snide, and cruel. He also said you'd probably try to make an example out of me by asking a bunch of obscure trivia questions first thing. He also said to call you Snivellus. 20 points from Gryffindor. Did he also mention I can do this all day? Here's another one. What's the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? No idea. What's the difference between? James Potter Jr., will you stop acting like an ignorant braying ass? The entire class, including Snape, stared in astonishment at Hermione Granger. She had shot out of her chair and was literally shaking in rage at Jim's antics. After a few seconds of dead silence, Snape quietly said, 5 points to Gryffindor. Hermione took a deep breath and slowly sat down. Snape turned back to Jim and said, more quietly, I've had quite enough of your idiocy for one day, Mr. Potter. I'll be discussing this matter with your head of house and your mother. If you will have no respect for my authority, perhaps you will show some for theirs. Jim fumed at that but said nothing more. However, Snape continued silkily, in this instance, we have an unusual opportunity to investigate the relative value of nature versus nurture. Mr. Harry Potter. Can you answer even one of the questions I posed to your brother? Harry coughed. I'm confident I can answer all 3, sir. In reverse order, monkshood and wolfsbane are 2 of the many common names for the poisonous flowering plants of the aconite family. If I had to find a bezer somewhere around here, I would look for an emergency kit or, failing that, search the storerooms in the section containing animal byproduct supplies. Explain, Snape ordered. For your less educated classmates. Jim Potter sulking at his desk. A bezer is a small stone formed of undigested plant matter, harvested from the stomach of a goat, he explained. The textbook states it can counteract most poisons, but it doesn't specify which poisons it won't cure. For future reference, Mr. Potter, Snape continued, it will not cure poisons derived from dragon's blood or basilisk venom, though thankfully those are rare. Now, my first question. Yes, sir. Harry replied. Adding powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood is the first step in creating a very powerful sleeping potion. I'm afraid I can't recall the exact name of it, he said, glancing at his fuming brother, but I do remember it was on the very first page of the assigned reading. He smiled, and it didn't hurt at all. Curiously, Snape did not award Harry any points for his correct answers, even though he was known for favoring Slytherins in his potions classes. The rest of the period passed relatively uneventfully, except for one hiccup. Snape did not allow Harry and Neville to partner as they had agreed. Instead, he paired Neville with Hermione and Harry with Theo. Neville panicked at this change of plans until Harry reassured him that Hermione was probably better at potion brewing than he was, and that they would be at adjacent cauldrons. There were a few near explosions, but Hermione kept Neville calm and focused, while Harry whispered advice and encouragement from across the table. Eventually, Neville and Hermione produced an acceptable boil-curing potion, as did Theo and Harry. Ron and Jim were less fortunate. Their potion resulted in a thick black sludge that leaked out of the bottom of their cauldron. As everyone filed out, Harry told Hermione, Neville, and Theo to go on without him, as he had a personal matter to attend to. When the classroom was empty, Snape looked up from his notes. Harry was still in the classroom. Class is over, Mr. Potter, Snape said. I know, sir. But I would like the opportunity to discuss some house matters with you. If now isn't a good time, I can come back later. I think it's important that we address this immediately rather than let things fester. Snape snorted. I was right. You are just as arrogant as your father and brother. Not at all. Before this summer, I didn't even know James Potter was alive or that I had a brother. I haven't learned anything since then to give me any regard for him. Based on our brief conversations, I gather he bullied you when you were at school together. I can see he raised Jim to be an arrogant bully as well. But he didn't raise me. I don't want to spend the next 7 years feeling as though my head of house is an enemy just because he thinks he has grounds to hate my birth father. I don't think anything of the sort, Potter. Snape spat. I know you have reasons to hate him. With respect, sir, you really don't, Harry said calmly. Explain yourself. Snape snarled. Harry hunting. Snape blinked in confusion at the strange expression. What? Harry hunting. It's a game my cousin Dudley and his friends invented. They would count to 10 to give me a head start, then run after me. If they caught me, they would knock me to the ground and kick me until they got bored. They started playing it when I was 6. Snape said nothing, so Harry continued. In the summers, they had a special variation. Dudley's Aunt Marge would come to stay with us. She raised dogs and always brought a pit bull named Ripper. Instead of chasing me themselves, they would just sick the dog on me. I have a bite mark I can show you from when I was 7, when it got me before I was tall enough and fast enough to climb trees. I cooked for the Dursleys, cleaned for them, and did yard work for them. Sometimes, the Dursleys deliberately spilled things on the floor because I had finished my chores and they didn't want me to have any free time. At night, I slept in a cupboard under the stairs. My medical records include 1 broken arm, a fractured clavicle, and at least 4 cracked ribs. Until I started primary school at the age of 6, I literally thought my name was Freak because that's what everyone called me. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia had to sit me down the night before primary school started and explain that other people would call me a Harry Potter. They told me I shouldn't act surprised by it, but in their house, I should expect to be called nothing but Freak or Boy. As near as I can tell, all of that happened to me simply because James Potter, Lily Potter, and Albus Dumbledore thought keeping me around was inconvenient and would complicate the more important task of raising the boy who lived into the wonderful specimen of humanity he is today. Harry stood and picked up his book bag. I haven't told you any of this because I expect pity. And certainly not because I expect you to do anything about it. I've never met a grown-up who did anything to help me in any way. But I want you to understand one thing, you have no idea what it means to hate James Potter. Then he walked to the door and opened it. Until next class, sir. Potter. Snape called. The boy turned back. Snape hesitated and then sneered at him. Your hair looks ridiculous, like some lazy Gryffindor who just rolled out of bed. Get it taken care of before you embarrass your house any more with it. Harry nodded curtly and then was gone. Snape stared at the door for a long time. Oh, Lily, he whispered, what have you done? Later, while Harry was at lunch, Hedwig flew in bearing a thick, legal-sized envelope. Eagerly, Harry tore into it and pulled out. Harry spread several parchments before him, absently eating a sandwich as he read. What's that, Potter? Draco asked. Some documents from my solicitor. Speaking of which, please remind me to send your parents a thank you note. They were quite helpful, Harry replied. My pleasure. Draco turned as the Gryffindors entered the lunchroom late. Some were chatting amiably while others looked upset. The youngest Weasley appeared absolutely murderous, while the eldest Weasley looked just as angry, but his ire was directed at his youngest sibling. Then, Draco noticed that Jim wasn't with the rest of his house. He turned to the head table and saw Snape entering late, wearing a satisfied expression. Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Lily Potter were absent. Draco pointed out their absence to Harry, who raised an eyebrow and said, interesting. That's not the only interesting thing, Potter, a third year, chimed in. I heard your dad apparat in just before lunch. All the Potters together, except you, of course. The boy laughed rudely, causing Harry to frown at the reference to his dad. Suddenly, Harry straightened up, excitement in his eyes. James Potter is here? Where is he? He asked eagerly. After that spectacle his son, the other one, made in potions class, I imagine he's in the headmaster's office with McGonagall, Professor Potter, and Junior, Draco explained. Why do you care? I didn't think you'd want to see any of the Potters, and after Monday, I wouldn't think he'd want to see you. Harry began sifting through the documents from his solicitor until he found a rolled-up grey parchment, which he pocketed. He stuffed the rest into his book bag. What he wants is irrelevant, Mr. Malfoy. All that matters is what he deserves. Total war, remember? With that, Harry practically ran out of the Great Hall toward the gargoyle at the entrance to the headmaster's office. Once there, Harry sat down, collected himself, and waited. About 15 minutes later, the gargoyle slid aside, and the Potters entered the room. As soon as James saw Harry, his expression darkened, as did Jim's. What do you want? Jim hissed. Nothing from you, little brother, Harry replied. He whipped out the scroll with a flourish and handed it to his father. James snatched it and unrolled it. His eyes widened. You filed an injunction against either Lily or myself interfering with your schooling or your inheritance, or even speaking to you without your head of house present. You mean Snovellas? Why, you little bastard! James! Lily said angrily. You should listen to her, father, Harry continued. After all, you just slandered her and your other son, as well as me, with that remark. I had planned on giving that to Mother and sending you a copy, but seeing your face in person makes it 1,000 times better. Do you really think you're going to accomplish anything with this little stunt? James asked. In case you've forgotten, Dumbledore is the chief warlock. He'll never let this stand. Oh, I haven't forgotten. Since you broke the seal and read the title, that alerted my solicitor that process has been served. As we speak, he's filing a motion to force Dumbledore to recuse himself from any legal actions involving our family because of his conflict of interest. After all, father, you told me it was his idea to have me shipped off to the Dursleys for 10 years. Harry, Lily interrupted, I know you're upset about that, and I don't blame you. But isn't this a little extreme? Oh, hello, Mother. It's so nice to hear you actually speak to me for a change instead of ignoring me from across the Great Hall. And no, this isn't extreme. Threatening me in front of several hundred witnesses to snap my wand is extreme. Promising to have me shipped off to be beaten and abused by your filthy relatives is extreme. To disinherit me illegally is extreme. You're doing all of this just because I was sorted into a house my father dislikes. The same house that his boss, Rufus Scrimgeour, was once in. That's definitely extreme. This is just rational self-interest. He turned and walked away, calling back as he went, enjoy your weekend, Potters. I know I will. He smiled once again. Chapter 8. Meanwhile, in the lion's den. After leaving the Potters standing slack-jawed in front of the headmaster's office, Harry sauntered into the library. He was looking for Hermione, who had invited him earlier to join her study group. Also in attendance were Neville and several other Gryffindors clustered around Hermione like she was royalty. On the way in, Harry crossed paths with Theo. He asked the boy to join them. Theo looked back at the table, making eye contact with Hermione. Then he whispered a quick no and rushed out of the library. Shaking his head, Harry walked over to Hermione's table and introduced himself to the other Gryffindors, Parvati Patil, Lavender Brown, and Dean Thomas. I must say, I didn't expect this many people. I thought it was just 3 of us, Harry said. Let's just say Hermione's popularity has skyrocketed in the last few hours, Parvati replied smugly. Oh, stop, Hermione said, blushing madly. Now that the adrenaline's worn off, I feel quite embarrassed about the whole thing. Well, don't be, Neville said. You were incredible. That is what Gryffindor bravery is supposed to be about, not acting like a braying ass. The other Gryffindors laughed at that until Madame Pince loudly shushed them all. What? For calling Jim out in potions? Harry asked. Oh, that was just the start. At some point, Harry, I'm going to borrow my grand's pensive so you can watch the memory. I'm going to treasure it forever, Neville said. It all happened like this. 3 hours earlier. After the horrors of the first potions class had ended, the first-year Gryffindors returned to their tower with mixed emotions. For Jim Potter, the dominant emotion was anger. Granger, he bellowed as soon as he was through the passageway. Gryffindors are supposed to stick together. What the hell do you mean by calling me a braying ass in front of everyone? At the whole class? And in Snivellus's class at that. Oh, I'm sorry, Potter, Hermione said sweetly. I'm just a humble muggleborn still in awe of the wonders of the magical world. When I see a braying ass magically disguised as a Hogwarts student, I can't help pointing it out. Why, you little? What were you so upset about anyway? It's just house points. Nobody here cares about that except little Miss Know-It-all. Hermione's eyes flashed dangerously, and she whipped out her wand. Startled, Jim fumbled for his own, but Hermione simply turned and walked to the stairs leading up to the dorms. There, she pointed her wand up each staircase. To everyone's astonishment, she shot off a series of loud popping fireworks before yelling, "All prefects to the common room for an emergency meeting." Seconds later, dozens of older lions, including all 6 prefects, poured into the room. An angry Hermione Granger stood atop a coffee table, surrounded by the rest of the first years, who stared at her in amazement. She still had her wand out and looked ready for battle. Ralph Macmillan, the 7th-year prefect, was the first to speak. What the hell is going on down here? Who called a prefect's meeting? I did, Hermione said calmly. You lot said if we have any questions, we should ask a prefect. Well, I have a question, and I want it answered right now. Have you gone completely mental? Ralph exclaimed. A female prefect, Emily Rossen, put her hand on his arm. Easy, Ralph. Let me. Miss Granger, oh, Hermione. You're obviously distraught. Why don't you put your wand away and step down off the table so we can talk about this? Not until I've asked my question. Emily took a deep breath. Okay, then. What's your question? The House Cup. Is it something Gryffindor House actually cares about? Something that we aspire to win? Or is it just a big joke that only do know-it-alls really worry about this? Should we just laugh when someone costs us dozens of house points at once? If that's the case, I can stop caring about the House Cup too. It will be much easier to pass my owls if I'm not dragging deadweight behind me. Hermione glared at Jim and Ron, but Percy Weasley turned to his twin brothers instead. Oh Merlin's pants, what have you idiots done now? In unison, the twins raised their hands in a surrender gesture. It wasn't us, oh perfect prefect Percy. We haven't lost any house points yet. Haven't had time to do anything worth memorializing. I mean, we did steal a toilet seat, but I don't think anyone's noticed yet. We've noticed, said Katie Bell and Alicia Spinnet, almost together and clearly displeased. Neville interrupted the discussion. It wasn't the twins, Percy. It was Jim. Oh, thanks a lot, traitor, Jim snapped. Hermione stepped down from the table and walked over to the confused prefects. I don't know how things are going for the upper years. But among the first years, it took Neville, Parvati, Lavender, and me a week to make up for the 20 points Jim Potter cost us on his first morning as a student. Ralph coughed at that. Yes, well. Admittedly, that was a bad start for Potter, but hopefully, it's given him something to think about and won't happen. Jim just lost us 35 points in potions, she said calmly. The room went quiet, and all 6 prefects stared wide-eyed at the boy who swallowed hard at attention that, for once, was not as favorable as he was used to. The assembled lions began murmuring their discontent. The twins were incorrigible, but a 35-point loss was something they might post in a week, not in a single class. It represented nearly half the points the entire house had earned in the first place. 35 points, in one class, Emily said weakly. Actually, Neville replied tiredly, 35 points in under a minute. How? Another prefect shrieked. Lavender spoke up. She had been proud of the 2 points she earned in chance the day before. The fact that Hermione remembered it and considered it just as important endeared her to Lavender. Well, first of all, he mocked Professor Snape for his grooming habit right to his face. Then he went on a rant about how his father and Professor Snape hated each other. He said his father basically told him it was okay to be disrespectful to the professor. Then he called Professor Snape Snivellus. Did I forget anything? Well, Hermione said it was obvious that Jim hadn't done the assigned reading, but that seems almost pedestrian after everything else. Of course, Neville added, I'm sure he would have kept going and lost even more points if you hadn't shut him up. He turned to the prefects. For which he won us 5 points back, by the way. Ralph waved that off and turned to Jim. Why, in Merlin's name, would you deliberately insult a Hogwarts professor on the first day of class? Jim stiffened and looked around, dismayed and angry that most of his house seemed to be against him. Because I shouldn't have to put up with abuse from someone who's had it out for my family since before I was born. I shouldn't have to be embarrassed by obscure questions no first year would know. Hermione rolled her eyes. Show of hands, please. Are there any other first years who didn't know the answer to at least one of Professor Snape's questions? I knew all 3. I knew 2 but didn't know the Bezer one. Really? It was highlighted in bold in the sidebar on page 3. Oh. Darn it. I always forget to read the sidebars. Other than Ron, it appeared that all of the first-year Gryffindors knew the answer to at least one of Snape's questions. Finally, Jim snapped. Shut up, all of you. I shouldn't be treated like this. I'm the boy who lived. Yes, we know, Hermione finished. Harry was right about you when he said what he said last Monday. You really do think that the rules don't apply to you? Jim blinked rapidly. Hermione almost felt bad seeing him on the verge of tears. Almost. I destroyed you-know-who. That should mean something. Hermione stepped forward to look Jim straight in the eye. How? She asked simply. What? How did you destroy you-know-who? I've read several books about the Last Wall. They all say you-know-who broke into your house, stunned your parents, and then tried to use the killing curse on you when you somehow vanquished him. How did you do it? Jim stared at her, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. You don't know, do you? She continued. You've been internationally famous and universally beloved for something that happened when you were a baby, and you have no idea how it was accomplished. For all anyone knows, it could have been nothing but a magical fluke, but you expect to be treated like royalty for it. She shook her head and turned toward the stairs to her dorm room. At the edge, she suddenly whirled back around and smiled. You know, I just had the funniest notion. Wouldn't it be amusing if, for all this time, it had been Harry who destroyed you-know-who? And the reason your parents sent him to his Muggle relatives was to keep him hidden away while they put you forward and made you famous just to hide the fact that Harry was the real boy who lived. As she spoke, Jim's face twisted into a mask of rage. With a vicious snarl, he pulled out his wand. But before he could cast a spell, he was grappled by 2 older Gryffindors. That didn't stop him. Prevented by me. Shut up. Shut your filthy mudblood mouth. Jim screamed in a rage. Gasps echoed around the room. Neville took a step toward Jim, as if to strike him, but Hermione called his name sharply, and he stopped, his fist still clenched. Mudblood, Potter. Hermione repeated. I wonder what your mother would say to that. Perhaps we should ask her. She turned her head, and everyone followed her gaze to the entryway in the far wall, where Professors Potter and McGonagall stood, completely aghast at the scene before them. Moo Mum? Jim asked. Not one word. Come over here. Right now. Lily spoke quietly, but with frightening intensity. Slowly, Jim walked over to his mother, wiping his nose on the sleeve of his robe as he went. She placed her arm firmly around his shoulders and guided him out of the common room. After they left, McGonagall exhaled slowly before turning to her lions. I will not deduct any more points for what I have just witnessed. Mr. Potter will, instead, be serving detentions with me for the next week. Miss Granger, as I understand it, this marks the second time today you have stood up to one of the most famous and revered figures in our society and chastised him for his atrocious conduct. That is 2 times you have done what is right rather than what is easy. Professor Snape has already awarded you 5 points for the first instance, and I will match it for the second. McGonagall surveyed the room. I don't know what each of you thinks, but I, for one, wish very much to win the House Cup. It saddens me to think that any of my lions lack sufficient pride in their house to share that wish. While I cannot make you care, I assure you I can make life difficult for you if you undermine others who do. Henceforth, any point deductions from a single individual in excess of 5 points in a day will be prevented by me. Any willful defiance or disrespect towards a Hogwarts teacher will result in detention and point deductions. Am I understood? The chastened crowd nodded in agreement. Good. Carry on. 3 hours and 10 minutes later, Harry stared in disbelief at Hermione as Neville finished his story. No wonder Jim had seemed so subdued when he left the headmaster's office. I hope you won't think it forward of me, Hermione, but will you marry me? Back off, Potter, Neville said with mock gruffness. I saw her first. Chapter 9, Study Sessions. Harry stared, astonished, at Hermione as Neville finished his story. No wonder Jim had seemed so subdued when he left the headmaster's office. I hope you won't think it forward of me, Hermione, but will you marry me? He asked. Back off, Potter, Neville said with mock gruffness. I saw her first. Harry, Neville, and the other children laughed while Hermione blushed, but she smiled as well. Then they got to work. For the first 30 minutes, Hermione led a review of their transfiguration homework. Everyone had been impressed when she managed to transfigure her matchstick into a needle on the first day. As she explained her thought process in relation to McGonagall's methods, several others quickly made the same cognitive leap. Harry was able to transfigure a matchstick just like Hermione after only a few minutes. The others, except for Neville, also made significant progress. Neville felt somewhat dejected. Hermione was certain his wand movements were correct, but he could only manage to make his matchstick slightly silvery in hue. Shaking off his frustration, Neville took over the session next, easily answering everyone's herbology questions. Then it was Harry's turn. He seemed to be the only one capable of deciphering Quirrell's awful stutter into coherent notes. After that, Harry and Hermione jointly covered charms. To Harry's surprise, Lavender Brown then led the discussion on potions. Despite her flighty personality, she came from a long line of potions masters. Her family held patents on several cosmetics-related potions and had the valuable European concession on an Asian haircare product called Sleek Easy. Remembering Snape's final words that morning, Harry resolved to ask her about it later. After 2 grueling hours, the group broke up, but everyone seemed interested in continuing to meet again on Tuesdays and Fridays for the foreseeable future. Harry, Neville, and Hermione stayed behind to chat after the others had left. That went rather well, Hermione said. Do you think this group is the right size? Or should we try to add anyone else? We can go a little bigger if we have the right people, Harry replied. Anthony Goldstein is good in astronomy. Apparently, his dad is a Muggle astronomy professor. There's a Hufflepuff named Finch Fletchley who is fascinated with wizarding history and actually stays awake in Bin's classes. Personally, I'd like to add Susan Bones, but that's for political networking reasons. So don't feel like you have to let her in just to appease my evil Slytherin ways. Neville rolled his eyes. No Slytherins to add then? And I guess I should ask, is it going to cause problems for you to study with us? He shook his head. I'm heir presumptive of an important house. I'm in a wonderfully antagonistic relationship with the boy who lived. and I've been cultivating a reputation as an eccentric loner. It shouldn't be a problem. But it's unlikely any other Slytherins will join us, at least not unless we start trouncing them in class work. Hermione hesitated before asking, is it because a Muggleborn is leading the group? Harry sighed. Well, I wouldn't use that word, but yes, probably. There aren't any Muggleborns in Slytherin at all, not unless one of the half-bloods is running a spectacular bluff. There are 2 half-bloods in our year besides me, Davis and Bulstrode, and a pureblood whose family never served you-know-who. But I don't think any of them will risk alienating the older purebloods, many of whom are openly bigoted. To be blunt, yes, Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson would probably call you a Muggleborn to your face if no teachers were around. Crabbe and Goyle are basically appendages to Malfoy and will follow his lead. And honestly, I still have no idea about Zabini. He just floats around like some kind of social ninja. What's a ninja? Asked a perplexed Neville. Started to answer and then paused, looking equally perplexed. You know, it's funny, but I actually have no idea how to explain ninjas to someone who's never seen a Muggle movie or television show. Let's just say they are really mysterious, sneaky people, and leave it at that. And not? Hermione asked. I saw your exchange with him before you came over. When he looked at me, he didn't seem hateful. More like sad than anything else. Theo's a special case. I'm still working on him. He hesitated. I don't want to start any unfounded rumors, so I'd appreciate it if you keep this to yourself. But I'm afraid that if it got back to Theo's father that he'd been hanging out with Muggleborns and the blood traitors, Harry said, making air quotes around those words, he might face physical consequences. Neville shook his head while Hermione gasped. Surely not. I thought heirs of pureblood families were protected from things like that. Presumptive heirs, Hermione, Neville replied. Not as an older brother at Durmstrang. That means Theo's not the heir presumptive, so he doesn't really have much protection from his father. I can sympathize. He hesitated and looked slightly pained. I've never told anyone this, but when I was younger, my great-uncle Algy sort of tried to kill me. Twice. Harry's eyes widened at that, while Hermione looked concerned. You said at the welcoming feast that when you were 8, your uncle accidentally dropped you out of a window and you bounced, she said. Yeah, he said somewhat bitterly. And before that, there was that time he accidentally knocked me off Blackpool Pier. I nearly drowned before he fished me out. Officially, they were both accidents. Unofficially, it was understood that he was trying to scare me into using accidental magic. I told that story at the feast because everyone was sharing amusing tales about how they found out they were wizards. Magical, Neville said, and I got nervous and told the only one I had. But I've always wondered about it. If I'd actually died, Uncle Algy would have gone from being my regent until I turned 15 to inheriting the whole estate outright. Harry asked, and no one considered prosecuting him for attempted murder. Neville replied, what's to prosecute? It's basically legal to deliberately endanger a child from a Wizengamot family if it's for the purpose of provoking accidental magic, provided there's been no sign of it before and the child is at least 4 years old. He hesitated. Sometimes, I wonder if that's why my magic is so weak. My parents were both powerful wizards, but I almost never had accidental magic, and I'm struggling in all my wand magic classes. I wonder if there was some trauma related to what he did to me that stunted my magical development. That's awful. Hermione exclaimed, earning another hiss from Madame Pince. Do you mean to tell me I've entered a culture where it's acceptable to endanger children just to make them demonstrate magic? That's barbaric. To be fair, there is a Wizarding Child Services Department in the Ministry that looks after the health and welfare of Muggleborns, half-bloods, and even purebloods of lesser families. It's just barred by law from questioning the treatment of children from Wizengamot families who aren't established as heirs presumptive, which I wasn't until my magic saved me from that fall. From what I can tell, I was kind of an unusual case because most wizarding children show some sign of magic in early childhood. Anyway, our system of government depends on keeping as many Wizengamot seats filled as possible, especially ancient and noble seats. As far as the law is concerned, if I'd been a squib, it would have been better for me to have died young so that the Longbottom seat could more quickly pass to an actual wizard. Honestly, you, as a Muggleborn, have a lot more legal protections than Theodore Nott. He could be kicked out onto the street tomorrow. You can see now, Hermione, why I've been studying this so intensely, Harry said. By leaving me with the Dursleys and not looking after me, the Potters and the headmaster violated several centuries-old laws. He turned back to Neville. And not to change the subject, but you seem rather well informed about Theo's home life. I can make some educated guesses, Neville replied, glancing around the library to ensure they were not being watched. Last summer, Gran made me study files she had drawn up on all the children I'd be at Hogwarts with whose parents were either known or suspected Death Eaters. She has a personal grudge against the Malfoys for what the Lestranges did to my parents. But as far as specific crimes go, Lucius Malfoy wasn't even that bad. He was accused of bribery, financially supporting a terrorist group, and misdemeanor Muggle baiting. If he took the dark mark of his own free will rather than under the Imperious curse, then he probably murdered at least one Muggle, but that's basically unprovable. He's an arrogant, bigoted snob, but compared to most suspected Death Eaters, he's relatively harmless. Neville leaned forward intently. Tiberius Nott, on the other hand, was accused of all that plus murdering a dozen Muggleborns and Merlin knows how many Muggles. The killings were usually extremely violent. Gran called him a psychopath and said he was probably the worst Death Eater not to end up in Azkaban. Why wasn't he if he was that bad? Hermione asked, astonished. You can thank Sirius Black. His trial transcripts are still sealed, but according to the information that was released to the press, he confessed to putting over 24 Wizarding members under the Imperious for you-know-who, including Malfoy, Goyle, Crabbe, Parkinson, and Nott. That got all of them off the hook, despite carrying dark marks. Gran figures Black knew he was finished, so he took the blame for all the suspected Death Eaters who hadn't been caught red-handed. Is it possible to see those press accounts? Harry asked. Hermione pointed across the room to an upper floor. They've got bound copies of the Prophet going back decades at least. Harry nodded. That would be another addition to his studies, which already included his normal classwork, Wizengamot law, and wizarding genealogy. You know, Neville, if you're really worried that there's some kind of childhood trauma limiting your magic, you should go see Madame Pomfrey. Perhaps it's something correctable. I've already talked to her about my size. The Dursleys weren't big on nutrition when it came to me, and the nutrient potions she gave me are supposed to help me reach Jim's height within a year or two. I'll think about it. Thanks, Neville replied. After discussing more school matters, the trio separated. Hermione and Neville headed back to their dorm, while Harry went to the back issues of the Prophet, starting with the volume for 1981. The results were unenlightening. You-know-whose death was on the front page on November 1st, 1981. 2 days later, the paper officially attributed his demise to Jim Potter, the boy who lived, even though there were no actual first-hand witnesses to his miraculous feat of deflecting the killing curse. It was simply accepted that Voldemort had tried to use the killing curse on Jim, and some strange backlash had destroyed him, leaving Jim with the Dark Lord's mark on his brow. Harry idly wondered if the V-shaped scar might contain some fragment of Voldemort's evil, explaining why the boy who lived was such a monumental prat. Then he dismissed the idea. Voldemort might be evil, but Harry thought he would be much smarter and less obnoxious than Jim. Harry was unsurprised to see there had been no mention of his status or even his existence. The traitor Sirius Black was arrested on November 3, 1981 by James. Potter himself was tried by a secret tribunal under what were known as the Death Eater laws. These controversial temporary laws were passed in 1980 to help the wizarding law enforcement and judicial systems manage what was essentially an armed insurrection by a significant part of the ruling class. Harry wondered why Voldemort did not simply have his followers create laws that would grant him what he wanted instead of resorting to mass killings. The Death Eater laws were most notorious for allowing auras and hit wizards to use unforgivable curses against Death Eaters. They also included provisions for secret trials, differing from normal criminal trials where a quorum of the Wizengamot serves as the jury. The transcripts of these tribunals were sealed from the public. Even the auras guarding the accused had to undergo memory charms after each trial to prevent them from revealing any participant's identity. This was supposedly to protect witnesses and judges from potential retribution by Death Eaters. Before this law was enacted, several judges who had presided over successful Death Eater trials had been murdered. The article on Sirius Black's trial noted that the trial transcript had been magically certified by the court scribe. It stated that 3 of the 12 anonymous Wizengamot members eligible to serve as judges had presided over the trial. These judges had sworn magical oaths to fairly adjudicate the proceedings, and they would determine Black's fate. The evidence against Sirius Black included sworn affidavits from James and Lily Potter, stating he had been their secret keeper. There was also a sworn statement from an unspeakable, which Harry noted he needed to research further. This statement gave expert testimony that a Fidelius charm could only be breached if the secret keeper voluntarily revealed the secret. Additionally, there was a lengthy confession from Black. He proudly admitted to being a secret Death Eater, to betraying the Potters, and to placing several influential Wizengamot members under the Imperious Curse. His only punishment was a lifetime in Azkaban for his repeated use of an unforgivable curse. Ironically, his betrayal of the Potters was not a significant part of his sentence since no one actually died as a result of his actions. Having learned all he could about the fall of Voldemort, Harry returned the book and resumed his genealogy research. After an hour of making notes, he prepared another letter to his solicitor and sent it off with Hedwig before heading to dinner. The following weekend, Harry discovered the most immediate and tangible benefit of his involvement with Hermione's study group. He approached Lavender Brown with some embarrassment about wizarding hair care products, but she eagerly took him under her wing and answered all of his questions. On Sunday afternoon, Lavender and Parvati gave him a makeover in an unused classroom, introducing him to the wonders of Sleek Easy. When he entered the Great Hall on Monday morning, it was with the first perfect hairstyle of his entire life. Jim laughed at him, but Snape and Draco nodded in approval. Greengrass and Davis were also impressed and asked him to call them Daphne and Tracy, respectively. By the following Tuesday, Hermione's study group had indeed expanded. Justin Finch-Fletchley and Susan Bones joined, along with Anthony Goldstein and Padma Patil, though she made a point of sitting as far away from her twin as possible. Harry wondered whether magical twins were in sync or at odds with each other, like the Weasley twins or the Potils and the Potters. Harry remained the only Slytherin interested in the group, which was perhaps for the best, as they split their time between studying course material and discussing the merits of Muggle and Wizarding cultures. The Muggleborn and the others embraced both worlds. Muggle-raised students were learning a lot about the Wizarding world, while purebloods were discovering that many of their assumptions about Muggles were incorrect. All of them were improving their magical skills, though Neville was becoming frustrated with his lack of progress in wand work. The second session also answered a question that had puzzled Hermione since school began. She wondered what early education was like for Wizarding children. She quickly realized that there were no Wizarding primary schools, yet all her pureblood and half-blood classmates seemed able to read and write several years above their age level compared to Muggles. Not compared to her, of course, but she was surprised at how effective magical homeschooling appeared to be. The answer was magic. Anthony Goldstein, a half-blood who had lived abroad for several years, explained to the Muggle-raised students about educational potions and how they worked. An educational potion was, as the name suggested, a potion that instantly tutored the drinker in a specific field of study. The number and scope of these potions were limited, as they were difficult and expensive to produce. It was easiest to create potions that taught languages. Students who took ancient runes in their third year would start with a regimen of potions that would give them instant fluency in Elder and Younger Futhark, with more obscure runic languages coming later. Anthony had taken a potion at the age of 7 that taught him German when his father accepted a teaching position at the University of Hamburg. He said it tasted awful and gave him a headache that lasted a day, but when he woke up the next morning, he was completely fluent in German, albeit with a 19th-century Prussian accent. Wizarding Child Services provided a few free educational potions to all British pureblood and half-blood children starting at age 6. By the time they reached Hogwarts, these children could read, write, and perform basic arithmetic at a level comparable to a fairly smart Muggle child who had completed the first year of secondary school. Understandably, the Muggle-raised children were frustrated to learn that they had spent 6 years in Muggle primary school when they could have gained the same benefits in just a few days with the right potions. Anthony explained that there were significant gaps in the utility and availability of these potions. For instance, there was a potion for basic arithmetic, but most wizards seemed unaware of higher Muggle mathematics, like algebra and calculus, or entire fields that relied on math, such as engineering and architecture. After all, who needed an engineer to design a building when raw materials could be transfigured at will and then magically reinforced, regardless of structural soundness? Arithmancy, a third-year elective, introduced elements of geometry and trigonometry, but only as they related to magical implications. There were potions for literacy that taught wizarding children to read and write at the level of an 8th-year Muggle secondary student. However, the vocabulary and syntax had not been updated in over a century, which explained why pureblood children who did not socialize much had such oddly formal speech patterns. Any potions beyond those for literacy and numeracy had to be purchased privately and at a significant cost. There were many options for language potions, but only a few for natural sciences. The most popular one, aimed at those interested in alchemy, provided a complete understanding of Muggle chemistry as it was understood in 1893. The physics potion was so outdated that it was counterproductive, misleading the unwary drinker into believing that fires were caused by burning phlogiston and that vacuums were filled with ether. Few potions existed for wizarding history, and none were available for Muggle studies. For example, Susan Bones, whose guardian was a high-ranking ministry official, did not know who the current British monarch was, and none of the purebloods had a clue how Parliament worked. Ultimately, it seemed impossible to brew a potion that conferred practical knowledge of any aspect of actual magic, even topics that appeared mundane. Herbology and care of magical creatures were reasons why Hogwarts remained essential. The common explanation for the gap in education was that Merlin had done something that prevented the creation of potions to teach magic. Both Harry and Hermione found this explanation completely unsatisfactory. Chapter 10: Fights and Duels. September 12, 1991. As Harry headed down for breakfast, he wondered if he would need an extra dose of Sleekeasy to get through the day. Today marked the much-anticipated start of flying lessons. Naturally, the Slytherins and Gryffindors were grouped together, so it was likely to end in tears. The day got off to a poor start when Malfoy and his lackeys inexplicably picked a fight with the Gryffindors at breakfast. Professor McGonagall quickly broke it up. When they came over to the Slytherin table, Harry asked what that had been about. Malfoy was evasive, but Goyle blurted out that they were mocking Longbottom because his grandmother had sent him a remembrall as a present. "And what's a remembrall when it's at home?" Harry asked. "It's a globe that turns red when you've forgotten something important," Draco replied blandly as he buttered some toast. I suppose that could be useful," Harry said. "Not really. Besides, Longbottom's is huge and ancient and ugly and looks to be made of cheap glass. He'll probably break it by the end of the week. I thought you had gotten over your issues with Neville." "I don't have issues, Potter. But your brother hasn't done anything obnoxious in a week, so I've gone back to having equal disdain for all Gryffindors." Harry shook his head and returned to his daily profit. He hoped the rest of the day would be less dramatic. 10 hours later, Harry's hopes had been in vain. That evening, Draco sat down for dinner across from him, and Harry looked at the other boy in furious consternation. Finally, Draco noticed he was being stared at intently. "What?" he asked. "And what, pray tell, was all that about?" Harry asked somewhat hotly. "You'll have to be more specific, Potter." "It was an eventful day." "The bit where you insulted Longbottom when he wasn't there to defend himself," Harry replied. "Defend himself? Then you threatened to destroy Longbottom's remembrall after he fell and got hurt. Then you flew off with the GIT, defying Madame Hooch's orders, and tried to destroy the remembrall, only for the GIT to miraculously save it. Oh, and just now, you challenged the GIT to a wizard's duel." "Yes, that all did happen." "Do you want to be my second?" "The Weasel is seconding the GIT." "At a wizard's duel? It's not even October." "What are you two going to do?" transfigure matchsticks to needles and fling them at one another until somebody loses an eye. You'll just have to come to the duel and watch. Meet me in the trophy room at midnight." Harry narrowed his eyes as he studied Malfoy's smirking face. "You're not even going, are you? This is just a trick to get the GIT and the Weasel out of bounds after curfew." Draco laughed. "That's what I like about you, Potter. Despite your obvious deficiencies, you're still leagues ahead of your miserable brother. Well, I suppose that's what passes for a compliment in this house. Fat. If you wanted compliments, Potter, you should have gone to the Puffs." Harry snorted. "Well, hopefully, this has at least cured you of your strange obsession with Longbottom's remember-all." Draco sneered at him and resumed eating. Theo observed the whole exchange silently. Later, as the Slytherins were returning to their dorms, Theo nudged Harry and whispered, "You should think about getting a remember-all yourself if you can." He then held out his hand to show a small orb that looked just like Neville's, only about 1/4 the size. "Draco has one as well. They're more useful than you might think." Then, Theo moved on quickly, leaving a perplexed Harry Potter behind. September 13th, 1991. The next morning, Harry met with Hermione and Neville in the library. They were supposed to be "What were you all thinking?" Harry replied, shaking his head. He took a deep breath and tried to focus. "You could have gotten caught, or worse." Hermione sighed. "We know, but it was kind of exciting, wasn't it? I mean, we discovered something new." Neville nodded enthusiastically. "And we survived. That counts for something." Harry rubbed his temples again, feeling a headache coming on. "But you didn't just sneak out for fun. You went to a dangerous place. You could have faced a lot more than just a detention." Hermione leaned forward. "But we didn't. We handled it." Harry frowned. "You handled it? You met a Cerberus. That's not handling it. That's risking your lives." Neville looked down, a hint of guilt crossing his face. "Yeah, I guess we didn't really think it through." Harry sighed, trying to calm his frustration. "Just promise me you won't do something like that again. Please." Hermione nodded, her expression serious. "All right, we promise. No more midnight adventures." Neville added, "And definitely no more Cerberus encounters." Harry relaxed a little, grateful that they were safe. "Good. Now, can we focus on Dada? We have a class to prepare for." "Why on earth do you care?" Harry asked. "Dumbledore said to stay away because it was dangerous, and I take him at his word." "How did you even get past the door?" "Alohomora. It's in Chapter 7 of Goshawk's Standard Book of Spells for First Years," Hermione replied. Harry, who had read that entire textbook from cover to cover, stared at her and then raised an eyebrow suspiciously. "No, it's not," he said firmly. Neville looked at Hermione, who was now blushing. "Oh, all right. It was in Chapter 7 of the 1923 edition, which I found in a used bookstore in Diagon Alley. It had a lot of wonderful spells that weren't in the current edition because they were deemed unsuitable for children to learn." "Oh, that's a relief," Neville said. "Now I don't feel so thick for having never heard of it." "So to recap," Harry said acidly, "you were concerned about Jim and Ron doing something foolish, so you followed them out and then helped them break into an out-of-bounds area with an illegal lock-picking charm." "It's not illegal, Harry, just frowned upon. Besides, they do teach it in upper year classes. You can't practice warding a door against the Alohomora if you don't know how to cast it." "Ah, so you can ward the door leading to the deadly Cerberus against the lock-opening charm that precocious first years can cast, but the staff didn't bother to do so because, I don't even care anymore. I'll give myself a headache if I keep trying to apply common sense to this school." Harry looked over at Neville, who seemed amused rather than embarrassed. "Wait a minute. You say you forgot the password to get into your dorm? I thought that Remember What's It was supposed to prevent that." "Oh no. Apparently, it just turns red when I've forgotten something important, but it doesn't actually tell me what." That seems spectacularly unhelpful. Neville stiffened. It was a gift from my gran. I don't care if Malfoy thinks it's stupid. Easy, Neville. Draco was just being Draco. Besides, I've heard that he has one himself and was actually mocking you for yours being an antique. Apparently, the newer models are much smaller and sleeker, probably influenced by Scandinavia. I blame IKEA. The other boy, who did not get Harry's joke, merely shrugged. It's kind of a tradition for Longbottoms to reuse family heirlooms. That's why I'm using my dad's wand instead of a new one. Hermione frowned. You can do that? Just use a family member's wand? Mr. Ollivander must have made me try 15 wands before we found the right one. And twice that number for me. He kept going on about how the wand chooses the wizard and stuff like that. Neville shrugged again, but Harry pressed on. Nev, I know you've been frustrated with how much trouble you're having in classes, but it looks like you're doing fine in everything except wand work. The book on wand lore I picked up at Ollivander says that using a wand that's unsuited for you can make it hard to work magic and can even be physically dangerous. Is it possible that your wand isn't compatible and that's what's holding you back? It's my father's wand, Harry. He was a great wizard, and I want to be worthy of him. Neville exclaimed, becoming upset. Pince shushed loudly from her desk, and Neville ducked his head. Hermione patted his leg and said gently, We know, Neville. But you're not a carbon copy of your father. Your mother was a great witch as well. And half of you comes from her. Was her wand made of the same materials as your father's? Neville closed his eyes. I don't think so. I understand what you're saying. If my wand work doesn't improve, I'll talk to Gran about getting a new one. Like you promised to talk to the nurse about your magic and your memory issues. Harry thought, though he said nothing aloud. Well, I suppose we should head on down to breakfast before the weasel eats everything. Please, both of you, stop trying to follow Jim Potter and save him from himself. I understand you want to prevent him from costing you more house points, but it's not worth the risk of getting into trouble or even getting hurt. Harry shook his head. By the way, how many points did McGonagall take yesterday after that broom incident with Jim and Draco? Neville and Hermione exchanged nervous glances. What? Harry asked, suddenly feeling apprehensive. 30 seconds later, after the trio had been kicked out of the library due to Harry's yelling, he exclaimed, Unbelievable. This place is absolutely unbelievable. A teacher says don't do this or you'll be expelled. Jim Potter does that very thing a minute later, and not only is he not expelled, he gets on the Quidditch team. Bloody hell. Language, Harry. Hermione said. I bet he's the youngest seeker in, what, 20 years? 30. Neville coughed. A century, Harry shouted. Gar. Harry, please. Think it through. Oh, by all means, Hermione, explain what rational reason there is for putting Jim Potter on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, other than McGonagall caring more about a stupid trophy than any pretense of school discipline. Professor McGonagall, Harry, Hermione corrected. Harry sneered, surprising Neville. He was used to seeing Slytherin sneer, but he had never seen Harry do it before. He was surprisingly good at it. Listen, Harry, she continued. Yes, this seems grossly unfair, but think about it from Professor McGonagall's point of view. They've tried discipline with Jim to no avail, so now they've decided to offer him a big incentive. Neville looked back and forth between them. I have no idea what you're talking about. Carrot? Is this like that ninja thing from last week? Harry sighed. It's a Muggle expression, Nev. 2. To get a donkey to move, you can either hit it on the behind with a stick or dangle a carrot in front of its face. This means they obviously can't control Jim with detentions or loss of house points. Instead, they're giving him something he desperately wants, the status of being on the house Quidditch team. They can then threaten to revoke that status if he acts out of line. Exactly, Hermione said. And as an added bonus, the Gryffindor captain is a madman named Oliver Wood. He has set up a truly grueling practice schedule, 12 hours a week, possibly more as the first match draws near. We are playing you lot, after all. That's 12 hours or more a week he'll be under the supervision of upper-year students and kept out of mischief. Harry took a deep breath and exhaled. It made sense, but that didn't mean he had to like it. Fine. I hope the GIT falls off his broom. The other two laughed. I'm sorry I lost my temper. You two go on to breakfast. I need to use the facilities. The two Gryffindors said their goodbyes and headed on. Harry turned and walked the other way, pausing at the boys' lavatory door before looking back at his friends. When he saw they weren't watching, he quickly darted past the bathroom, turned down a side corridor, and entered the empty classroom sometimes used for care of magical creatures. Checking quickly to see that no one else was there, he picked up a piece of chalk and threw it at a large painting of a sleeping Ashwinder wrapped around its eggs. Ismay! Ismay! Wake up! With a hiss, the fiery serpent raised its head and hissed at Harry, the corona of flame around its head lighting up the whole room. I'm sorry for waking you, but this is important. What have the other snakes been saying about the locked room in the third-floor corridor? You know, the one with the three-headed dog in it. Chapter 11, Halloween 1991. October 31st, 1991. As the Slytherin first years prepared for the day, Harry lay in his bed, deep in thought. Today was Halloween in the Muggle world. He assumed it was the same in the Wizarding world, but it was also Victory Day, the day Jim Potter vanquished you-know-who. Tonight's feast would likely be particularly impressive, since it was Jim's first year at Hogwarts. The carrot had apparently worked. Jim had not suffered any serious point losses since joining the Quidditch team and seemed to have focused more on his studies. Seemed being the key word. Now that he realized that throwing tantrums would get him nowhere, Jim had adopted a more Slytherin approach. He had ingratiated himself with the Weasley twins, known as the Weasley Terrors among the Slytherins, and, being good friends, they took to pranking the Slytherins, especially Harry, with enthusiasm. One particularly notable prank involved Harry being forced to walk backward everywhere for an entire morning. Another memorable incident had the whole first-year Slytherin class compelled to refer to each other as a junior Death Eater every time they spoke. The twins rarely pranked Neville and Hermione out of house loyalty, but there was a kind of Cold War among the Gryffindor first years, with Neville and the girls on one side and the rest of the boys on the other. Dean had even stopped attending the study sessions. Things were made worse by the fact that Neville was still struggling with his wand work, yet he refused to consult his grandmother about the issue. He hadn't quit the study group, but he barely tried in charms and transfiguration. Naturally, this had led to him losing some points for lack of effort and, eventually, a howler from his grandmother during lunch the previous week. All of this suddenly made Harry's position in his own house feel precarious. Harry's situation felt increasingly precarious. He was performing well in his studies and still enjoyed the benefits of being the Potter heir, although his solicitor had warned him that James Potter was searching for reasons to disinherit him. His reputation had shifted from being a mysterious eccentric loner to a loser out of favor with his family, whose only friends were other losers. As a result, Daphne and Tracy had coolly informed him that they were now back to using his last name. With a somewhat downcast demeanor, Harry walked to breakfast with his dorm mates. Up ahead, he spotted the Weasley twins waiting and watching. To his right, he heard a soft hiss from the tapestry depicting Street. Patrick driving the snakes out of Ireland. Harry paused and then took a running leap to avoid the group of floor tiles that the snake had warned were hexed. Potter, do stop acting like a muggle fool, Draco drawled from just behind him. Suddenly, there was a crackle of magic followed by cries of dismay. Harry turned around to see Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and Parkinson sporting hair the color of Gryffindor red, complete with golden eyebrows. The Weasley Terrors, Harry said in a bored tone. And rather obvious this time. At least try to be aware of your surroundings, Malfoy. I suggest you head to the infirmary before whatever that is sinks in. Otherwise, you'll look like lost Weasley cousins for the rest of the week. Draco glared at Harry before he, his two companions, and Pansy stormed off to the infirmary. Daphne Greengrass approached Harry, looking at him with curiosity. "How did you know the Weasleys had set a trap there?" she asked. Harry shrugged and then lied. "Just something we losers figured out in our loser study group. I'm sure someone as clever as you would have figured it out on your own. If not, you look lovely with bright red hair." She huffed and headed to breakfast. Harry turned and walked confidently toward the twins, hoping that Egbert's memory and eye for detail were as good as he claimed. Egbert was the snake hanging from a tree in a painting on the 3rd floor who claimed to have overheard the twins and picked up some juicy gossip. "Gentlemen, a moment of your time," he called out. The twins, who had been both amazed and annoyed at how casually he had evaded their prank, straightened up. "Oh? And what might us too? Innocent little Griffies. Want to say to? A mean little snake like you." Harry sighed. Part of him wondered if he and Jim would have shared the same banter if they had lived together. Another part of him was suddenly grateful to the Dursleys for preventing that outcome. "Well, I'd like to start with diplomacy. Have I, in fact, done anything to anger you two or to deserve the somewhat aggressive level of pranking I've had to put up with for the last month? If so, I apologize and I'm happy to make amends. If not, I'll have to assume the worst, that you two have simply agreed to become Jim's attack dogs and are coming after me for no reason but his pettiness. Gryffindors stick together, little snaky Potter," one of them said with surprising coldness. Harry guessed that meant it was time for the stick. "Well, Slytherins don't. You can go after my housemates to your heart's content, but leave me out of it. Because I do apologize for making threats, it's really not my style. But so help me, if one more hex, jinx, or prank hits me and I think you two are responsible," he hesitated for emphasis as the twins looked at him smugly, "I'll tell Snape about the map." That got their attention. While the twins were good at acting innocent, they were not prepared for a first year. Slytherin was threatening their most treasured secret. After a few seconds of wide-eyed surprise, one of the twins, the one with the tiny mole next to his left eye, finally spoke up nervously. What map?" Harry replied, "Oh, do you have more than one?" "The one I'm talking about is activated by foe." What were the words? Something like, "I swear I'm up to no good." "No. I solemnly swear I'm up to no good. That's how it goes, right?" The twins looked even more shocked. Internally, Harry praised Egbert for his sharp perception and memory. "Look, guys. I don't want to be your enemy. To be honest, I'm a fan of your work, well, when it's not directed at me and when you don't cross the line from playful amusement to cruel bullying." They seemed a bit hurt by that, so Harry decided to offer an incentive. "In fact, I think if you had a bit of financial support, you could take your work to the next level." Their eyebrows shot up at that. The one without the mole asked, "Are you offering us a bribe to not prank you?" Harry feigned mild offense. "I'll make you a deal. You don't call it a bribe, and I won't call it paying protection money. 1 galleon a week. You leave me out of your pranks. If Jim asks you to prank me, tell him Snape has been looking out for me and it's too risky or something like that. And before you ask, no, I will not help you prank any other Slytherins." They exchanged glances before responding in unison, 2 galleons. Harry counted, 1 galleon and 8 sickles. "And for that price, you also leave Theo not alone. He doesn't deserve it." They both stiffened. "His father was a Death Eater," Mole Weasley said. "I know," Harry replied calmly. "And believe me when I say that fate played him a crueler trick by giving him that bastard for a father. Farther than you could come up with on your worst days." Their eyes widened, and then they nodded solemnly. They understood. "It's a deal," one of the twins said. "No pranks or jokes on little first-year Snake Potter," the other added. "Or little first-year Snake Not," they agreed, shaking on it. "Now then, tell us, how did you find out about the map?" one of them leaned in conspiratorially. "Let's just say, snake spelled sideways is sneak. Until next time, gentlemen." With that, Harry walked away whistling, unaware of the quiet admiration he had earned from 2 future allies. Meanwhile, Neville was, as usual, excelling in herbology, winning 2 points for Gryffindor. However, Harry noticed he seemed tense. When he asked Neville about it, the boy didn't want to talk. Instead, after most of the class had left, he asked Harry if he could skip lunch to help him with the levitation charm they would be covering in charms. Hermione had been helping him without success, so he thought Harry might have some insight since he had been the first Slytherin to master it the day before. Unfortunately, as they were leaving the greenhouse, an unwelcome voice interrupted. "That snake won't be able to help you, Squib," Jim said from behind them. "Heck, he's not much more than a squid himself. Our points earned so far would seem to show who's the better wizard, little brother," Harry replied mildly. Jim's eyes flared. "Points aren't everything. While your little study group has been playing around, I've been getting real lessons from the upper years on the Quidditch team." He whipped out his wand, waved it, and said, "Accio remember all." To Harry and Neville's surprise, the glass globe slipped out of Neville's pocket, floated lazily through the air, and landed in Jim's hand. "That was a 5th-year summoning spell, by the way," Jim smirked, looking down at the globe in his hand. "I still remember the day I first saw this thing, Longbottom. Your buddy Harry was just standing there, too afraid to confront a filthy Death Eater wannabe like Malfoy. Meanwhile, I was up in the air, facing him head-on, risking my life to get this back to you." He stepped closer to Neville and Harry, casually tossing the Remember-All in his hand. "I know I was a jerk at first, but I'm sorry. I've improved, both in my behavior and in my magic. Forget about Harry and Granger and their silly little club. Let me help you." He looked down smugly at the Remember-All. "After all, I've just proven that I'm better at magic than Accio Remember-All." Suddenly, it was Jim's turn to be surprised. The orb shot out of his hands like a rocket and landed in the waiting hand of Hermione, who had been standing off to the side, out of sight. Harry smiled while Jim stared, dumbfounded. "Nicely done," Jim said. "When did you learn that spell?" "Just now." "Well, you told me the incantation on the train, but I didn't know the wand pattern, which you just demonstrated. It's not hard at all. Just a double reverse swish as you say Accio, followed by a 10-degree flick in the direction of the object while describing it. The mass and range will probably be limited until we're older and our magic is stronger, but the basic spell is simple enough for nearby objects you can clearly see." Harry considered that and then pointed his wand. "Accio Remember-All." The orb shot out of Hermione's hand and into his own just as quickly as it had for her. "Wow. That was easy." He looked up at Jim with a smug smile. "Thanks, little brother. You're a really good teacher." Jim was speechless. It had taken him 2 days to master the charm, while Hermione and Harry had performed it effortlessly after just one demonstration. Finally, he shook off his surprise, replaced by anger. "Go. To hell with you, Snake," he shouted. "And you 2 traitors can go with him." Then he turned and stalked off. Harry shook his head and handed the Remember-All to Neville. He was surprised when the orb immediately turned a very dark and angry red that seemed to shimmer and pulse in Neville's hand. Has it been doing that?" Harry asked. "Yeah, for the last few days," Neville replied quietly. "Makes sense. I forget more than I remember, it seems." "Come on, Nev, don't let Jim get you down," Harry said. "He's not, Harry," Neville said curtly. "You two are." Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. Excuse me," Harry said, exhaling in frustration. Jim just did a 5th-year spell, which was impressive even if he had upperclassmen teach it to him. "You too. You just learned it yourselves from watching him do it once. And you do it better than he does. Meanwhile, I can't do anything in the first-year spell book." He began walking away from them. "I'm thinking maybe I should write to Uncle Orgy and see if there's a way for me to voluntarily step down as heir and just pass the lordship directly to him." Jim was right. "I am a squib in every way that matters." "Neville!" Hermione exclaimed. "You can't give up. Look." I'm grateful for all you've tried to do for me, both of you. But I just can't deal with this anymore. I'm tired of feeling pitied. From now on, just leave me alone and concentrate on the others in the group. They might actually get something out of it." With that, he left. After a worried look passed between them, Harry and Hermione followed their friend toward the castle. Neither of them noticed Theo not standing at the corner of the greenhouse, a look of deep concern on his face. Chapter 12, Halloween 1991, Part 2. Neville did not show up at lunch, but Hermione sat next to him during charms, which the Gryffindors shared with the Hufflepuffs. His hour spent revising helped a little. He was able to perform most of the very basic charms that the class had learned in September, although not at the same level of power or control as his classmates. Problems started when Professor Flitwick introduced the new charm of the day, the levitation charm. The incantation was Wingardium Leviosa. Neville got it after a single whispered correction from Hermione, and she assured him that his wand movements were correct. Despite that, the fella sitting on his desk resolutely refused to move. Unsurprisingly, Hermione was the first to achieve a proper result. Her fella floated up gracefully and then danced around the ceiling in response to her wand movements. The small group of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff girls, for whom Hermione had become a role model, all clapped, and Flitwick awarded Gryffindor 3 points. Across the room, Jim and Ron rolled their eyes. Then Flitwick turned to Neville. He swallowed and looked down at his feather as if it were a poisonous snake. He raised his wand and cast the spell perfectly, as far as Hermione could tell. He focused all of his will upon the feather. Nothing happened. But Neville did not release the spell. Instead, without taking his wand off the feather, he concentrated harder and poured more of his magical power into the spell he had cast. He gritted his teeth painfully, and a bead of sweat appeared on his forehead. The feather shook slightly. His face contorted into a mask of concentration and even pain, causing both Hermione and Flitwick to become alarmed. Neville paid them no mind. All of his attention was bent toward the feather, which had started to rock slightly as if striving to become airborne. When Hermione called out his name loudly, Neville ignored her. He also dismissed the tickling sensation just below his nose and the strange coppery taste on his lips. As his vision began to blur, the feather slowly rose off the table, 1 inch, 2 inches, 3, before it suddenly burst into flame, causing him to lose the spell. He sat back in his chair, exhausted and shaking. Instinctively, he rubbed his hand over his mouth and was startled to realize his nose was bleeding. Looking up, he saw the entire class staring at him, including a visibly shaken Flitwick. "Are you quite all right, my boy?" Flitwick asked gently. Neville swallowed deeply and wiped his nose again. I'm not feeling very well, Professor. May I be excused for a bit?" Flitwick hesitated and then nodded. "Take as much time as you need. And if you don't feel better soon, I want you to go to the infirmary." "Understood." Neville nodded, grabbed his book bag, and hurried out of the classroom. Just before he left, he turned back to look at his classmates. Jim Potter was staring right at him, smirking. Then, the boy who lived mouthed a single word that Neville didn't need to hear to understand. Squib. Neville walked out the door and did not return to class that day. Hours later, Theo not stepped into a restroom to wash his hands before dinner and was surprised to find Neville sitting on the floor in the corner, staring vacantly at his wand. His face was clean from the earlier nosebleed, but it was clear he had been crying. Theo looked around to make sure no one else was in the room before he tentatively spoke. Are you all right?" Neville didn't even look up. "I'm fine. Just leave me alone." Theo started to leave but then hesitated and turned back towards Neville. I noticed you'll remember all this morning, after herbology. It was red. Very red. And also pulsing." "Yeah," Neville said with a bitter laugh. "Apparently, I'm very forgetful." Theo bit his lip anxiously. He moved a bit closer and knelt down to make eye contact. "Longbottom, Neville, has anyone ever explained to you what a remembrall is actually for?" Neville just stared at him, not understanding. Oh dear, Theo thought to himself. At dinner that evening, Harry was enjoying some cottage pie when Malfoy nudged him slightly. Your mudblood friend is making a spectacle of herself trying to get your attention, Malfoy said. Harry glared at him. I don't appreciate the use of that word, Malfoy. Draco glared back. I don't appreciate housemates who have greater loyalty to Gryffindors than Slytherins. And yet here we are. It's interesting that you're so concerned about my loyalty to the house when you've worked so hard to isolate me within it, Malfoy. Before Malfoy could respond, a paper airplane landed on the table between them, narrowly missing the gravy bowl. The words to Harry from Hermione were written on it. The two boys looked up to see Hermione waving at Harry. That's it, Malfoy said with a sneer. Crab, Goyle, Pansy, we're moving. It's getting a bit too muddy around here. The four Slytherins relocated to the far end of the table. On the other side, all the other first-year Slytherins, except Theo, moved as far away from Harry as possible. Harry frowned. He had hoped to lay low within Slytherin House for a while longer and learn the house's secrets before making any power plays. Unfortunately, Malfoy seemed determined to force the issue, so a confrontation was likely coming soon. It was annoying. Harry turned his attention to Hermione's airplane, which he unfolded to reveal a blank page. To his surprise, words in Hermione's handwriting appeared. A new form of communication appeared on the parchment. Harry, do you know where Neville is? I'm very worried about him. Tap the parchment 3 times and whisper your response, then tap it twice more to send it back to me. Harry's eyebrows shot up in surprise. He replied, I haven't seen him since herbology. How are you doing this? A modified switching spell links your parchment to the one I'm writing on. It's out of the 3rd year curriculum, but I think this adaptation is from 5th year. Harry chuckled. It baffled him how these purebloods could pretend to be superior while muggle-born prodigies like Hermione roamed the school. What is that? Theo asked. Oh, just Hermione, once again proving that everything Draco thinks about blood purity is nonsense. By the way, have you seen Neville recently? Theo coughed nervously. I saw him about an hour ago. He was in the 1st floor boys' bathroom. He was very upset. Yeah, I heard something happened in chance and he had to leave class, but I haven't gotten any details. Theo chewed his lip again. It was more than that. Harry, do you know what a remember-all is for? Longbottom didn't know until I told him earlier. I realized he didn't and thought he ought to know. I hope I didn't make a mistake by telling him. Harry felt confused but also suddenly concerned. Neville told me that a remember-all lets you know when you've forgotten something important. Yes, but it's more than that. Theo looked around conspiratorially. In the mid-1700s, a spell came into widespread usage called the memory charm, followed soon after by its close relative, the false memory charm. The former creates targeted amnesia in someone. The latter replaces the erased memories with new ones of the spellcaster's choice. They caused a lot of problems at first, until the Ministry passed laws heavily regulating them. In fact, they were nearly declared unforgivables, but they were considered too valuable to use on muggles for preserving the statute of secrecy, so a complete ban was unlikely. These spells are not taught at Hogwarts, and you need a license from the Ministry to learn and use them. However, many old families have kept them in grimoires, so they can still be learned illegally if you have the right contacts. And the remember-all protects against them? Harry asked. Not exactly. It just lets you know when you've been affected by one. It's a tradition in wealthy pureblood families, especially the paranoid ones, to give them to children when they start at Hogwarts. Only the rich ones can afford them, as they are quite expensive. The idea is to help prevent children from being mentally manipulated until they are old enough to develop psychic defenses. The remember-all turns pale red if you've forgotten something naturally, dark red if your memories have been erased or altered by magic, and very dark red if many of your memories have been affected that way. Theo swallowed. Harry's expression changed. like Neville's did earlier today. Can these memory alterations be reversed? That's another thing Remembrals can do. If you carry one with you at all times, it can gradually reconstruct memories that have been erased or altered by magic. It may take a long time, depending on how extensive the alterations are and how powerful the wizard was who cast the spell. That's what the glow meant this afternoon. Longbottom's Rememberal has finally reconstructed his true memories and is ready to restore them. Harry inhaled sharply. Did you tell Neville how to do that? Theo grimaced. Yes. For what it's worth, I did tell him that he should probably have someone with him when he restored his memories in case they were traumatic, but he insisted on doing it alone. I guess I should have come and told you anyway, but it seemed kind of personal to him. Maybe so, but you still should have come and told me. Well, I'm sorry, Theo replied hotly. I'm not used to all this kindness stuff. I wasn't raised for it. Harry smiled. I don't know. Theo, I think you might just have a knack for it. He turned back to the parchment, tapped it, and whispered another message. Neville is in the first floor boys' toilets. He's very upset. I'll explain why on the way. We'll go as soon as the feast is over. Just as Harry sent the message, the doors to the Great Hall flew open. Professor Quirrell entered in a panic. Troll in the dungeon. Thought you ought to know. Then, the silly man fainted. Harry exhaled loudly. Bugger. A brief moment of school-wide panic ensued, but the headmaster quickly calmed everyone, commanding the students to return to their dorms. Harry tapped the parchment again. Strike that. We go now. Slip away from the other Gryffs and meet me outside the Great Hall doorway. Hermione nodded at him from across the room and then rose to leave with her house. Harry also stood, but Rodney Montague, the seventh-year Slytherin prefect, called out to his house. Slytherins, sit back down. Our illustrious headmaster, in his haste, has apparently forgotten that our dorms, like the Hufflepuffs, are in the dungeons. Therefore, we shall remain here in the Great Hall. Once the lions and eagles have left, the prefects will seal the doors and ward them. No one, whether human or troll, will get in or out until the crisis is over. Understood. The Slytherins all sat down. Double bugger, Harry spat ruefully. He closed his eyes and started muttering to himself as he rubbed his temples. Need a distraction. Need a distraction. Think. Theo leaned in and put a hand on his shoulder. Seriously? Are you seriously considering sneaking out of here, defying the prefects, and running off to find Longbottom when there's a troll on the loose? Harry opened his eyes and looked at Theo. Neville is my friend, and he's in trouble. So I'm going. Just like you're my friend, and if you're ever in trouble, I'm there for you, Harry said matter-of-factly. He was surprised when Theo jerked back, his eyes widening in shock. A twinge of sadness hit Harry as he realized Theo had probably never experienced that level of friendship before. Theo glanced around and discreetly removed the silver ring he always wore, hiding it from view. He handed it to Harry and said, "Put it on the third finger of your left hand. When you're ready, take a deep breath and give it a half-twist. Then, move. It will only last while you hold your breath, and afterward, it will need to recharge for a while. When you take your next breath, everyone here will notice you're gone. Now go." Surprised, Harry put the ring on his finger, took the deepest breath he could, and twisted the ring. Nothing happened. He looked around, no one was paying him any attention. Slowly, he stood up. No one turned to him. Carefully, he stepped over the bench and moved toward the door. When it was clear everyone was ignoring him, he ran, slipping through the gap just as the Slytherin and Hufflepuff prefects were closing the doors. As he ducked out, he noticed that Professor Quirrell was no longer lying on the floor where he had fainted. Harry continued to hold his breath until he caught up with Hermione, who was hiding behind a suit of armor, watching the Gryffindors as they headed toward their tower. When his lungs burned and he could hold it no longer, he gasped for air. Hermione jumped, letting out a small "Deke." "Harry, how did you do that?" Surely invisibility spells are too powerful for us to cast at our age. Let's just say, Harry replied between breaths, that it was through the power of friendship. For now, come on, we have to get to Neville, Harry said. On the way to the restroom, he filled Hermione in on what Theo had mentioned about Neville's remember-all. So someone has been tampering with Neville's memories repeatedly? I wonder if that's why his memory is generally so poor. Probably, Harry replied grimly. Suddenly, they were stopped by a noxious stench that nearly made them gag. From around the corner, they could hear a growl, the sound of smashing stonework, and Neville Longbottom yelling in absolute terror. Harry muttered bitterly under his breath, "Troll in the dungeon. Thought you ought to know." Chapter 13, Halloween 1991, Part 3. Suddenly, the two friends were stopped by a terrible stench that almost made them gag. From around the corner, they heard a growl, the sound of smashing stonework, and Neville yelling in terror. Harry muttered bitterly under his breath, "Troll in the dungeon. Thought you ought to know." A few seconds earlier, Neville washed his face for several minutes, splashing cool water on his eyes to wipe away the redness from crying. He stared at himself in the mirror for a long time, wondering if the reflection was still someone he recognized. Emotionally drained, he headed for the door and opened it, only to find himself face to face with a 12-foot-tall troll armed with a club. The monster snarled at him. "Yeah, I guess it's just been that sort of day," Neville thought, feeling a strange mix of amazement, annoyance, and resignation. He dropped to the floor with a yell of fright, ducking just as the troll reached out with a meaty hand. He scrambled away until his back pressed against the far wall, desperately trying to remember any spells he could perform against a troll while the great beast squeezed into the room, ripping part of the door frame as it entered. Neville tried Hermione's fireworks spell, but only a soft pop and 2 lonely sparks came from his wand. The troll reached down towards him hungrily, and then suddenly roared as a blast of fireworks struck its backside. Angrily, it turned to face its new attackers, Harry and Hermione. "Wingardium Leviosa," yelled Harry, and the troll's club flew up over its head, sweeping around to smash its own face. Unfortunately, the troll was surprisingly quick when it needed to be. It threw up an arm and batted the club away. The troll swung its club toward Harry and Hermione. They ducked quickly to avoid it, but when the club shattered against the wall, debris rained down, knocking them to the ground. Hermione recovered first and began launching fireworks. Harry shook off the impact and joined her, casting his own fireworks into the air. Across the room, Neville watched in shock. His two friends, whom he had pushed away earlier, were now risking their lives to save him. He tried to think of a spell, but as he looked down at his wand, frustration welled up inside him. It felt like a useless stick, one that had never chosen him and that he had never chosen. Then he glanced at the back of the troll that threatened his friends. A fire ignited in Neville Longbottom's eyes, a rage that no one would have expected. Harry and Hermione were still trying to fend off the troll with their fireworks, but the creature barely seemed affected. Harry remembered that trolls had magic-resistant skin and doubted there were any spells a first year could use to hurt it. To Harry's astonishment, he saw Neville climb onto a sink and leap onto the troll's back. With one hand, he grabbed the iron collar around the troll's neck and hoisted himself up over its shoulder. His other hand clutched his wand. With a loud grunt, he shoved the wand up the troll's left nostril. As he hung on, Neville shifted his grip. With a battle cry filled with fury, he pushed the wand another 3 inches into the creature's nose, producing an audible squick. The troll screamed in agony, and a thin stream of green blood trickled from the nostril where the wand was lodged. The troll thrashed violently, and Neville finally lost his grip, crashing hard onto the floor behind the monster. Quickly, Harry flicked his wand towards the end of Neville's wand. "Wingardium Leviosa," he shouted. He pushed with all his magical might, and the wand slid a few more inches towards the troll's brain. There was resistance. Harry could almost feel the tip of the wand snap against the troll's skull. The creature began pounding on the sides of its head in pain. "Hermione!" Together, he yelled. Hermione raised her wand, and they both cried out in unison. "Wingardium Leviosa!" With a sharp sound of cracking bone, Neville's wand shot up the troll's nostril and penetrated its brain. A spray of green ichor erupted from the beast's nose. The bellowing stopped instantly, and the monster's eyes rolled back into its head. Then, the massive creature wobbled before falling backward, right where Neville had landed. In a flash, Harry repositioned himself and cast a key on Neville Longbottom. Neville slid right through the wobbling troll's legs and into Harry and Hermione's waiting arms. The troll collapsed to the floor with an enormous thud. Neville pulled both Hermione and Harry into a bone-crushing hug. "I'm sorry I was such a brat to you two," he sobbed. "You two are the best friends a guy could ever have." Harry felt his eyes get a bit misty. He had never really had friends before Hogwarts, thanks to the Dursleys. Now, with Hermione, Neville, and Theo, he had more friends than he had ever imagined possible. Their bonding moment was interrupted by a loud shriek in a Scottish brogue. What is the meaning of this? Behind McGonagall were Snape, Flitwick, and a nervous-looking Quirrell. "Well, Harry said nervously, there was this troll. And I think we killed it." Hermione gasped. "Oh, did we not? I mean, I know we didn't have a choice, but it was still a semi-sentient being." Hermione exclaimed. Snape, who had walked past them to examine the fallen beast, snorted loudly, showing his contempt for Hermione's soft-hearted nature. "Then rejoice, Miss Granger, for your poor innocent victim is not dead. A troll's regenerative powers are second to none. Your innovative use of what appears to be Mr. Longbottom's wand as an excerebration tool has placed the troll into a coma. When the obstruction is removed, the damage will heal itself, and the troll will return to life no worse for wear." Snape turned toward Quirrell, who shrank back from his gaze. With that in mind, perhaps Professor Quirrell might see to the troll's proper containment. "As I recall, you have presented yourself as something of an expert on trolls, have you not?" "Oh, why yes, Professor Snape." "Right away," Quirrell stammered. "But what I wish to know, Miss Granger, Mr. Longbottom, is what on earth possessed you to go after a troll in the first place?" McGonagall practically shrieked. "Well," Harry interjected calmly while wiping dust and debris off his robes, "to be honest, we weren't actually going after the troll at all. The announcement at dinner was that the troll was in the dungeon, not on the first floor. However, Neville took enduring charms and was in here when the announcement was made. We just wanted to make sure he was safe. It is true, Minerva, that young Longbottom took ill during my class today," said Professor Flitwick. "I allowed him to leave early and did not see him at dinner. I was actually considering sending a prefect to check on him when Quirinus made his announcement. In my distraction, I quite forgot about you, Mr. Longbottom, for which I offer my most sincere apologies. That explains Miss Granger's presence, Potter, that the Slytherins were instructed to remain in the Great Hall." "What are you doing here?" Snape asked harshly. "Neville is my friend, sir," Harry said simply. He did his best to ignore the contemptuous look from his head of house. "Ahum," McGonagall interrupted. "That's all well and good, but if I may ask, how did 3 first-years manage to defeat the troll?" "Oh, well, trolls have magic-resistant skin, so none of our spells could hurt it. But then, Neville had this absolutely brilliant idea of jamming his wand up the troll's nose. Once he inserted the tool Professor Snape mentioned, we used the levitation charm we learned from Professor Flitwick to drive it the rest of the way into its brain." "Oh, good show," said Professor Flitwick in an excited voice. "An awareness of the defensive properties of a dangerous creature. A resourceful use of an improvised weapon. And a creative use of a charm you just learned this week. Plus, inter-house cooperation. Well done. I think an award of 15 points each seems appropriate. Don't you agree, Severus?" Minerva. Neither objected, though Harry thought Snape considered it. McGonagall said it was time for the 3 children to return to their dorms. She would take Neville and Hermione to Gryffindor Tower while Snape escorted Harry to the Slytherin dungeon. At that point, Neville stepped forward. "Excuse me, Professor McGonagall. Before we do that, I need to go to the headmaster's office, or really any office with a flu connection. I need to speak to my Gran. Immediately. Mr. Longbottom, McGonagall replied. It's very late. I know this has been traumatic for you, but I think it would be best if you got some rest and contacted your grandmother by hour in the morning. I'm sorry, Professor, Neville said more forcefully, but I really need to speak with my Gran as soon as possible. Also, I would appreciate it if someone with the authority to do so contacted the DMLE and arranged for a couple of auras to come to the school so I could make some kind of statement to them. A silence descended over the room. Mr. Longbottom, said McGonagall, now with a bit of asperity in her voice. At this point, there is no evidence that the troll's appearance is anything but an unfortunate lapse in the castle's wards. The incident will be investigated by the Hogwarts staff, and if it is determined that the troll was brought into the school intentionally. Professor McGonagall interrupted Neville, who was now visibly annoyed with his head of house. With all due respect. Sod. The flipping troll. I want to speak to my Gran, and I want to speak to someone from the DMLE. As he spoke, Neville reached into a pocket and pulled out his rememberall, which was now perfectly clear of any redness. Because I have just learned that my great-uncle, Algernon Longbottom, regent for House Longbottom, has tried to murder me. He glanced at Harry and Hermione significantly before looking back to his head of house. 5 times. Harry's eyes widened, while Hermione put her hand over her mouth. Bloody hell, she whispered. Despite his exhaustion, the corners of Neville's mouth rose into a faint smile. Language, Hermione. Chapter 14, Halloween 1991. Immediately after Neville's dramatic announcement, he was escorted to the headmaster's office. McGonagall accompanied Hermione to Gryffindor Tower, while Snape grudgingly led Harry back to the Slytherin dungeon. The potions master seemed quite annoyed with the young Slytherin and appeared to be experiencing some pain in his leg. Of all the unmitigated Gryffindorish tomfoolery. And you were awarded 15 points for it. You are fortunate that I don't deduct 30 for your actions. Snape exclaimed. Sir, as I explained, we had no idea that the troll would be on the first floor. We merely intended to find Mr. Longbottom and see that he got to safety. I had to make a split-second decision with no time to plan or investigate, and I made the best decision I could under the circumstances, Harry replied. Exactly. And you made exactly the sort of rash decision I'd expect from a Gryffindor rather than a Slytherin. Snape retorted. Well, sir, respectfully, if that's what you think, then you should probably change how sorting is done here at Hogwarts. Because all the hat said to me was that Slytherin was the house of cunning and ambition where I'd have the best chance to prove myself. I might have asked to go somewhere else if it had warned me that Slytherin was also the house of selfish prats who abandon their friends when things get tough, Harry said boldly. Snape's head snapped around furiously. And what is that supposed to mean, Potter? He demanded. Harry looked up at Snape, somewhat surprised at his anger. Merely that, as I said, Neville Longbottom is a close friend, and I don't accept that it is a Slytherin characteristic to abandon valued friends to their fate without trying your best to help them, he stated honestly. Snape relaxed, mollified. For an instant, he had thought the boy was referring to how his friendship with Lily had come to an end all those years before. Still, 5 points. Deducted for defying your prefect's orders, Snape snapped irritably. Harry sighed and replied, Yes, sir. They walked on in silence for a few seconds. Mind you, even if I were a selfish prat, I still would have gone after Neville. I put a lot of effort into forming a relationship with the heir presumptive of an ancient and noble house. It would have been foolish to ignore the opportunity to ingratiate myself with him further when I genuinely believed the risk was minimal. Snape glanced back down at Harry as they walked. Well, that's better, I suppose. There he winced in pain again. Sir, the infirmary isn't far if you want to stop in there for a bit. If I may say so, that does look like a very painful Cerberus bite. Snape stopped and looked down at Harry with a mix of amazement and fury. Oh no. No, no, no. Tell me that you are not so much a Gryffindor that you. Of course not. Harry interrupted indignantly. "What kind of idiot do you take me for?" Then he changed to an almost cheerful expression. "Speaking of idiots, though, I am reliably informed that the GIT who lived and his pet weasel have been to see the Cerberus, and also that they have noticed the trapdoor it's guarding. I gather they see it as some sort of adventure." Snape groaned at the news as they resumed their walk toward the dungeons. "Please keep me informed of anything you hear about the matter and do not approach that room yourself." "Yes, sir." "Should I also keep an eye on Professor Quirrell?" Snape's head snapped around in surprise, then he became annoyed at himself for his lack of discretion. Unfortunately, his normally rigid self-control was rather impaired by the intense pain in his leg inflicted by Hagrid's infernal beast. "Why would you think Quirrell is worthy of your suspicion? He is a Hogwarts professor, after all." "Well, you yourself just. He claims to be an expert on trolls. But when he actually encounters one, he doesn't try to capture or kill it. Instead, he runs to the Great Hall, announces that the troll is in the dungeons, and faints. However, the troll is not in the dungeons but on the first floor, far from any staircases big enough for it to fit through easily. As I sneak out of the Great Hall, I notice that Quirrell has already recovered from his supposed faint and has disappeared completely. It occurs to me that maybe Quirrell deliberately let the troll into the castle on the first floor and claimed it was in the dungeon. This would make all the professors search the castle floor by floor from the dungeon up, giving him time to go straight to the third floor and try to get past the Cerberus. Luckily, the head of Slytherin House is clever enough to see that the troll is merely a diversion and goes to the third floor corridor to secure it. Unfortunately, that's when the Cerberus got a piece of him." Snape looked down at Harry appraisingly. Have you considered the possibility that the cunning head of Slytherin is actually the one trying to steal what lies beyond the Cerberus and merely used the troll as a distraction?" Harry shook his head. That theory would not explain how the troll got in, unless the cunning head of Slytherin let it in and blindly trusted that Professor Quirrell would find it and act appropriately. It still doesn't explain Professor Quirrell's suspicious actions. If the troll getting in was just a coincidence that the cunning head of Slytherin took advantage of, well, that's wildly out of character. It would be practically Gryffindorish. The corner of Snape's mouth twitched. Perhaps the cunning head of Slytherin and Quirrell and the head of Slytherin are in it together, Snape suggested idly. "I refuse to believe that the cunning head of Slytherin would ever work with a man who wears a turban," Harry replied dryly. "How is it possible that you are the child of James Potter?" Snape asked, surprised. "As I recall, you proposed that nurture is more important than nature. Oh, and by the way, this may be completely unrelated, but whenever we're anywhere near Quirrell, both Jim and I get strange headaches. I thought it was just generic weirdness before, but after this troll business, it seems important." Snape rolled his eyes. "Potter, cease your pretensions of childish naivety. While I deplore your Gryffindor tendencies, it is clear that you are remarkably cunning for a first-year student. You know perfectly well that if you have a mysterious ailment that only strikes you whenever you are near someone you already find suspicious, of course it is important. Do these headaches last the entire time you are near him?" "No, it's more like an intermittent stabbing pain centered right here," Harry said, touching his scar. "Hermione says that from his reaction, Jin gets the same pain, also centered on his own scar." Avoid Quirrell outside of class. During your defense lessons, whenever these pains strike you, make a note of the time and whether Quirrell was doing anything unusual at that moment. If you can do so discreetly, have your Gryffindor friends observe the other Potter to see how he reacts and whether his reactions differ from your own. You will present a written summary of your notes to me in 1 week's time. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," Harry said, as if the instructions to essentially spy on another teacher and get his friends to do the same were the most commonplace things in the world. By that point, the two had arrived at the entrance to the Slytherin common room. "As I have said, Potter, you have a distressingly strong Gryffindor streak within you, which is unfortunate but understandable, given your lineage. That said, I must confess that I am pleased to see how well you have harnessed it and bent it to a Slytherin's wisdom. 5 points to Slytherin." Those were the first points Snape had given Harry since the start of school. Harry smiled appreciatively and thanked his teacher with suitable humility. Snape then gave the password, and the door to the common room slid open. Inside were most of Harry's housemates, who had just arrived after the all-clear was given. Rodney Montague was the first to meet Snape and Harry at the door. "Mr. Montague," Snape drawled, "I return the last of your charges to you. His punishment for leaving the Great Hall after you had ordered it sealed has already been addressed. No further comment on that matter is necessary." Montague looked back and forth between Snape and Harry. "Very good, sir," he finally said. "And for what it's worth, Mr. Montague," Harry said, "I sincerely apologize if my rash actions caused you any distress." He looked up at the prefect with a mixture of respect and innocence that made Montague almost believe he was sincere. Snape exited the common room, and Montague, after looking strangely at Harry for a few moments, rounded up the other prefects to inform them of Snape's words. Harry walked over to where an anxious Theo was waiting by himself. He warmly thanked Theo for his help and shook his hand, discreetly palming the ring back to him in the process. Theo nodded bashfully. Then, Harry headed off in the direction of the first-year dorm rooms when his way was blocked by Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. The rest of the first years, along with a dozen or so from the other years, were close enough to observe but did not interfere. "Unbelievable!" Malfoy exclaimed. "When my father hears that the heir of an ancient and noble house snuck away, in defiance of the prefect's orders, in pursuit of a blood traitor squib and a mudblood." "Bingo!" shouted Harry loudly. The nearby Slytherins were startled by his outburst. "Sorry. That's a muggle thing. You finally managed to work mudblood, blood traitor, and my father into a single sentence. I thought if I pointed it out first, I might win a prize." In the background, Theo sniggered briefly before regaining his composure. "You are such an embarrassment to this house, Potter. How many points did you lose us with that stunt?" "Well, actually, I gained 15. But then, Professor Snape took 5 from me for not obeying the prefect's orders. However, after I explained my reasoning for my actions, he gave me back 5 for demonstrating what he referred to as Slytherin wisdom." "You're lying," snarled Malfoy. "Ask him tomorrow," Harry replied cheerfully. "I dare you." "When my father—" "Why are you here?" interrupted Harry, shouting in anger. Draco looked taken aback, and several other Slytherins moved closer to the arguing group. "Because someone needs to put you in your—" "No. Not why are you here, right now, annoying me. I mean, why are you in Slytherin house at all? Yes, you're a rich pureblood. So what? So is Zachariah Smith, and he's a Hufflepuff. We've been in this house for 2 months, and I haven't seen you display anything I'd call cunning. You're certainly not subtle. And I don't think you have any ambition beyond strutting around like a peacock, flaunting the wealth and privilege you've inherited without earning it. You talk like one of those muggle dolls that spout pre-recorded messages when you pull a string out of their back. It's all mudblood this and blood traitor that, and wait till my father hears. It's pathetic. Why, you filthy little half-blood." Draco furiously started fumbling for his wand. Harry's eyes lit up almost deliriously. Finally, Harry thought. He had gotten his wand and holster on July 31st and spent 30 minutes every night for the next month practicing how to quick-draw it. He had foolishly believed that such skills were important in wand usage. However, when he arrived at Hogwarts, he discovered that, outside of auras and professional duelists, wizards did not seem to care about quick draws. In fact, he was the only first year who had actually paid for one of Ollivander's expensive wand holsters instead of just tucking his wand into the pocket of his robes like everyone else. Still, he practiced with the holster for several minutes each day for this exact moment. Harry flicked his wrist down, and his wand shot out of his holster with a soft snick, landing in the palm of his hand. Instantly, he snapped it back up, pointing it directly at Malfoy's face, nearly touching the tip of his nose. The entire maneuver had taken half a second, not one of Harry's best times, but it was lightning fast compared to Malfoy, who was still fumbling for his wand. Malfoy froze in surprise while Crabbe and Goyle backed away nervously. Gasps filled the air at Harry's effortless speed. Few of the young Slytherins watching had ever been exposed to real dueling, and from their limited experience, Harry's reflexes seemed superhumanly fast. "You know," Harry said easily, "my friend, the Mudblood Granger, taught me this neat firework spell. I bet at this range it would really hurt." At that moment, Rodney Montague stepped forward. "Potter, that's enough. Stand down." "It's okay, Mr. Montague. We're fine. We're all fine here." "Are we fine, Mr. Malfoy?" Draco looked up from the tip of the wand to peer into Harry's eyes. Like James Potter before him, he suddenly realized that Harry's eyes were the exact same color as the killing curse. "Yes, Montague," he said with a dry swallow. We're all fine." "Yes, perfectly fine. By the way, I mentioned that I won 15 house points but forgot to say what for. You see, Mudblood Granger, Blood Traitor Squid Longbottom, and little old Blood Traitor Half-Blood me, well, we found that mountain troll that caused Professor Quirrell to faint like a little girl. And then we beat it into a coma." Gasps filled the room, and Zabini exclaimed, "No way," in a surprisingly Muggle manner. Harry made a mental note to look into that. "Yes way," he replied with a grin. "With the help of 2 other first years that most of you look down on as dirt beneath your feet, I took down a fully grown troll by ourselves. So, Mr. Malfoy, I invite you to consider whether or not I should be intimidated by your weak magic, your father's money, and your 2 henchmen. Because the correct answer is, I'm not." He stepped back and raised his wand. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the wand snapped back into its holster with an audible zip that made half the Slytherins in the room flinch. "Now then, I'm tired. I've had a long day, and I think I have troll blood in my hair. So, I'm going to take a hot shower and then go to bed. If you want to continue this discussion at some point in the future, Malfoy, I'd be happy to oblige. But before then, I think you should sit down with a piece of parchment, write down all your assets, and then write down what you think my assets are. Then, double the points you put down in my column, because I promise you haven't seen half of what I can do. And then, Malfoy? If you still want to take me on, go for it. We'll see who rusts first." Finally, he broke eye contact with the visibly shaken Draco and looked around the room. Some were intimidated, while others merely looked thoughtful. But everyone had been transfixed by Harry's performance. He smiled and said mildly, "Good night, Slytherins," as he left. Harry walked around Goyle and headed towards the dorms. As he left, he whistled and hummed a strange tune. The Slytherin students found it both unnerving and unearthly. If any Muggleborns had been present, they would have recognized it as the theme from The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. In the corner, out of everyone's view, Theo Knott watched as his first friend strolled away. For possibly the first time in his life, Theo grinned from ear to ear. Chapter 15, Meet the Longbottoms, Part 1. When Neville Longbottom was 2 years old, Algy Longbottom was annoyed. When his children were young, it had been his late wife, Wendy, who cared for them while he worked long hours to build his modest inheritance into a fortune. To be fair, modest and small were relative terms. Algy was quite prosperous compared to most wizards, and his inheritance had given him a significant advantage in the world. Still, his holdings were nothing compared to the Longbottom estate that went to his older brother, the late Lord Archimedes Francisco Archie Longbottom. But that wasn't what annoyed Algy. Archie had married Augusta Crouch, known as Gussie within the family, in 1953. Their son, Frank, was born in December of 1957 and displayed his first bit of accidental magic at 18 months. That was enough for Algy. Archie and Gussie had their heir presumptive, so barring any mishap, Algy was on his own. With his own children to feed, he worked hard to build something for himself and his family, all the while knowing that little Frank's future was secure. But that wasn't what annoyed Algy. In 1972, a particularly nasty dragon pox outbreak claimed both Wendy and Archie. Due to Frank's age at the time, Algy was called to serve as Regent Longbottom for 3 months until the boy turned 15 and could provisionally claim his lordship. When that day came, Lord Francisco Claudius Longbottom shook his uncle's hand warmly and gave him a small brass plaque that read, "To Algernon Longbottom, in appreciation for services rendered." From that day to the present, they spoke no more than a dozen times, the last of which was when Frank politely but firmly denied a request to sponsor Algy's son into the ministry, stating that his grades just aren't high enough. But that wasn't what annoyed Algy. In 1981, Death Eaters attacked Longbottom Manor and placed both its lord and lady under the Cruciator's curse for so long that they both went mad and had to be committed to street Mungos. Augusta was named as the custodial guardian for their infant son, Neville. However, Wizengomart law decreed that Algy would be the Longbottom regent. It seemed that Frank had not bothered to make a will. As a result, the Wizengomart appointed Algy as regent. If Neville turned out to be a squib or did not reach his 15th birthday for any reason, Algy was next in line for succession and needed to be familiar with the house's affairs. Most likely, Algy was now committed to 15 years of thankless drudgery managing someone else's estates while his own languished. He accepted the regency with stoicism and turned control of most of his businesses over to his son, Reginald, hoping he was up to the challenge. But what truly annoyed Algy was that the boy wouldn't stop crying. He had reluctantly agreed to take care of Neville for the day because Gussie wanted to visit Frank and Alice in Street Mungos, believing Neville was too young to go. Unfortunately, Neville was asleep when she dropped him off, so she did not realize she had left Lebby behind. Algy had no idea who or what Lebby was, and he didn't care much. However, it seemed essential to Neville's happiness. The boy started crying the moment he woke up in his playpen and saw that Lebby was not there to greet him. He had been crying for over an hour now, despite the best efforts of Algy's house elves to entertain him. Wailing over and over, "Want Lebby?" Algy tried to ignore the noise and focus on balancing the books for one of the farms he was now managing. Brat's account. Suddenly, there was a soft pop, and Neville's wailing stopped abruptly. Curious, Algy walked down the hall to the living room where Neville sat in his playpen. The boy was still there, giggling softly while clutching a soft black teddy bear with baby blue glass eyes. Neville looked up at Algy and smiled. "Lebby," he exclaimed. Algy looked at the bear, then back to Neville, and then at the bear again. "Naturally," he said quietly. "Lubby, did you or any of the other elves summon that bear?" "No, Master Algy." Little Master Neville wished really hard for his Lebby, and it just came to him. "Naturally," Algy repeated. "Return to your other duties, all of you. You're not needed here." The three house elves nodded and popped away. Algy stared at the stuffed animal. He remembered it well. Its name wasn't Lebby. That was just the child's way of saying Helbury, or more accurately LB for Longbottom. Archie Longbottom had owned LB when he was a child, as had his father and grandfather before him. When Archie turned 7, he decided he was too old for a stuffed bear and gave it to Algy as a birthday present. When Algy got a little older, he too put it aside. But even as a child, he hoped he might someday gift it to children of his own, just as it had been gifted to him. That hope ended the day Archie popped in for a visit and idly asked if he could get LB back as a present for Frank. Algy explained that he had already given it to his own newborn son, Reginald. Archie replied that, as a newborn, Reginald would hardly miss it. Algy pointedly reminded Archie that he himself had given it to Algy as a birthday gift. Archie answered that it had been a gift he made at the age of 7, before he realized it was something to pass from father to son. Algy responded coldly. He hadn't realized that a particular children's toy was somehow magically included as part of the lordship's bounty. Things quickly escalated to shouting on both sides before Algy stormed up to his son's nursery. He snatched up LB and practically threw it at his brother, telling him to get out and hoping his little monster would choke on one of LB's glass eyes. Shocked, Archie left quickly, and the two brothers didn't speak again until the following Christmas. Archie sent a flock of stuffed animals for both Reginald and his newborn sister, Enid, but not LB, of course, along with a letter of apology to Algy. For the sake of his children, whom he thought might someday need the support of the Lord of House Longbottom, Algy accepted the apology, and his relations with Archie mostly mended. However, he never forgot the incident and what it meant. He would always be the second brother, entitled to nothing from the Longbottom name except a lump sum financial payment left to him out of a vague sense of parental obligation. There were no estates, no trust vaults, no heirlooms, and not even a stuffed teddy bear to pass on to his son. And now, the final insult, Neville was indisputably a wizard, and Algy was the witness. He had just seen the brat summon LB through accidental magic, presumably all the way from Longbottom Manor in Lancashire. Neville was a wizard, so he was the heir presumptive. Algy's lot in life now was to manage Neville's estates and assets until the brat was old enough to claim them for himself. At that point, Neville would probably give Algy a brass plaque to match the one Frank had given him years before. Algy stared for a long time at the adorable infant and his stuffed bear. Then, something inside him snapped like a twig in a heavy ice storm. No. No, you little brat, it won't be that easy for you. And I certainly won't let you beat me with the Evanesco! Algy shouted. A flash of light erupted as the teddy bear vanished from Neville's arms, startling the child. Before Neville could begin to cry, Algy's wand flashed again. Obliviate! You will forget about Ebby. You will forget that you ever had a bear that looked anything like Ebby. He paused, a vicious gleam in his eyes. But you will remember that there was once something you loved that you have now lost forever. And you will remember that the reason you lost it was because you wished for it too hard. Little Neville shook his head for a moment before crawling over to play with some blocks. A strange look crossed his face, as if he was sad but didn't know why. Later, when Augusta returned, Algy told her that Neville had been a perfect angel and that she shouldn't hesitate to ask him to babysit whenever she needed a break. He also reminded her to be on the lookout for signs of accidental magic because Neville was reaching that age. The next day, Algy went to Flourish and Blotts and purchased several books on squibs and the latest theories about what caused them. When Neville turned 3 years old, Algy had been visiting Longbottom Manor for a week, as was his right as Longbottom Regent. On the 4th day, he sat in the sitting room reading the Daily Prophet when he felt a small hand tugging at his pants leg. It was the brat. "Well, hello there, little Neville," Algy said with false kindness. "What can I do for you?" "Will you read Barbara Rabb to me, Uncle Algy?" Neville asked. "Babbity Rabbit, you mean?" "Well, where is it, Neville?" "Barbara Rabb on DA's shelf in library," the child replied. "Why don't you show me?" Algy asked. With that, the toddler led his great-uncle to the nearby library, where Neville pointed to a book on a middle shelf. Algy noted that the bookshelf was freestanding instead of mounted to the wall, and his eyes gleamed. "Oh, that's not too high," he said. "Neville, you can reach it." "Show me how big and brave you are, just like your dad was," Algy said with a smile. Neville looked nervously at the tall shelf. After a moment of hesitation, he waddled over and attempted to climb up to the 3rd shelf. Just as he reached the edge where the Babbity Rabbit book was, Algy pulled out his wand. "This is for you, Reginald," he whispered as he cast a spell at the heavy bookcase. Suddenly, it tipped over onto Neville. The toddler fell to the floor, the bookcase poised to crush him, when, unexpectedly, it froze in midfall. Then it tipped back into place, with all the books and knickknacks snapping back as if they had never moved. All except the Babbity Rabbit book, which Neville proudly clutched in his hands. Algy stared at Neville, his eyes wide in astonishment. From a distance, he heard Augusta call out, "Algy, what was that noise? Is Neville getting into mischief?" "It was nothing, Gussie," Algy replied. He then hissed out a strong memory charm to make Neville forget what had just happened, followed by a mild stinging hex on the boy's bottom. Neville soon began to cry. Just as Algy put his wand away, Augusta came around the corner. It looks like Neville tried to climb up the bookshelf to get his Babbity Rabbit book and then fell on his bum. "No harm done," she said, sweeping into the room to pick the child up off the floor. "Neville, I've told you. Don't try to climb the furniture. You could have pulled the whole thing down on your head. Get someone to hand you things you can't reach. Or perhaps even summon them to you with magic," Algy suggested brightly. Augusta shot him a dirty look while Neville sobbed softly. Oh, don't give me that look, Gussie. The boy's 3. Frank had toys flying around the room at that age. Have you seen any signs of accidental magic? Augusta hesitated. No, but he's still a child, Algie. Well, he won't be one forever, Augusta. If he hasn't shown any magic by the time he is 4, we may need to. He paused as Augusta shot him a glare. Then he smiled at the child and his guardian. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, I suppose. When Neville turned 4 years old, it was a beautiful spring day. Little Neville Longbottom dashed across a sunlit field, chasing a brilliant, colorful butterfly. This was no ordinary butterfly. In fact, it was an illusion created and controlled by Algie, who watched from a distance as the butterfly danced just out of Neville's reach. Step by step, the butterfly led Neville closer to Greenhouse 4. The entire Longbottom family was enjoying a weekend getaway at their summer home in Wales, situated on a working farm that raised various magical plants and animals. Greenhouse 4 was a large, secured structure that housed dangerous plants, some poisonous and others carnivorous. Normally, Greenhouse 4 was kept locked, but unfortunately, Catesby, the chief gardener, was getting older and sometimes forgot to secure it completely, especially after being hit with a Confundus curse. That was why the door was currently wide open. The magical butterfly continued its flight, leading little Neville straight into Greenhouse 4. Algie took a deep breath, bracing himself for the screams. "It's all for you, Reginald," he whispered. But the screams never came. Instead, he could barely hear a soft, childish giggle. Quickly, he ran into Greenhouse 4 and was stunned by the sight. Neville was laughing with delight as 2 devil snares tossed him back and forth, catching him as if they were playing a game. In the background, an entire row of venomous tentacula brushed their vines against each other, as if they were clapping. Algie rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was hallucinating. He then used a summoning charm to pull Neville into his arms. At that moment, the plants in Greenhouse 4 expressed their disapproval by lashing out at Algie with a dozen deadly vines. He quickly slammed the door shut and cast his strongest locking spell as the aggressive plants banged against the door repeatedly. That was fun! Neville exclaimed gleefully. Algie looked down at his excited nephew, who seemed unharmed despite being surrounded by some of the deadliest plants in the world. Frustrated, he snarled at the boy and shouted, "Obliviate!" When Neville Longbottom was 7, Algie watched from a distance through his binoculars as Augusta led her grandson down the Blackpool promenade. His birthday had fallen on a weekend, so she had taken him to Blackpool to visit the Muggle Zoo and amusement park while reminiscing about the past. Her first date with Archie was to Blackpool Tower the summer after their 5th year. Decades later, Frank had taken Alice to Blackpool for their honeymoon. After a long, hot day, Augusta and Neville stopped at a malt shop and sat at a table outside to enjoy their milkshakes. After a few moments, Augusta leaned over to her grandson and said, "Neville, I need to step into the ladies' powder room for just a few minutes. Can I trust you to wait right here until I get back?" "Yes, Gran," he replied respectfully. Wrapped in Notice Minot and Muggle-repelling charms, Algie glided through the Muggle crowd like a shark until he was standing behind the oblivious Neville. He placed his wand just behind the boy's head and whispered, "Obliviate. Your grandmother has stepped away for a while, but she said to wait for your Uncle Algie to come for you." Neville's head wavered. Algie tapped Neville on the shoulder. The boy jerked in surprise and looked up at his great uncle. "Uncle Algie." "I didn't see you there," Neville said timidly. Algie smiled. All the memory charms were affecting the boy's confidence. "Quite all right, my boy. But we need to move along now. We're in a bit of a hurry." "But Gran, she knows where we're going and will catch up. Now don't dawdle." With that, Neville stood up and took Algie's hand. The older wizard led him away quickly before Augusta could return. A few minutes later, they were walking down Blackpool Pier, taking in the sights. At the end of the pier, Algie cast some stronger Muggle-repelling charms to keep anyone from interfering. "Now, Neville, I brought you here for a very important reason. Can you guess what it is?" Neville shook his head. "Well, Today is your 7th birthday, and that's a very important magical number. It's unusual and troubling that you haven't shown any magic yet. Your gran is afraid you might be a squib, and as your regent, that's something I have to be concerned about. Do you know what a squib is, Neville? Neville nodded sadly. It's a wizarding child with no magic. Does Gran really think I'm a squib? Yes, Neville, she's told me so many times. But if you're very brave, we can prove her wrong. Can you be brave for me? Just like your mum and dad were. Neville nodded again, this time urgently. I'll do whatever you say if it will show I have magic, Uncle Algy. Good, good. Now, one last question, Neville. Can you swim? Before Neville could answer, Algy snatched him up and threw him off the pier. Neville hit the water with a loud splash and immediately cried out. Charms Algy had set up, no one could hear him. It's all right, Neville. Don't panic. Just relax and let the magic happen. Algy smiled at the boy struggling in the water. That was the worst possible advice for a drowning wizarding child, as accidental magic was most likely to occur in a state of panic. It was unlikely Neville could even hear him over the pounding surf filling his mouth and nose with seawater. Neville's head went under water once, twice, 3 times. Then, suddenly, his whole body rose out of the water, lifted by a swirling water spout. He coughed out seawater and looked around in amazement. I'm doing it, Uncle Algy. I'm doing magic, he cried joyfully. Naturally, Algy muttered. He flicked his wand and whispered, Lasso. A cutting curse sliced through the bottom of the water spout, disrupting it. Neville yelled in panic as he plunged back into the churning waters of the Irish Sea. He bobbed back up a few seconds later, coughing up seawater again. Uncle Algy. Help. It's all right, lad. You're doing fine. Algy replied, though he knew the boy was clearly on the verge of drowning. To his astonishment, Neville started rising out of the water again. Algy prepared another cutting curse but was distracted by a woman's voice screaming Neville's name. He turned and saw Augusta running as fast as she could toward the end of the pier, her wand already out. The wizard cursed her timing. He could destroy the second water spout, but there was no way the boy would drown before Augusta arrived to save him. Turning back to Neville, Algy hit him with a memory chant just strong enough to erase the last few minutes. Then he loudly exclaimed, Accio Neville Longbottom. The dazed child shot up out of the water. The collapsing water spout fell into his arms. He barely rested for a second before a furious Augusta pulled Neville away from him. What in Merlin's name do you think you're doing? She screamed at Algy. Calm yourself, Gussie. I had the situation perfectly under control, Algy replied smoothly. Under control? You were trying to drown him. I was placing the boy in an admittedly threatening situation but under controlled circumstances. I hoped he would call upon his magic to save himself. Several of my friends revealed their magic after being thrown into the deep end, as it were. It's as good a way to learn to swim as any, I think. Sadly, it's been 7 years, and not even the threat of drowning has made his magic manifest. I know you're the boy's guardian and you care for him a great deal, as do I. But I am the Regent Longbottom. I have responsibilities to the entire family that trump my feelings for one little boy who is tragically disabled. I don't want you anywhere near Neville ever again, Algy, Augusta said coldly. I don't think that's your decision to make, Gussie. Not unless you wish to challenge my regency before the Wizengamot. I doubt they would side with a 7-year-old with no magic. He stepped closer as she hugged the shivering boy. You forget who you're speaking to, Gussie. And you forget by whose grace you're allowed to remain at Longbottom Manor. Sometimes, Regent, I don't think you're that concerned about the family at all. Sometimes, I think you're still just holding a childish grudge over Archie's old teddy bear. Algy's eyes flashed dangerously, then he smiled. If you disapprove of my methods of getting the boy to show his magic, then come up with your own. After all, he continued mercilessly while staring right into Neville's eyes, you think he's a squib as much as I do. Now, I suggest you take the boy home for some dry clothes. He'll catch his death out here. Algy smiled again and then disappeared with a pop. Chapter 16, Meet the Longbottoms, Part 2. When Neville Longbottom was 8, he heard a familiar voice. "Hello, Neville." Neville jumped up from his chair. "Oh, Uncle Algy. I didn't know you were here today." "It's your birthday, Neville. Surely you didn't think I would skip it? Here, I brought you a plate of meringues." Algy took one from the platter and bit into it. "They're delicious. Your cousin Enid made them." Neville stared at the platter of meringues for a few moments without touching them. "Gran says I shouldn't stay in a room alone with you," he finally said quietly. "Why not?" "She says you may try to hurt me in order to make me use my magic." "Yes, Neville, I very well might. Tell me, what do you think will happen if it turns out you are a squib?" "I dunno. I guess I won't go to Hogwarts." "That's right. Hogwarts doesn't take squibs. But that's 3 years from now. 3 years of not knowing. Of wondering every day if you're worthy of the name Longbottom. And even if you get a letter, it might be that you have just barely enough magic to get in, but not enough to pass your owls. If you fail those, you'll be judged a squib just as surely as if you've never gotten a letter at all. That's another 5 years of wondering, waiting, and worrying. 8 years total, that's as long as you've been alive so far. Another 8 years of looking in the mirror every day and seeing a failure. Another 8 years of visiting your parents every holiday, wondering if you're unworthy to be their son." Neville didn't answer at first, but he shivered and blinked furiously at Algy's words. "Why are you saying these things?" he finally asked. "Because your parents were great wizards and heroes to our society. I think that if I were in your shoes, I'd rather die than embarrass them by being a. You're a worthless squib. That's why I've come to make this offer. If you let me test your magic one more time, I promise it will be the last, one way or another. If you succeed and show your magic, no one will be prouder than I will be, and I will support you with everything I have. But if you refuse this test and are later judged a squib after dragging things out for years, I will hold it against you. When I am Lord Longbottom, I will expel you from the family and leave you with nothing. Whether you're 11 or 16, you'll be out on the street, homeless with no prospects and no education. And not just you. I'll send your grandmother packing as well. If you're not a Longbottom, then she has no right to this house. She'll get her dowry, of course. That will be enough for a small flat in some tiny magical village and basic living expenses. But if you take my test, whatever the result, I promise you that she will be taken care of in the manner to which she has become accustomed." "What if I take the test and fail?" Neville asked. "Well," Algy said kindly, "at least you won't have to live with shaming your parents anymore." Neville swallowed and looked down at the floor. He wiped his eyes and then looked back up at the man who was supposed to watch over and protect him. "What do you want me to do?" "It's a simple test, Neville. We're on the 4th floor of the manor. There's a window right behind you. Just step out of the window. If magic saves you, you're a wizard. If it doesn't, you're free of guilt and shame and worry, and your gran will be taken care of. Nothing simpler." Neville backed away from Algy and toward the open window. Honestly, it was true what Algy had said. People had been waiting for him to show magic for so long, and it never came. He heard the whispers of his cousins and their friends calling him a squib. Even at the age of 8, he had been taught that without magic, he was a blight on the Longbottom line and a disgrace to his family. Neville looked down from the window and felt dizzy for a moment. It was a long way down to the cobblestones below. Behind him, Algy stood with bated breath. His research into squibs had led him to this monstrous idea. Accidental magic usually activated when a child was afraid for their life. However, it likely would not occur if the child deliberately placed themselves in danger, nor would it manifest if their will to live was weak. Neville had defied Algy before, but if he jumped out of that window voluntarily, there would be no magical outburst to save him this time. He slipped one leg over the threshold, but before he could put the other over, he looked down again and saw his grandmother in the distance, walking the grounds with one of her friends. He knew she thought he was a squib. He guessed she probably considered him an embarrassment to his parents' memory. Above all, Neville knew she loved him and would not want him to do this. He turned back to Algy and asked, "You said if I do this you'll look after Gran. Why should I believe you? If I die, no one will remember your promise." "Neville, my boy. When have I ever lied to you?" Algy replied. Neville stared at Algy, as if seeing him for the first time. Then, he felt something stir deep in the pit of his stomach, something that, 3 years later, a wise old hat would recognize as Gryffindor courage. "I think you're lying to me right now. I don't think you want me to show magic at all. I think you just want me to die." Then, he turned away and began screaming, "Gran! Gran! Uncle Algy is here. He's trying. Obliviate!" Algy shouted. Neville rocked back and forth in a daze, half in and half out of the window. Algy rushed forward, grabbed him by the leg, and shoved him forward until he was dangling out the window, held aloft by nothing but Algy's tight grasp. In the distance, Augusta ran forward, screaming. Neville's name echoed as his companion followed behind him. He shook off his momentary confusion and looked up at his uncle, who merely smiled. "I do wish you would have tried at least one of Cousin Enid's meringues before it came to this. They really are quite delicious," Algy said. Then, he let go. Neville dropped like a stone. In the distance, Augusta screamed in horror, but she was too far away to cast a spell. He looked down at the approaching cobblestone driveway and braced for impact. Instead, he felt a slight shudder, and then he was airborne again, spinning madly through the air. He landed some distance away, feeling another shudder. This time, he didn't fly as high, and the confused boy finally realized that he was bouncing. His third and final bounce brought him down near his grandmother, who used a charm to catch him safely. Algy watched the entire scene with a crazed grin on his face. He had gone for broke, but the boy had survived. Even from the 4th floor, Algy could tell that Augusta was glaring up at him with a look of vicious triumph. Worse, as she and her companion drew closer, he recognized the other woman as Griselda Marchbanks, an old friend of Augusta's and an esteemed member of the Wizengamot. She was now an impartial witness to Neville's display of accidental magic. "Naturally," Algy said, giggling to himself. Still laughing, he moved back to the table and picked up a few meringues to munch on. He looked around Neville's room wildly as he chewed the treats, before finally snatching up the plate and throwing it against the wall. "All right, brat. You may be heir presumptive, but I'm not done with you yet." After taking a moment to compose himself, Algy went downstairs to congratulate Neville on his tremendous feat of magic and to let Madame Marchbanks know how grateful he was that someone of her stature had witnessed it. Her stature was present to witness the event. By then, other guests had gathered to see what had occurred. Algy took the lead in announcing that Neville had finally shown accidental magic and was now the heir presumptive. He doubted Augusta believed his performance, but he didn't care. He still had 3 years before Neville's Hogwarts letter arrived, which meant he had one card left to play. When Neville Longbottom turned 11, Algy had worked tirelessly to reassure the boy and his grandmother that he supported Neville as heir presumptive. He claimed his only concern was about the boy's magic and that he had no harmful intentions. He showered Neville with gifts and grandfatherly advice, presenting himself as a doting regent eager to pass the Longbottom estates to Neville as soon as his owls came back. The truth was that Algy was playing a waiting game. Neville's owls were his last chance. If the boy failed to pass at least one of his 3 wand-based exams, Charms, Transfiguration, or Defense against the Dark Arts, Algy could petition the Wizengamot, claiming Neville met the technical definition of a squib, even though he had been magical enough to receive a Hogwarts letter. With that in mind, Algy focused on finding ways to ensure Neville failed academically. The wand classes were the ones that mattered, so he directed his attention there. As Neville's 11th birthday approached, he and Augusta discussed when to pick up Neville's school supplies. Algy reminded them that, as regent, he held the key to the vault, which he should show Neville. Augusta agreed but also asked if Algy would retrieve the family remembrall for Neville. She was concerned about him going to school with so many children of Death Eaters. When they arrived in Diagon Alley, the boy was most excited. Neville was eager to get his wand. He had talked about nothing else since his letter arrived. So, Algy took him first to Ollivander's. The old man recognized Algy right away, recalling his wand from years ago. Surprisingly, Neville found his own wand almost immediately. According to Ollivander, this was because he had been supplying Longbottoms with their wands for ages and knew the family's preference as well. Neville's wand was 13 inches, made of cherry wood, with a unicorn hair core. Exactly like your father before you, Ollivander said. Algy raised an eyebrow. Exactly? Does that mean he could use his father's wand? He looked down at Neville. We can certainly afford a new wand, but it might show respect for his father if he could use Frank's old one. Ollivander looked horrified. Certainly not. A wand chooses the wizard, not the wizard's family. Besides, unicorn hair wands are intensely loyal. A unicorn wand that has chosen one wizard likely won't work as well for another, even a family member. And while the father is still alive, that could be dangerous for the boy's magic. He might as well try to shove his magic through a brick. Ah. Well, never mind then, Algy said cheerfully, as though he had not been researching incompatible wands for 3 years. We certainly wouldn't want that. He paid for the wand and put it in his pocket. You can see it when we get home, Neville. You're not supposed to use it now anyway, and I won't have you embarrassing the family with underage magic, he told the disappointed boy. Then, he took Neville to Flourish and Blots, then to Madame Malkin's, and eventually to Gringotts. There, he led Neville first to his trust vault, linking it to a moleskin pouch to give the boy a small weekly allowance while at school. After that, he took Neville further down to the family vaults. Once inside the Longbottom family vault, Algy pointed out certain interesting features and then told Neville to look around but not touch anything. He said it might take him a few minutes to find the remembrall. In truth, he knew that Frank's old remembrall was not in the vault, as he had disposed of it earlier. Instead, Algy spent those minutes by a small display case containing the wands of dozens of deceased Longbottom family members. Each wand had a small placard denoting the name, date, and manner of the owner's death, or in Frank's case, incapacity. Frank's wand was near the top. Algy snatched it up and compared it to Neville's. They looked nearly identical. He put Frank's wand in one pocket and Neville's in another. Oh, damn. The blasted thing's not here. Ah well, let's head on. I'll send the house elves to search for it at the manor. Neville, who did not especially care about the remembrall, was fine with that. The two left to finish their shopping before enjoying a delightful lunch at Summerisle's, topped off with a gigantic slice of chocolate cake and a candle for Neville's birthday. Afterward, Algy took Neville home to show off his new presents, including his wand, to Augusta. He also informed her that there was no remembrall in the vault and suggested it must be at the manor somewhere. Soon, September 1st arrived, and Algy returned to Longbottom Manor bright and early. Augusta briefly questioned him about the remembrall, but he assured her it wasn't in the vault. He even offered to swear an oath, but she told him to stop being silly and left to arrange their transportation to the railway station. Had it come down to it, Algy could have sworn an oath that there was no remembrall in the vault because he had already removed it. He could also swear he didn't know where it was, since he had thrown it into the Thames and had no clue where the current would take it. Algy headed upstairs to Neville's room. Pair of gloves as he went. The door was open, and Neville was inside finishing his packing. Neville, my boy. Have you got everything ready for Hogwarts? Algy asked. The boy jumped slightly. Oh, you startled me, Uncle Algy. Yes, sir, I'm nearly ready. Neville felt a bit nervous around Algy, and he probably always would, but he tried not to show it. Good, good. And you've got your wand? Algy asked. Neville smiled and pulled it out for his uncle to see. Excellent. And before we leave, I've got a special treat for you, a pet to keep you company at Hogwarts. His name is Trevor. Algy reached into a pocket of his overcoat and produced a fairly large toad that was wriggling furiously in his grasp. Neville's eyes lit up when Algy mentioned a treat, but his enthusiasm waned at the sight of the struggling amphibian. With a smile but a bit of reluctance, he reached out and took the slimy creature, which nearly slipped from his grasp. "Better use both hands until he gets used to you, Neville," Algy advised. Neville nodded, turned, and set his wand down so he could hold Trevor in one hand and stroke him with the other in a futile effort to calm the toad. While Neville was distracted, Algy pulled out his own wand and took a deep breath before casting the strongest and most complicated memory charm he had ever used. More than a simple obliviate, it also incorporated elements of a confundus curse. Neville's knees shook and nearly buckled, but he didn't fall. Algy reached over to take the boy's wand and held it in front of his face. "Listen carefully, Neville. You will forget this wand. You've never seen it before. We didn't go to Ollivander's to get you a new wand." Algy pocketed Neville's wand and then produced the one that had belonged to Frank. "This is your wand, as it was your father's. Your Gran insisted that you use your father's wand to honor him. You made her cry for hours when you suggested you wanted a wand of your own. You promised you would never ask her again. Now, you will take this wand and use it as best you can. If it doesn't work well for you, it's because your magic is weak, and you'll need to try harder. In fact, you will push yourself until it hurts if that's what it takes to get magic out of this wand. Nod if you understand." Neville nodded in a daze. "You will also want to keep Trevor with you at all times. If you lose him, you will be very upset until you get him back. You will want to hold him whenever possible." Trevor was a late addition to Algy's scheme. The toad was from a South American species that was mildly poisonous. It wouldn't make Neville sick unless he decided to lick it, but long-term exposure could interfere with both his memory and magic. The whole scheme was a desperate gamble, but it only needed to work for 5 years, or less if Neville got frustrated enough to flunk out of Hogwarts or hurt himself trying to force his magic through an incompatible wand. Finally, you will forget everything your grandmother ever mentioned about remembrals. They are useless for helping forgetful boys remember what they've forgotten. Don't pay them any mind. That last command was an afterthought, just in case Neville came across someone else's remembral at school, though that seemed unlikely. With his work done, Algy stepped back and put his wand away. After a few seconds, Neville blinked and looked up at Algy. "I'm sorry, Uncle. What were we talking about?" "About how you'll be writing to me every week, Neville, to let me know how you're doing." Algy smiled. "I can't tell you how much I'm looking forward to hearing about all your successes." When Neville Longbottom was 11 years and 3 months old, they came just before dawn. Algy was sound asleep. Algy lay asleep, curled up on the left side of his bed. After all these years, he still left Wendy's side untouched. Lubby, his chief house elf, woke him with a few gentle coughs. "Begging master's pardon, sir, but there are 3 auras at the door who wish to speak with you. They say they have a warrant for your arrest. Something to do with young Master Neville." "Oh, I see." "Naturally," Algy replied in a tight voice. "Well, tell them I'll be down just as soon as I get dressed." Lubby nodded and disappeared with a pop. Algy rubbed his eyes and picked up his wand from the bedside table. He wondered why the auras were being considerate enough to send a house elf to retrieve him instead of kicking down the door. With a thought, he reached out to check the status of his wards. The defensive wards were all down, replaced by anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards. The flu connection was inactive as well. They could afford to wait politely because they knew he wasn't going anywhere. He supposed they hoped he would save them a lot of paperwork by doing the honorable thing. Algy closed his eyes and slowly lifted his wand to his temple. He tried to summon enough hate to use the killing curse on himself. However, despite all the attempted murders he had made over the last 9 years, he felt no hatred for Neville or anyone else. Instead, he felt a pitiful selfish jealousy mixed with bitter self-loathing, neither of which was enough to fuel the killing curse. When the auras finally grew tired of waiting and came for him, they found Algernon Longbottom still in bed, curled up in a fetal position, weeping like a child. Chapter 17, Interlude by the Lake Shore. November 4, 1991. When the Aurors finally got tired of waiting and came for him, they found Algernon Longbottom still in bed, curled up in a fetal position, weeping like a child. Harry could only stare at Neville in barely concealed horror as Neville calmly recounted the various incidents in which his uncle had tampered with his memories, usually after a failed murder attempt. The two were sitting together on the bank of the Black Lake just after lunch on the afternoon of Neville's return to school. Amazingly, the truth had only come out by sheer luck. Augusta Longbottom, annoyed at the apparent loss of the Longbottom family remembrall, wrote to her cousin Barty Crouch Sr. and asked if she could borrow his old one for Neville's use. This explained its old-fashioned design. Crouch Sr. had no surviving heirs of his own, and given the reason for that, he could hardly refuse Augusta's request to borrow the expensive but no longer useful antique. Algy had no idea that Neville had acquired a remembrall until the Aurors came for him. He blustered a bit at first, but when he learned that Neville had provided certified pensive copies of his recovered memories, he broke down and confessed. "So, what's going to happen to him?" Harry asked. "Will there be a trial?" Neville shook his head. "Gran and I spent a lot of time talking about it. She wanted him dragged before the Wizengamot in chains." "But not you," Harry said. Neville sighed. "After everything, I don't really hate Uncle Algy. I'm disgusted by him, but I'm not going to waste the effort of hatred. And besides, his children and grandchildren didn't know anything about what he'd been doing." He confirmed that under Veritaserum. "Reginald and Enid are both fine people with families of their own, and they've always been very good to me. They love their father. They don't deserve to be publicly shamed with a scandal like that. What he did would have been worth at least 20 years in Azkaban, and at his age, he wouldn't have lasted 6 months. I don't think I could ever face them if I sent their father to die a miserable, slow death at the hands of Dementors." Harry looked away for a few seconds. He had no idea what it was like to have family worth caring about, or one that cared about him. It was baffling. "So what will happen?" he asked. "We have a plea agreement that is magically sanctioned and sealed with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He steps down as my regent in favor of Gran. He turns all of his British and continental business interests over to his children, and he swears an unbreakable vow that he will never again directly or indirectly try to harm me or anyone under my protection, or otherwise interfere with the affairs of House Longbottom. Then, he will retire to manage a mandrake farm in the Australian outback with a single house elf and a small monthly stipend. If he ever sets foot on British soil again, he will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Given his confession, that will probably mean a Dementor's kiss." "No offense, Neville," Harry said, "but you're taking this awfully well." "Says the guy who laughed at a howler in front of the whole school," Neville replied with a chuckle. "I know I should be furious, and maybe at some point it will hit me. But right now, all my life, I thought I was nothing, a squib, a disgrace to my parents' memory. I hated myself so much I nearly let Algy talk me into suicide when I was 8. But to find out that it wasn't me, that I could do magic the whole time but was being sabotaged, honestly, the sheer relief is just crowding everything else." He grinned almost infectiously and pulled out his wand, the one the Aurors had recovered from the Longbottom vault where Algy had hidden it. Harry pointed his wand at a nearby rock and said, "Wingardium Leviosa." The rock shot off like a cannon, leaving a trail of smoke and sparks, and landed in the middle of the lake. Harry raised his eyebrows in surprise, while Neville coughed bashfully. Yeah, Professor Flitwick said to be careful about that. Apparently, 2 months of shoving my magic through a brick, as Ollivander put it, means I've gotten used to overpowering my spells. I'll have to dial everything back a bit and learn some finesse, or I'll be setting things on fire all over the place." They both laughed for a moment and then watched the lake in silence. In the distance, the giant squid raised a lazy tentacle as if waving at them before submerging. "I envy you, Neville." Neville's head jerked around in shock. Harry continued without taking his eyes off the lake. "I know it was awful what your uncle did to you. But your Gran loves you and will look after you. It sounds like all those cousins are decent folk, and you still like them." You've got a family that you don't hate. I envy you that more than I can say. Do you think you could ever forgive the Potters for what they did? No, Harry replied instantly. And it wouldn't matter if I could, because none of them even realize they did something that needs forgiveness. James is still trying to strip me of my heir status. Jim thinks I'm a future Dark Lord. And Lily just completely ignores me. He paused for a moment. Besides, sometimes I think I need the hate to keep me going. I'm not as good as you are. Neville made a face. Now what does that mean? You're the smartest bloke I know. You helped save me from a troll, and you're making plans for taking over the Wizengamot at the age of 11. I'd be useless if it weren't for you, if not dead. Well, first off, Hermione's a lot smarter than either of us. Second, we all saved each other. Harry looked down at the ground and rocked back and forth slightly as if weighing a decision. Then he pulled out his wand and said, Muffliato. What was that? Neville asked. Privacy charm. Hermione found it somewhere. Harry scratched behind his ear nervously while Neville waited patiently. When I say I'm not as good as you, I'm not talking about magic or schoolwork or any of that. I'm talking about. He paused and shook his head. Then he laid back on the grass and looked up at the sky while struggling to express himself. When I was little, I used to imagine my parents. The Dursleys said they died, and I accepted that. People die and leave their children as orphans. It happens. But they also said my parents were worthless, horrible people, and I just refused to believe that. I like to imagine that my mother was beautiful and my father was brave. I don't know, that they both died heroically saving my life or something. I thought that one day, I'd do something great and prove to the world that their sacrifice wasn't in vain. But that was when I was a little kid. Over time, I had all that beaten out of me, literally and figuratively. He looked over at Neville. I know what it's like to feel worthless, Neville. If my parents had really been dead and Dumbledore had sent someone else to fetch me, I would have never believed that I could be something as incredible as a wizard. How could I be? I was just Harry. I would have accepted whatever rubbish I was fed about Hogwarts and my parents. I would have probably gone into Gryffindor for all the wrong reasons and been a complete outsider. I certainly would not have spent a whole month cramming about etiquette and Wizengamot law to fit in around here. I would have just shown up for the train and been completely hopeless. His expression hardened. But they weren't dead. James showed up and told me everything, including the fact that I had an identical twin who they placed on a pedestal while casting me aside. I was filled with anger. It felt like everything I had been through was pointless, like a cruel joke. I decided then and there that I would not be just Harry. No matter what it took, I would make James and Lily Potter realize they had chosen the wrong son to discard. You know, Neville said softly, it's not very Slytherin of you to reveal such personal details, especially to a Gryffindor. Harry snorted. Oh, I am definitely a Slytherin, Neville. The meek, earnest, insecure just Harry is gone for good. Slytherin Harry is cunning, ambitious, and a bit ruthless and manipulative, even cruel at times. Hatred for the Potters has transformed me into him. But I don't want that hatred to consume me, like it did your uncle. I don't want to become evil, like a Dark Lord or something ridiculous like that. I need a compass. Neville tilted his head. A compass? Harry looked deeply into his friend's eyes. A moral compass, Neville. When I said I wasn't as good as you, I meant that I'm not as good a person as you are. Neville tried to interrupt, but Harry stopped him. No, seriously, I mean it. You had someone who tried to kill you completely at your mercy. If I had been in your shoes, Algernon Longbottom would be in a cell waiting for his Dementor's kiss, and I would have insisted on a front row seat to watch it. But instead, you took pity on a would-be murderer because you felt sorry for his kids and grandkids. You gave him a house in another country, a job, and even money to retire on. This may not seem like much, since most of the people in my life have been awful, but you're easily the best person I've ever known. That's why I need you to be my friend, Neville. Because I want you to. Watch after me. And if I ever start to fall into real darkness, you'll have me there to catch you and pull you back, Neville replied simply. Harry relaxed and smiled. The two turned their attention back to the lake as they heard more antics from the squid. Mind you, I am still planning on making the Potters pay for what they did to me, Harry said after a long pause. No death, dismemberment, or permanent injuries, Neville replied with mock sternness. What about public humiliation and financial ruin? Harry asked. Oh, that's fine. I'll even help with that, Neville said cheerfully. The two laughed as the waters of Black Lake lapped against the shore. Chapter 18, Quidditch and Mayhem. November 15, 1991. The first Quidditch match of the season promised to be more dramatic than Harry had anticipated. The traditional rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin added to the excitement, especially with Harry, the GIT who lived in the spotlight. The captains, Oliver Wood for Gryffindor and Marcus Flint for Slytherin, shared a deep-seated hatred for each other. Gryffindor had better teamwork, but they were relying on an untested seeker. Slytherin had stronger individual players, yet they struggled with coordination and favored brute force over strategy. Terence Higgs, a highly skilled seventh-year seeker, had remained undefeated for the past 2 seasons. Flint, in his first year as captain, had to practically beg him to return for his new cheer. Slytherin's chasers included Flint, Pusey, and Graham Montague, who was Rodney's little brother and a second-year newcomer to the team. The keeper, Miles Bletchley, was also a second-year and equally inexperienced. Despite having dominated the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup for several seasons, this year seemed like a rebuilding year for Slytherin. Harry understood their game plan was to bully Gryffindor, keeping them off balance while Higgs looked for the snitch, all while Jim was still figuring out which end of the broom was the front. For the first 15 minutes, Slytherin dominated, leading 40-10, when suddenly there was a commotion around Jim. He appeared to have lost control of his broom, which was shaking violently as if trying to throw him off. Harry watched his brother through a set of binoculars, feeling more curious than concerned, as if he couldn't quite understand what was happening. "It looks like someone has hexed Potter's broom," exclaimed Theo. "I didn't think that was possible." "It shouldn't be," said Blaise Zabini. "Granted, whoever is doing it is an idiot. All they're doing is shaking Potter's broom hard. You'd think they'd just turn off the broom's enchantments and let him fall," someone nearby remarked. "No," Harry said calmly. "The person responsible is exceptionally powerful and cunning. He's just facing unexpected opposition." Harry shifted his binoculars from his brother's predicament to the section of the stands where the faculty and guests were seated. His birth parents were there. James had come to Hogwarts for his son's first match, which now looked like it was turning into a disaster. He and Lily, along with several other teachers, had their wands ready to catch Jim if he fell. Behind them, Harry spotted his prime suspect, Quirrell, whose eyes were fixed and unblinking as he murmured a spell. Snape sat a few rows behind him, doing the same. Clearly, one was jinxing Jim's broom while the other was casting a counter-jinx. Suddenly, to Harry's surprise, Hermione appeared in the faculty visitor stands, forcefully pushing her way through the crowd. At one point, she bumped into Quirrell, nearly knocking him over. Harry glanced back at Jim and saw his broom stabilize almost instantly. Then he turned his attention back to the faculty stands just in time to see Hermione dart down the tunnel past where Snape was still seated. A few seconds later, the potions master jumped up in alarm as the hem of his robes had somehow caught fire. Harry laughed and said, "Oh, that's my girl. That is priceless. Comedy gold." He looked back at Quirrell, who was distracted by Snape's efforts to extinguish the flames and the resulting commotion in the crowd. Finally, shouts from the Slytherins around him drew his attention back to the match. The GIT had apparently spotted the snitch and gone into a power dive. Unfortunately, Higgs was on the far side of the stadium when Potter made his move. Though he desperately tried to maneuver, it was a challenging situation. Harry pushed his way through the other players to catch up with Jim, but it was too late. Near the ground, Jim lost control of his broom and crashed down. It would have been funny if he hadn't nearly swallowed the snitch while tumbling across the turf. Flint was almost furious, claiming the rules clearly stated that the snitch should be caught by hand, not by mouth. Madam Hooch, who had little love for the Slytherin style of play, disagreed and declared the game in favor of the Gryffindors. As Harry left the pitch, he noticed the Potters in the distance arguing angrily with Dumbledore, while Snape walked closely behind, trying to maintain his dignity despite his smoldering robes. Nearby, he saw Hagrid, the groundskeeper, escorting an injured Jim to his hut, with Hermione, Neville, and Ron following closely behind. Harry headed in that direction but soon realized that Theo, and surprisingly Blaise Zabini, were following him. Theo was expected, but Zabini was a new development. "Can I help you, Mr. Zabini?" Harry asked. Blaise smiled and replied, "I hope so, Mr. Potter. A few weeks ago, you invited me to join Miss Granger's study sessions. I declined at the time, but I'm disappointed with my progress in several classes. I was wondering if your invitation was still open." Harry knew Blaise was one of his closest academic rivals in Slytherin House and that he didn't need tutoring. He raised his chin and raised an eyebrow. "Can you resist the temptation to insult anyone's parentage for several hours at a time?" he asked pointedly. "If everyone can go that long without insulting my own parentage, then certainly," Blaise replied evenly. Harry stared at him for several seconds, almost long enough to create an uncomfortable silence. One thing he had learned since his sorting was that there were two kinds of Slytherins, the ones with bigotries and those with agendas. Harry strongly suspected Zabini was the latter, but he was unsure of the agenda. He decided to test a theory he had been developing since Halloween. "Then let us agree to be excellent to each other, Mr. Zabini," he said. Zabini inhaled sharply, as if Harry had just revealed one of his deepest secrets. After a moment, he composed himself and smiled warmly. "Party on, Mr. Potter," he replied as they shook hands. Theo looked back and forth between them, confused. "Was that a code of some kind?" he asked. "Of a sort," Harry said. "By the way, I hope you will call me Harry from now on, Mr. Zabini. Only if you both call me Blaise." "Certainly. I'll discuss it with Hermione, but I doubt it will be a problem. We meet on Tuesdays after last period and Fridays after lunch," Harry said. "I look forward to it," Blaise replied, offering a slight bow before heading toward the castle. Harry watched him go, bemused, before making his way to Hagrid's hut, with Theo following behind somewhat nervously. He knocked boldly on the door. After a moment, the huge man opened the door and looked down at the two Slytherins in surprise. "Mr. Hagrid," exclaimed Harry cheerfully. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I don't think we've been formally introduced. I'm Harry Potter, Jim's older brother. This is my friend, Theodore Nott. I noticed that one of my other friends, Hermione Granger, was headed this way. Is she still here by any chance?" Hagrid stammered before Hermione called out. "It's all right, Hagrid, you can let them in." He reluctantly stepped aside, and the two boys entered the small hut, which was becoming the common room. I made sure to keep an eye on it. I saw Snape watching him too. Jim winced at the mention of the Nimbus 2000. He shifted the ice pack slightly and glared at the group. "So, what do you want, really?" Blaise leaned back in his chair, a casual smile on his face. "We just wanted to help, Jim. It's not every day we see someone struggling with a broom like you are." "Help? From you too?" Jim scoffed. Harry interjected, "Look, we know you're not thrilled about this, but we're trying to figure out what's going on. Hermione has a point about Snape." "Exactly," Hermione added. "If he was really jinxing your broom, we need to know why. It's not like he does this for fun." Neville nodded, still trying to suppress his laughter. "And if we work together, we might be able to clear this up." Jim sighed, his anger deflating slightly. "Fine. What do you suggest?" Blaise shrugged. "Let's gather some evidence. We can observe Snape and see if he does anything suspicious. Hagrid finally set down the teapot and handed out cups. "Well, whatever your plan is, make sure it stays safe. Don't want any more trouble, especially not with Snape." Harry smiled as he handed out the tea. "Don't worry, Hagrid. We'll be careful." As they sipped their tea, the atmosphere shifted. They were no longer just a group of students from different houses, they were united by a common goal. "Last month, during breakfast, I became very interested in brooms, especially how vulnerable they might be to jinxes, hexes, and curses. It was just personal curiosity, you understand." Jim and Ron looked at Harry as if he had just confessed to plotting murder. Hermione rolled her eyes while Neville shook his head. "Damn it, Harry, you promised," Neville said reproachfully. "We agreed on no death, dismemberment, or permanent injuries, Neville. I was just investigating whether it was possible to hex a nimbus so that the rider's clothes would vanish when they got near a snitch." "You son of a bitch," Jim exclaimed furiously. "Jim," Harry said. "That's our mother you're insulting. Anyway, such magic is currently beyond me. For now, at least." He smiled evilly at his brother. "The defensive spells on a Nimbus 2000 are state-of-the-art and so strong that only someone skilled in the most obscure dark arts could jinx one, let alone in a truly dangerous way." "That's very true, Harry," said Hagrid. "Rock cake." The huge man held out a plate of dark brown things to Harry and Theo. Behind him, Hermione and Neville frantically waved their hands back and forth while mouthing no. "You're very kind, Hagrid," Harry said smoothly, "but dinner will start soon, and Theo and I shouldn't spoil our appetites." Hagrid looked disappointed but shrugged and bit into one of the cakes with a frightening crunch. "Be that as it may," Hermione continued, "if anyone at Hogwarts is capable of such dark arts, it's probably Professor Snape." "Yes," Harry agreed, "unless it's, I don't know, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, maybe." Who, by the way, was maintaining unblinking eye contact and muttering the whole time Jim's broom was bucking like a bronco, at least until you knocked him over on your way to your little arson attempt. Hermione sniffed in response. "Honestly, Harry, it was just bluebell flames. There was no danger of actually burning Professor Snape." "You make me sound like a pyromaniac," Jim said with annoyance. "Hang on, forget about the blasted bluebell flames. You're saying Quirrell was the one who tried to kill me?" "I'm quite certain of it," Harry replied. "Hermione, you were distracted by your focus on Professor Snape, but from my vantage point, I could see the whole thing. As soon as you knocked Professor Quirrell over, the interference with Jim's broom stopped immediately." He paused for a moment. "You know, looking back on it, it was very fortunate that the two were seated as they were. It would have been tragic if you could have gotten to Snape without passing by Quirrell first. You might have distracted the man casting the counter-jinx, leaving the actual jinx in place. In that case, Jim would have been a gory splat all over the Quidditch field turf." Hermione blanched, while Jim raised his chin defiantly. "I'd have survived. There were plenty of wizards who could have caught me if I'd fallen," he said. "That's a good point, actually," Neville added. Whether it was Snape or Quirrell, what did he hope to gain by making Jim fall off his broom in front of nearly 1,000 witnesses, any number of whom could have easily caught him with a levitation charm? Harry took a sip of tea and then shook his head. "Oh, I'm sure that wasn't the plan. Professor Quirrell was actually quite clever, but he didn't anticipate someone noticing him and blocking his jinx. I imagine his goal was to take direct control of the broom and then just fly it into the ground at maximum speed, thereby splattering Jim all over the turf like a sack of overripe tomatoes." The Gryffindors looked varying shades of green at his casual description. Everyone would have assumed that Jim had thought he'd seen the snitch and flown after it too fast, only to lose control. There is a reason, after all, that the school doesn't normally allow first years to keep brooms on campus, let alone play on house teams while riding top-of-the-line racing models designed for professional matches. The boy who lived could have been dead or critically injured in a tragic but foreseeable Quidditch mishap. "So sad. So very, very sad," Harry said, his tone lacking any hint of sadness. And then, most likely, the headmaster would have been blamed for bending the rules to let Jim play at all. He could have even been forced out of his position, leaving whatever the Cerberus is guarding more vulnerable. "How do you know about that?" exclaimed Ron. Harry gave him an almost pitying look. "Yeah, how do you know about Fluffy?" Hagrid asked, agitated. Behind him, Neville mouthed in astonishment, "Fluffy?" "Purely by second-hand knowledge, I assure you," Harry said evenly. "I only bring it up to show that Quirrell is much more dangerous than he appears. And I want you," he said, pointing at Hermione and Neville, "to stay away from him." Then he looked over at Jim. "You, on the other hand, can go poke him with a stick for all I care." Jim just made a face at his brother as Hagrid spoke up. "Well, all of you stay away from that corridor and from Fluffy. What he's guarding is no concern of yours. It's strictly between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." "I shouldn't have said that." Harry inhaled sharply, closed his eyes, and started massaging his temples as Hermione's eyes lit up in excitement. Damn, 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 he thought. She's got a research project now. I've got a few months at most before she figures out who this Flamel bloke is, and then... "What, the Nicholas Flamel?" piped up a surprised Theo, who had been sitting quietly all this time. "The alchemist? The one who made the Philosopher's Stone?" "Ah." Chapter 19, Parent-Teacher Conference. Meanwhile, from the east window of the headmaster's office, Severus Snape watched as Harry stormed out of Hagrid's hut in an unusual fury. He was soon followed by 3 friends and 2 enemies. Snape's expression was curious as he observed Hermione run after Harry. It was a look that balanced somewhere between a smile and a sneer. He wanted to reward her with points for her bravery, yet at the same time, he felt the urge to take them away. It had taken all of his skill with the dark arts to prevent Quirrell from harming the other Potter. The girl had managed to solve the problem, albeit accidentally, by knocking Quirrell over to break his line of sight. She then created a distraction with her Bluebell Flame charm. Of course, she had used the Bluebell Flames against him, but fortunately, those magical flames generally could not harm living beings, only scorching the hem of Snape's robes. He assumed she mistakenly thought he was the cause of the other Potter's troubles instead of the one trying to save him. However, he suspected that the sensible Potter had already clarified the matter for her. Or perhaps not. Given Harry's uncharacteristic shouting, something must have happened to infuriate him. Snape's thoughts about the first-year students and their antics blocked out the ridiculous ramblings of the worst Potter. But a sudden lull in the noise behind him made him realize he had been asked a question. "I beg your pardon, Headmaster. I was lost in thought. I asked, Severus, if you had any idea why Professor Quirrell might target Jim Potter under these circumstances. He has made no move against the boy so far. Why now? Frankly, I suspect it is because of the... It was a poor decision to let the boy play as Seeker despite his youth and inexperience," Snape said, unwittingly echoing Harry's own thoughts. "From the beginning, this has reeked of favoritism and pandering. If he had died in his first match, you would have been blamed for allowing him to play. At the very least, you would have faced possible suspension by the Board of Governors. I am sure Lucius Malfoy would have used the boy's death against you. With you out of Hogwarts, Quirrell would have had a clear shot at the stone. It is almost amusing considering the stone isn't even in place yet." Dumbledore sighed. "Yes, it has been exasperating. The Mirror of Erised should have been prepared and in place before September 1st. However, the difficulties of acquiring it from the Department of Mysteries without attracting undue attention were greater than I anticipated. It will be delivered within the week, and I will spend the month of December tuning it to the castle's wards. We should be ready for Quirrell by the start of the second term in January, though I suspect he will wait until later in the year before he makes his move." "A whole month for attunement, Albus?" Lily Potter asked, surprised. "It is a very dark artifact, Lily. One I would not normally allow within 100 miles of this school if the need were not so great. I will have to deactivate several of the school's protective wards designed to detect and block the intrusion of dark artifacts just to allow its entry. It may take years before those wards become fully functional again. I wish it weren't necessary, but we all know what is at stake here, both for Jim and for the wizarding world. Severus sniffed. At this point in his life, he cared little for the wizarding world and even less for the other Potter. He simply wanted to see the last remnant of the Dark Lord destroyed forever. Then, with all his old debts repaid, he could finally start searching for a new life for himself. Brazil, perhaps. It is gratifying, he thought. To know that we all have our priorities in order, he said disdainfully. Jim Potter first, and the rest of the world second. Oh, but I forget. I suppose Harry Potter comes third once everyone else on the planet has been attended to. Why does it not surprise me, as Novellus, to know that you've taken Harry under your wing? No wonder he's gone bad, James said with a sneer. Snape rolled his eyes, but McGonagall was incensed. James Charles Potter. While I respect your status as an Auror and Lord of the Wizengamot, I tell you here and now that if I ever hear that vile nickname again, I will transfigure you into a mouse and leave you for Mrs. Norris to find. Potter swallowed. Sorry, Professor McGonagall. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to the man whom, to my shame, I allowed you to bully and harass for 7 years. And while you're at it, apologize to your other son, the one you assume has gone bad merely for his placement in Slytherin, despite the extraordinary heroism he has already shown in coming to the aid of the Longbottom heir. And need I remind you, it is your Gryffindor son who felt the need to use the word mudblood against a fellow housemate. Minerva, interrupted Lily, no one was more embarrassed by that than me. The same goes for that ridiculous howler, which James and I have discussed at length. We both deeply regret the circumstances under which Harry was raised. But given his sorting and his relationship to Jim, I agree with James that we have grounds to be concerned about Harry and the possibility of him becoming attracted to darker ideologies. Then kindly allow me to put those ludicrous concerns to rest, Lady Potter, Snape said contemptuously. Harry's 2 best friends are, respectively, a Muggleborn and the third potential candidate identified in the prophecy. He has consistently rejected enticements to. Harry Potter's friendships with the children of Death Eaters are limited, except for Theodore Nott. Nott is another abused child whom Harry has bonded with, and Harry openly dislikes Nott's father. His relationship with the Malfoy heir is marked by hostility. Harry is a key organizer of a study group made up of top students from every house, although he is currently the only Slytherin involved. He quickly figured out that Quirrell was responsible for the troll incident and brought his concerns to me. To this point, nothing in his behavior suggests antisocial tendencies. If Harry Potter were to become a dark wizard, it would be a result of the actions of you two driving him to that path. Along with your 10-year abandonment of him to abusive muggles, he is also aware of Lord Potter's ongoing attempts to disinherit him. He has every right to assume the worst about your intentions for his well-being if he were to lose the protections that come with his heir status. Severus, please, Dumbledore said. We are all upset and concerned about how Harry was treated by the Dursleys. But you make it sound almost as if James is plotting Harry's death. Snape stared coldly at the headmaster for several seconds. Then, he drew his wand and summoned a file from his office to Dumbledore's desk. These are the boy's medical records. We do not know the full extent of his mistreatment, as wizarding children are more resilient to malnutrition than Muggle children, and they heal bruises more quickly. However, the boy was taken to the hospital on 3 separate occasions for serious injuries inflicted by his relatives. Curiously, he said sarcastically, at no point did any of the attending physicians forward the incident reports to the relevant Muggle authorities, despite laws that make it a crime for them not to do so. If I were inclined to conspiracy theories, I might wonder if someone has been erasing the memories of the doctors and nurses to prevent the Muggle authorities from looking too closely into Harry Potter's living situation. Are you seriously suggesting that we knew Harry was being physically abused and actively covered it up? James asked incredulously. Snape examined his fingernails with apparent boredom. I'm not suggesting anything at all, Lord Potter. I've been rather busy here at Hogwarts and have not had the opportunity to investigate the matter to my satisfaction. When time permits, I will interview his former teachers and any medical personnel who examined the boy after his injuries. If I find signs of memory tampering, I will contact Wizarding Child Services." He turned to face the headmaster with an icy glare. "And I will also be re-evaluating my association with this school. It has a history of ignoring the criminality of certain favored students that I had hoped was over and done with." "How dare you?" Jane started before Dumbledore sharply interrupted him. The old man looked almost stricken at Snape's insinuations, especially those about the school, which everyone present knew to be true. His own bias toward Gryffindor and against Slytherin had enabled the Marauders' bullying of young Snape for years. It had ultimately allowed Sirius Black to evade criminal prosecution for what, in retrospect, was likely a deliberate attempt on Snape's life. That leniency nearly led to disastrous results just a few years later when Black turned and betrayed the Potters. "Severus," Dumbledore said, "if it will satisfy your concerns, you have leave to spend as much time as you want next summer to investigate young Harry's upbringing and home life. As the one who originally identified Harry as a probable squib and also advised the Potters to place him with Muggle relatives, I am willing to accept a great deal of the blame for his suffering. But I do not believe you will find that it was intentional on the part of anyone here. Nor do I think you will find anything as sinister as a plot to actively conceal his mistreatment. I certainly hope not, Headmaster. But I distrust coincidences, especially when the stakes are so high. Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom are the two alternative candidates who could fulfill the prophecy if the boy who lived falters. Both of them have suffered abuse from their relatives and were mistakenly identified as squibs, despite demonstrating considerable magical power that the entire wizarding world overlooked. Among Longbottom's recovered memories is one that shows he summoned a favorite toy from over 50 miles away. An extraordinary feat in Harry's case. His disciplinary file describes an incident where he evaded his cousin's gang of bullies by apparating to the top of a building more than half a mile away. "That's impossible," Jane said flatly. "No, just incredibly rare. Fewer than 1% of wizarding children have verified incidents of either accidental apparition or long-range summoning. In most confirmed cases, the child grows up to be an exceptionally powerful witch or wizard," Snape replied. "How is the boy doing academically, Severus?" "I know he's the top student among the Slytherins in Transfiguration," McGonagall asked. "He is easily the top Slytherin student in his year and consistently among the top 5 of all first years. The Granger girl dominates every class she's in, except for herbology, where Longbottom arguably has an unfair advantage due to his family history. However, no one else consistently outscores Harry in every class. He had a rough start in some subjects, primarily because he was Muggle-raised. I'm certain he would have performed better initially if he had received the kind of early preparation that wizarding children take for granted," Snape explained. Jane stiffened at the implied insult. "I did notice an interesting detail in his academic files. When Harry was in his 3rd year of Muggle primary school, he took an intelligence test that estimated his IQ to be at least 140. The school sent a letter to the Dursleys offering him a chance to participate in an accelerated learning program for gifted students. The Dursleys declined, after keeping the boy. Harry had been out of school for a whole week, allegedly due to illness. After he returned, his grades dropped sharply. For the rest of his primary school days, he consistently finished exactly 1/2 a letter grade below his underachieving cousin Dudley." McGonagall closed her eyes and hissed. "A highly intelligent boy, abused by his relatives and likely threatened with worse if he ever outperformed their slow-witted son academically. It's a miracle he never blew up his home or school with accidental magic." "Which raises yet another question," said Snape. "My understanding has always been that Harry was placed with his Muggle relatives because he was believed to be a squib. I would like to know how that determination was made, considering the placement occurred when he was 18 months old, a time when accidental magic is still rare. Even a casual reading of his school records indicates at least 2 other incidents of accidental magic besides the one already mentioned, and we have no idea how often it happened at home." Dumbledore sighed. "I have no answer for that, Severus. Several tests were performed at St. Mungo's immediately after Voldemort's attack that indicated Harry's magical core was nearly non-existent. At first, Jim's was just as weak, but it quickly rebounded within days. Harry's did not, or at least, not during the several months he was kept under observation. The old man hesitated. I must be honest with you. Part of the reason I thought it wise to separate the two boys was that I was afraid Jim had somehow drained Harry of his magic through the twin bond they shared when he repelled Voldemort's attack. Sibling rivalry between a famous, powerful wizard and his squib brother would have been bad enough, but if it turned out that Harry was actually a squib because of Jim, I can't imagine the feelings of hatred that would have developed in him. The issue of whether Harry Potter is a squib or not has been decided. He is well on his way to becoming a formidable wizard. Snape turned to Lily and James. You should consider whether you want him to be part of your family again or if you prefer to continue your current, senseless antagonism. I have little hope for the latter, especially if you insist on leaving him with the Dursleys. Personally, if I were in Harry's position, I would resent you for such an insult until my dying days. But at the very least, stop trying to take the boy's inheritance. No Slytherin has ever held the Potter seat, James said with quiet anger. And no Slytherin ever will. Then you were unwise to abandon your future heir for 10 years to an environment where only Slytherin values could have helped him survive, Snape replied contemptuously. We seem stuck in a rut, Albus, McGonagall said. Is there anything else to discuss? If not, I would like to return to my quarters, she added, looking at James with an icy expression. I need to brood over my failures as a teacher. Potter's ears turned red at the rebuke. It became clear that there was nothing left to say, and the other four left Dumbledore alone with his thoughts. Severus Snape had nearly reached the dungeon when a voice called out from behind him. It was Lily. What can I do for you, Lady Potter? He said tiredly. You could start by calling me Lily, Severus. Whatever our past differences, we are colleagues now and can at least be civil to one another. Snape sighed. Oddly, he found he couldn't muster the effort to sneer properly. We have not been on civil speaking terms since 1976, Lily. I find it interesting that you seek reconciliation only after your son was caught insulting a Muggleborn in a moment of anger, using the same bigoted slur that cost me my first real friendship. She looked away for a moment and answered quietly. Yes, all right. Jim lashed out in anger and said the worst, most hateful thing he could think of. Just as you did. And I'm a. Make it right, Lily, he said, his voice steady. You trusted her, but she has never been kind to us. You cannot ignore that history. Lily sighed, her expression filled with regret. I know that now. I should have seen the signs. But I was hopeful. I thought maybe things could be different. Severus shook his head. Hope does not change who she is. Harry deserves better than being left with someone who has always looked down on us. Lily's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I want to believe that she could be a good guardian. I wanted Harry to have a family, to feel loved. But at what cost? Severus asked, his tone sharp. You left him with someone who called you a freak. You have to understand the danger in that. I do, she whispered, stepping closer again. But I thought I could make it work. I thought I could change things for him. Severus looked at her, searching for the right words. Sometimes, hope can blind us. I just want to make sure Harry is safe. That's all I care about. Lily nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. I understand. Just please, when you look into Harry's situation with Petunia, let me know what you find. I need to know he is all right. He met her gaze, his expression softening slightly. I will. But you must prepare yourself for the truth. Explain why you didn't at least check up on him, he snapped. Lily let out a sob but quickly regained her composure. We couldn't, Severus. We didn't dare. After Jim vanquished you-know-who, I was certain it was only a matter of time before the Death Eaters came after us for revenge. Just days later, Frank and Alice Longbottom were, well, you know what happened to them. I was afraid that if Harry grew up in the wizarding world with no magic of his own, dark wizards or blood purists would go after him. They might use him to hurt Jim, blackmail us, or simply because they were offended that a squib had been born to the illustrious House of Potter. It was already bad enough how many people looked down on us because blood traitor James Potter married a filthy mudblood. her voice hitched with emotion as she struggled to continue. I lost my parents to the Death Eaters, Sev. You know how horrible their deaths were. The things those animals did to them before burning them alive. You know how cruel the Death Eaters could be to squids who fell into their hands. I couldn't bear to lose a son that way. Snape remained silent as Lily paused to regain her control. Finally, she continued. And all that was before Albus theorized that Jim could only vanquish you-know-who by draining magic from Harry and possibly his very life force. Harry simply wasn't safe with us, and if giving him up would provide that safety, I was willing to do just that, no matter how much it hurt to surrender him. Snape studied her, using the passive aspects of his legitimacy to determine if she was being truthful. You still have not answered my question, Lily. Why did you never check up on him? She wiped a tear away and took a deep breath. 2 reasons. First, Petunia insisted on it. She hated magic, but Vernon was terrified by it. She thought that having wizards come to visit would upset him and threaten their marriage. And reluctantly, I agreed. In fact, she looked down at the floor. Please don't tell James this, but I encouraged Petunia to tell Harry that we died in an accident. I thought it would help him accept the Dursleys as his real family and forget about his birth parents. Then, her face hardened. Obviously, the embellishment that James was a drug dealer and I was a prostitute, and that we killed ourselves in a drunk driving accident caused by James, was not part of the plan. And the other reason? Snape asked. I was afraid that if I saw Harry, my nerve would break. I would snatch him away and bring him back into our world, and then I'd get him killed. Lily looked deeply into Severus's eyes with a pleading expression. Severus, find out what happened. Find out what made her act so cruelly toward my son. Find out how my sister and her whole family turned into monsters. Believe me, Lily. I intend to. But one final question, you have explained why you did not visit Harry while he was with the Muggles. But for Merlin's sake, why haven't you reached out to him since he got his letter? You let James go to meet him alone while you made a flimsy excuse to avoid him. Why? She sniffed and rubbed away another tear, her face taking on a look of broken resignation. Because I knew he would hate us. Even before I found out about the abuse, I knew he would hate us for leaving him with another family while we focused on raising his twin brother instead. I loved my mother and father, Sev. But if they had ever done to me what we unwittingly did to Harry, even for the best of reasons, I would have despised them for it and never forgiven them. You know what I'm like, Severus, and what Petunia's like. Our mother was just the same way about people who wronged her. A Potter can have moments of terrible unthinking rage, as my dear husband proved with that stupid Howler. But an Evans? We know how to carry a grudge. From the way he spoke to us when he delivered the restraining order, another reason to stay away since it's obviously what he wants, I know Harry can carry an Evans grudge too, Snape said, sighing. Very well. Anything I discover that I share with the headmaster, I will also share with you, he continued. She nodded. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, answer me one final question, though, Lily. If you had to choose, right now, between Harry and Jim, knowing how one has been cruelly mistreated and the other spoiled almost to the point of ruin, what choice would you make today? Who would you choose to keep? The color drained from her face. When she spoke, it was with complete resignation. There is no choice, Severus, and you know it. Jim is the boy who lived, the child of prophecy. If he fails, then the whole world will fall to the Dark Lord, including Harry. I would have died myself to spare my sons from what happened that night, but that wasn't an option I was given. So yes, right now, I have to be Jim's mother first and foremost, because if Jim fails, I'll probably lose them both. We both know I haven't had any real choices to make regarding either of my sons since 1981. He looked at her and chuckled darkly. No, I suppose not. Although I must say, Lily, I can see one positive benefit arising from how Harry Potter has been treated for the last decade. Oh, she asked, almost hopefully. Yes. It has been 20 years since you and I were sorted into different houses. At long last, I can finally and truthfully say I'm over you." With that, he turned and walked away. In other news, I finally noticed the button for making horizontal lines. This chapter was updated on January 25, 2021, to better reflect the development of Lily's personality and her rationale for how she treats Harry. Chapter 20, The Student-Teacher Conference. Minutes later, Snape found Harry sitting in his usual chair in the potions lab, softly banging his head against his desk. He sighed and said, "Mr. Potter, I don't believe you have any detentions assigned to me, so I assume you have some information to share that you think is too vital to wait until Monday. Out with it." Harry stopped banging his head but kept it on the desk. Beneath the trapdoor guarded by Fluffy the Cerberus lay a series of rooms, each with a trap designed by one of the Hogwarts professors. Specifically, in order, by Sprout, Flitwick, McGonagall, Quirrell, and yourself. And in the last room is Nicholas Flamel's fabled Philosopher's Stone, which Professor Quirrell wants to steal. He finally raised his head and looked dully at Snape. "And the GIT who lived knows all about it." Snape shook his head in resignation and sat down at his desk. "How?" "Hagrid." A few details from Theo hastened the inevitable, but mainly Hagrid. He just would not shut up. I'm surprised he's not up in the astronomy tower right now with a megaphone, blaring out the secret of how to get past the Cerberus. Snape leaned forward. "Did he?" "No, but only because I made a big scene and stormed out in such a way that everyone followed me. I'm sure Jim and Ron will go back and get it out of him later. Mind you, I don't even see how getting past Fluffy is any big deal to begin with." The potions master raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. So, have you figured out the secret for neutralizing the Cerberus?" "No, but unlike some people I could name, I'm not a powerful homicidal wizard who has infiltrated Hogwarts to steal the Philosopher's Stone. If I were, I'm pretty sure I would just use the killing curse on Fluffy and then get on with it." "Ah, the direct approach." "Unfortunately for us, Potter, the enemy is more knowledgeable than you. Hogwarts wards would instantly detect a killing curse cast within the castle and alert every faculty member to the location where it was used, as well as the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The beast is highly magic resistant, and no spell less potent than the killing curse would easily kill it. There is only one way to overcome the Hellhound and reach the trapdoor without sounding the alarm, and only Hagrid and the headmaster know what it is. Have you considered obliviating Hagrid? 1 point deducted for your cheek, Potter. Do not mock the Hogwarts staff, not even Hagrid. We all have our roles to play." "Well, I'm sorry, sir, but I'm a bit upset. I have friends who I now feel are in genuine danger. I was willing to ignore the troll as a simple diversion that got out of hand, but Quirrell has just demonstrated his willingness to murder a student in front of several thousand witnesses. Granted, it was Jim Potter, but he's still a Hogwarts student. And while I may not care about the GIT's fate, 2 of my best friends are caught up in his orbit and are potential victims if they get drawn into his adventures." Harry's voice dripped with contempt on the last word. "You are not responsible for the fate of those who will not listen to your reasoned advice, Potter. If it is any comfort, that was a hard lesson for me to learn as well. Encourage your friends to avoid Quirrell and resist being drawn into the other Potters' foolishness. That is all you can reasonably hope to achieve. Sir, I might be more confident about this whole situation if I could see any sense to it. Why even hide the stone in a school in the first place? I'm 11, and I can think of better protections for the Philosopher's Stone than sticking it in Hogwarts behind a gauntlet of traps." "Really, Potter," sneered the potions master. "You actually think yourself more clever and intelligent than the entire Hogwarts faculty put together? Such hubris is unbecoming of you." The boy grimaced and shook his head. "I don't think anything of the sort, Professor Snape. But I have read the reports about the defeat of you-know-who and the role Sirius Black played in it. Consequently, I am also aware of a little thing called the Fidelius Charm, which provides absolute protection as long as you aren't foolish enough to share the secret of what you're hiding with your enemy. If Nicholas Flamel had really wanted the stone protected, he would have hidden it at the bottom of his sock drawer, Cast a Fidelius with his wife as secret keeper, and let that be the end of it. Snape did not respond. The silence in the room lasted barely 3 seconds, but it felt like an eternity before the boy spoke again. Which is, of course, exactly what he did. Harry said, his annoyance rising. The true stone is hidden away under a Fidelius while the headmaster makes a grand show of constructing elaborate traps around a convincing fake. He even announces what room it's in at the opening feast while standing 10 feet away from Quirrell, since exposing Quirrell is actually the entire point of this whole exercise. Harry exhaled in visible anger. Professor Snape, who is this man? The upper year students remember Quirrell as a likable and well-spoken Muggle studies professor, certainly not a stammering cold-blooded killer. Is it some imposter impersonating Quirrell, or has he been? The boy trailed off, his eyes slowly widening. The potions master had let Harry talk out of curiosity about how much he could deduce on his own. Snape had submitted to Dumbledore's orders not to warn his Slytherins of the true nature of the threat stalking the halls of Hogwarts, but nothing in his vow prevented him from subtly confirming or denying the hypotheses of his more intelligent students. After nearly 10 seconds, however, he became mildly concerned at the boy's seeming paralysis. Severus Snape exercised a power he rarely used, despite what some of the more paranoid Hogwarts parents might believe. He used legilimency. The results were unexpected. Snape had never encountered someone who appeared outwardly calm while screaming hysterically inside. Oh no! It's Voldemort. Voldemort's not dead. Voldemort's possessing the defense against the dark arts instructor. That's why his personality has changed. Voldemort is trying to steal the stone to get a new body and has possessed Quirrell to do it. That's why Jim and I hurt when Quirrell turns around. Voldemort is probably staring at us from the back of Quirrell's head like an evil pustule of doom. Quirrell wears a turban to hide his doom pimple. He tried to kill Jim out of revenge for 1981, and he'll try to kill me because I already proved I can take down a troll. Also, Jim and I look alike, and Voldemort's an evil, insane moron who won't be able to tell us apart. Potter! Snape barked. Get a hold of yourself! Harry abruptly shook his head and blinked several times as Snape rose and moved to where he sat. The professor reached into his voluminous robes and pulled out a potion, which he handed to Harry. Drink this. It's a calming draught. Harry took the potion cautiously and looked up at his professor. I wasn't aware I needed calming, sir, he said shakily. Indeed, Potter. I've never before seen someone demonstrate such external composure while having an internal panic attack. Drink. Harry pulled the stopper and downed the potion in one gulp. He frowned as he considered the implications of what Snape had just said. You can read my thoughts, he said. It was neither a question nor an accusation. Yes, Snape said after a moment of hesitation, when necessary. It is an obscure and difficult skill known as legilimency. I assure you that I only rarely use it on students. However, since you have no way of detecting it or defending against it, except by completely avoiding eye contact, it would be foolish and naive to believe me. Right. And who else can do this legilimency? Harry asked. I really couldn't say. Harry looked Snape directly in the eye and concentrated. Because you don't know? Or because you're under an oath not to reveal? Snape's mouth twisted into an expression that was almost a smile. Both. I can say that, as far as I know, Professor Quirrell lacks this ability. But if he should turn his back to you, it might be wise to avoid looking directly at the back of his head. Or, indeed, in his general direction. Okay. Is there any better defense against legilimency than that? Snape regarded Harry for a moment. Then, without another word, he turned and left through the door to his office. He returned shortly with a small leather-bound book, which he handed to Harry. Harry raised an eyebrow as he looked at the cover. Great Potion Masters of the Holy Roman Empire, he read, confused. Snape gave him a look that clearly said, don't be stupid. The cover is transfigured, Potter. It is not something you should be seen reading by the casual observer. Though not illegal, the mystic art known as occlumency is frowned upon by most authority figures since a master occlument can potentially overcome the effects of veritaserum and other magical techniques for discerning the truth in a court of law. Harry nodded and opened the book. The title page read, Occlumency, the Most Hidden Art. Occlumency? And that will help me shield my thoughts against Professor Quirrell, he asked. No, Snape replied bluntly. It is fantastically unlikely that you will be able to develop even the most rudimentary skills. Occlumency serves as a shield until the situation with Quirrell resolves itself. Consider this a long-term self-enrichment project. The material will be immediately useful for improving memory and defending against more obvious psychic attacks. However, you will likely need a minimum of 2 to 3 years of consistent study and practice before you can reliably defend yourself against any competent legilimens. 2 to 3 years. Great. No shortcuts at all? Harry asked. Snape looked thoughtful. There is one rather extreme alternative approach. He shrugged. Sometimes it even works. Sometimes? Harry inquired. Yes. Approximately 1 out of every 12 wizards can spontaneously develop a form of natural occlumency in response to regular exposure to high-level legilimency attacks. This can happen in as little as a month or 2. That is how I was first introduced to the discipline, as I am one of those rare individuals. Harry nodded. And the other 11 or so? They waste their time writhing around on the floor, clutching their heads in agony, while being forced to relive their most painful and humiliating memories. Harry blinked a few times. I'll try the book first. A wise decision. And remember, what you have deduced cannot be shared with others. If the enemy learns of our plans, he will have a greater pool of unprotected minds to exploit. Do not speak of it. To the extent possible, do not even think about it. Harry nodded solemnly. He understood what was at stake now. Voldemort was alive, at least, for some definitions of alive. Voldemort was possessing a Hogwarts professor. Voldemort was after the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore and most of the staff knew about it and had a plan for dealing with him, hopefully for good. So, all he had to do was keep a bunch of hyperactive Gryffindors from interfering and messing things up. No problem. Harry resisted the impulse to start banging his head on his desk in despair. Later that night, Harry was alone in the common room. Harry was reviewing the book Snape had given him. When asked, he told the other Slytherins that it was an extra credit assignment for Binns, as he was worried about his inability to stay awake in the Ghost's history class. After making his way through the first 6 chapters, he decided to call it a night and put the book away. That was when he noticed something unusual in his book bag, a folded and wax-sealed piece of parchment he had never seen before, with his name printed on the outside. The lettering was in a plain, generic script and seemed to have been engraved through magic rather than handwritten. He cast the few diagnostic spells he knew on it, but all came up negative. This only meant that if the paper was cursed, it had been done by someone more skilled than a first year. Harry exhaled. Paranoia had been getting to him, but there were obviously easier ways to hex him than through a mysterious letter in his book bag. With a shrug, he sliced through the wax seal with his wand and opened the letter. Inside were 6 words in the same bland script followed by a question mark. The words meant nothing to him but definitely piqued his curiosity. As soon as Harry read the question, the paper disintegrated in a flash of green fire, leaving no ash or residue behind. The 6-word question lingered in his mind: who was the Prince of Slytherin? Chapter 21, The Christmas Feast. December 25, 1991. Surprisingly, it had been a quiet 7 weeks since the infamous Gryffindor-Slytherin Quidditch match. Quirrell had made no more attempts to harm Jim or anyone else. The Gryffindors had not taken further action to investigate the 3rd-floor corridor or to protect the Philosopher's Stone from Quirrell or from Snape. The GIT and the Weasel were convinced that Snape was the true villain and that it had been Quirrell who saved Jim from falling. Harry chose to let them believe that, hoping they would do something foolish in Snape's class and earn enough detentions to keep them out of trouble. On Christmas morning, Harry reflected on recent events as he got dressed. True to his word, Blaise had joined the study group. He had been remarkably polite to those with less than immaculate blood purity. More than polite, in fact. He had been almost flirtatious with all the female members, including Hermione, which troubled both Harry and Neville for reasons they could not articulate. Initially, Blaise had been a bit reserved around Harry after Harry guessed correctly about his interest in Muggle culture. However, he soon made a game of letting Harry guess just how integrated he was into Muggle society. In addition to casually referencing Bill and Ted's excellent adventure, he had also dropped a few Simpsons references and looked sympathetically at Hermione when she lamented the cancellation of Doctor Who. They were also both fans of a show called Press Gang. Harry himself was vaguely aware of the latter two shows and had actually seen several episodes of The Simpsons on occasions when the Dursleys left him with Mrs. Figg while they were on holiday. Only a few, though, as the older lady preferred American westerns for some odd reason. Ironically, Harry had never seen Bill and Ted at all, but he had heard it a dozen times, as it was one of Dudley's favorite videos. Next to his cupboard. One significant detail about Zabini emerged when Harry learned that Blaise would be spending the Christmas holidays at his mother's mansion in Manhattan. Madame Zabini, or Countess Zabini as she preferred to be called, was a wealthy woman with homes around the world. She favored celebrating the holidays in New York because of her love for the city's famous Times Square New Year's festivities. Blaise mentioned that Manhattan lacked a concentrated magical community like Diagon Alley. As a result, wizards in New York often took things like subways and cable television for granted. He joked that he sometimes felt like the wizarding equivalent of the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Harry, however, did not understand the reference, as it was not a show the Dursleys would ever watch. Theo had also joined the study session, which pleased Harry, even though he remained shy and quiet. Neville took it upon himself to support Nott, offering encouragement, especially when Harry was not around. Neville believed that Theo had helped save his life by unlocking his suppressed memories, just as much as Harry and Hermione had. He was determined to repay the favor. After a few weeks, Theo's class performance had noticeably improved, despite enduring snide remarks from some older purebloods suggesting that Harry was leading him to associate with undesirables. The moment he successfully performed the transfiguration in front of Draco Malfoy made it all worthwhile. When not preparing for end-of-term exams, Harry spent his time dealing with his ongoing legal issues with the Potters and searching the school for any references to the elusive Prince of Slytherin. Both matters seemed to be at a standstill. For now, James Potter had no authority to disinherit him, but Harry would continue to look for answers. He was also considering backup plans in case his birth father ever succeeded. According to the law, Harry would need to hire Gringotts to perform a few blood tests. Since he had no intention of sending samples of his blood by post, he realized he would have to wait until summer. To his frustration, none of the snakes at Hogwarts would answer his questions about the Prince of Slytherin. They all understood what the term meant but seemed either unwilling or unable to share that knowledge with him. The best advice he received was to avoid asking fellow students or faculty members, as doing so could be a waste of time or even lead to danger. The bluntness with which some of the snakes discussed the risks associated with this information startled Harry. The only practical advice came from Egbert, who, after days of prodding, finally suggested Harry seek the Sentinel, who could be found past the nests where the lesser powers dwelt. This meant nothing to Harry. In early December, Snape circulated a sign-up sheet for those staying at Hogwarts over the Christmas holidays. In Slytherin House, the list included only Harry and Theo. Draco made an insulting remark about Harry not having a family that wanted him for Christmas. Harry simply smiled and rubbed his fingers as if itching to hold a wand. Draco paled and walked away. For 2 days, Harry and Theo had the entire Slytherin dorms to themselves, which surprised Harry. He had expected more Slytherins to take the chance to avoid their families over the break, but it seemed most Slytherin households were not as difficult as House Nott. Harry had no desire to return to the Dursleys, but he felt annoyed to learn that Jim and Lily would remain at the castle during the break and that James would join them for the Christmas feast. He wondered if he could get special permission to eat in the kitchens with the house elves. The various Weasleys also stayed over Christmas break. Ronald avoided Harry, seemingly afraid he would catch Slytherin cooties or something similar. However, Harry had several friendly conversations with the twins and enjoyed a snowball fight, which Theo also joined. Unfortunately, the fun ended abruptly when Quirrell passed by, and the twins attempted to knock his turban off. To prevent any trouble, Harry made an excuse to leave, worried they might provoke a dangerous response. Harry also had a few conversations with Percy Weasley. While not particularly interesting, some were painfully dull. Percy was eager to discuss topics like the system for selecting prefects, job opportunities after graduation, and eventually shared his opinions on the 6 Slytherin prefects. Harry hinted to Percy about Ron's association with Jim and their excessive curiosity about the 3rd floor corridor. He hoped it would help to have another pair of eyes watching them. Harry's Christmas morning began on a high note. He received gifts from Neville, Hermione, and several members of the study group, including a gift-wrapped toilet set from the twins. The most intriguing gift was a nicely wrapped box with no card, containing a VHS copy of Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. However, inside was a blank tape. Harry wondered where he could possibly play it at Hogwarts. On a whim, he cast Finite Incantatem on the tape, and it transformed into a small book titled Pathways of the Mind. Inside was a handwritten note that simply read, "You may find these exercises more helpful than those in your regular occlumency reading. Also, Mom wants to meet you sometime." The note was unsigned. Harry laughed at how easily Blaise combined mystery with flair. He then transfigured the book back into a VHS tape. From the Dursleys, Harry received a £1 note. He did not get anything from the Potters. Theo received mountains of candy from his brother Alex, from Neville, and of course from Harry, but he seemed relieved to get nothing from his father. Around lunchtime, Theo and Harry made their way down to the Great Hall for the Christmas feast. The hall was filled with dozens of beautifully decorated trees. The usual 4 house tables were gone, along with the raised dais and the faculty table. Instead, there was one long table in the center of the room, overflowing with food. By tradition, everyone who remained in the castle at Christmas ate together. The 2 Slytherins sat at the far end of the table next to a few upper-year Ravenclaws they did not know, but introductions were quickly made. The 4 Weasley brothers, Lily and Jim, sat at the opposite end. The twins and Percy waved to Harry as he took his seat. Faculty members who remained at the castle sat in the middle. Just as the feast was starting, James Potter entered. He kissed his wife, presented a large gold-foiled box to the GIT, and sat down without looking at Harry, which required obvious and deliberate effort. Harry shook his head in amusement. A few minutes later, the doors burst open again. To Harry's pleasant surprise, Neville came in, accompanied by his grandmother, still wearing her stuffed vulture hat. They stopped to wish Dumbledore and the other faculty members a Merry Christmas before making their way to the far end where Harry and Theo sat. Neville gave them both a big hug and introduced them to the intimidating Augusta Longbottom. She explained that, in light of recent events, she thought it diplomatic to skip the usual Longbottom family Christmas they typically shared with Alge's children and grandchildren. Both Harry and Theo bowed respectfully and kissed her knuckles in the traditional manner. She registered her approval and then looked at Theo somewhat sternly. "You are the son of Tiberius, not, I take it?" she asked imperiously. He swallowed deeply. "I am his younger son, yes. I must confess, Master Not, that I do not approve of your father." He grimaced but did not lower his gaze. "If you will forgive the impertinence, I don't much approve of him either." The old woman fixed him with a sharp gaze, then smiled. "My grandson informs me that the House of Longbottom owes you a debt. I want you to understand that this debt is owed to you and not to the House of Not. Furthermore, should circumstances ever warrant it, the House of Longbottom offers you sanctuary." She turned to include Harry. "That offer extends to you as well, Harry Potter." The 2 boys bowed respectfully and expressed their thanks. Privately, Harry hoped that things wouldn't deteriorate to the point where he would need sanctuary with the Longbottoms, but who knew what the future held? It was good to know that Theo had a safe place if necessary. Harry also noticed that, at the far end of the table, James could no longer ignore them. He looked visibly upset to see Madame Longbottom and her grandson enjoying Christmas dinner with 2 Slytherins while ignoring the Potters completely. At the end of the feast, the the Longbottoms said their goodbyes. They were heading to St. Mungo's to visit Neville's parents, as was their Christmas tradition. To Harry's surprise, James and Lily followed after them, dragging an annoyed Jim behind. He was half tempted to follow, but he figured Neville would owl him later with a summary if anything interesting was said. He noticed that Professor McGonagall was staring after them with a rather venomous look in her eye. In the foyer of the Great Hall, the Potters caught up with Madame Longbottom and her grandson. "Madame Longbottom! Sorry, I just didn't want. You and your grandson can't leave without me wishing you a happy Christmas," James said jovially. "I don't think we've ever been formally introduced. I'm James Potter, and this is my wife, Lily. And of course, this is our son, Jim Potter. Lily and I were great friends with Frank and Alice." "Really? I wasn't aware, Lord Potter. I do recall that Frank mentioned you in passing during his school days, though you were a few years behind him. I remember that Alice was supposed to be the godmother of your twins while Lady Potter was to be the godmother of little Neville. But then, I never heard from either of you after Frank and Alice were injured. When you felt the need to send your young heir away, you never inquired whether he might be welcome in the house of Longbottom rather than being sent off to live with Muggles. Naturally, I assumed I must have been mistaken on the matter." James coughed and adjusted his collar, which suddenly felt too tight, while Lily looked stricken. "Madame Longbottom," James said, "I apologize for any offense we have caused through our failure to maintain contact. As for Harry, we made what we thought was the best decision at the time. Regarding Neville, it is true we should have been more proactive with Lily's role as godmother, but no paperwork had ever been filed to make her role official. We felt it inappropriate to intrude after the Wizengamot had already made its decision about regency and guardianship. That said, we would like to make amends with the House of Longbottom now and hopefully construct a new alliance with you. We are hosting a New Year's Eve party next week, and we would be honored if you and Neville could attend. Several of Neville's schoolmates will be there." "Is Harry coming?" Neville asked mildly. James's eye twitched. Jim actually snorted and started to say something when Lily dug her fingernails into his shoulder, causing him to nearly hiss in pain. "Harry has decided to stay at the castle for the entire holidays instead of coming home," she said. Neville's expression darkened at that. He knew Potter Manor had never been offered as an option for Harry. It was Hogwarts or the Dursleys. "Oh, that is a pity," said Augusta. "In any case, I believe that Neville and I have other plans for New Year's. Perhaps another time." "I hope so," James replied. He took Augusta's hand, which she offered rather stiffly, and kissed it before turning to leave. "Oh, Lord Potter," Augusta called, stepping in close to him as if to whisper a secret meant only for him. "My son Frank never liked you," she said quietly and with a hint of danger in her voice. "He thought you were spoiled and arrogant. He was furious that neither McGonagall nor Dumbledore would do anything to rein in you and that gang of bullies you surrounded yourself with. Alice practically had to drag him to your wedding. Alice herself was utterly baffled as to why her sensible and intelligent friend would ever agree to marry you in the first place. I thought you should know all this before you embarrass yourself further by claiming a close friendship with people who can no longer speak for themselves." With that, Augusta Longbottom turned and led a beaming Neville away from a humiliated James Potter and his family. Once they were through the doors, Neville spoke. "Have I mentioned lately how awesome you are, Gran?" "Tosh, Neville. I've gotten entirely too soft in my old age. 20 years ago, I would have hexed his bits off." Chapter 22, The Mirror of Eris. Chapter 22, The Mirror of Eris. The 26th of December, 1991. "Harry," whispered Theo urgently. Harry grunted and rolled over to see his friend standing next to his bed, though why he was whispering in an otherwise empty room was a mystery. "What is it, Theo?" asked Harry grumpily, still half asleep. "And what time is it?" "Never mind that now," the other boy said at a more normal volume. "I found something strange. And I really need you to take a look at it and tell me what it means. Please?" Harry felt around in this dark for his glasses and wand and then cast a Lumos and Tempus. "Theo. It's nearly 3 o'clock in the morning, he said irritably. What could you want me to see that can't at least wait until dawn? It can't wait, Harry. Please, just come with me. It was at that point by the dim light of the Lumos spell that Harry realized his friend had been crying. Theo, what's happened? Tell me what's going on, he asked, suddenly alert and wary. I can't just explain it. You wouldn't believe me. That's why I want you to come see for yourself. I think it's possible that I've gone crazy, so I want someone sensible, someone I trust to back me up and tell me if what I found is real or not. Theo could see Harry's hesitation in the gloom. Harry, in all the time we've been friends, I've never asked you for anything. But I'm asking you now, please come with me. Harry studied his friend. It was true that Theo, shy as he was, had never made any demands on Harry's friendship. Not even after the loan of his notice Minot ring to aid in rescuing Neville at Halloween. At the time, Harry had not fully appreciated how precious a gift that was. The ring was a not family heirloom. It was supposed to be with Theo's brother Alexander at Durmstrang, but Alex was intensely if discreetly protective of his younger brother and secretly gave him the ring, a remembrall and several other magical items. Tiberius Knott had intended the ring for his heir presumptive. The elder Knott would be furious to know that Theo had the ring at all. Harry shuddered at the thought of his reaction if he ever learned that Theo had given it to a Potter to help rescue a Longbottom. Do I at least have time to get dressed? Harry asked wearily. Apparently not, as seconds later, the two exited the dungeon in their pajamas, robes, and slippers, though Harry insisted on putting on his wand holster. 5 minutes later, Theo led Harry into an empty, dust-covered classroom in an unused wing of the school. In the middle of the room stood a large, ornate freestanding mirror, about 4 feet wide and twice as tall. Theo pointed at it excitedly and started toward it, but Harry quickly grabbed him by the shoulder. No. I followed you here after curfew, but I'm not going near that thing until you tell me what's going on. How did you even find this room? Theo looked embarrassed. Well, I was feeling a bit hungry during the night. You know I have trouble sleeping, so I sneaked over to the kitchen for a snack. One of the upper years who's friends with Alex told me how to find it and how to get in. On my way back, Mrs. Norris saw me, and I thought Filch might catch me, so I ran. I got turned around, and when I thought I heard them behind me, I ducked in here. That's when I found her. Her? Theo nodded excitedly and pulled free of Harry's grasp. He ran across the room to stand in front of the mirror with a rapturous expression on his face. Cautiously, Harry followed him more slowly into the gloomy, dust-covered room. About halfway across, he jumped at the sound of the door creaking behind him. He had forgotten that he left it partially open. Slowly, he turned back toward Theo and moved to join his friend, waving away the dust and cobwebs while mentally preparing himself for whatever image the mirror would show. Isn't she beautiful? Theo said softly. And she was, with her brilliant red hair and dazzling green eyes, just a shade darker than Harry's own. Harry's only question was why Theo was so entranced by Lily Potter. He also wondered why Theo was ignoring the other 3 figures in the mirror, James Potter, Jim Potter, and Harry himself. Harry had never seen a reflection of himself like this one. He looked healthy, happy, and thrilled to be with the other Potters. He still wore Slytherin robes, while Jim wore the colors of Gryffindor. Yet, there was no hint of animosity between the twins. Each brother had an arm over the other's shoulder, as if they were the best of friends. James, dressed in his Aura's robes, affectionately rubbed his fingers through Harry's hair, mussing the perfect sleek easy hairstyle. Harry just laughed, as if he was used to it. Lily looked back and forth at her 3 boys, her expression radiating maternal love. Harry thought, this is what it should have been. This is the life we all should have had. Then Theo spoke again, almost dreamily. So beautiful. Why did she have to die, Harry? Theo's words sliced through Harry's thoughts like a jagged knife. Reflexively, he initiated the basic self-diagnostic techniques from his introductory occlumency training. Wait, what? Lily's still alive. So what is Theo talking about? Some other woman? Of course. He sees someone else in the mirror, someone he loves as much as I love my family. So we see different things. I see that my family loves me, and he sees someone he loves who died. But that means what he's seeing isn't real. And if he is seeing something impossible, then what I see is impossible too. They look like they love me. Impossible. They look like they accept me. Impossible. I look like I love them. Impossible. It's all a lie. Nothing but impossible lies. With a low, guttural cry like a wounded animal, Harry turned his face from the mirror and staggered a few steps away. He dropped to his hands and knees, fighting the urge to vomit. It hurt. It had been physically painful to tear himself away from the comforting fantasy that beckoned within the mirror. Even now that he knew it was a deception, he still wanted to look at it again. From somewhere behind him, he thought he heard a movement. In a flash, his wand was out, scanning the room. But there was nothing there, just his imagination playing tricks, the pounding of his heart making him jumpy. As he retracted his wand, he noticed that his hands were shaking. From his side vantage point, he dared another look at the mirror. It seemed safe now. Well, safe to him. Theo had also fallen to his knees, staring in awe at the image it held, tears streaming down his face even as he grinned in delight. Apparently, its powers only affected those who looked directly into it. Harry marveled at what sort of foolishness would lead to something as monstrous as this being placed in a school. Then he remembered what else had been placed in the school and understood. This was a trap, one meant for Voldemort himself. And some fool had left it in an unlocked room over the Christmas break. Harry shook his head. He thought back to what he had felt when he looked into the mirror and let out a shuddering breath. He had nearly been ensnared by a trap intended for Voldemort. Would it have driven him mad? Sucked out his soul? Or merely left him inert and helpless until someone else came along? Almost certainly, he would never have broken free on his own if he hadn't begun a study of occlumency. Even then, he had needed Theo to say something to trigger his primitive defenses. He thanked whatever gods wizards were supposed to worship that Theo was there. Harry had broken free long enough to come to him instead of staying alone all night. He rose and edged around slowly, avoiding a direct reflection. At the top of the mirror, he noticed some lettering. It was an archaic script, but the letters were clearly English, even though it didn't resemble any language Harry had ever encountered. It read, Erist Striaru Oytub Kafru Oyt on Wosi. Harry studied the words for a moment and then rolled his eyes. He thought contemptuously, wizards. He hoped Voldemort didn't take the time to read the instruction manual someone had helpfully placed atop the mirror before looking within. If he did, Dumbledore's little game would be all for nothing. Harry reflected on the mirror's purpose. It showed images of whatever one subconsciously wanted to see the most. In Theo's case, that image was likely a dead woman, probably his mother, who, according to Neville, had died in a vaguely suspicious accident in 1985. Theo would have been 4 or 5 at the time. Harry focused on whatever was going on in Theo's bewitched mind, pushing aside any thoughts about what he himself had seen within the mirror. He wasn't inclined toward self-reflection at the best of times, and with Theo ensnared, this was certainly not the best of times. "Why did you bring me here?" Harry asked mildly. "You're so much cleverer than me. I could see her, but I can't get her to speak. I knew if I showed her to you, you could find a way to let her communicate. Then she could tell everyone the truth about how she died. Then she could be at peace. We both could." Harry closed his eyes and silently cursed whoever left the mirror there. He assumed it was Dumbledore, but there seemed to be no shortage of idiots at Hogwarts. "Who, Theo? Who do you see in the mirror?" It's my mother," Theo confirmed without taking his eyes from the mirror. "Can't you see her?" "No, Theo. The mirror shows something different to whoever looks into it. Tell me about her. What does she look like?" "Like I said, beautiful. Her eyes are ice blue and her hair is the color of fresh straw. And she loves me even though." Theo's eyes blinked rapidly. Harry took a step toward him and prepared himself, careful not to look into the mirror. Even though what? Harry asked gently. Theo's mouth began to crinkle. It was because of me. Father wanted a girl. He had his male heir to carry on the line, and he wanted a daughter Draco's age to secure a marriage contract with the Malfoys. He made Mother take an illegal potion to increase the chances of having a female child. But it didn't work, and it made her sick. I almost died as a baby. I was sicky for years, another reason for him to hate me. And when I was 3, he made her try again. That baby was stillborn, and after that, she couldn't have any more children. Theo's eyes started to blink rapidly again, and Harry tensed. He was angry all the time after that. At her, at both of us. He drank a lot, too. He would say, "What's the point of a wife who can't even breed properly?" And that if only they'd found out earlier that I had been a mistake, she could have aborted me and started over. Then, Theo broke into racking sobs, his head bowing and his eyes squeezing shut. Harry made his move while the visual connection was broken. He darted forward to Theo, twisted the boy around by the shoulders to turn him away from the mirror, and placed his hands on either side of Theo's head so he couldn't look back. Then, he leaned forward until their foreheads were touching. "Shush, Theo. It's okay. I'm here. I told you I would be here for you if you ever needed me, and here I am. But I need you to stay strong and listen to me. Most of all, I need you to focus on me. Do not look at the mirror." "But my mother," Theo said through his tears. "It's not her, Theo. I'm so sorry, but it's not really her." "The mirror is a trap," Harry said. "The words over the mirror are backwards. They say, 'I show not your face but your heart's desire.' That's an awful thing to show to someone who's hurting. To reveal a person's heart's desire when they can't have it or even touch it is the cruelest thing you can do. Now forget the mirror and focus on me. Go on with your story. What happened to your mum? I'll be here to listen and help you, but you have to stay focused on me." Slowly, they turned to sit on the floor with their backs to the mirror. It was still difficult. Even with his back to it, Harry felt the image of his loving family calling out for his attention. He was sure it was worse for Theo. Harry put his arm around his sobbing friend's shoulder and held him firmly. Theo took a moment to collect himself. "When I was about 5, I heard them arguing and poked my head out of my bedroom door. He was drunk again. He had just found out that the Malfoys had set up an arranged marriage between Draco and Pansy. He was furious, yelling about what a waste I was and what a failure she was. They argued and he backhanded her hard. She was standing at the top of the stairs, and she fell." Theo broke down and rested his head on Harry's shoulder. Not knowing what to say, Harry just held on tight to Theo's shoulder and waited for him to continue. "After that happened, Father saw me and realized I'd seen everything. He grabbed me and said he'd kill me if I didn't go along with his story. When the Auras came, he told them that I bumped into her on accident while running down the hall, and that's why she lost her balance and fell. I said it was true, even though it must have been obvious I was lying. Not that it mattered. We're an ancient and noble house, so none of them wanted to look too closely at how the lords. Theo's wife ended up dead, but Alex knew the truth. That's why he gave me his remembrall, in case Father ever tried to change my memory so that I believed his story. Alex didn't want me to carry the guilt for what Father did, but he made me promise not to tell anyone because Father would kill me." Theo laughed brokenly through his tears and wiped his sleeve across his face. "Father wants to kill me anyway. He's joked about it enough. He actually jokes at dinner about how many different ways he could kill me and get away with it. I think he's just waiting for a good excuse. That's why, when I thought she was a ghost or a spirit, or maybe the mirror let you talk to the dead. And if she could accuse him, maybe the ministry would do something." Theo's whole body shook with silent tears as Harry rubbed his back, trying unsuccessfully to come up with something comforting to say. The boy's distress was so loud and heartfelt that Harry almost didn't hear the cough. Almost. He spared a quick glance toward the entrance to the room and saw nothing. Then he looked at the floor and noticed telltale footprints in the dusty ground. 2 sets belonged to Theo and himself, and a third set looked like prints from a pair of trainers that led to an alcove directly across the room where the boys were sitting. "Theo?" Harry whispered. The boy slowly looked up into Harry's suddenly intense eyes. "I need you to keep very calm and still. Keep your eyes on me, and keep your back to that mirror, okay? Can you promise to do that?" Theo nodded slowly. Then Harry moved, snapping out his wand and standing tall as he cast Ventus. He put as much power as he could into the air-generating spell and was rewarded with a powerful gust of wind that enveloped the intruder in a cloud of thick dust, causing him to cough uncontrollably. But more than that, the wind also caused the edges of the invisibility cloak the other person was wearing to flutter. The flap lifted, revealing the legs of a boy in Gryffindor robes. He wore the same expensive new trainers that Harry's brother had shown off at Christmas dinner the day before. Theo watched in surprise but then stiffened in fear at the sound of a feral growl nearby. Realization hit him. It was Harry. "Accio Jim Potter!" Harry shouted. Jim yelped as his legs were pulled out from under him, causing him to bang his head against the floor. The invisibility cloak fell away completely as he slid feet first toward his brother. Disoriented, Jim tried to pull his wand from his pocket, but Harry kicked his hand, sending the wand flying across the room. Then, Harry jumped on top of Jim, landing heavily on his stomach and pinning down his arms. Jim coughed in pain as the air was knocked out of him. In an instant, Harry had his left hand around Jim's throat, his thumb just below the Adam's apple, and the tip of his wand pressed painfully against the flesh beneath Jim's chin. "Hello, little brother," Harry said through clenched teeth. "So glad you could join us." There was a harsh rasp in Harry's voice that Theo had never heard before. Jim froze, unable to move. From this position, Harry could easily crush his larynx or cast a spell straight into his head. The boy who lived looked up into his brother's deathly green eyes. After 4 months of calling Harry a dark wizard, Jim suddenly questioned just how dangerous his brother might truly be. He wasn't alone in that thought. "Theo?" Harry said in a commanding voice, never breaking eye contact with Jim. "Are you still looking at me and not the mirror?" "Why yes, Harry," Theo stammered, his voice cracking with anxiety. He remembered how Harry had held Malfoy at one point back on Halloween night, speaking in a light and playful manner even while threatening to cast a fireworks spell at Draco's face. Looking back, it had been quite different now. Like a cat toying with a caught mouse. This was different. Harry was a much more dangerous predator who was not in a playful mood. "Good. Now, I want you to go out that door without looking back and return to the dorm." "I'll be along shortly," Harry said. "And no. I won't leave you alone with him, Harry," Theo replied. "It's okay, Theo. I can handle him." Silence filled the air. "I'm not worried about him hurting you, Harry," Theo said quietly. With that, Harry smiled, his eyes still locked on Jim, who swallowed at the sight. To Jim, Harry might as well have been baring his fangs. "It's okay, Theo. I already promised Neville. No death, dismemberment, or permanent injury. Now go on back to the dorm. Jim and I are just going to have a little chat. Brother to brother." Slowly, Theo edged his way around the twins, who seemed frozen in a violent tableau, like living statues of Cain and Abel. At the door, he almost turned around when Harry spoke again in that frightening voice Theo had never heard from him before tonight. "Don't look back." Theo was alarmed to realize how much Harry's voice reminded him of his father's voice during his darker rants. He took a deep breath and exited the room, pulling the door shut behind him and hoping he wasn't leaving the scene of Jim Potter's imminent murder. Harry neither moved nor relaxed his grip, and his eyes bored into Jim's. He spoke softly but with such coldness that Jim shivered. "So, did you enjoy the show, Jim?" One slimy Slytherin snake comforting another who was crying over his dead mother and his murderous Death Eater father. "I'm impressed you could keep from laughing. I bet you can't wait to tell all your Gryffindor friends about it." Jim coughed. "Harry, it's not Shut up. Don't even pretend with me. You followed us with your little invisibility cloak hoping to get us into trouble. Finding us weeping in front. Harry's grip tightened on Jim's throat. You have no idea, he said, shaking slightly. Jim's eyes widened in fear. You Gryffindors with your games, your pranks, your adventures. You have no idea what it's like to be Theo not, living each day knowing your father might kill you on a drunken whim. Or what it's like to be Harry Potter, worrying that you'll drop a plate while doing the dishes and get locked in your cupboard for a day or maybe a week. This is not a game to us, Jim, because Slytherins don't play games. Theo and I are what we are because it's how we survive. Do you understand what I'm saying? Why, yes, Harry. I understand, Jim replied. No. I don't think you do, little brother. So let me be more direct. Harry leaned forward, keeping his grip firm and his wand steady, bringing his face close to Jim's. Since the day we first met, you have told nearly everyone that I am a dark wizard. Now, I want you to listen to what the dark wizard has to say and believe it with all of your heart. If any harm comes to Theo not, and I trace it back to the big fat mouth of the boy who lived, I swear to you on the souls of the parents who abandoned me that you will learn to fear me more than you have ever feared Voldemort. Do you understand that, little brother? Jim, unable to speak due to the pressure, nodded urgently. Slowly, Harry relaxed his grip and stood up, keeping his wand trained on Jim. He turned toward the door and said casually, "Nice cloak. I guess I know what Daddy got his number one son for Christmas." Just as he reached for the door, Jim called out his name. Harry? Wait. Harry hesitated, waiting for Jim to continue. What did you see in the mirror? What did you see? Harry turned back to his brother, who was still resting on the floor. You first, he replied coldly. Jim swallowed hard, steeled himself, and faced the mirror. Then he gasped. Part of him was strangely unsurprised by the image reflected back at him now that he knew what the mirror did. However, Jim Potter would never have guessed how similar it was to what Harry had seen. James and Lily were there, and Harry and Jim were loving brothers. This version of Harry had hair as unruly as Jim's own and wore identical Gryffindor robes. In fact, Jim couldn't tell which of the twins in the mirror was which, as neither of them had an identifying scar. It seemed that in the world of his heart's desire, Voldemort had never come to their house and torn the twins apart. Potter, barked Harry after a few seconds. Jim's attention snapped away from the enticing image and back to the reality of an angry Slytherin glaring at him. Well, Jim swallowed. I saw Mom and Dad and myself and... The words died in his throat. He could not bring himself to admit a truth to any Slytherin, especially not this one. And that's all. I'm an only child. Harry snorted, as if he had expected that answer. And you? Jim asked. What did you see? Just myself, Harry lied easily. Which is all I've ever needed. I'm in my mid-20s, I think, and wearing formal robes as I'm sworn into the Wizengamot as the new Lord Potter. He sneered hatefully at his twin. Presumably because James Potter lies rotting in his grave. Then he turned with a flourish and strode out of the room, leaving an angry and shaken Jim behind. After a moment's hesitation, Jim stood up slowly and walked out as well, grabbing his wand and his father's cloak as he left. Seconds later, a shimmer appeared in an archway in the far corner as Dumbledore allowed his invisibility spell to lapse. The archway led to a secret passageway that only the headmaster could navigate. He had come as quickly as he could after sensing the mystic alarm indicating that the mirror had ensnared a victim. Exhaling slowly, Dumbledore replaced his wand inside his robe. He had kept it ready, just in case it was necessary to separate the Potter twins before violence erupted. Despite Harry's cold fury, the old wizard believed there was no murder in the boy's heart, just a terrible wound that couldn't be healed. So, he stayed his hand as long as possible to watch invisibly. It was unnerving to see Harry Potter instantly shift from compassion and protectiveness for the not boy to the ruthless efficiency with which he disarmed and threatened Jim. Dumbledore looked back at the mirror of Erised with revulsion. He had been working on modifying the mirror's enchantment all night and had only taken a break for an hour to review some notes on its history in his office. The door had to remain unlocked while he harmonized the cursed mirror with the school's protective wards. At 3 a.m., with so few students in the castle, he felt sure it was safe. Yet, 3 students managed to find the wretched thing in under an hour. He grimaced at the implications. Had the Mirror of Eris somehow reached out for potential victims? Or was there some other force at work? Perhaps fate was just toying with the Potter twins as it had for more than 11 years. The headmaster shook his head. He had planned to spend a few more days finishing his modifications, but now he was reluctant to leave the mirror for even one more hour where students might encounter it. He closed his eyes and sent a mental command for a house elf to fetch him a pot of strong coffee. He would finish his work tonight, whatever it took, and then move the mirror to the 3rd floor. As he moved closer to the foul thing, Dumbledore ignored the images of dead and estranged family members waving. He looked at the reflections from the other side of the mirror's glass. Now attuned to the inner workings of the Mirror of Eris, its dark magic and the regrets it reflected had no hold on him. However, he felt more troubled by the images he had seen of the Potter twins. They were 2 boys who were so alike and shared so much in common, yet it seemed they could only bring each other pain. With a heavy heart, Albus Dumbledore returned to his work. Chapter 23, The Sentinel. Harry found a relieved Theo waiting for him just down the corridor. After reassuring his friend that Jim Potter was still very much alive, the two returned to the Slytherin dungeons. They stayed up talking until well after sunrise before crashing and sleeping until noon. At lunch, Harry briefly made eye contact with his brother. Harry thought it was a non-threatening glance, though Jim still looked uneasy at the sight of him. It seemed clear that the boy who lived had taken his words to heart. Ron glanced at Harry without interest and ignored Theo completely. Harry assumed that Jim would not be gossiping about the previous night's scene. The remainder of the Christmas holidays fell back into a normal routine, with one notable change. Theo, who had previously struggled with insomnia for years, now slept more soundly. This was likely due to the relief of finally talking about his mother's death with someone he trusted. He was more relaxed during the day when interacting with other students and even helped the twins prank Percy. Theo grew tired of listening to Ron's bragging and challenged the Gryffindor to a chess match. He lost, of course. Ron was a genuine prodigy at chess, which was surprising for someone who was otherwise an average student. However, Theo lasted longer than anyone below 5th year who had played Ron since the year began. Ron looked worried at several points during the game, and after it ended, he shook Theo's hand and asked if they could play again sometime. Conversely, Harry now had difficulty sleeping. He was no more prone to nightmares than before, but those nightmares were interrupted by strange dreams where he and the Potters lived together in familial bliss. Some dreams even had him as a Gryffindor with terrible hair, which he found inexplicably proud. Eventually, he was forced to. Harry acknowledged the truth. There was a small, deeply buried part of him that, despite everything he had been through, still wanted to be part of the Potter family. It was a ridiculous notion, especially since the GIT's heart's desire was that he had never been born. Harry had to admit that the mirror would make a fiendish trap. If it could make him long for the love of the Potters, it could surely trap Voldemort in some equally absurd fantasy. Now, with insomnia added to his already lengthy list of personality quirks, Harry wandered the Slytherin dorms on nights when sleep became impossible. He mainly searched for snakes hidden in the artwork and architecture that he had not yet talked to, but he seemed to have found them all. The operative phrase being seen to, as there were 6 rooms he had not yet entered, the 6 prefect bedrooms. Harry did not know how the other houses worked, but in Slytherin, all 6 prefects resided in private bedrooms that also served as offices. These rooms were located in a side corridor called Prefect's Row, branching off from the common room. He assumed that all of these rooms would be warded against intrusion, but unless there were concealed areas, which he suspected there might be, the Prefect's rooms were the only places in the whole dungeon he had not entered. And so, just past midnight on the last Saturday morning before the holidays ended, Harry found himself nervously entering Prefect's Row, a place no first-year Slytherin ever wanted to be without permission. Ahead of him was a dimly lit corridor about 40 feet long. There were 3 equidistant doors on each side, with the male prefects on the left and the females on the right. He started with the closest door on his left, that of 5th-year prefect Titus Mitchell, on the entirely baseless theory that Titus, being the youngest of the 3 males, might be less paranoid about security than the other prefects. Harry crept up to Mitchell's door. Harry looked around nervously and cast the Alahomra charm. He found it ironic that he was using that illegal lockpicking charm for the same purpose he had once criticized Hermione for months earlier. The door did not open, which meant that the youngest and least cautious of the 6 Slytherin prefects had more sense than whoever had put Fluffy in his room on the 3rd floor. On the bright side, there was no loud alarm or any other sign that he had been identified as a possible intruder. Privately, Harry decided that if he ever became a prefect, he would charm his room so that anyone who tried to break in would end up with purple skin for a year. With some trepidation, he tried the Alahomra on each of the other 5 doors, but none opened. Annoyed and dejected, he turned back toward the common room. In hindsight, it should have been obvious that a first-year student, no matter how skilled, would not be able to simply break into any prefect's private rooms. They would not be prefects if they weren't at least powerful enough to defend their own property. Suddenly, Harry stopped. Powerful, he thought. Prefects are powerful, at least relative to other students, and they are selected primarily for their power. Not just for academic achievement, which is a type of power in school, but for raw magical ability and skill, for family reputation and financial backing, for popularity in the house and the charisma to build social alliances, and even for physical prowess. Seriously, Marcus Flint is in danger of failing half his classes, but he is still the 6th-year prefect due to family connections and Quidditch skills. Harry looked back down Prefect's row as he recalled Egbert's cryptic words from weeks before. But the Prince of Slytherin, whoever or whatever he is presumably more powerful within Slytherin than a mere prefect. So in comparison, the 6 prefects are lesser powers, and Prefect's row would be the nests where the lesser powers dwelt. Carefully, Harry walked back down the dark corridor, passing all 6 bedrooms, until he reached a blank wall. But it wasn't truly blank. It looked more like an archway that had been sealed with grey bricks, perhaps years or even centuries before. A large crack must have developed in the wall, which had been patched over with a chalky white mortar. This left a jagged scar several inches thick in places, running from the top right corner to the bottom left. Harry paused. Why would they repair a crack in a Hogwarts wall with mortar when they have magic? He gingerly reached out to feel the crack and realized it wasn't mortar at all. The crack had been carefully painted onto the stonework. Examining it more closely, he noticed a faint scale-like texture to the paint. The jagged crack was actually a very crudely drawn snake. Even its crudeness seemed deliberate, as no casual viewer would recognize it as a snake unless they were specifically looking for one. Clearing his throat, Harry said, "Ahem. Am I addressing the sentinel?" Instantly, the crack shifted on the wall. The thicker piece at the bottom rose to a point a foot above Harry's head, while the rest dropped down to form a horizontal coil a few feet above the ground. It was now definitely a snake, white with grey eyes. Its hood fanned out menacingly as it regarded the boy. This was, without a doubt, the most intimidating snake Harry had encountered since arriving at Hogwarts. "The sentinel am I, charged by the Founder to guard the prince's lair. Who art thou, speaker, to address me thus in the Founder's own sacred tongue?" Harry's eyebrows shot up. He had met many very old snakes in the castle, but none so old that they actually sounded archaic. "My name is Harry Potter, Sentinel. I seek knowledge about the one called the Prince of Slytherin. I was told you might be able to help me." The Sentinel hissed angrily. "You are a child, ignorant and weak. You have done nothing to earn passage except plead in the Founder's tongue after prying ill-gotten secrets from loose-tongued serpents. Your humility marks you as unworthy, and so, your request is denied. Begone." Harry was shocked. He had never been spoken to so rudely by any snake he had encountered. The way the Sentinel said request felt like sheer contempt. He took a step back, then stopped himself, reflecting on the Sentinel's words and its views on worthiness. After taking a deep breath, Harry boldly stepped forward again. "You are gravely mistaken, Sentinel, especially in your assumption that I was making any sort of request. What you call humility was meant to be simple diplomacy, which I now see was wasted, so I will be more direct. I am Harry Potter, heir presumptive of the ancient and noble House of Potter. I am a speaker of the Founder's sacred tongue. I have quested throughout this castle in search of you and earned the trust and respect of the wisest of Hogwarts serpents. Though I am young, I am no child, for my childhood was burned away by cruel neglect and brutality as soon as I could walk. I am not ignorant, for I was cunning enough to defeat a mountain troll despite my youth. I am not weak, for I have already crossed once with my greatest rival within the House of Slytherin and humbled him, instilling fear of my power in all my peers. Like a shadow, I pass unnoticed beneath the gaze of the most dangerous Dark Lord of our time, even as I proudly aid those who seek his ruin. I have seen my heart's desire reflected in the darkest of cursed objects, and my will was strong enough to turn aside from it. Sentinel, if these accomplishments are not enough to earn my passage, tell me what more I must do to satisfy you. Otherwise, Serpent, you will obey my command and reveal to me the secrets of the Prince of Slytherin." The Sentinel's angry hissing grew louder and more incoherent as Harry spoke. Finally, after he issued his final command, it fell silent and still. Without any further response, the Sentinel twisted back into its original shape, becoming a simple crack in the wall. Harry felt deflated, disappointed that his attempt at bravado had failed. Then, he heard a very soft grinding sound coming from the wall. Suddenly, the brick split along the crack, peeling away like the wall that marked the entrance to Diagon Alley. Within seconds, where the brick wall had been, there was now an entryway into darkness. Casting a Lumos with his wand, Harry stepped forward. He need not have bothered. As soon as he crossed the threshold, the darkness gave way to a room brilliantly illuminated by glass chandeliers, each crystal reflecting the light of dozens of enchanted candles. What a room the prince's lair was! The secret chamber appeared to be 20 yards wide and twice as long, with a 20-foot vaulted ceiling. The walls were covered in oak paneling, and polished marble floors were adorned with elegant rugs. To Harry's right was a massive stone fireplace, easily big enough for a man to walk through without ducking, with a fresh bucket of flue powder beside it. On either side of the fireplace were several enormous bookshelves filled with tomes so old and mysterious that Harry resolved never to tell Hermione Granger about this room. He feared she might tear the Slytherin dungeon apart stone by stone to get to them. The wall on the left bore what looked like 40 to 50 small silver nameplates, meticulously arranged. The room could still accommodate dozens more people. The far wall was dominated by a massive tapestry. Most of the writing was too small to read from across the room, but the words "Here be the heirs of Salazar Slytherin" clearly indicated that it was the founder's family tree. In the center of the chamber stood a long mahogany table, flanked by 3 chairs on each side. Each chair was also made of mahogany and upholstered in emerald green. Rising from the back of each chair were 2 matching brass finials, elegantly cast in the shapes of adder heads. However, it was the 7th chair that captured Harry's attention. Calling it a chair seemed inadequate. It was undoubtedly the most magnificent piece of furniture Harry had ever seen. Shaking off his amazement, he stood tall and spoke with confidence. "Good evening to you all. My name is Harry Potter. I am honored to stand before you." The chorus of hisses that welcomed him made him grin widely. A few hours later, it was Harry's turn to wake Theo from sleep and lead him to the secret room containing an ancient and somewhat sinister magical artifact. Once inside the chamber, Harry explained where they were, why they were there, what it all meant, and, by the way, he could talk to snakes. Understandably, Theodore not fainted immediately. Chapter 24, Pairings. January 7, 1992. Harry spent as much time as possible in the lair over the last weekend of Christmas break. Theo covered for him with the other residents of the castle. Harry knew his time was short. It would be extremely risky to sneak past all 6 prefects to access the lair once school resumed. Even Theo's ring wouldn't help since he couldn't hold his breath while speaking the password to enter or close the lair behind him. Consequently, Harry needed to learn as much as possible as quickly as he could. He interviewed the various serpent inhabitants about the Prince of Slytherin and examined the small number of rare books he was allowed to borrow for personal use. He was careful not to take any books that the faculty might consider dark. However, he soon found out how ambiguous the term dark was according to the school's vague guidelines. He also took the time to master the Gemino charm. With Hermione's innovations using the switching charm, he created a small portable copy of Salazar Slytherin's family tree for later study. He used the same spells to copy the names and dates on the silver placards covering one of the walls, compiling them into a single document full of names to research. The earliest names dated back nearly to the time of the founders. The next to last name on the list made him laugh out loud. No wonder Draco expected his father to fix any problem. He genuinely looked forward to meeting Lucius Malfoy and hoped Draco would be there when he finally did. The first Tuesday after classes resumed also meant the return of Hermione's study group. Initially, there were 3 absentees, Lavender Brown and the Potter sisters. A few minutes into the session, Padma Potter arrived with her book bag and sat in her usual seat. With a somewhat affected bit of throat clearing, she began what sounded like a prepared speech. I have been asked to inform you that Lavender Parvati will no longer be attending this study group because it conflicts with another study group they have been asked to oversee. I was also asked to tell you that this is not meant as a slight to any of you, especially you, Hermione. You are all super cool, and you, Hermione, are totally awesome. However, loyalty to House Gryffindor and Jim Potter's sincere request for academic help forced them to make this difficult choice. Lavender and Parvati hope this will not affect their friendship with any of you and wish you all the best on your exams and in your future endeavors. That concludes their message. Everyone stared at Padma for several seconds, confused. Finally, Blaise spoke. I'm going to guess that totally awesome and super cool were the only words from that speech that were quoted verbatim. Correct. For clarity's sake, I translated the message from Parvati's speech to the Queen's English, Padma said dryly. Much appreciated, Harry replied. So, to sum up, they wanted you to tell us that they can't join us because they prefer to attend a Gryffindor-only study session that Jim has scheduled at the same time as ours. Is that about right? Yes. Out of Gryffindor loyalty. Hermione exclaimed in disbelief. She has been complaining about Jim almost as much as I have. Padma shrugged. That's the message I was asked to convey, minus some nonsense words that I assume came from Teen Witch Weekly. Aha, Blaise said. So what's the real reason? I beg your pardon. Padma replied. What Blaise means, Harry explained, is that you referred to this as the message you were asked to convey, which is not necessarily the same as the actual truth. So, what do you think is their real reason for ditching us? Into their motivations. You're the clever twin, Harry said, deadpan. Padma blinked and then laughed. Honestly, if Slytherin had more people like you and Blaise and fewer Pansy Parkinsons, I might have considered your house. The short answer to your question is capitalism. What? Hermione asked, confused. I don't understand. She means Jim Potter is paying the 2 of them to study with the Gryffindors instead of us, Justin Finch-Fletchley explained. Everyone stared at him for a few seconds. Harry and Blaise actually looked impressed. What? I may be a Hufflepuff, but I'm a Muggle-born from a wealthy family. Of course I know what the word capitalism means. And to be fair, Padma added, it's not like it's bribery. Apparently, the boy who lived and his little entourage are all genuinely struggling in potions, which is Lavender's strongest area. So they're paying her 2 galleons per session to tutor Jim, Ron, Dean, and Seamus in that subject. So why is Parvati there? Hermione asked somewhat crossly. Padma sniffed. Because Lavender will be there, which is the only reason she ever came to this group. My sister is not academically inclined. In any case, Hermione, I think that between you, me, and Harry, we probably have potions covered even without Lavender. So perhaps we should forget about them and get started reviewing. Hermione looked like she wanted to say something else, but Harry said, I agree, before she could continue. She shot him a look at the interruption, and he returned a glance that said they would talk more later. With that, the group got to work and spent a solid 2 hours reviewing the homework assignments made before the Christmas break. At the end of the session, the group split up, but Harry nodded to Hermione, and the two of them went after Padma. They caught up with her before she left the library and pulled her aside while Hermione enacted a privacy spell. "So," Harry said, "what was the long answer?" "Excuse me?" Padma replied. "You said the short answer was capitalism. What's the long answer you didn't want to give in front of the group?" Padma shook her head and grimaced. "Slytherins," she said with mild annoyance. Then, she looked back and forth between Harry and Hermione. "Okay, this isn't anything they've said. It's just my observations, so please don't go around repeating this." The other two nodded seriously. "First of all, Hermione, Lavender really does have a lot of respect for you. She admires the way you've handled yourself as a Muggleborn who's new to our world and how readily you've adapted to magical culture. But what I'm about to say may offend some of your Muggle sensibilities, for lack of a better phrase, so please don't hold it against her or me." Hermione stiffened a bit. "I'll do my best not to." "Please proceed." As part of their agreement, Jim and the other boys are not just paying Lavender. They also had to promise to study hard, to be on their best behavior in class, to avoid losing house points, and to act like respectable young gentlemen, at least when she and Parvati are around. In short, I think Lavender sees this as a chance to spend time with Jim in a situation where she can influence his behavior and determine whether he might be suitable. Hermione's eyes narrowed while Harry put a hand over his mouth. He had a feeling where this was all going. Suitable for what? Hermione asked slowly. "Marriage, of course," Padma replied simply. Harry struggled not to laugh at the look on Hermione's face. "Marriage," she spluttered. "They're 11. "Hermione," Harry said with a chuckle, "Draco and Pansy have been engaged since they were 5. She actually choked at that. Harry laughed even louder, and even Padma seemed amused. "Marriage contracts at the age of 5. I guess I'll be an old maid if I'm not married before my teens. Please tell me that this is not something I need to be worried about." "It's not," Harry reassured her. "The vast majority of kids your age don't take this seriously. The majority of magicals get married similarly to Muggles. They meet, fall in love, and choose to spend their lives together. Divorce can be problematic due to the magical oaths taken during the marriage ceremony. However, most wizards and witches do not use marriage contracts, except perhaps as the magical equivalent of prenuptial agreements." "Yes," Padma said. "Things only get complicated and legalistic, at least in Britain, when you're an heir to a Wizengamot family. Marrying the wrong person can affect your inheritance rights and possibly even your family's seat. In Lavender's case, she is the heir presumptive of the noble House of Brown. The noble House of Brown wants to become the ancient and noble House of Brown. They need political support to achieve that. I'm quite sure that Lavender believes marrying the boy who lived, who is also the second son of House Potter and, no offense, Harry, the favored son of House Potter, will provide them with that support." Even Harry was surprised by Padma's bluntness. "So being the boy who lived is more important than being the Potter heir presumptive?" he asked, slightly annoyed. She shook her head. "No, it's more complicated than that. The Browns are a matrilineal family," she continued, explaining for Hermione's benefit. "Heirship passes exclusively to the eldest witch in the Brown line of succession according to family bylaws enacted when the Browns first joined the Wizengamot. If Lavender wants to maintain her heir presumptive status and eventually become Lady Brown, anyone she marries must be willing to change his last name to Brown or, at the very least, take a hyphenated name and accept that any children will be named Brown. Since the Potters are ancient and noble, that's not an option for you, Harry, at least not without sacrificing your right to become Lord. You can marry whoever you want, as long as your spouse takes Potter as her surname. Or his, if that's your preference. But you can't change your name or add a name of lesser rank without surrendering your heirship. As the second son, that's not an issue for Jim, as long as you stand between him and becoming heir himself." Harry shook his head. I swear, I have been poring over this for months, and there's always some new bit of minutiae for me to discover. Padma shrugged. It's not an issue that arises very often. There are only a few matrilineal families left, along with some strictly patrilineal ones. They were more common when the Wizengamot was founded, but such families are more likely to face extinction because they are more selective about who can carry on the line than those houses that favor gender neutrality. Susan Bones' situation is the opposite of Lavender's. The Bones are a patrilineal family whose only surviving members are women, Susan and her Aunt Amelia. There won't be a Bones heir, and consequently, there won't be a Bones lord unless Susan marries a wizard willing to take her name and then produces a male wizarding child. Likewise, the Black family will probably lose its seat altogether when Sirius Black finally dies. There are no other living males descended from the Blacks who aren't disqualified because their surname is different. The family's money and estates will likely go to the nearest legal heirs, but the Black Wizengamot seat will remain vacant until some noble family is elevated to take its place. She made a face at the mention of the notorious Black family. No great loss there, of course. Anyway, the majority of Wizengamot families don't distinguish between male and female heirs, although surnames still sometimes remain an issue for witches. Said Hermione as she digested all this. What about Parvati? Is she husband hunting too? Oh, no, Padma replied easily. She's been engaged since she was 3. Hermione started coughing uncontrollably. Padma smiled and looked at Harry. I can see why you keep doing that to her. It's quite amusing. 3. Hermione interrupted. Yes. The Kumar Pasha, the wealthiest and most powerful of India's wizards, had a son born a year before Parvati and me. He wanted to form a political and business alliance with the Potils, so he proposed a marriage contract to our father. I've met the son, Sanjeev, a few times. He seems nice and looks like he'll grow up to be good looking. Anyway, he'll be absurdly rich. Hang on. You were 3-year-old identical twins. How did they decide which of you would become engaged? Is Parvati the older twin? Harry asked out of curiosity. Padma smiled at him again, but this time it sent a shiver down his back. This smile reminded him of his own fake smiles back when he was pretending to like the Potters. Age and birth status had nothing to do with it. Our eldest brother is the Pottel heir, and we have several older siblings besides him. No, as I understand it, my father literally flipped a coin, with one daughter guaranteed a life of wealth and privilege, complete with multiple palaces, jewels on every finger, and an army of servants to wait on her every need. The other daughter would have to study hard and get a job. Padma paused and her brow furrowed. Did that sound as bitter out loud as it did in my head? The other two grimaced and then reluctantly nodded. Chapter 25, Slytherin Maneuvers, Part 1. April 14, 1992. To Harry's amazement, despite the presence of a homicidal Dark Lord and a boy who lived sharing the same school, the second semester had been almost boring. Hermione's study group survived the loss of Lavender and Parvati, although there was nearly a mutiny when she announced in the middle of March that she wanted to start revising for the end-of-term exams. The Gryffindor 4, as Jim, Ron, Dean, and Seamus came to be known, improved dramatically in potions class under Lavender's tutelage. That was, at least, until Draco, in a display of childishness, began to sabotage Jim's potions regularly. Jim could never prove it to Snape's satisfaction, not that Snape needed much of a reason to dock points from the other Potter, as the potions master insisted on calling Jim, even to his face. Practically the only excitement in the first 3 months had come during the Gryffindor Hufflepuff Quidditch match back in February. Madam Hooch had apparently come down with a minor ailment and could not referee. So, Snape, inexplicably, was pressed into service as her replacement. Harry and Blaise privately concluded that he must have lost a bet to one of the other professors. The man's general disdain for Quidditch was well known, and Harry was surprised that he even knew the rules well enough to officiate. In fact, many of the Slytherins were taking bets on whether Snape would just start making up rules to penalize the Gryffindors. Apparently, the lions were afraid of the same thing, because Jim was so focused that he caught the snitch in under 5 minutes, a new school record, much to the embarrassment of the Badger's somewhat cocky new seeker, third-year Cedric Diggory. This early morning found Harry sitting in the library, reading the disguised occlumency book Snape had given him. It was Tuesday, and classes were cancelled, as most students were busy preparing for the upcoming exams. Students would be leaving that afternoon for Easter break and would not return until the following Monday evening. Unfortunately, many more Slytherins were staying at school than had remained over the Christmas holidays. This annoyed Harry, as he had hoped to spend time in the lair without any students around. However, both seventh-year prefects were staying behind to study for their upcoming newts, and their respective rooms were on either side of the lair's entrance. Hermione and Neville sat across the table from Harry, studying, when the door to the library opened. To Harry's surprise, Hagrid entered. He had a few decent interactions with the half-giant, but they were not close. In fact, Hagrid seemed somewhat nervous around Harry. He assumed Jim and Ron had poisoned Hagrid against him with anti-Slytherin propaganda. Regardless, the sight of Hagrid in the Hogwarts library caught Harry's interest. He became further intrigued when Hermione and Neville began watching Hagrid intently, trying, and failing, to be discreet. Hagrid himself was amusing as he attempted to move stealthily through the library to the section on magical creatures and then back out again with several books about dragon breeding. It was like watching an elephant trying to tiptoe. As he left, Neville and Hermione followed him with their eyes. Then, they looked at each other and exchanged a series of remarkable glares and facial expressions. Their intention was to communicate without involving Harry. Harry easily intuited that Neville wanted Hermione to tell him about what Hagrid was up to, presumably to get his advice, but for some reason, she was reluctant. Finally, their efforts at Gryffindor subtlety became too painful to watch. He put his book down and raised a privacy shield. "So," he said brightly, "Hagrid's breeding dragons, I take it." "How did you know that?" Hermione asked in shock. "I didn't. I guessed, and you just confirmed it. How far along is he?" Hermione remained silent, so Neville finally answered, "Little Norbert is supposed to hatch in another week or two." "Norbert?" "Of course. That's adorable. Plus, we've already reached the accessory before the fact stage. Tell me, Hermione, have you looked up the sentence for illegal dragon breeding yet?" Harry asked with a smirk. Hermione seemed torn between annoyance at Harry and concern for Hagrid. "A minimum of 3 years in Azkaban," she finally replied. "Well, I wouldn't worry. I'm sure that's just for grown-ups. Any minor accomplices will just be expelled. So, Neville, I'm guessing you want sneaky Slytherin advice on how to resolve this calamity in the making. But I'm curious why Hermione here doesn't want to involve me. Dare I hope it's because she cares enough about me to not want me to get a criminal record." He wiggled his eyebrows at her. Hermione scoffed. "No. I mean, I don't want anyone to get a criminal record. It's just... I know you're a Slytherin and we're Gryffindors, but..." She turned to Neville in annoyance. "We shouldn't have to ask Harry every time we need a cunning plan. Gryffindors can be cunning when we need to be." Summoning incredible reserves of will, Harry did not laugh out loud. Neville shook his head. "Hermione, right now the closest thing we have to a cunning plan is the one Ron came up with." Harry snickered at that, albeit apologetically. "Sorry. You're going with the Weasel's plan? Please tell me what it is. I need something to brighten my day." The two lions glared at him. "It's not that bad," Hermione said in a huff. "Ronald's brother Charlie works at a dragon sanctuary in Romania. In a few weeks, after the dragon hatches and grows a bit, some of his friends will fly over from Romania on broomsticks and pick up the caged dragon from the astronomy tower. Then, they will fly it back to the sanctuary." Harry nodded and started counting points on his fingers. A baby dragon. In a cage. Breathing fire. Transported on wooden broomsticks. Presumably flying in tandem. All the way from here to Romania. He shook his head. And these are friends of Charlie Weasley, you say? Are you sure they're not his enemies trying to cause trouble? You already know the penalty for unlicensed dragon breeding. Have you checked the penalties for international dragon smuggling? Because I bet they're a lot worse. Harry? Neville started. What kind of dragon? Harry interrupted. The two looked at each other. A Norwegian ridgeback, Hermione said. Uh-huh. And has anyone pointed out to Hagrid that he lives in a wooden hut? Repeatedly, Neville sighed. Right. The answer is no, I'm not getting involved. Not when grown men who should know better drag kids our age into criminal activities because it's fun. I bet every single person involved in this is a Gryffindor. He shook his head, taking in the ridiculousness of the situation. Seriously, if you're worried about Hagrid getting into trouble, why don't you just tell McGonagall about it? Lord knows there are worse things at Hogwarts than an illicit baby dragon that the staff will cover up. Professor McGonagall, Harry, Hermione said, causing the Slytherin to close his eyes and quickly count to 10. And I don't think even she will overlook illegal dragon breeding. Which only makes it more obvious that this is not something first years should be involved with. I have begged you not to get involved in Jim Potter's crazy schemes until I'm blue in the face, and now you want to risk expulsion because of a staff member. Wants an illegal pet dragon. I don't know what else to say. You don't have to say anything, Harry. If you'll recall, I didn't want to involve you anyway. Hermione said angrily before getting up and walking away. Neville sighed. Nice going, Harry. He stood and followed Hermione out of the library. Harry closed his eyes again and rubbed his temples. He felt too frustrated to return to occlumency training, which was ironic since occlumency was supposed to help with emotional control. He packed up his bags and returned to his dorm. Unfortunately, if he had any hopes that the Slytherins were acting more sensibly than the Gryffindors, those hopes were quickly dashed. Harry walked through the passage door just in time to see Theo hop 3 times toward his wand, which was lying on the floor, before losing his balance and falling flat on his face. Nearby, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle were laughing at him with their wands out when they noticed Harry enter. Rather foolishly, they hesitated for a moment before targeting him, just long enough for Harry to reflexively draw his own wand. Faced with 3 opponents, Harry ignored them all and pointed his wand behind them. A Keo coffee table. At Harry's command, the coffee table behind the boys slid quickly in his direction, knocking their legs out from under them and sending them crashing to the ground. Off to one side, Pansy Parkinson tried to stealthily draw her own wand. Without even looking, Harry said, I wouldn't, Pansy. You wouldn't look quite so fetching covered in boils. She froze, her eyes wide. Meanwhile, Theo recovered his wand, swiftly cast the counterjinx to the leglocker curse that had been used on him, and jumped up to stand at Harry's side. So, you've been reduced to cravenly bullying your own fellow Slytherins in the common room, Malfoy? Your father would be so proud. Shut up, half-blood. Draco snarled as he climbed to his feet. You're no more. You're less worthy to mention my father than you are to even be a Slytherin, Harry said, shaking his head sadly. Has Halloween been so long ago, Malfoy, that you've forgotten? You're brave when it's 3 against 1. Do you want to try 3 against 2? Ahem. Blaise said as he walked into the room, twirling his wand. 3 on 3, actually. Sorry, Theo. I was taking a nap and didn't hear the commotion. Harry smiled and looked back at Draco. 3 on 3 it is, Malfoy. In your case, that's like being hopelessly outnumbered. Draco's face twisted with rage, but then he focused on Theo and sneered. And to think, the son of Lord Tiberius not, depending on blood traitors and consorting with mudbloods. I wonder what your father would say if he knew. Theo stiffened but refused to show fear. Why don't you go tell him then, Draco? Running around, tattling on people like a spoiled child seems to be your forte. Harry glanced at Theo with a measure of pride. Then, he looked back at Draco, considering. Malfoy, are you quite sure this is the route you want to take? Do you fully understand how much you're escalating things? Draco moved closer to them with a superior expression. Always target your enemy's greatest weakness. My father said that was one of the secrets of winning in Slytherin. Your greatest weakness is Theo, not. Harry raised an eyebrow at that. So your father taught you that, eh, Draco? He thought to himself. Interesting. I've read that book from the Prince's Lair as well. The actual quote is, target your enemy's greatest weaknesses, but always from the shadows, lest you invite his strongest reprisal. Do you know what sort of reprisal you're inviting right now? He kept that to himself and said instead, our disagreement has become awfully public, Malfoy. Maybe we should take this to our dorm room for a more private discussion. Civilized discussion. Draco smiled victoriously. After you. Harry put his wand away and confidently walked toward the boys' dorm. Theo followed closely behind on Harry's right, glaring at Malfoy and his friends as they passed. Blaise fell in behind Harry on the left as they ascended the stairs. Harry? Theo started. It's all right, Theo, Harry interrupted calmly. Everything's fine. I've got this. His voice was low. While it was not as frightening or dangerous as it had been last Boxing Day, it still reminded Theo uncomfortably of how Harry had spoken that night with Jim Potter in the mirror room. Minutes later, the 6 Slytherin first years were in their dorm room, facing each other. So, tell me, Malfoy. What exactly do you know about Tiberius Knob that leads you to think your threat should bother us? I know enough. I know he's a violent drunkard with no patience for blood traitors, particularly in his own family. Harry nodded. And despite that, you have no problem trying to turn him against Theo, no matter what the outcome. Draco shrugged, as if the question was irrelevant. What outcome, Potter? Any unpleasantness can be avoided completely. All you have to do is make some appropriate gesture. In front of our peers, of course. To acknowledge that you know your place in the Slytherin hierarchy. Honestly, I still don't think you have a place in the Slytherin hierarchy, but I suppose you and your hangers-on might be able to play some menial role in the future. But anyway, whatever you choose to do, make it quick. Father might decide to ask Lord Not over for dinner during the Easter break, and he might ask me questions about what his son was up to. Draco took a few steps closer to Harry. Your compassion for someone obviously beneath you is a weakness, Potter. A real Slytherin would have never made himself as vulnerable as you have. Blackmail. And very crude, Harry replied. Poorly conceived blackmail, and it's just pointless malice. It's as if Draco has no goals beyond making everyone grovel before him, not caring how many enemies he makes along the way. Has Lucius Malfoy intentionally ruined his own son? Harry and Draco stared at each other for a few seconds before Harry finally deflated and looked down, beaten and submissive. All right. You win. How's this for a gesture? Jim Potter has an invisibility cloak. A good one. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's a Potter family heirloom. Just don't say anything to Theo's father over Easter break, please. I'll get the cloak and give it to you when you come back. I'll even present it to you in the common room in front of everyone when you return. Just don't do anything to get Theo hurt, okay? Draco smiled. Then, he reached up and patted Harry on the cheek, as if he were a small child. Of course not, Potter. You have that cloak for me when I get back, and I'll make sure your little friend doesn't get spanked too hard by his father this summer. He snickered cruelly and left the room, Crabbe and Goyle following close behind. Harry watched them leave and continued to stare at the closed door. Harry, said Theo after they were gone. Have you gone mad? If you steal a family heirloom and give it to Malfoy, you'll lose your heir status for sure. And it'll be for nothing, because Malfoy will probably rat me out to father anyway. More importantly, said Blaise dryly, you've completely ruined my social standing. I thought I was picking the winner with you, Potter. Instead, you just roll over to that little ponce at the first real threat. Harry continued to stare at the door. Roll. Over. He said the words slowly, rolling them around in his mouth as if they were foreign and alien. Roll. Uvia. Then, he turned to face Blaise with an amused look on his face. Is that really what you think happened, Blaise? My acting must be pretty good if I fooled even you. Harry turned his intense gaze back to the door. In just a few hours, Malfoy is leaving for Easter break. That's 6 days he'll be away from the castle. 6 days beyond my reach. So, naturally, I pretended to give in and promised him a gift that would stroke his ego, ensuring he keeps his mouth shut until he returns. Blaise relaxed a bit at Harry's words. So, you got a plan? No, Harry said casually, still staring at the door. But I do have 6 days. God created the world in 6 days. Surely, I can come up with a plan for dealing with little Lord Badfaith in that time. And on the 7th day, we will rest. Draco Malfoy will never trouble us again. Blaise and Theo looked wide-eyed at Harry for a moment before turning to each other nervously. Neither spoke, both afraid to discuss whether it was wise for Harry Potter to compare himself to God. Chapter 26, Slytherin Maneuvers, Part 2. The majority of the student body left for the Hogsmeade train station that afternoon around 1 o'clock. Just after 5, Harry sent Hermione a message via their enchanted parchments. He apologized for their earlier argument and asked her and Neville to bring Jim and Ron to meet with him. He had new information about Hagrid's little problem and a better idea for solving it than Ron's proposal. Hermione accepted the apology graciously. Just after dinner, Hermione and Neville physically dragged the obviously reluctant Jim and Ron into an empty classroom near the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. Harry was already waiting, sitting on the teacher's desk while twirling his wand absently. Jim's face darkened angrily as soon as he saw Harry. No. No way. We are not involving the snake. We don't need him, Jim said. Oh, yes, you do, little brother. You do indeed, Harry replied, jumping off the desk. Because your plan has already failed. Draco Malfoy knows about the dragon and your plan for smuggling it away from Hogwarts. The only reason he hasn't tattled already is that he wants to catch you in the act. Dragon smuggling, as I've already informed Hermione and Neville, is a much more serious crime than mere dragon breeding. The Gryffindors all looked horrified at Harry's news. How did Malfoy find out? Hermione asked anxiously. Harry shrugged. A small part of him felt bad about how easy it was to lie to his best friends to get them to abandon Ron's foolish scheme. He consoled himself with the knowledge that he was also lying to Jim Potter, and for a good cause, too. No idea. I only know because he's an arrogant braggart, and I overheard him gloating to Crabbe and Goyle. If you proceed with Ron's plan, then Hagrid and all of Charlie Weasley's friends from the Dragon Sanctuary will probably be arrested for dragon smuggling. A plan involves borrowing a cloak. Jim asked, still frustrated. Harry took a deep breath. The plan is simple. I want to use the cloak to sneak into Hagrid's hut and gather information about the dragon without getting caught. We can find out what we need to know without putting anyone at risk. But what if someone sees you? Neville asked, looking worried. That's why I need the cloak, Harry replied. With it, I can remain hidden. I promise, I won't use it for anything else. Just this one time, to help Hagrid and the dragon. Jim shook his head, still unconvinced. I don't like this, Harry. It feels wrong to trade like this. Jim, Hermione said, trying to calm him down. Maybe we should consider it. If it helps Hagrid and the dragon, it might be worth it. Harry nodded. Exactly. Think about it. We can save Hagrid from getting in trouble and help the dragon at the same time. It's a win-win situation. Jim sighed, looking between Harry and Hermione. Fine. But I want it back by the end of the break, no exceptions. Deal, Harry said, a small smile breaking through. I promise to return it on Monday. The tension in the room eased a little as they all began to discuss the details of the plan. An internal house matter? Jim asked suspiciously. Harry glared at him. One that should not be discussed with outsiders, Jim. Hence the word internal. If you must know, it has to do with the same subject we discussed last Christmas. Beyond that, I can't say. So do we have a deal or not? Jim returned the glare, then looked pensive. If Harry meant Theo not, it probably meant the other boy was in trouble, and Harry needed the cloak to protect him. You promised to return it Monday. I would swear on my family name and the honor of Slytherin House, but I don't think you would take either of those seriously. But yes, I promised to return it completely intact and undamaged on Monday. After a moment of hesitation, Jim sighed in resignation. Okay, I'll trust you, but only for Hagrid's sake. I'll be back in a few minutes. Jim left the room, leaving Ron, Hermione, and Neville behind. Ron looked openly disgusted with Harry, while Hermione seemed angry with him for demanding something in exchange for his help. Harry resisted the urge to ask her how many dental patients her parents treated for free. Neville, for his part, didn't seem angry, just somewhat disappointed. Minutes later, Jim returned with his book bag, pulled the cloak out, and handed it to Harry, who folded it neatly and placed it into his own bag. Okay, Jim said. What's your brilliant plan? Well, it seems to me that Hagrid's biggest problem, aside from the inherent silliness of raising a fire-breathing dragon in a wooden hut, is that he's acting without the legal right to either breed or raise a Class XXXXX creature. Luckily, there is someone here who holds a ministry license for both those things, namely, the school's care of magical creatures instructor. Kettleburn. Hermione exclaimed. Professor Kettleburn, Hermione, Harry said smugly. Who, as it happens, worked for several years at. There's a dragon sanctuary in Canada before coming to Hogwarts. That's it. Jim exclaimed angrily. That's your brilliant Slytherin plan? You want us to just tell a teacher? I don't want you to do anything at all, little brother. I've already done it. I spoke to Professor Kettleburn this afternoon just after lunch. The Gryffindor stared at Harry in shock. You scumbag. Ron yelled finally. I can't believe you just ratted Hagrid out like that. Harry laughed. Actually, Weasel, I didn't even get the chance to rat Hagrid out. I got as far as asking to speak with Kettleburn in confidence and telling him that, hypothetically, I might know of someone who had acquired a dragon egg without understanding the legal issues that might result. At that point, he interrupted me to say, and I quote, "Oh sweet Morgana's tits, what has Hagrid done now?" unquote. In other words, Hermione, I was completely correct this morning. This is actually something Hagrid does routinely, and the staff just continually bails him out. Though to be honest, even Kettleburn was astonished he got hold of something like a Norwegian ridgeback egg. Anyway, he continued, Kettleburn said not to worry and that he'd take care of it. He has some friends in the ministry who will backdate an authorization form allowing him to incubate a dragon egg that has been donated to the school until it hatches. Then he will raise it for a few months until it is old enough to be safely transported via apparition. Apparently, there's an educational purposes exception to the normal rules on dragon breeding. In a day or so, once the paperwork is complete, Kettleburn will take custody of the egg from Hagrid. Hagrid will still be allowed to assist the professor under Newt-level care of magical creatures students through the rest of the hatching process and then with raising it until after exams. After that, they will ship it to the sanctuary in Romania through perfectly standard and legal procedures sometime this summer. He slung his book bag over his shoulder and headed for the door. Oh, and I also won 5 points for Slytherin for bringing this to his attention and handling the matter with such discretion. Hang on a minute, Hermione said angrily. He stopped and looked back at her with a bland expression. You met with him this afternoon? That means you already had this whole situation resolved before you even contacted me. Naturally. It would have been quite embarrassing to have presented a plan as simple as talk to a teacher and it not actually work. So what would have happened if I refused to let you borrow the invisibility cloak? Jim asked testily. Harry looked thoughtful. I suppose I would have done a good deed and helped Hagrid out of a very serious jam, and then gotten nothing in exchange except a few house points and the satisfaction of knowing that I was a better person than the boy who lived. Then he turned and walked out, leaving 4 speechless Gryffindors behind him. April 15, 1992. The next day, Hermione watched the door of the Great Hall impatiently, but Harry never showed up for breakfast. She had sent him several parchment messages, but he never responded. By lunch, there was still no sign of him, though Ron flinched every time he felt a breeze, convinced that Harry was sneaking up behind him invisibly for some nefarious purpose. Jim was not as paranoid, but he was continually anxious. Part of him was terrified that he had lost forever the precious heirloom his father had entrusted to him. That afternoon, Hermione sent yet another parchment message while studying in the Gryffindor common room. She jumped when her parchment finally dinged in response. The message, however, was not one she was expecting. Hi, Hermione, this is Theo. Harry asked me to tell you that he's, oh, damn, how did he put it? Off doing sneaky, underhanded, unethical things that he can't talk to you about and that you just disapprove of because Gryffindor. And also, he, has too. There is so much going on right now that I can't stop worrying about feeling judged for my lack of altruism. No, I meant altruism. Merlin, this thing really needs an edit function. Anyway, just between us, I think you hurt his feelings last night. Well, you and Neville, but mainly you. No offense, sorry. He says he doesn't want to talk about it while he's busy with important Slytherin matters that he can't share with you because, once again, it's all about being a Gryffindor. Anyway, he'll see you next Tuesday after he's done with everything. Now, how do you send this message again? Both concerned and embarrassed, Hermione showed the parchment to Neville, who just shrugged. What do you think it means? And why is Harry avoiding us? She asked. Oh, I don't know, Hermione, Neville replied somewhat dejectedly. Maybe because he was 100% right about how to handle the dragon, and we completely ignored his advice because it wasn't exciting enough. Maybe because he has the same right to use that cloak as Jim, and the fact that he has to use trickery to get it is a reminder of how badly his parents treat him. Maybe because we sometimes take too much pride in being the house of brash heroism and act like we're superior to the house of cunning pragmatism, even when they get the job done better than us. Hermione looked down for a few seconds. It's so strange. I'm as close to Harry as I am to anyone else in this school, but at the end of the day, Gryffindors and Slytherins are just different, aren't we? He nodded. Yes, we are. I don't think we have to be enemies like Jim and Ron, and Draco, I guess, all believe. But we really do have different ways of thinking about things. Then, he smiled with mild embarrassment. You know, I actually felt a bit disappointed in Harry for making a demand of Jim in exchange for helping him, even though I wouldn't have thought twice about it if it were anyone else. Slytherin would have done the same, even if they asked for more than Harry did. Honestly, I wouldn't have thought it out of character for a Ravenclaw to ask for something in exchange for help. I guess it's kind of unfair for us to expect Harry to act like a Gryffindor just because he's our friend. He will always be a Slytherin, so he will always have an angle, especially regarding the Potters. And yet, he actually helped Hagrid, and he did it more effectively than any of us could have, before making his demands. Yeah, that's our Harry. He's the most Gryffindorish Slytherin I know. So, should we be worried that he's avoiding his Gryffindor friends for Slytherin stuff? Neville frowned. Let me see that parchment. By the way, I really need to get one of these. Can you link multiple parchments? Not yet, but I'm working on it, she said as she handed over the paper and explained how it worked. Seconds later, in the prince's lair, the mate to Hermione's parchment dinged softly. Theo picked it up and read it aloud. Theo, it's Neville here. Please remind Harry that he can always call on me if he needs me for absolutely anything, especially anything to do with what we talked about by the lake that afternoon when I came back after Halloween. Harry looked up from the stack of ancient texts he was perusing as he considered Neville's message. Then he turned to Theo, who sat on the opposite side of the ancient mahogany table, picking at a chocolate frog. Tell him this exactly, things are a bit shady, but there's no real darkness so far. And thanks. Theo raised an eyebrow at the cryptic message and then relayed it as Harry wished. On April 18, 1991, Rodney Montague angrily yanked open the door to his room and stepped out into Prefect's Row, clad in nothing but an undershirt and black boxer shorts adorned with little green and silver snakes. It was the third night in a row that Rodney Montague, the seventh-year prefect, had been awakened after midnight by the sounds of shifting gears and crumbling masonry just outside his door. For the third night in a row, there was no sign of the source of the noise. Shaking his head in frustration, Rodney closed his door and returned to bed. He hoped he wouldn't be woken again later by that awful hissing sound that had recently started up at random intervals from some leaky pipes on the other side of his bedroom wall. April 21st, 1992. Just before dawn on the last day of Easter break, Blaise Zabini, whose mother had trained him to be a light sleeper, awoke to the soft sounds of the door opening and closing by itself. A few seconds later, Harry Potter materialized out of thin air, tossing the invisibility cloak onto his bed. He looked as though he had barely slept for days, which was probably true. "Well?" Blaise asked. "Are we good to go?" His voice woke Theo, who was also a light sleeper for different family-related reasons. The two boys sat up in their beds to get a better look at their friend as he shucked his outer clothes and fell onto his bed without even changing into pajamas. "They went for it," Harry said through a haze of sleep deprivation. The vote was 4-2 with one abstention. "That was closer than I'd have liked, but it was enough. We'll do it tonight after dinner. Wake me before lunch, please. I have some errands to take care of this afternoon before Malfoy returns." His voice grew faint, but Blaise had one more question. "And you sure you don't want us in there with you?" "No," Harry yawned. "You two just stay out in the common room and observe reactions. Besides, it might get a little scary in there. I need to project total poise and confidence. It would ruin the effect if either of you gets jumpy." Blaise scowled at the insinuation. That he lacked poise and was about to respond when Theo interrupted him. "Let him sleep. Besides, he's right. You haven't been in there when they're all agitated." Theo shuddered visibly, and Blaise realized his friend probably had a point. Across the room, Harry started snoring softly. Later that afternoon, as Jim was leaving the Great Hall, he saw Harry approaching. He started to call out, but Harry glared and shook his head. Jim's mouth snapped shut, terrified of provoking his brother until he had the cloak back. Without saying a word, Harry walked past him. At the last moment, he smoothly pulled a small wrapped parcel from his robe and passed it to Jim without slowing down, then continued down the hallway. Confused, Jim looked back at his brother and examined the package. As he turned it over, he saw a note in Harry's neat handwriting. "For pity's sake, open it in your room. Don't stand around gawking at it in front of people like an imbecile." Jim blushed slightly and tucked the package into his robes. He walked as quickly as propriety allowed back to Gryffindor Tower, barely resisting the urge to run in the halls. Once inside, he abandoned all restraint and sprinted up to the currently empty first-year dorm room. He sat down on his bed and, with trembling hands, carefully opened the package. He pulled out the shimmering fabric of his family's ancestral invisibility cloak. The fabric was now a vivid Slytherin green. As he spread the cloak out, Jim began to hyperventilate, reading the 4-inch-wide silver lettering embroidered on the back. It relayed a proud message permanently engraved on his father's most prized possession, Slytherin's rule. Gryffindor's drool. Jim screamed in furious rage, "I'll kill him." Then he jumped up from his bed. Jim stormed to the door, furious at his treacherous brother. As he opened it, he nearly collided with Neville Longbottom, who looked at him with concern. "Whoa. Jim? Are you okay?" Neville asked. Jim snarled at Neville, knowing he was friends with Harry. "Like you care, Longbottom." Neville rolled his eyes. "Whatever. Forget I asked. Anyway, Harry just asked me to deliver this to you." He held out a wrapped package that looked almost identical to the one Jim had just opened, except it had no writing on it. Jim froze for several seconds, his mouth opening and closing like a fish as he made a strange gurgling sound in the back of his throat. Then he snatched the package from Neville's hands and tore it open. His trembling hands were now practically shaking. Inside the package was the true cloak, looking exactly as it had the night he lent it to Harry. Jim clutched the cloak to his chest, determined never to let it go again. Neville eyed him suspiciously. "You really need to learn to calm down and not get so overexcited, Jim. I hear meditation is good for that." Then he turned and left, shaking his head. Jim ignored him and staggered back to his bed, collapsing onto it. After a moment, he looked over and noticed a piece of parchment lying on the bed where he had dropped the false green cloak. On the paper was a large smiley face with a winking eye. As his frantic heart finally slowed to a safer rate, Jim stared at the parchment and bellowed to the empty room, "My brother is a bloody psychotic." Chapter 27. Who is the Prince of Slytherin? At dinner that night, Harry and his two Slytherin friends sat at the far end of the table, away from Malfoy and his cronies. They made eye contact at one point, and Draco raised an eyebrow, inquiring about his defeated rival. Harry looked back with a beaten expression and mouthed the words "after dinner." Draco nodded smugly and returned to his conversation with his friends. Harry, Theo, and Blaise ate quietly. They did not talk to one another, having already said everything they needed to say. An hour later, the trio stood together in a corner of the common room. Harry scanned the room, which was fairly crowded as the returning Slytherins discussed schoolwork, their week-long break, and which broom closets they would be meeting in for after-curfew hookups. On one of the nearby sofas, Rodney Montague was engaged in an intense conversation with his fellow seventh-year prefect, Olivia Columbico. She was an attractive dark-skinned girl whose family hailed from South Africa, with pureblood ancestry tracing back nearly 3 centuries. The two seemed to be debating an arcane point about arithmancy relevant to their upcoming newts. On the far side of the room, Marcus Flint held court over the Quidditch team, discussing new plays for their upcoming match with Hufflepuff. Finally, Draco entered the common room triumphantly, accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle. "Here they come," Theo said quietly. "All right then," Harry replied. "Time to put on a show." The two groups of first years met near the middle of the common room. "Well, Potter? Did you get that cloak for me?" "I'm looking forward to trying it out," Draco said. "Actually, Malfoy," Harry said amiably. "I had the cloak. Theo and Blaise can back me up, they've both seen it. But after having a week to think things through, I reconsidered and returned it to the GIT. You see, I've decided that instead of giving in to your petty blackmail, it would be more effective, practical, and honestly, more fun to simply crush you." He took a step closer to Draco, whose bodyguards tensed. "Like a bug. Under my foot." Before Draco could respond, Harry turned away from him and moved to the center of the room. "Ladies and gentle wizards of Slytherin House," Harry said loudly and confidently. "May I have your attention, please?" The assembled Slytherins, who made up almost half of the house, grew quiet and attentive, albeit somewhat bemused by the little firstie's boldness. "Thank you. As some of you are no doubt aware, there has been conflict within the first-year Slytherin class between myself and Draco Malfoy and our respective associates. Last Tuesday, just before the break started, the disagreement escalated into physical violence right here in this common room. Speaking for myself, I apologize for my role in such a vulgar display. Now, as I see it," he continued, "this conflict between Mr. Malfoy and me arises from his belief, about which he has droned on for months, that because of my lineage, my connection to the boy who lived, and my general views on certain political issues, I am unworthy to hold a place within Slytherin House. Well, I have something to say in response to that. Indeed, what I have to say will, I think, prove my right to a place in this house rather conclusively." He paused, and his winning smile suddenly turned cold. "In fact, without intending disrespect to anyone here, what I have to say may well prove that I'm more fit to be a Slytherin than nearly every Slytherin currently residing in this castle." Some in the crowd, especially the staunchly pureblood upperclassmen, began to mutter darkly at that, but Harry continued as if unconcerned. "Unfortunately, what I have to say also concerns. Some matters are too delicate to discuss openly in the common room. Unlike Mr. Malfoy, I believe discretion and subtlety are important, though often underestimated, values of Slytherin. Therefore, when I speak, I will do so in private and only in front of a small group of respected House members. With that in mind, I would like Mr. Rodney Montague, Miss Olivia Columbico, and Mr. Marcus Flint to accompany Mr. Malfoy and me so we can continue this discussion, Harry said, hesitating for just a moment. In the conference room. With that, Harry turned on his heels and headed toward Prefect's Row. Behind him, the assembled Slytherins began to murmur in confusion and, for some, outrage. Marcus Flint called out loudly, "Hang on! What conference room?" Harry stopped at the entrance of the corridor and looked back at him. The one at the end of Prefect's Row, of course. Then he turned and continued down the hall. Flint furrowed his brow in confusion. "There's no conference room at the end of Prefect's Row," he exclaimed. "Oh, yes there is," Harry's voice echoed down the corridor. "A big one, too." Now even more confused, Flint looked over to the seventh-year prefects and did a double-take. He had heard the expression "the blood drained from his face," but he had never actually seen it before. At that moment, Rodney Montague looked so pale he might as well have been drained by a vampire. For her part, Olivia looked little better as the two prefects slowly stood. Marcus moved toward them, passing an utterly perplexed Draco Malfoy, just in time to hear a shaken Olivia ask, "Could it possibly be true, Rodney?" Suddenly, Montague turned and practically ran toward Prefect's Row, shouting a trail of vulgarities that Marcus would not have guessed the priggish seventh year even knew. "Marcus, take Malfoy and follow Rodney," Harry instructed. Olivia spoke firmly. She turned and addressed the rest of the confused Slytherins loudly. "Everyone else, stay here. All other prefects, you will guard the entrance to Prefect's Row. No one is to enter until we return. If I catch anyone even looking down that hallway, including younger prefects, you can expect to be hexed so hard that they will have to carry you to Madame Pomfrey in a bucket." With that, the young witch pulled out her wand and followed the others down the hall. The room erupted into excited chatter. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged glances, then looked towards Abini and Nott. What's going on?" Goyle asked Harry's two friends. "Your boss sowed the wind," Theo replied calmly. "This might take a while. Do you guys know how to play Exploding Snap?" Crabbe and Goyle shrugged and started searching for an open table. Meanwhile, Olivia, Marcus, and Draco stopped behind Rodney, who stood in front of an inky black portal where a brick wall used to be. "Okay," Marcus said uneasily, "that's never been there before." "Olivia," Rodney said in a shaky voice, "this looks exactly like the way they described the entrance to us. Does this mean?" "I don't know, Rodney," she replied quietly. "But if it is, does that mean Potter is, you know?" "I don't know, Rodney," she said again. "What is all this? Some trick of Potter's?" Draco asked irritably. "Be quiet, Malfoy," Olivia said as she studied the door. "Don't talk to me like that. My father, OWW. Can it, Sprog?" Marcus said angrily after cuffing Malfoy hard on the back of his head. Rodney and Olivia exchanged glances and nodded before entering the passageway together with their wands drawn. Marcus and Draco followed. Once inside, Marcus was so impressed that he didn't notice the soft grind of the door closing behind him. This was definitely in a conference room, though it was quite unusual. A conference table stood in the center, surrounded by ornate chairs featuring brass snakehead finials. However, at the head of the table, there was not a chair but a throne. This massive black throne appeared to be carved from a solid block of basalt, adorned with silver filigree and thick green silk cushions for comfort. The most striking feature of the throne was the impressive silver snake sculptures that rose from its back, each with large emeralds for eyes. The most dominant was a silver basilisk in the center, curving protectively over the throne. Its body was as wide as a tree trunk and it towered at least 15 feet tall, with emerald eyes the size of a man's fist. Flanking it were a python and a king cobra, nearly as tall but not as wide. On the right side of the throne, from Marcus's perspective, were 3 smaller yet still oversized snakes, an ashwinder, a boomslang, and a silver blue kite. To the left was a large runespur with 3 heads emerging from a single oversized trunk. The entire scene resembled something out of antiquity or myth, like the throne of an ancient serpentine god-king. Sitting on the throne, as if born to it, was Harry Potter. "Thank you all for coming," he said reasonably. "Please take a seat." Rodney pointed his wand at Harry. "Get out of that chair," he growled, a mix of rage and fear in his voice. Harry leaned forward, an innocent expression on his face. "Why, Rodney? Is this your chair?" "Damn it, Potter!" Rodney exclaimed, his one hand shaking and beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Nah," Harry replied cheerfully. "I don't think this is your chair at all, Rodney." "Nor yours. Olivia, I know you've been informed about this chair and this room by your predecessors, just like every 7th-year prefect before you," Harry said. He leaned back and glanced at the other 2 Slytherins, who were gazing around the lair in awe. "Marcus? Draco? From the looks on your faces, I bet neither of you knows anything about this chair. That's a bit sad for you, Draco. Not long ago, your father sat in this very spot. Lucius Malfoy claimed this seat when he was a student. His name is on one of those silver placards over there on the wall." He pointed to the second-to-last nameplate. "Lucius Malfoy, 1970 to 1972. But I'm sorry to say that this will never be your chair either." Ignoring Draco's confused expression, Harry addressed the entire group, extending his arms to gesture around him. "This is the Hydra Throne. It was crafted by Salazar Slytherin himself before he left Hogwarts to provide guidance to future generations of Slytherin students. This seat is reserved for the student who claims the mantle of the Prince of Slytherin." "And that's you?" Rodney asked, disbelief in his voice. Olivia gently placed her hand on his wand arm, prompting him to lower it slowly. Harry laughed. "No, of course not. Don't be silly, Rodney. An 11-year-old prince? That would be laughable. I do plan to be the Prince of Slytherin, but I have years to go before I meet the requirements for that position. I'm just sitting here because I have special permission for one night only. A dispensation, so to speak. It's a good thing too, because the throne is perfectly capable of killing anyone who sits here without permission. Now, as I mentioned in the common room, I have something important to say, but I want it kept quiet, which is why we're here. You see," he continued, "there are reasons almost. No one knows about this room, this chair, or the whole Prince of Slytherin concept. One reason is that the prince does not flaunt his status. In fact, nearly half of the princes have been female. The prince operates from the shadows, quietly shaping and guiding the house according to Salazar's vision. This approach is clearly beyond your comprehension, Draco. The most important reason for the prince's secrecy is magic." Harry gestured around the room. "This room, known as the Prince's Lair, carries a powerful enchantment that has preserved its secrets for 11 centuries. While this chair is occupied, whether for a long term or just temporarily, a magical contract covers the doorway. This contract binds anyone who enters to an oath of secrecy. After we leave here, none of us will be able to discuss anything said here tonight without the express permission of the prince. Since I am the acting prince, even if only for one night, I am confident we will all keep our secrets. Whatever is discussed at this table cannot be repeated or even written down. You cannot be forced to reveal anything under Veritaserum or the Imperious Curse. If a Legilimens tries to read your mind, they will only find inky blackness and silence where any memories about this room should be. This means I can speak freely without fear of gossip. Once you are satisfied with my Slytherin credentials, we can move on to resolving my conflict with Draco." Draco made a face at Harry's familiarity, but inside, he felt exceedingly nervous. He had never heard of this room or the Prince of Slytherin title, and he certainly did not know that it was a title his own father had once held. Worse, he had the increasingly disturbing feeling that by pushing Harry Potter too far, he had unleashed something beyond his control. Something dangerous, perhaps even terrible. As the leader of the older Slytherins, Draco took a seat in one of the chairs closest to the door, directly across from Flint. The two prefects settled into the middle chairs on either side of the table, leaving an open chair on either side of Harry. As they sat, Harry smiled warmly at them, but Draco noticed the malice lurking in those green eyes. He shuddered slightly, recalling Harry's promise to crush him like a bug. "All right, first tie," Marcus said somewhat irritably. He was the only one in the room who didn't seem to grasp the gravity of the situation, which put him in the unusual position of being the one person not afraid of Harry Potter. "We are here. What's so important that you have to say to us?" Harry's smile transformed into a broad grin as he chuckled softly. "I am sorry, Marcus. I was a bit unclear. I said I had something to say that would prove my worthiness as a Slytherin. I never meant to imply that I would be speaking to any of you." Then, Harry Potter hissed. The other four barely had a moment to process that Harry Potter, heir to House Potter and brother of the boy who lived, is a bloody Parselmouth, when they were startled by the movement and sounds erupting around them. Each 6-inch brass adder head finial on the chairs instantly elongated into 3-foot-long writhing brass adders, twisting themselves around and extending their fangs just a foot away from each Slytherin's head. Simultaneously, the silver snakes attached to the throne came to life, writhing and hissing at the group. The great basilisk in the center bent down to look directly at Olivia, who screamed in terror for nearly 8 seconds before realizing it wasn't a real basilisk and its gaze wasn't fatal. It took another 10 seconds before the scream subsided into a general murmur of hysteria and hyperventilation, allowing Harry to finally speak. "So," he said easily, Do I have everyone's attention?" After a few more seconds of looking around in panic, the 4 Slytherins slowly nodded. Rodney was the first to speak. You're a Parseltongue." "No, Rodney, I'm a Parselmouth," Harry explained. "Parseltongue is the language. Parselmouth is the person who speaks it. It's a common mistake. It took me a while to get it straight myself." "But you're a Potter." "Potters hate Slytherins. It's been that way for at least 200 years. "Really? I had no idea it went back that far. I do know my birth father has an irrational hatred of Slytherins. He sent me a lovely note about it the day after my sorting. As I recall, you were all there when it exploded. But fortunately, James Potter didn't raise me, so I haven't absorbed any of his ancestral bigotries. The topic of Parselton came up when we were visiting Diagon Alley last summer. He mentioned his belief that being a Parselmouth is a sign of being a dark wizard, which is ignorant nonsense. I thought it best to humor him and not reveal I had the talent. Out there in the Muggle world, I can only talk to actual snakes, but Hogwarts is so permeated with magic that nearly everything that looks like a snake is susceptible to Parseltongue." He looked around at the snakes surrounding him. "As you have no doubt noticed." "Is Jim a Parselmouth?" asked Marcus. Harry perked up in amusement and considered the matter. "That's a very insightful question, Marcus. I can see why the Ashwinder likes you. Honestly, I have no idea. Circumstances have never put me and Jim together in a room with a snake. I wouldn't be surprised if he were, since he's my twin. Of course, my birth father's views on Parseltongue are hardly a secret, so I expect if Jim does have the gift, he's concealed it. Or maybe he's just never gotten close enough. Enough to a snake because of a childish belief that they are all slimy and evil." Harry snorted. Wouldn't it be hilarious if the boy who lived were a Parselmouth and it got publicly revealed? James would have a stroke. "I'll have to look into arranging that. Anyway," he continued, "it is true that no descendant of Salazar Slytherin has ever married into the Potter family. This means that I could only have inherited this gift, which is exclusive to descendants of Salazar Slytherin, from my mother's side. That your mother is a mud." The adders on either side of Draco's head hissed loudly. "That is, a Muggleborn. How can she be descended from Salazar Slytherin?" Harry shrugged. "Well, presumably, reports of her Muggleborn status are somewhat overstated. Let's just say I've been exploring her family tree for a while and expect to have some answers by the end of this summer. Next question." Olivia looked at him speculatively while trying to ignore the basilisk looming over his head. "If you're not the Prince of Slytherin, who is?" "As I said, there is not one at the moment." To become the prince, you have to be a student who has gained the approval of all 7 of the serpents that comprise the Hydra throne, each of whom represents a different characteristic that the founder considered important for his students. Harry pointed up at the basilisk looming over him. The big guy, Raja, represents ambition, although he prefers to think of it as vision. For him, it's not enough to be personally ambitious, like wanting to get rich or famous. You need an ambition to shape the whole world to your will in some way. To Raja's right is the python, Jormungand, named after the snake that encircled the world. He represents political acumen and the ability to form winning coalitions. For example, he is very supportive of my membership in an inter-house study group, but he is otherwise appalled at how insular the rest of the house has become over the last few decades. To Raja's left is Kay the Cobra, who represents Slytherin's respect for intellect and academic excellence. Moving down from him, we have Mara the Ashwinder, who embodies cunning and cleverness. Next is Delilah the Boomslang, representing charm and subtlety, which, as I've mentioned, are greatly undervalued in the house nowadays. He paused and looked over towards the Boomslang. In all honesty, I have to say Delilah's my favorite. She's a cutie. The Boomslang twisted her body until her head was near Harry's. He hissed softly at her and then tickled under her chin, causing the silver snake to make a soft kikiki sound, which the terrified Slytherin students realized was the sound of a snake's laughter. Harry turned back to the group, his expression suddenly grim as he focused on Draco. On the far right is the Krite, Nidhogg, who represents ruthlessness, he said without further explanation. Draco swallowed hard. He noticed that the Krite was staring at him intently and had been doing so for some time. Last but not least, on the opposite side, we have the Runespur, whose 3 heads are called Tisiphone, Megalira, and Alecto. They collectively represent respect for wizarding traditions, which I should point out is not synonymous with blood purity. That's a lie, exclaimed Draco, despite the angry hissing of the brass adders. Salazar Slytherin wanted to purge the school of mudbloods. Harry sighed and flicked his wand lazily towards a bookshelf. A Key O Slytherin Memoirs Volumes 1, TWO, and 3. With that, 3 large leather-bound volumes flew off the shelf and landed on the table with a thud. The long-forgotten truth, Draco, is that Salazar Slytherin opposed Muggleborns attending Hogwarts, but not because they were inferior. He believed they would be at an unfair disadvantage compared to others. To the wizard-raised students. In the early days of Hogwarts, a Muggleborn likely came from peasant origins. This meant they were often illiterate, innumerate, highly superstitious, and probably lacked basic hygiene. Salazar believed Muggleborns should be removed from Muggle society as soon as their magic appeared. He thought they should attend a special preparatory school to elevate them to the same intellectual and cultural level as wizarding children. This way, they could integrate fully into magical society before joining Hogwarts. However, for various political and ethical reasons, his idea was rejected by the other founders and the wizarding government of the time. Salazar reluctantly accepted the presence of Muggle-born wizards and witches who were directly admitted to the school. Despite his reservations, a small number of Muggle-borns were sorted into Slytherin during his time. Many earned his respect for their hard work and determination to succeed in magical society. It has only been in the last 3 or 4 centuries that Slytherin House has become so hostile to Muggleborns that very few are sorted there. Oh, and before we go further, there was never a major conflict between him and Godric Gryffindor that caused him to leave Hogwarts in anger. His wife contracted dragon pox and had a difficult recovery. He took her and their young children back to his ancestral home in Spain for the warmer climate, where he lived for the rest of his life. Gryffindor himself passed away from natural causes several years before Slytherin left, an event Slytherin wrote about with great sadness and regret. The final volume of his memoirs mentions his continued friendly correspondence with the other 2 founders over a 20-year span between his departure and his eventual death. Anything you've heard to the contrary is just propaganda spread by blood purists who came along centuries later. Next. Does all that mean that you don't support the Dark Lord? Marcus asked bluntly. I assume you're referring to the most recent Dark Lord, the one who got himself blown up by a baby 11 years ago. The answer is no, I don't. I may not like my Muggleborn mother very much, but she did give birth to me. I'll be damned if I ever agree to a political philosophy that says I should have never been born. What's more, the Hydra agrees with me. Over the past century or so, it has appointed princes who adhered to blood purity doctrines because it looked like blood purity extremists like Gryffindor and later Voldemort were likely to win. Slytherins generally support being on the winning team. But then, those two lost rather decisively. After many years of consideration, the Hydra's consensus view is that blood purism has, on the whole, been damaging to Slytherin House, which is all the Hydra really cares about. Nowadays, people who, by temperament and philosophy, should become Slytherins instead go under the hat begging to be sorted somewhere else. They don't want to be stuck for 7 years with a bunch of violently bigoted terrorist sympathizers, far too many of whom show obvious signs of inbreeding. Instead, we've become the dark mirror of Hufflepuff. We scoop up everyone who doesn't belong in any other house and is also mean and prejudiced. There was a long pause as the Slytherins absorbed this. Finally, Olivia spoke. "Why did you bring us here?" she asked quietly. Harry took a deep breath. "And now we come to the heart of the matter. Draco Malfoy came into this house expecting to be the child tyrant of Slytherin, whose every command must be obeyed. I derailed him from that, and he's been out to get me ever since. For the most part, he's only been annoying, but last Tuesday, he directly threatened someone important. To me, Theonot is my friend and ally. I believe he will rise to become a valuable asset to this house. However, Theo's father is a psychopathic nutcase who should be in Azkaban. He has already gotten away with murdering Theo's mother right in front of him. Malfoy basically told me that if I didn't grovel to him enough, he would inform Tiberius not that his son was associating with undesirables. His goal would be to get Theo physically abused, or worse, murdered. I found that unacceptable. And so, Olivia and Rodney," he continued, "I consulted with the Hydra for advice. After several days of negotiation, the majority of serpents agreed that I could exercise limited authority as prince tonight. This is solely to show you to this room and allow you access to some of its benefits, in exchange for your help with my Malfoy problem. In particular," he summoned another thick book from the shelves, placing it next to Slytherin's memoirs. "This book is an auto-updating record of every question asked on every Newt's exam over the last 100 years. It doesn't have the answers, but it does reference where the answers can be found. It also includes notations on frequently asked questions and examples of spells and potions that, if demonstrated, confer extra points." Olivia and Rodney looked at the book hungrily. "What do you want in exchange?" Rodney asked. "A way to keep Draco Malfoy from trying to hurt my friends. Permanently." Harry glanced over toward Draco, as if the boy was something he'd scraped off his shoe. "I've been working on this problem for the last week. Frankly, the only solution I've come up with is to simply kill the little brat." There was a brief shocked silence, which was quickly broken by a soft kikiki from the Krite that Harry had identified as Nidhogg, the exemplar of Slytherin ruthlessness. Draco paled. You directly threatened the life of someone on Team Harry." "Draco," Harry interrupted, his voice sharp. "If you ignore the possibility of a lethal response, I suggest you are the one who doesn't belong in Slytherin. Nidhogg here had some interesting ideas, and together we came up with at least 4 different ways to kill you before the end of term and get away with it. Once you leave this room, you won't be able to warn anyone that I'm coming after you." He paused to collect himself. "That said, I'm not eager to start a body count at the age of 11, so I am open to any less drastic suggestions from my peers." "An unbreakable vow," Rodney suggested immediately. "He'll swear never to directly or indirectly harm, well, whoever you say." "I will not swear an unbreakable vow," Draco shouted, furious. "Then I will cast the Imperious Curse on you, making it impossible for you to harm Potter or any of his friends," Olivia said coldly. "Otherwise, I will kill you myself on his behalf." "Olivia!" Rodney exclaimed in shock. She looked around the room, a smile on her face. "I knew of this place, Rodney, even before my predecessor told me about it. There have been stories in my family for generations, but I had given up hope of ever seeing it myself." She turned to Harry. I have an ancestor who sat on that throne as well. He nodded. Christoph Columbico, class of 1756. He pointed to the wall of silver placards. 7th column, 3rd one down. She looked where he pointed and smiled even wider. Besides, she continued, as you said, real Slytherins always pick the winning side. From what I have seen tonight, Harry Potter, I believe your ultimate victory is assured. Marcus Flint slowly raised his hand, cautious of the snakes on the wall. If this is about picking the brains of the 7th-year prefects, Potter, what am I doing here? Well, I thought that as Quidditch captain, you could use the threat of keeping Draco off the team next year to keep him in line. But mainly, the Hydra asked me to bring you. Marcus stared, unblinking. Hubuha? Harry pointed toward the placards of past princes. There are 4 people named Flint on that wall, Marcus. None since the 1870s. One was a chief warlock, one an esteemed Hogwarts professor, one a highly decorated auror, and, well, one aspiring Dark Lord who died in Azkaban, but never mind her. The Hydra has had its eye on you for a while. The consensus among the serpents is that you have tremendous potential that you're choosing to waste. They thought seeing this room might motivate you. And for what it's worth, Marcus, if I can help you get on track, please don't hesitate to ask. Flint blinked repeatedly and looked around the room again with new eyes. Thanks, Potter. I mean, Harry. I'll think about it. Finally, everyone turned to stare at young Malfoy. He swallowed hard as he looked back and forth among the pitiless faces of his 4 housemates. He realized he had lost utterly, so he moved on to what he might still salvage. What would the vow say? Kikiki, laughed Nidhogg once more. About 40 minutes later, the 5 Slytherins exited Prefect's Row together, giving every appearance of having become great friends. Rodney announced to the common room, which was now packed with nearly the entire Slytherin student body, that Harry and Draco had mended their fences, buried the hatchet, and several other clichés as well. In fact, Rodney, Olivia, and Marcus all made a point of showing that they were on a first-name basis with both. It was a highly unusual honor for 2 Slytherin first years, even if one of them was a Malfoy. Draco made his way over to Theo Knott. He apologized loudly and profusely for his unconscionable behavior. Then, he invited Theo to come and stay with him at Malfoy Manor for the summer so they could get to know each other as Slytherin brothers should. Theo accepted both the apology and the invitation, almost as if he had been expecting them. Curfew soon arrived, and Olivia and Rodney insisted that everyone go to bed on time. The next morning, most of the house rose early and rushed to the Owlery with urgent letters to mail home to their parents. Some letters were more detailed than others, but most carried a variation on the same theme: something has fundamentally shifted in Slytherin House. Harry Potter is the fulcrum upon which it has moved. Draco Malfoy sent out 2 owls. His personal owl carried a message for his father. In it, he stated that he had recently begun a friendship with Theo Knott, the son of Lucius's former associate, Tiberius Knott. Draco expressed concern about how Tiberius was treating Theo and asked if Lucius could persuade Tiberius to let young Theo spend the entire summer break with him at Malfoy Manor. A second, nondescript school owl carried a much shorter unsigned message meant solely for his mother, Narcissa Black Malfoy. It contained just one sentence: "I will never reach the heights you desire for me while Harry Potter lives." Chapter 28, The Calm Before. April 22, 1992. The next morning, Harry, Theo, and Blaise sat comfortably on a large bench in the foyer in front of the Great Hall. The commotion and buzz of their fellow Slytherins, who were unusually early risers that day, had gotten the trio up early as well. However, while breakfast had already begun, Harry did not want to go in just yet. He had spent the better part of a week avoiding Hermione and Neville while focusing on his Draco problem, but he missed his 2 Gryffindor friends. So, he waited patiently for them to come down. Theo and Blaise sat with him under a privacy charm as they discussed the events from the night before. "So let's just go over this one more time, if just for my own peace of mind," Theo said. Draco is now actively bound and obligated not only to refrain from trying to get me in trouble with Father but also to do anything he reasonably can to protect me from any harm, whether from Father or from any other source, by any means short of endangering his own life. Right, Harry replied. You can't make someone take an unbreakable vow that requires them to deliberately sacrifice their own life for another or even face a substantial risk of death in doing so, or I wouldn't have given him that much wiggle room. But he can't actively do anything to endanger you, nor can he passively stand by while you're in danger unless he genuinely believes that trying to save you will get him killed. Aha. There's probably a loophole in there, Theo said, but I trust that you're smarter than Draco, so he'll never be the one to find it. Anyway, Draco is also bound not to attempt to manipulate you or control you or seek revenge against you by threatening the health or safety of any other person. Right again, Harry said. He can still theoretically hurt people, but he can't do it for the express purpose of getting at me somehow. Again, you can't make an open-ended vow not to hurt anyone or to never commit a crime. Otherwise, they'd just make every wizard and witch take such a vow once they turn 11, and we'd be living in a utopia, Theo said thoughtfully. His life would be much happier in such a world. And he can't deliberately insult anyone based on blood purity or blood politics. He can't say a mudblood or blood traitor as an insult to anyone, either to their face or in front of anyone who finds those terms offensive. Yep, Harry replied with a smirk. I did leave him the power to use those terms when he's by himself or surrounded by fellow bigots. And not a complete monster. The three boys laughed. There are a few more minor clauses, but that's most of it. There's only so much you can include in an unbreakable vow before it collapses under its own magic. Right, Blaise said dryly. Is that why you didn't include any requirements for him to refrain from directly threatening your health and safety? No, that got left out intentionally. It would have made things too easy. That, Theo replied archly, is the single most idiotically Gryffindorish thing you've ever said. Harry snorted. Take it up with Nidhogg. He insisted, and I'll need his vote to claim the Hydra throne later, so I went along with it. He said if I'm not going to kill my enemy after all the time I spent plotting it, then I shouldn't be allowed to just neuter him. Also, he says I need a strong rival within my age cohort, or I'll get soft. I thought Jim was your rival, Theo said. He said a strong rival, Harry replied dryly, causing the other two boys to snicker. Blaise said speculatively. You could always neuter Malfoy and then pick a fight with Zachariah Smith, the Dark Prince of Hufflepuff. All three found that idea hilarious. Still laughing, Harry noticed Hermione and Neville walking down the hall toward them. Slytherin stood as Harry dispelled the privacy charm. Hermione and Neville approached somewhat nervously, but Harry greeted them with a smile. Hermione, Neville, it's good to see you again. It's been a long week. A long, complicated, demanding week. I've missed you both. Hermione ran forward and hugged him, surprising him. I've missed you too, Harry. I'm so sorry for being so obnoxious to you last week. I was just so concerned about Hagrid, and I let it get to me. Can you forgive me? There's nothing to forgive, Hermione, he said reassuringly. I was stressed over some house matters myself, and it made me snappish, but they're resolved now. Are they things you can talk about now that they're resolved? Or is it still Slytherin stuff? Neville asked. Still Slytherin stuff. But nothing we need to worry about anymore. Now, I can join Hermione in obsessing over exams. Hermione playfully batted at Harry's arm in response. Then, Blaise leaned in and muttered, Malfoy. 3 o'clock. Harry looked at him strangely and then glanced at his watch. Blaise frowned and jerked his head toward the approaching Draco. Neville and Hermione saw him too and both grimaced. Well, that's probably our cue to leave, said Neville. Nonsense, Harry said confidently. He probably just wants to wish us all a good morning. The other 4 students looked at Harry as though he had gone mad. Their surprise only grew when Draco actually walked up and cheerfully said, Good morning, Harry, Theo, and Blaise. And to you as well, Mr. Longbottom and Miss Granger. Harry immediately wished Draco good morning too, and the others followed suit after the shock wore off. Miss Granger. Draco continued with a slightly nervous smile. Might I have a moment of your time? Hermione blinked repeatedly, then looked at an equally surprised Neville. Oh, it's quite all right if we speak in front of your friends. An apology that must be rendered in secrecy is hardly an apology at all, as my father would say. An apology? Hermione asked, confusion evident in her voice. Yes, Draco replied, sounding sincere. You must understand, I was raised in a very insular pureblood household with little knowledge of or experience with muggles. My parents were also raised in similar environments, going back several generations. Consequently, I came to Hogwarts with many preconceived notions about muggleborns like you, notions grounded in ignorance and, dare I say it, bigotry. Fortunately, recent conversations with Harry here have led me to reconsider my former views. I now see it was foolish of me to disregard your potential simply because you were raised in a non-wizarding environment. Worse, I realize it was churlish and boorish of me to demean witches and wizards like you for those same reasons. Such prejudice is unworthy of the House of Malfoy. Therefore, I offer you my most sincere and abject apologies for my previous conduct and hope that we can start anew. Harry struggled to suppress laughter, not at Draco, but at the shocked reactions of his friends. Blaise nudged him and mouthed, "Minor clauses." Harry gave a small nod. Finally, Hermione shook her head to clear it. Your gracious apology is accepted, Mr. Malfoy. I too hope we can begin anew and develop some sort of friendship, she finished somewhat awkwardly. Please, Miss Granger, call me Draco. Only if you will call me Hermione, she replied weakly. Certainly. Now there is one other matter I would like to discuss while I'm here. I know exams are approaching, and you are undoubtedly short on time. However, my two good friends, Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe, have been struggling with some of their schoolwork. If you have any free time in your schedule, I wonder if you might be willing to tutor them for a few weeks. I would be happy to pay for your time. How does for galleons an hour for both of them sound? At that, Hermione's eyes widened. Depending on how many tutoring sessions they needed, that could add up to a substantial sum of money. Oh, Draco, I couldn't possibly. Harry coughed loudly to cover his protest. Take it. She glanced at him in mild frustration before looking back at Draco. That is, I couldn't possibly refuse such generosity. Mr. Goyle and Mr. Crabbe are fortunate to have you as a friend. Draco smiled again, and this time, it appeared relatively sincere. You're very kind. I'll allow you their schedules, and we'll arrange for you to meet with them at your convenience. He extended his hand. She did the same. Then, he took her hand gently and kissed it on the knuckles. Until then, Hermione. After he left, Hermione turned to Harry in shock. What was that about? Harry replied, if a pureblood of higher social standing offers you money for a task and you turn him down, offering to do it for less, it turns it into an offer of charity on your part. Under some circumstances, that can be taken as an insult to the pureblood. No. Not that. I mean, everything, she exclaimed. Yeah, said a flummoxed Neville. This is beyond the universe of possible things. As I said, it's been a long and complicated week. Beyond that, I can't say much except that Draco should be mostly decent, at least for the foreseeable future. Enjoy it while we can. Neville looked like he wanted to ask more questions, but Hermione chose to accept this new development as just one more bit of unexpected news. Well, now that we're back together, what are your plans for this evening after dinner? Miss Granger. Harry exclaimed, placing a hand over his heart. How very forward of you. You're not trying to make Mr. Malfoy jealous, are you? Hermione punched him in the shoulder and called him a prat. Harry laughed. Okay. No, I have no plans right now. What's up? I'd like your help on a project. I want to see if there's a way to get our parchments to talk. To talk? What, to each other? Yes. Well, I mean, I'll send a message to your parchment, but instead of you reading it, you'll actually hear my voice. This time, Harry's eyes widened in surprise. You're making telephones? Out of paper? Yes, she smiled. Isn't magic wonderful? In retrospect, that dreamy expression on his friend's face should have been the first clue that it would all end in tears. May 19th, 1992. Naturally, it couldn't possibly be that easy. Over the next several weeks, Hermione, Harry, and several friends from their study group experimented with various magical techniques for modifying or transmitting sounds, but nothing they tried provided benefits comparable to Muggle telephones. On this particular Sunday evening, Hermione and Harry were in an unused classroom on the second floor. A table was covered in books about sound-based charms, communication charms, switching charms, and general enchantment charms. Neville, Theo, and Blaise were there to provide moral support, mostly by working on improving their exploding snap skills. As curfew drew near and Hermione was about to admit defeat, Harry, who had discreetly brought a few books from the lair, perked up. Hang on a minute, Hermione. Demonstrate that sound-enhancing charm for me again. Harry, it doesn't work on parchment. I think we've established that. No. Just demonstrate it. On yourself, I suppose. She shrugged and flicked her wand. Hermione took her wand and touched it to her throat while saying, sonorous. Then she exclaimed, like this. The spell amplified her voice significantly. Harry nodded, wincing, as she cast the counter spell. Okay, he said. So it's flick, then touch the object or person to be amplified, while saying sonorous with the accent on the second syllable. Exactly, Hermione replied. Except, in this book, he held up an older-looking book, there's a different way of doing it. Here, it looks like a reverse triangle followed by a downstroke, and you say sonorous with the accent on the first syllable. Like this. Harry demonstrated the alternate technique. Suddenly, everyone in the room covered their ears in pain as a deafening, high-pitched shriek erupted from Harry's wand. Harry, who had been holding his wand right next to his own head, yelled in pain and reflexively pointed the wand away from himself and his friends. Unfortunately, that meant the wand was now aimed at the row of glass windows overlooking the courtyard below. With a mighty crash, each window shattered and exploded outward. Finally, Harry managed to silence the awful sound with a quietus charm before any more damage was done. Everyone stared in shock. Hermione stormed over to Harry and snatched the book away from him. Harry! What did you do? She turned the book over and read the cover. Harry, this is a fourth-year Dada book. That was a curse. What? He shouted. I can't hear you. Did the spell silence everyone or something? Neville slapped his hand to his forehead. Great. Now Harry's deaf. Can this get any worse? Just then, the door to the classroom swung open, and Argus Filch, the caretaker, stormed in, glaring furiously at the children. His anger grew when he noticed that all of the room's windows had been blown out. Blaise shot Neville a dirty look. You just had to say that, didn't you? And that was how Harry and Hermione received their first attentions at Hogwarts. After spending the first night in the infirmary to have his eardrums regrown, Harry and Hermione spent the next 5 evenings helping Kettleburn and Hagrid brew a foul mixture of cow's blood, sheep's brains, goat's innards, and warm brandy to feed to the newborn dragon. Norbert had hatched weeks earlier, just days after Harry's final confrontation with Draco in the lair. A few minutes after the hatching, Norbert's name changed to Norberta after Professor Kettleburn confirmed her gender. For the first few weeks, only the care of magical creatures students and Hagrid had access to her. Eventually, Norberta grew too big for Kettleburn's classroom, and she was relocated to a pen near Hagrid's hut that was warded to keep her from trying to leave or fly away. Since then, nearly every Hogwarts student had visited at least once to see the rapidly growing dragon. According to Kettleburn, she was in perfect health and would be transferred to the Romanian sanctuary via apparition in early July. After spending the last 5 nights preparing the dragon's foul-smelling nutrient mixture, Hermione and Harry were both eager to see her go. As the two walked back to the castle after their last night of detention, both smelling terrible, Hermione finally snapped at Harry. "I just want you to know that I'm going to use an entire bottle of shampoo when I take a shower before bed tonight, and I blame you entirely." "Me?" exclaimed Harry. "It was your unauthorized experiments in high-level enchantments meant to revolutionize the wizarding world that got us into this. And it was your reckless use of a fourth-year combat spell from a Defense Against the Dark Arts book that had been discontinued for 30 years that blew out all the windows," says the girl who scavenges Diagon Alley for old books containing lock-picking charms. "Besides, it's not my fault some idiot decided that the voice amplification charm and the glass-shattering curse should have the same. The exact same incantation but with a different vowel emphasized," he said irritably. "Why did you even bring a Dada book anyway?" she asked, equally irritated. "Well, I didn't mean to. We have a small private library in the Slytherin dorms. I got access to it and used an Accio to summon every book containing sound-related charms." "What? You used a general summoning spell for books in the Slytherin library? We're lucky you didn't speak some forbidden killing word like a Mewdib or something." "Maud who?" "Mewdib. From Frank Herbert's." "Oh, never mind," said the exasperated Hermione as she pulled a bit of goat intestine out of her bushy hair. "Why are you so mad at me anyway?" "Because for 5 nights in a row, I have had to return to Gryffindor Tower stinking of viscera and offal, and I want to blame somebody." He looked at her and raised an eyebrow. She looked back at him angrily. Finally, after a few seconds, they both burst into laughter, and the tension drained away. "Are you?" said Hermione. "Sorry. This has just been the worst week of my life. 6 years of Muggle primary without so much as a demerit, and I get a week-long detention at Hogwarts for participating in an act of vandalism. My parents will be so thrilled." "Hermione, I'm sorry too. I should have double-checked what kind of book I was reading before I cast the spell. But as awful as it was, we're finally done. Tonight was the last night of detention, and anyway, it was for a good cause, helping Kettleburn and Hagrid with the dragon. Besides, it could always have been worse." Hermione scoffed. "How could any detention have possibly been worse than that? I dunno, they could have made us go monster hunting in the Forbidden Forest or something like that." "Oh please. The staff here can be cruel with their detentions, but none of them are deranged." The two laughed as they entered the castle and made their way to their respective dorms. Neither noticed that behind them, in the distance, Hagrid stood at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, engaged in an animated conversation with several angry centaurs. June 4, 1992. Once their detentions were complete, Harry and his friends focused on preparing for their end-of-year exams. By the time exams started, Hermione had also earned nearly 100 galleons by tutoring Crabbe and Goyle, but she felt confident that they would pass everything if they didn't panic. The Defense Against the Dark Arts exam came first, and Harry felt confident that he had aced it, despite the challenge of having a stammering teacher who might be possessed by a Dark Lord. The potions exam was the next day. Afterwards, Harry stayed behind to discreetly inquire if there had been any developments. Snape responded that everything was well in hand, but that the headmaster was expected to be away from school the following Thursday, so that might be a good night to turn in early. Harry nodded at the hint, relieved that the whole Quirrell mess would soon be over. The final exam was History of Magic on Thursday morning. After that, he spent the afternoon hanging out with his friends by the lake shore. Harry also asked Hermione and Neville if Jim and Ron were still fixated on the stone. They promised to keep an eye on the two that evening and make sure they didn't do anything foolish. After dinner, Harry relaxed in the Slytherin common room. Draco came by to inform the group that Theo would be coming straight from King's Cross to Malfoy Manor for the whole summer and hoped that Harry and Blaise could visit at some point. As always, he seemed sincere. Marcus Flint also stopped by, insisting that Harry get a broom over the summer and try out for Quidditch in the fall, as they would have several positions open. Flint pulled Harry aside and let him know that the older boy was. Marcus planned to retake several of his owls that summer in hopes of qualifying for additional new classes before graduating. Depending on the outcome, he might have to stay in school for an extra year. Unfortunately, his parents did not value education highly and were opposed to paying for an 8th year, especially considering Marcus's poor performance in the past. He asked Harry for advice on how to get back on track. Harry assured him that he would do whatever it took to help Marcus pay for extra schooling. As curfew approached, Harry headed to bed. He was eager for everything to be over: the Quirrell situation, the exam results, and even the Gryffindor-Ravenclaw Quidditch match, which would likely determine the winner of the House Cup. He would miss his friends over the summer, at least until he had the chance to visit them. However, part of him looked forward to spending his days back at number 4 Privet Drive, locked in his room with a big stack of books from the lair, away from scheming Slytherin rivals, spoiled Gryffindor siblings, and murderous Dark Lords. Anxiety kept Harry from sleeping. He jumped when, just after midnight, the stack of enchanted parchments he had placed under his pillow softly dinged with the tone indicating a message from Hermione. He quickly lit a lumos beneath his closed bed curtains and put on his glasses. He immediately assumed the worst, that Jim and Ron had gotten past Hermione and Neville and were heading to the 3rd floor corridor. Then he read the message and realized how badly he had underestimated what the worst might be. "Good evening, Mr. Potter. This is Professor Quirinus Quirrell, writing to you by way of Miss Granger's ingenious little parchment. I think it's time we had a little chat." Chapter 29, Final Exam, Part 1. "Good evening, Mr. Potter. This is Professor Quirinus Quirrell, writing to you through Miss Granger's ingenious little parchment. I think it's time for us to have a little chat." Harry read Quirrell's message 3 times before he decided to run through a quick occlumency exercise. He needed to calm his thoughts from panic to rationality. Then, he grabbed his wand and sent 3 whispered silencing charms to the beds of Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle, ensuring they wouldn't hear anything. He then yelled for Blaise and Theo to wake up and come over to his bed. The parchment dinged again. "I'm a busy man, Mr. Potter, so I'd appreciate a quick response. Otherwise, I will assume that Miss Granger misled me about how this parchment functions, and I will be forced to interrogate her more forcefully." Harry gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and replied, "I'm here. What do you want of me? And what have you done with Hermione?" "Nothing yet, I assure you." "Well, nothing beyond a few minor psychic manipulations, anyway. You're a clever little serpent, Potter, but you're still only 11, and not quite as clever as you may think. Your efforts to avoid eye contact with me made it obvious that you know of my information-gathering skills. However, your Gryffindor friends were not so well prepared, and I pieced together most of what I needed from their memories. I know you have deduced that I was behind the troll incident and your brother's Quidditch difficulties last semester. I also know that I am at Hogwarts to acquire a certain object hidden on the 3rd floor. Thanks to a particularly vivid memory from your brother, I know you have interacted with a certain enchanted mirror and successfully escaped its clutches under your own power. Or perhaps you merely took advantage of special characteristics imbued within the mirror by the headmaster, which make it less dangerous for children than for adults. Regardless, I would like your assistance in retrieving the object of my heart's desire from its current resting place, which I believe is within that mirror." Harry responded, "Why on earth would I help you with that?" As he waited for a reply, he told his 2 friends to get dressed quickly while he pulled on his trousers over his pajamas to save time. "Because I am currently in the same room with that mirror, along with 4 little Gryffindors who thought they could sneak in and steal the stone to save it from the nasty old Dada instructor. Well, 2 of them. The other 2 apparently expected to find Severus Snape down here. Silly boys. I am, of course, speaking of Miss Granger and Messrs. Longbottom, Weasley, and Potter Minor. While your disdain for the latter 2 is well known, Potter Major, so is your affinity for the first 2. Blaise shook his head. Hermione and Neville would have never gone along with something as stupid as helping the GIT and the Weasel steal the stone. Harry agreed and sent that statement as a message. Quirrell quickly responded, "Unlike your headmaster, boy, I am not in the habit of leaving things to chance. I penetrated to the last room of Dumbledore's gauntlet 3 weeks ago. But when I recognized the mirror from Potter Minor's memories, I began to suspect the nature of the old man's trap. It took me months to learn the secret of dealing with the Cerberus without raising alarm. Everything else was challenging but hardly insurmountable until I reached the room with the mirror. I imagine the headmaster expected me to easily pass through the first 6 rooms and then, puffing up my own ego, plunge headfirst into the mirror and become trapped by my heart's desire. I think not. Instead, I choose to invite you to join me here, Potter Major, to see if you can recover the stone for me. You've already proven your ability to gaze into the mirror without being trapped, so it seems logical to assume you can bypass the protections around the stone. To ensure your compliance, I placed a Confunder's curse on the defense against the dark arts exams of your Gryffindor friends. This curse is designed to lure them here tonight, despite your warnings to stay away from the 3rd floor. I would have targeted you directly, but you are clearly strong-willed and have received training in psychic defense. I thought it wiser to focus on your more impressionable friends, all 4 of whom are currently bound by the incarcerous charm at my feet. I await you at the end of Dumbledore's gauntlet, Potter. You will find that most of his traps have already been deactivated. The remaining ones should pose no challenge for a clever young serpent like you. Tell no one and come alone. You have 20 minutes before the bad things begin. Do the math, Mr. Potter. For Gryffindors equal 40 fingers and 40 toes before I move on to the larger extremities. Your time starts now. Harry cursed and tapped the parchment 5 times to lock in the writing before it reset. He handed the parchment to Theo. Get that to Snape. Both of you. Make sure he understands that Quirrell has hostages. No, Theo said quickly. Theo? No, shut up. You're not facing him alone. It's not happening, and you don't have time to argue with me about it, so just accept that I'm coming with you. Theo handed the parchment off to Blaise, who looked back and forth between the parchment and his friends before holding it out to Harry. Harry had just put his wand holster on and was pulling a jumper on to conceal it. What he said. Harry spent a few seconds fuming at his friends before snatching the paper out of Blaise's hand in frustration. It's like I'm surrounded by bloody Gryffindors, he snarled as he bolted out the door, the other 2 closed behind. It took another 15 seconds before he was racing down Prefect's corridor. Rowe practically yelled the password for the lair as he entered. Inside, he found what he was looking for, Rodney and Olivia poring over old Newt questions. They both looked up at him in surprise. No time to explain, he said breathlessly. He handed the parchment to Olivia. Get this to Snape as fast as you can. If you can't find him, then go to McGonagall or Flitwick. Lives depend on this. Then he turned and ran out again, hoping the 2 prefects took him seriously. For minutes later, the Slytherin trio stood at the forbidden door. Harry looked at his friends once more as he struggled to catch his breath. You really don't have to do this. It's dangerous and reckless. He just wants me. You're wasting time, Potter, Theo said. Neville and Hermione are my friends, and they're in trouble. So I'm there for them. Just like I'm there for you. Harry's face flushed at having his own words used against him, especially by the boy who had once been so timid and who had claimed he wasn't any good at all this kind of stuff. Harry turned and cast Alhambra on the door. It clicked open, and the 3 quietly entered the room. Inside, they looked around in the gloom. The Cerberus appeared to be asleep. Harry's eyes widened. He had heard about the monstrosity in September, but this was his first chance to actually see it. Off in a nearby corner, Blaise noticed a golden harp lying on the floor. Harry took a step forward, and the floor creaked. Instantly, the right eye on Fluffy's middle head flicked open, and the creature began to stir. Harry and Theo froze in terror, but Blaise simply pointed his wand at the harp and calmly said, Musica. Brahms' lullaby. Instantly, the harp floated up into the air and started playing a soothing tune. The Cerberus quickly drifted back to sleep. What spell was that? Harry asked in relief. Wasn't a. That spell, Blaise said softly, is from a fairly common enchanted item. You say a Musica and then name a song. The harp will jump up and start playing it automatically. Quirrell probably bought that in a music shop in Diagon Alley. My mom has at least 3 of them. How did you know music would put Fluffy to sleep? Theo asked as the trio edged around the hellhound towards the trapdoor behind him. I didn't. I walked into a room with a sleeping Cerberus that 5 people have somehow already gotten past. I noticed a magic harp in the corner, and it looked obviously out of place. 2 + 2 = 4. Harry and Theo nodded at his impeccable Slytherin logic. The trapdoor was still open, and they could see a faint bluish light from below. Now what? Blaise asked. Now, you 2 lower me with the levitation charm, Theo said. Harry started to say something, but Theo cut him off. I'm lighter than either of you, and you're both better with the charm than I am. This way, you can lower me slowly and at a controlled rate. I can check out the room safely, and you can pull me right back up if there's any danger. Harry reluctantly agreed. This should be Sprout's room, so you're looking for dangerous plants. Theo nodded and cast a Lumos with his wand while the other 2 used the levitation charm on him and slowly lowered him into the room. After about 5 seconds, he called back up, definitely plants. It looks like some sort of thick moving vines at the edges of the room. There's a circle of bluebell flames keeping them at bay and then a path leading to the door. Better hurry though. The flames look like they're dying out. With that, the other 2 lowered Theo all the way to the floor, and then they took turns levitating each other. By the time Harry touched down, one of the more aggressive vines had slithered past the openings and the circle of flames in the direction of Theo's foot. Harry saw it and instinctively said, "Back off." The vines instantly withdrew. The other 2 boys stared at Harry in surprise. Parselton works on killer vines. Blaise asked, astonished. I dunno. Was I using Parselton just then? Harry replied. Yes. Didn't you know? Harry shrugged as he headed for the door. Honestly, it all sounds English to me. Snakes born in other countries sound like they have foreign accents, and most snakes drag their rest sounds. But I always hear it in English. I never even realized I was hissing back to them until Theo told me the first time I brought him into the lair. The next room was a large empty chamber. On the far side was a heavy wooden door that appeared to have hundreds of quivering metal keys forcefully embedded into it. As the boys drew nearer, they saw that each key had a set of wings fluttering uselessly. To the side of the door was a rack of brooms, with one empty slot. Blaise tried the door, but it was locked and resistant to the Alhambra spell. Harry looked around speculatively. So, a big room with a high ceiling, winged keys, and brooms. Obviously, the keys were airborne, and you had to fly after them with a broom until you found the right one. At that point, the rest of the keys would become hostile and attack. Someone, probably Jim, got the key, threw it to someone on the ground who opened the door, and then the GIT flew through. Harry glanced toward the door and the twitching keys embedded in it. Which means the key is on the other side, he finished angrily. Blaise knelt to examine the door. Yep. I can see the key still in the lock. He pulled out a piece of parchment from one of his pockets. Is that one of Hermione's parchments? Harry asked. Yeah, sometimes we like to talk about homework and other stuff. Blaise unfolded the parchment and carefully slid it most of the way under the door. Harry watched his friend, feeling curious and mildly jealous that Blaise and Hermione shared that connection. Hermione had things to discuss that Harry was not aware of. Blaise carefully aimed his wand at the keyhole and said, Wingardium Leviosa. He jiggled his wand gently, and after a few seconds, they heard a clink as the key fell out of the lock and onto the parchment. Blaise then pulled the parchment back underneath the door, with the key resting on top. He snatched up the key triumphantly and unlocked the door. That was brilliant, exclaimed Theo in amazement. Well, I am brilliant and normally would be happy for it to be acknowledged, but I must confess that I got the idea from an old episode of Scooby-Doo, Blaise replied. The other 2 looked at him blankly. Okay, I understand, Theo, but you mean to tell me, Muggle-raised Harry Potter, that you have never heard of Scooby-Doo? Blaise asked. Harry shrugged. The only time I ever got to watch television was when I stayed with the crazy cat lady across the lane while my relatives went on holiday. She preferred soap operas and spaghetti westerns, so if you want to talk about Sergio Leone films or maybe Coronation Street, I'm your guy. Blaze sighed as the three passed through the open door. We are getting you a TV and a cable box for your room at the Dursleys, Harry, whatever it takes. The next room was equally large but had a much lower ceiling. There was a giant chessboard covered in huge, mostly broken pieces. A chess game, said Harry. But of course. It's just a good thing these traps didn't reset after the Gryffs made it through, said Theo. There's no way we could play a chess game in the amount of time we have left. As they made their way through the rubble of the chessboard, Blaze spoke with feigned casualness. So, we've been through a herbology trap, a seeker's trap, and now a chess prodigy's trap. Anyone else sensing a pattern? Theo's eyebrows shot up as he realized the implications. Harry considered the significance of what Blaze said. He looked grim as he replied, "Yes, I've noticed. But at the moment, it's not at the top of our to-do list, so let's table that matter for now." They quickly passed through the next room, which contained an unconscious troll. The following room was small, with a table situated in an alcove. As they entered, purple flames erupted from the archway behind them, and black flames appeared from the one ahead. On the table lay a row of potion vials and a parchment that seemed to contain a riddle. Harry began reading it aloud. "Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find." He paused, frustrated. "Oh, come on." He glanced at his watch. They had less than 3 minutes. "We won't finish reading this in 3 minutes, let alone solve it." "Then we'll do it the Slytherin way," Theo said, emptying his pockets onto the table. "We'll cheat." From the pile, he picked up a small leather case that fit in the palm of his hand. Opening it, he revealed a monocle on a brass chain. He breathed on it softly, causing the clear lens to tint amber. He then began moving it slowly across the potions. "Another gift from Alex?" Harry asked. "Yes. It detects poisons, dangerous potions, and other potentially harmful substances that might be added to food or drink. Just what you need if all your meals are provided by a felicidal monster." "Philly what?" Blaze inquired. "Felicidal. It means someone who wants to kill their own children." Theo looked at the two, who seemed doubtful. "It's a real word. I looked it up. Anyway, these 3 are poisonous," he said, pointing to different vials. "These 2 are non-poisonous but have a fairly high alcohol content. Now, if we plug that additional information into the logic puzzle." He paused to think. "That means this potion lets you go forward, and this one lets you go back," Theo explained. "Great job, Theo," Harry said. "Okay, here's the plan. We dump out one of the vials of nettle wine. I use the Gemino charm to duplicate enough of the backwards potion for both of you to leave and make sure help is coming. I'll distract Quirrell until you get back." That is one option," Blaze said. "Here's another. We dump out 2 vials of nettle wine, and you use the Gemino charm to make enough of the forwards potion for all of us. You can't go with me, guys." He said to come alone. Theo raised his hand to show off his family ring. "I don't know if I ever mentioned it, since you haven't done anything crazy enough to need it in a while, but this ring can confer a notice minute effect on multiple people if they all maintain physical contact and can all hold their breath long enough. You can go in and distract him while we creep in behind you and set up a sneak attack." "No, it's too dangerous. It's just Quirrell. If we can get at him from behind, we can." "It's Voldemort," Harry interrupted. "What?" Blaze said dully. "I'm sorry, what?" Theo stood still, speechless and horrified. "Quirrell is being possessed by the spiritual remnants of Voldemort. He wants the Philosopher's Stone to create a new physical body for himself. When he realizes that the stone is a fake, he's going to start killing everybody. That is, unless I go in and stall him until help arrives." And why precisely are we finding this out now? Blaise hissed as he grabbed Harry's arm to look at his watch. With less than a minute and a half to go. I'm sorry. I wanted to tell you, but Voldemort has access to this power called legilimency that lets him read minds. If I'd told you anything about it, you'd have only been in danger. And I assume if he can sense your thoughts with it, he could probably see through the notice me not. Aha, Blaise said sarcastically. By the way, did you ever figure out the secret behind that VHS tape I gave you for Christmas? Harry blinked. Yeah, of course. It was a transfigured occlumency book. He trailed off sheepishly. Right. And it never occurred to you that maybe I gave it as a gift because I got it myself at the age of 8 and had already learned everything I could from it. Harry's mouth opened and closed repeatedly before he finally blurted out, I've had a lot on my mind since Christmas. I got distracted. Obviously, Blaise deadpanned. Which book? Theo asked curiously. Most Hidden Art or Aegis Mentalis? Neither. It was Pathways of the Mind. Oh, I've heard good things about that one, but it's banned in Britain. Well, you can borrow Harry's copy since, evidently, he's never opened it, Blaise replied acidly. Harry looked back and forth between the two Slytherins in consternation. Do you mean to tell me that I've been keeping all of this to myself since November to protect my friends from danger, and my two best Slytherin friends have been studying occlumency since the age of 8, Blaise said. 9. Of course I learned how to conceal my thoughts. Felicital Dad, remember, added Theo. Harry drew a breath to scream Gar at the top of his lungs, but his two friends hastily cast a silencing spell on him since there was a Dark Lord somewhere nearby, and some degree of subtlety was called for. Chapter 30, Final Exam, Part 2. It had felt so right. That was the worst thing about it for Hermione. She and Neville had talked that afternoon with Harry about the third-floor corridor and the Philosopher's Stone. They discussed how important it was to keep an eye on Jim and Ron and make sure they didn't do anything foolish. They even stayed up in the common room for a few hours after curfew, talking in case the two tried to sneak by. Instead, Jim and Ron walked boldly up to them right before midnight. They told them that Dumbledore had been lured away, that Snape was going to steal the stone that night, but no one would listen to them, and that their only chance was to steal the stone themselves before Snape got to it. Suddenly, it felt right. Not that part about Snape, of course. Hermione trusted Harry's judgment on that and agreed with him that Quirrell was likely the culprit. Nevertheless, it felt right to think that whoever the thief was, no one else would be able to stop him except a group of first-year students who didn't know any major combat-related spells more powerful than the Leglocker curse, which Quirrell himself had taught them. But none of that mattered. Trying to stop him was right, and everything else would take care of itself. Jim's invisibility cloak was a tight fit, but they all made it to the third floor without incident. The Cerberus was still waiting, albeit a little groggy. Hermione noticed a small harp lying on the ground nearby, but Jim was already on the case. Apparently, Hagrid had accidentally revealed to him that music could put the hound to sleep. Jim used a handmade flute the half-giant had given him for Christmas. The trapdoor was already open, but Neville stopped everyone from proceeding. He took a big sniff from the musty room below and immediately informed the group that the room was full of Devil's Snare, a dangerous carnivorous plant that killed by crushing its prey. Was extremely vulnerable to fire. Neville went first and used the Bluebell Flame Charm to clear a path for everyone else. Jim's seeker skills made quick work of the key room, but Hermione found it strange that someone would design a defense for the stone that could only be overcome with exceptional Quidditch skills. Something about it felt off, but she pushed aside her concerns as they moved into the next room, which contained a giant wizard's chessboard. That seemed even more unusual to Hermione, but she saw no choice but to play. There was a moment of terror when Ron decided to sacrifice the knight he was riding to ensure a quick victory. Hermione screamed as another piece charged toward him, but at the last second, Neville cast the levitation charm on Ron, lifting him out of the way and setting him down gently by the side of the board. "Well done, Neville," Hermione said excitedly. "Yeah," he replied, equally thrilled. And I didn't even set him on fire. Wait, what? Ron exclaimed. Was that a thing that might have happened? Never mind, Hermione said quickly. Forget he said anything. Jim, take the king so we can get out of here. Jim did, and the four of them moved on through the next room, where an incapacitated troll lay, to what Hermione thought was the penultimate room. She easily solved Snape's logic puzzle, but as she did, a growing sense of unease washed over her. What worried her even more was that there was only one potion to go forward and one to go back, meaning two people would apparently be stranded in this room until help arrived. That could take a while since they hadn't told anyone where they were going, which Hermione suddenly realized was quite out of character for her and very troubling indeed. But before she could express her concerns, Jim distracted her with an observation about the potion vials. Hang on, he said. Wait a minute. These are auto-refilling vials. My dad carries a set of these. Or has used them in the field to carry healing potions and similar supplies. When you've completely emptied one, it refills a minute or two later with more of the potion that gets summoned from a central reservoir at DMLE headquarters. That makes sense, Neville said. It wouldn't do for a thief to figure out how to get past those flames and leave no way for a pursuer to follow. Besides, if Quirrell or Snape or whoever has already been this way, then they must have used the right potion, but none of them are empty. So, who's going first? Me, Jim said somberly. This is my job. It always has been. Once I go through, I want each of you to take turns using the other potion to get out of here and bring help. If I can't figure out how to beat Snape, he glanced at Hermione and Neville, or maybe Quirrell, I guess, it's up to you to get the other teachers down here. He downed the potion and stepped through the black flames. None of the others moved toward the potion that would allow them to return through the purple flames. After a minute, the potion vial Jim had emptied refilled itself. Ron picked it up and said, "You two can do what you want, but Jim's my friend, and he's not facing whoever is in there alone." He took the potion, tossed the empty vial to Neville, and stepped through the black flames. Neville looked back at Hermione with an anguished expression. She put her head in her hands, trying to fathom how they had gotten into this position. Thinking about it too much made her head hurt. After a few seconds, she looked up at the sound of Neville drinking the potion to go forward. He put the empty vial back on the rack, picked up the vial to return, and placed it in Hermione's hands. "Go back, Hermione. You're the smart one. Get out of here and bring us some backup. I'll help Jim and Ron hold off whatever's in there. The fort as long as we can." He hugged the girl before turning and running through the black flames, leaving her alone. She stared at the flames for what felt like an eternity. Then, she looked down at the potion in her hand, the one that would allow her to leave this place and summon help. She willed herself to open the stopper and do what she knew was the right thing to do. She focused on the potion in her hand for several minutes, even after the vial the others had used refilled itself. But despite her determination and intellect, she found herself unable to take the smart option. Instead, she felt compelled to do what she believed was right. She swapped the potion in her hand for the one Neville had just used and gulped it down without hesitation. Pulling her wand, she darted through the flames, feeling reassured that she was making the right choice. It wasn't until she saw Professor Quirrell looking up at her smugly, with the 3 Gryffindor boys bound at his feet, that the realization of her mistake hit her like a thunderbolt. Seconds later, Hermione found herself bound alongside her housemates. Then, Quirrell summoned the parchment that allowed her to communicate with Harry. "How does this work, Miss Granger?" he asked, almost mildly. She remained silent, glaring at him angrily. "Miss Granger, if I have to ask you a second time, it will only be after I've introduced one of your friends to the Cruciator's curse. I'm sure your friend Mr. Longbottom has mentioned it. It's the curse that reduced his parents to semi-catatonic vegetables. Do you want me to ensure that Longbottom and his parents are reunited? Permanently?" "Don't tell him anything, Hermione," Neville said firmly. "Ah, Gryffindor courage. How predictably noble," Quirrell smirked. Then, he pulled out his wand and pointed it at Neville's head. "Stop, Hermione exclaimed. I'll tell. She then explained how the parchments operated. Thank you, Miss Granger. Oh, don't look so disappointed in your friend, Mr. Longbottom. I'm sure she believes that if I send a message to Potter Major, he, being a sensible young Slytherin, will go straight to a teacher. What Miss Granger fails to appreciate is the flaw in Potter Major's otherwise aggressively Slytherin nature. When his friends are in danger, he quite loses all sense of proportion. Isn't that right, Potter Minor? Jim gritted his teeth at the Potter Minor designation that reminded him of his status as the younger brother. But after the events of Boxing Day, he knew Quirrell was right. If Harry thought one of his friends was in trouble, he could be as reckless as any Gryffindor. Quirrell idly conjured a chair, sat down, and began sending messages, presumably to Harry. After a few minutes, he pocketed the parchment and pulled out a pocket watch. 20 minutes. Then we'll see just how much Gryffindor spirit Harry Potter has in him. With a casual wave, he added gags to the bonds on the 4 students. Then he closed his eyes, almost as if napping. The children struggled but could not break the magical bonds that held them. After a lengthy interval, Quirrell opened his eyes and checked his pocket watch again. It seems Mr. Potter is more Slytherin than I thought, he said, banishing the chair as he moved toward the bound children. Or perhaps simply not as clever. So how should I motivate him, I wonder? As I understand it, Potter Major cares little for his brother and even less for Mr. Weasley. That leaves you, Miss Granger, and you, Mr. Longbottom. With a flick of his wand, he removed the gags from the 4 children. Now, who wants to scream first? Before any of the Gryffindors could respond, a commanding voice cried out from the staircase that led down into the room. Quirrell! I'm here. You can stop. Acting like a villain from some Muggle comic book, Harry said. Quirrell spun around in surprise to face him. For a moment, Hermione was confused. It looked more like Jim than Harry who had entered the room. Then she realized this was the first time since September that she had seen him in casual clothes and without Sleekeasy in his hair. Mr. Potter! And just in the nick of time. Quirrell exclaimed confidently. Yes, I heard your evil gloating as I was coming down the stairs. Very spooky, Harry replied. Quirrell glowered at him. Harry felt grateful for his limited occlumency training. Without it, he would have been having another panic attack, like the one in Snape's classroom, but this time it would have been out loud. Instead, he suppressed the urge to curl up into a tiny, whimpering ball and projected the same confidence he had shown in the prince's lair when dealing with Draco. Tell me, Professor Quirrell, he continued, hoping to keep Quirrell's attention on him. It's just us now, so we can be honest with one another. What in Merlin's name happened to you? All the upper year students I spoke to remember you fondly. You were a kind, intelligent man who had obtained a mastery in Muggle studies, respected by your students and fellow teachers. Now, you're a cackling villain who talks of torturing children to get your way. Quirrell laughed cruelly. I left Hogwarts for a year's sabbatical before taking on the role of defense instructor. I was still so young and foolish, full of ridiculous ideas about good and evil. Then, I found him, my master. He showed me the truth of the world, showed me how wrong I was. There is no good or evil. There is only power, Harry interrupted. Power and those too weak to understand it. Yes, I am familiar with that quotation. It was in Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts and was first attributed to the Dark Lord Emeric, who ravaged Britain in the 14th century. And yet, somehow, Emeric's words didn't stop people from calling him Emeric the Evil, Harry said, almost contemptuously snorting at Quirrell. It's kind of funny that your master patterned himself after one of the few Gryffindors who became a Dark Lord. That explains a lot of his bad habits. Incidentally, did your master ever mention that those words were part of Emeric's final statement just moments before his execution? Quirrell was taken aback by the boy's eerily calm demeanor and his knowledge of dark matters. Suddenly, a rasping, sibilant voice echoed around the room. Enough talk. Get the stone. Use the boy. The four-bound Gryffindors looked around wildly at the menacing voice, and Harry stiffened at the sound. Quirrell gestured angrily toward him. "Come here, Potter," he spat. Harry slowly walked toward Quirrell and the mirror. His plan was to look into the mirror, hope that he could resist its power now that he understood how it worked, and then spin a bunch of lies to keep Quirrell and his master occupied until the grown-ups showed up. Unless no grown-ups showed up. In that case, he and all his friends would die, and he would make a point of haunting Olivia Columbico and Rodney Montague for the rest of their lives. As he moved next to Quirrell and looked into the cursed mirror, Harry was surprised to see an image he did not expect. His heart's desire no longer reflected him as a loving and loyal member of the Potter clan. Instead, the image was of his current self sitting comfortably on the Hydra throne, which now recognized him as Prince. The mirror version of Harry looked down at the real version with regal confidence, which suddenly broke into a mischievous smirk. Then, Delilah, whose head had been outside of the mirror's frame, twisted into view with a large crystalline stone in her mouth. She dropped the stone into Mirror Harry's waiting hand and hissed. Mirror Harry slipped the Philosopher's Stone into his trouser pocket and winked. Suddenly, Harry felt his own trouser pocket bulge as new weight was added. His eyes widened. He thought they hid the stone in the mirror in such a way that only someone who didn't actually want to possess it could draw it back out again. And it never occurred to them that Quirrell might force an unwilling hostage to help him. "I've got Morans on my team." Quirrell must have noticed Harry's reaction. "What is it, Potter? What do you see?" he asked angrily. I see myself. Dumbledore is, shaking hands with me." "I've won the House Cup," Harry replied. Inside, he was cringing. Usually, he was a much better liar, but he was so startled by the stone suddenly being in his pocket that he froze and couldn't think of anything convincing. He wasn't the only one who noticed. "He lies," exclaimed the terrible hissing voice. Oh well, it was worth a try, Harry thought. Then, in a fluid motion, he pulled out his wand, whirled it toward Quirrell's head, and shouted, sonorous, as loudly as he could, emphasizing the first syllable. The same high-pitched shriek that had earned Harry his first detention erupted once more. The bound Gryffindors winced in pain, while Quirrell nearly doubled over as Harry backed away quickly toward the stairs. "Stop him, you fool!" cried the awful voice. Despite his pain, Quirrell sent a banishing charm in Harry's direction. It caught Harry with such force that he twisted around in midair and landed painfully face down on the floor. Then, Quirrell snapped his fingers, and a barrier of flame rose up at the top of the stairs, blocking Harry's escape. "Pitiful child! Did you really think you could strike me down with a weak attack?" "Like that," snarled Quirrell in anger. Slowly, Harry rose with his back to the older wizard. "No," he coughed. "I really just wanted to make sure that you knew I could cast a glass-shattering curse." As he spoke, he turned to face his enemy, holding his wand in one hand with its tip resting against a fake Philosopher's Stone in the other. "Now, Professor, I believe you said earlier that it was time we had a chat. So let's chat. Otherwise, I shatter the Philosopher's Stone into a million pieces." "You insolent brat," screamed Quirrell. "Give me that stone or I swear you and your friends will die in agony." "Oh, will you shut up already?" yelled Harry in response. "I swear you were less annoying when you were stuttering. You have nothing to offer me now except threats to kill us all, and since you were going to kill us all anyway, those don't frighten me." Harry snickered almost contemptuously. Besides, as a famous muggle named Winston Churchill once said, never talk with a monkey when the organ grinder is in the room. So zip it, and let your master speak. Quirrell growled, but then the unearthly voice spoke up again. "Let me speak to the boy." "Master," said Quirrell nervously, "you are not strong enough." "I am strong enough for this." With that, Quirrell straightened and began to unwrap the turban atop his head. Harry braced himself for the sight of what, months earlier, he had imagined as a doom pimple. The reality was far worse. As the last of the wrappings fell away, Voldemort was revealed. His wrinkled, hideous face of pure malice and hate was grafted onto the back of Quirrell's bald skull and reflected in the mirror. Harry risked a quick glance at Voldemort while the Dark Lord's eyes were still unfocused. Then, He fixed his gaze on Quirrell. Harry focused on his limited occlumency training. He resolved that, no matter what, he would not meet Voldemort's gaze. His life and the lives of his friends depended on Voldemort not seeing into his mind. The Gryffindors around him seemed speechless with horror. "Voldemort," Jim whispered in shock. "See what I have become, Harry Potter." "See what your brother has done to me," hissed Voldemort. "Are you expecting an apology? Besides, I don't plan to see any part of you. I know you're a legilimate, so if it's all the same, I'll just keep my attention on Professor Quirrell in case he tries anything we'll all regret." "Ah, you are indeed cunning, Harry Potter. Worthy of Slytherin house. And to think your foolish parents abandoned you to filthy muggles and then rejected you again merely because of your sorting. Join me, Harry Potter. Sit at my right hand, and I will grant you both vengeance against those who have wronged you and powers beyond your imagination." "Really?" "Because, you know, I can imagine quite a lot of power," Harry said, giving the impression that he was seriously considering Voldemort's offer. "Harry, you can't," cried Hermione. "Don't listen to him, Harry," exclaimed Neville. "I always knew you were a dark wizard, you snake," yelled Jim. Harry fought the urge to roll his eyes at Jim's idiocy. "Excuse me, will all the Gryffindors, and especially Jim, kindly shut up? The grown-ups are talking now." Then, he turned his attention back to Quirrell while avoiding eye contact with Voldemort. "Obviously, my lord, I would need some assurances," he said. "Such as?" He took a deep breath and tried to think of something he could plausibly ask to keep Voldemort focused on talking instead of acting. "Why did you attack Godric's Hollow on Halloween of 1981? Voldemort hesitated. Why would the answer to that question constitute assurance? "Your actions that night have never made sense to me. You stunned James and Lily Potter and then tried to kill Jim. I can only assume that if you'd succeeded with him, you'd have killed me next. I can't imagine any reason to go to such lengths to kill one twin and leave the other alive. It would be reassuring if you could persuade me that you only want to kill Jim specifically and not me as well. To be honest, that night marked the exact moment my life started to suck, so I think I'm entitled to know." The Dark Lord laughed in a way that reminded Harry of Nidhogg. "You intrigue me, Potter. Very well. There was a prophecy." "What? What prophecy?" Jim asked in confusion. Quirrell turned his head slightly, allowing Voldemort to look at Jim. "They never even told you? How amusing. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. That much of the prophecy was overheard by one of my Death Eaters and passed on to me." "Which Death Eater?" Harry asked, wanting to know who to target later. Voldemort laughed. "Your illustrious potions instructor, of course." Harry's blood ran cold. He had some professors he liked more than others, but Snape was the closest thing to a mentor he had. Off to the side, Hermione gasped in shock while Jim and Ron both cursed Snape's name. Neville made no sound, but a dark intensity came into his eyes. Voldemort ignored them all. As Harry had hoped, the Dark Lord couldn't resist a monologue. "Initially, I wanted to pay a visit to Street Mungo's on August 1st and simply slay every child in the nursery, but some of my followers persuaded me that it would be counterproductive to commit violence on. In time, I narrowed the potential candidates to you, your brother, and the Longbottom heir. By then, both of your families had already passed under the Fidelius charm. I was quite harsh with those who persuaded me to delay. Luckily, just days before that fateful Halloween, a new recruit came to me and revealed that he was the Potter's secret keeper. The rest, as they say, is history. I only refrained from killing your parents immediately because I feared there might be wards to detect the killing curse, as there are here at Hogwarts, and I did not wish to alert Dumbledore before slaying you and your brother. Besides, they had defied me in the past, and I wanted them to live long enough to suffer from the knowledge that they had failed to protect their children. In any case, the events of that Halloween proved rather conclusively that James Potter is the one with the power to vanquish me. Doubtless, that was the reason your parents abandoned you in favor of him." "You have nothing to fear from me, Harry Potter, and if you give the stone to me, you will be well rewarded." Harry's mind churned at the implications of what Voldemort said. A prophecy? And Snape was the one who revealed it to Voldemort? And the Secret Keeper? Hang on a minute. The Secret Keeper came to you in late October? But Sirius Black's confession said that he'd served you secretly for years. Sirius Black? Voldemort asked, sounding confused. In fact, it sounded so much like confusion that Harry forgot himself and looked at Voldemort's face. The Dark Lord did seem genuinely confused. Then, Harry realized that Voldemort was looking into his eyes. He noticed the mounting fury on Voldemort's face and understood that he had read Harry's mind and learned that the stone in his hand was a fake. Then, Harry did the only thing he could think of. He shot Quirinus Quirrell in the face. Of fireworks, Harry yelled, now over the loud popping and Quirrell's screams. At that moment, Theo and Blaise darted from behind the giant mirror where they had been hiding while Harry distracted Quirrell. They immediately cast their strongest Finites at the Gryffindors, and their bonds quickly dissolved. Urged on by Theo and Blaise, Hermione, Neville, and Ron sprinted for the stairs, the top of which was still ablaze. Blaise and Theo followed them, but to Harry's surprise and concern, Jim charged at Quirrell. At the last second, with a loud cry, he dropped and slid into Quirrell, delivering a powerful kick to the side of Quirrell's kneecap. The man fell to the floor with a scream of pain, his knee giving way with an audible snap. Atop the stairs, the other 5 students frantically cast the water summoning charm at the fire. However, the weak streams of water they produced were not enough to extinguish the flames. Then Hermione turned to Neville. "Neville, remember how it felt the first time you tried the levitation charm with your father's wand? Like shoving your magic through a brick." Neville looked at Hermione in confusion for a moment, but then he understood. He nodded, pointed at the flames, and shouted, "Aguamenti!" But instead of a blast of water, a small blue sphere formed at the end of his wand, a bubble filled with bubbling, frothing water. As Neville's face contorted with pain, the bubble slowly began to grow. Meanwhile, in the mirror chamber, Harry recovered from his surprise at Jim's martial arts moves and took action. "Petrificus totalis," he shouted. Instantly, Quirrell's arms and legs locked together. Quirrell could no longer speak, only whimper in pain from the burns on his face and what was likely a dislocated knee, but Voldemort continued to shout insults. Feeling a surge of panic, Harry realized they had no way to fight Voldemort if he abandoned Quirrell and sought to possess someone else. "Jim! We have to get out of here," he yelled. At the top of the stairs, Neville's legs shook, and his vision blurred. Yet, at the tip of his wand, a bubble of water grew to more than 2 feet across. Unable to contain it any longer, Neville released the spell, and a massive flood of water poured out, extinguishing the flames. The force of the water nearly knocked Neville back down the stairs, but Ron, Theo, and Blaise caught him, supporting him as he unleashed the spell. They managed to hold him up when his eyes fluttered and he passed out from the strain. Hermione dashed down the stairs, screaming for Harry and Jim. Below, Harry had just grabbed Jim, who was repeatedly kicking the prone Quirrell in the head. He intended to drag Jim from the room when a burst of concussive force erupted from Quirrell's body, knocking them both flat onto their backs. Quirrell's body rose into the air, and there was a painful crack as his arms forced themselves to splay out, despite the paralyzing spell. Quirrell screamed, "Master! No! I have served you faithfully! Worthless insect! An entire year wasted on this fool's errand when the stone was never even here at all. Now, suffer the price for your failure, Quirrell!" Voldemort's voice hissed. Quirrell's head jerked to the right, and he screamed in agony. Then, it kept turning. The scream abruptly stopped, replaced by the sound of breaking bones and snapping tendons as Quirrell's head rotated a full 180 degrees, revealing Voldemort's face. He gestured toward the stairwell and snarled, "Bombarda!" Blaise narrowly managed to grab Hermione and drag her back up the stairs as the explosive curse erupted. The ceiling collapsed, blocking the stairs. As Harry tried to shake off the pain, he could still hear Hermione calling his name. Suddenly, a powerful force lifted him off the ground and slammed him into a wall. He heard a sharp yelp of pain, realizing that his brother had been slammed against the wall beside him. Wonderful! Jim and I get to die together. How poetic, Harry thought. He struggled against the force that pinned him and Jim against the wall, suspended several feet above the ground. To his horror, he saw Voldemort, still controlling Quirrell's mutilated body, floating toward them. A year wasted, and now I have but seconds before this body is useless to me. My spirit shall endure, though. I defy the prophecy even as I defy death itself. But before I lose corporeal form, I still have time enough to slay the boy who lived and his meddlesome brother too. You once resisted the killing curse, Jim Potter. Let us see if you are immune to a more conventional means of execution. With that, the Dark Lord grasped each Potter by the throat, choking the life out of them. The pain at Harry's neck intensified, accompanied by a stabbing agony from the small scar on his brow. He heard Jim scream in pain as well. Both boys clawed feebly at Voldemort's arms, but it was futile. Spots began to appear before Harry's eyes, and he felt dizzy. Instinctively, he reached out, trying to claw at Voldemort's eyes. Jim did the same. As Harry's vision faded, he became aware of a faint sizzling sound, almost like bacon frying, followed by an agonized scream. Then, unconsciousness claimed Harry Potter. His last coherent thought as he fell to the ground was the sensation of a powerful and malevolent force passing through his body. A way out of the room, a force that claimed the power to defy death and that hungered for revenge against both Harry and Jim. Then, there was nothing but darkness. Chapter 31, Questions, Answers and Unexpected Profanity. At first, the light was so bright that Harry thought he had died and gone to heaven. Then, his vision cleared, and he realized he was in the infirmary. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," exclaimed Madame Pomfrey, the overly cheerful school nurse. The last time he had seen her, she had scolded him for being foolish enough to blow out his eardrums by casting a sonic curse at his own head. Today, she seemed much friendlier. Perhaps it was because his wounds weren't self-inflicted this time. Harry slowly sat up and noticed his glasses and wand on the bedside table. After putting on his glasses, he saw a surprising number of gifts and get-well cards on the table, sent by various Slytherins and his friends from other houses. He then noticed Jim in the next bed over, still asleep, or possibly comatose. Harry had no way of knowing. Jim also had a large assortment of gifts from his own fan club. Reaching for a cauldron cake, Harry said, "Good morning to you as well, Madame Pomfrey. I don't suppose you can tell me how I got here. The last thing I remember is being choked to death by the animated corpse of my defense instructor." The nurse stared at him. "That's a rather lurid description, Mr. Potter. You and your brother were brought in early Friday morning, along with several of your friends." He felt a wave of concern, but she quickly reassured him. Everyone else only suffered from some minor cuts and bruises. They were right as rain and sent back to their dorms within the hour. You and your twin, however, were comatose for several days due to some strange form of magical shock. Your vital signs were fine, and you both came out of your comas last night. As bed rest was still prescribed, you were both left to sleep until you woke up on your own. Incidentally, today is Monday, June 8th. Any other questions you have should be answered by the headmaster or your parents, all of whom I have summoned," Madame Pomfrey said. Harry frowned at that, but he figured it would be unavoidable. He briefly considered insisting that Snape be present, as was his right under the injunction his solicitor had filed. Then he remembered what Voldemort had revealed. Snape had been a Death Eater. Snape was the one who told Voldemort about the prophecy. Snape, as much as Dumbledore, the Potters, or the Dark Lord, had inflicted Privet Drive on him. "One last question, please. Do you happen to know the outcome of a Gryffindor-Ravenclaw match that was scheduled for last Friday?" he asked. Madame Pomfrey shook her head sadly as she looked over at Jim. The Gryffindors had to move a chaser to cover Jim's spot and played a man down the whole game. It was the worst defeat for the Gryffindors in 300 years, they say. Harry smiled. "I'm sorry I missed it," he said softly as Madame Pomfrey returned to her office. "I'll bet you are," Jim sighed from the next bed, struggling to sit up. "Oh, cheer up, little brother. There's always next year. Maybe I'll make the Slytherin team, and we'll have a whole new arena in which to hate each other." As he spoke, he reached for a small box with a card that read, "You'll probably be needing this. BZ." Inside, he found a small mirror and a fresh tube of Sleek Easy. Delighted, he immediately started fixing his messy hair into something more presentable. Jim didn't rise to Harry's taunts. Instead, he stayed quiet for a while before finally asking, "Was there ever a moment when you were actually considering joining? You know who?" "What, Voldemort?" Harry said, enjoying the sight of Jim flinching at the name as he carefully adjusted some stray hairs. "Hair. Some boy who lived you are. Can't even say your archenemy's name. And no, I would never join Voldemort. If anything, I want to destroy him more than you do. He's one of 5 people responsible for ensuring that I spent 10 years of absolute misery with the Dursleys. Of those 5, he's the only one I'd be legally allowed to kill." Jim was startled by how casually Harry talked about killing Voldemort. He knew he was expected to vanquish the Dark Lord, but he had never really thought of that word as a synonym for kill. He recalled his very first conversation with Harry, when he had bragged about how his brother could handle running House Potter's business affairs while the boy who lived focused on fighting bad guys. Now that he understood what fighting bad guys entailed, he shivered at how naive and arrogant he had been. He turned back to his brother and narrowed his eyes. "Who are the other 4?" he asked suspiciously. Harry snickered but didn't answer. Not to change the subject, but, well, I'm changing the subject. What was up with your strategy of repeatedly kicking Quirrell in such a wonderfully Muggle way? You said you'd had years of special training to prepare you for something like that. I assumed it had been magical training. Are you a wizard or not?" Jim looked away. The fact that he had been rendered so helpless so easily, reduced to nothing more than bait to ensure Harry's presence, and that Harry had been so much more competent at confronting Voldemort, all rankled at him terribly. "I'm a wizard who wasn't allowed to legally own a wand before the age of 11, Snake. Our mother insisted that I learn self-defense. I'd only been taking martial arts classes for about a year, though, and kind of got out of practice since I got to Hogwarts." He looked back at his brother. "That won't happen again," he said with determination. Before Harry could reply, the doors to the infirmary opened, and the headmaster entered, along with the Potters and Snape. Jim wasn't sure, but he thought he heard Harry mutter, "Speak of the devils." "Good morning, Jim." "Good morning, Harry. How are you both feeling this morning?" Dumbledore seemed cheerful, but Harry suspected it was an act. A year's worth of work, with nothing to show except for the boy who lived nearly getting choked to death, could not make the old man genuinely happy. Then again, depending on what happened to Voldemort's spirit after they passed out, it was possible the old man felt happy indeed. For their part, the Potters quickly rushed to Jim and embraced him. They at least had the decency, or perhaps the gall, to look apologetic about the fact that they weren't embracing him as well. "Stupid and useless is how I feel," Jim said dejectedly. "I'm sorry. I should never have gone down to the chamber, let alone dragged my friends down there. I don't know what I was thinking." "I believe your brother can answer that," Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. Harry thought there was something unnatural about that, so he tried to avoid direct eye contact as much as possible. After all, it was he who answered Professor Quirrell's summons to the mirror chamber after you and your friends had been captured. But not before he passed on a transcription of their conversation to a prefect, who then delivered it to the faculty. Harry looked over at his brother with a bland expression and sighed. "He used a confundus curse on all 4 of you. The defense exam you took the other day included a spell that would compel you all to try to protect the Philosopher's Stone once you learned the headmaster had left school grounds." Jim was confused. But why? Why didn't he just try to take the stone himself? "He couldn't," Harry replied. "The stone was placed in the mirror in such a way that only someone who had the desire to protect it from Voldemort could actually remove it. Not that it was ever the real Philosopher's Stone to begin with. That whole story was a sham, concocted as a lure for Quirrell and his master. I assume the mirror also had some particularly useful benefit when used against a possessing spirit like Voldemort's. The Potters flinched at the name, but Harry felt indifferent. After all, that would have been a very roundabout way of dealing with the situation if you were only worried about Quirrell. Quite so, Harry, Dumbledore replied. I hope you don't mind if I call you Harry, given how many other people named Potter are in the room. Harry shrugged, suppressing the urge to ask if he could call the headmaster Albus. While the mirror can bewitch mortal minds, its original purpose was to safely free victims of possession from their inhabiting spirits. Initially, it was quite effective, much more so than traditional methods of exorcism. Ghosts and other malicious spirits would be drawn into the mirror and trapped in a hallucinatory dreamscape where all their hopes and dreams were fulfilled, leaving their hosts alive and unharmed. Eventually, after all of its worldly desires had been satisfied, the spirit would dissipate. Unfortunately, over the years, the sheer number of evil spirits and angry ghosts absorbed by the mirror twisted it and gave it a hunger for the souls of the living as well. It gained limited self-awareness and the power to entrance both the living and the dead with images of their deepest, most primal wants. An unwary observer might stand in front of the mirror, enraptured, until their body wasted away and their living soul slipped free to be consumed. Once the artifact's darker properties were identified, it was removed from use and retired to the Department of Mysteries for study. I had to pull many strings to secure it as a trap for Voldemort. Our plan was for Quirrell to attempt to secure the stone from the mirror, only for Voldemort's soul fragment to be trapped and consumed by it instead. The headmaster grimaced. Obviously. That plan was unsuccessful, Harry said. What went wrong? Jim asked. Me, Harry replied flatly, without looking at anyone else. I figured out the truth back in November, both about the stone and about Voldemort. Professor Snape advised me that Voldemort might learn what I knew through legilimency and that I should avoid looking at Quirrell. Apparently, I wasn't subtle enough. He didn't learn what I knew, but he realized that I knew something. So, he started using legilimency on my Gryffindor friends and eventually on you, Jim. That let him know that the mirror was the real trap and that I had beaten it. Quirrell and Voldemort lured you and the others through the gauntlet to get me to come after you. After he saw your memory of last Christmas, there was no way Voldemort would expose himself directly to the mirror. Jim absorbed all of that. Not only had his Slytherin brother come to save everyone, but they had also been put in danger because Harry had figured everything out months ago while stumbling around in the dark. Well, that and his childish actions at Christmas. He had followed Harry and Theo to the mirror room, hoping to get them in trouble. Instead, he had unwittingly learned the very information Voldemort needed to evade Dumbledore's trap. He shook his head, unwilling to follow that line of thought any further. By the way, Jim interrupted. Snape's a Death Eater. You know, just in case anyone's interested. The Potters looked at each other pensively while Snape snorted contemptuously at Jim. Finally, Dumbledore spoke. When Professor Snape was a young man, he made some unfortunate mistakes he has worked diligently to correct. All I can tell you beyond that is that Professor Snape has my complete confidence. I trust that will be sufficient for you both. Jim nodded slowly. Harry merely looked at Dumbledore before changing the subject. Speaking of trust, I don't suppose that you'd be. Are you inclined to tell us the whole prophecy now that we know it exists? Alas, I cannot. While Voldemort knows how the prophecy begins, he does not know its entirety. There is information contained within the whole prophecy that could still be of great value to him. I had hoped that you, Jim, could remain unaware of the prophecy for a while longer. There are burdens that come with complete knowledge of it, burdens I wanted to spare you. I had hoped you could enjoy a little more of your childhood. He stopped as he sensed Harry stiffen and realized his mistake. From what Severus had said, the elder twins' childhood ended around the age of 4. He took a deep breath and continued. In any case, Jim, I understand that your brother, Harry, has begun studying occlumency. If your parents approve, I would recommend that you do the same. I will reveal the rest of the prophecy only when I am satisfied that you can defend your mind against intrusions from Voldemort and others. He turned to the other brother. The same applies to you, Harry. I believe your actions have earned you the right to know the contents of the prophecy, which I will share with you once you have completed your own occlumency training. That surprised Harry, as well as James Potter. Neither parent looked happy about the idea of Jim studying occlumency, and James appeared ready to object to either boy learning more about the prophecy. He stopped when Lily elbowed him sharply in the ribs. Harry pretended not to notice. Can you at least tell us what happened to Voldemort after I passed out? I remember the sound of Quirrell, well, Voldemort by that point, I guess, screaming and a burning smell, and then nothing. I killed him, didn't I? Jim interrupted suddenly. The anomaly, or whatever it was. Let me destroy Voldemort's body back when I was a baby, which kicked in again and destroyed him. And Quirrell. He looked down. Harry remembered that just a few weeks earlier, he had been relieved not to have started a body count at the age of 11. While he felt some sympathy for his brother's situation, he knew he would not have hesitated to destroy Voldemort or Quirrell if he had the power. He may have shown mercy to Draco Malfoy, but he had spent too much time talking with Nidhogg to be squeamish or sentimental about the Dark Lord. No, son, you didn't, James said reassuringly to his favored son. Quirrell was already dead by his master's hand. Even if things had played out differently, Quirrell would have died as soon as you-know-whose spirit abandoned his body. It appears that the possession was voluntary. Quirrell's will may have been overcome before it started, but by the time he got to Hogwarts, he was a willing host. A willing host always dies when the possessing spirit departs. You're not responsible for Quirrell's death. Unfortunately, Harry replied somewhat acerbically, you're not responsible for Voldemort's death either. He turned to look at Dumbledore. I'm right, aren't I? He is still out there, if only in a spiritual form. How long will it take him to find another way to restore himself? Dumbledore sighed tiredly. We don't know, Harry. We are not even sure how he maintains his existence. There are several methods that allow the soul to remain tied to the material world even after the body dies. All of these methods utilize the darkest of magics, but we are not yet certain which one he used. It's possible he invented some entirely new and monstrous technique that is completely unknown to us. I believe it will take him some time to recover from the events of last Thursday night, but I cannot say how long it will take. Nor can I predict by what means he will next seek to achieve physicality. We can only remain vigilant and do what we can to prepare. For my own part, he continued somewhat sadly, I can only offer you both my apologies. Our plan took great risks but offered great rewards. The total destruction of Lord Voldemort at a time when he was still at his weakest. That the plan should have failed through a series of unfortunate and unforeseeable coincidences is profoundly disappointing. I hope you can both forgive me for my own lack of foresight. Jim said that he would, of course, while Harry nodded noncommittally. Now, my understanding is that Madame Pomfrey wishes to give each of you a final check-up, after which you will be released. Lunch is in 1 hour, and the leaving feast will be this evening. He chuckled softly. Who knows? There might be some special last-minute points to be granted. His eyes twinkled at that, and Harry resolved to study over the summer and find out whether twinkling eyes was a sign of some malicious but subtle psychic attack. If it's all the same, sir, said Harry, reclining with his eyes closed as if he had grown weary, I'd prefer that Theo, Blaise, and I not receive any points as a result of what happened, especially if the boy who lived and 3 other Gryffindors get points out of the same event. It would cause a lot of Slytherins to ask difficult questions and possibly complicate our position within the house. There are too many Slytherins still who were raised to have Death Eater sympathies, as I'm sure Jim and Lord Potter would happily agree. If there was the tiniest amount of snideness in that last bit, neither Dumbledore nor Snape commented on it, and none of the others even noticed it. Also, I've rather firmly staked out the position in the house that Voldemort is dead with a capital D and that Slytherin house should move on from his influence. It would be better for us if there were no rumors floating around. To the contrary. There are certainly no rumors that we 3 helped prevent his resurrection. Dumbledore glanced at Snape, who nodded slightly. Very well, Harry. No points will be awarded to the involved Slytherin students. If the Slytherins aren't getting any points, then I don't think the Gryffindors should either, Jim said suddenly. It's not right for us to get points for being confounded into a trap if the people who came to rescue us aren't rewarded for it. As you wish, Jim, Dumbledore replied with a soft smile. Well, if that is all, I must be going. I have much to do before the leaving feast. Although I would appreciate it, James, if you would join me in my office to discuss a few small matters. The Auror nodded. After the adults left, the two boys sat in silence, each looking over the cards and gifts they had received from well-wishers. Jim looked thoughtful for a few minutes. Then, he suddenly stiffened as a cold feeling entered the pit of his stomach. He sat up and looked over at Harry. "Why did you refuse house points?" he asked in a clipped tone. Harry looked at him in surprise. "I already explained that." "I know you did. And it made sense. But that doesn't mean it's the real reason." Harry barked out a surprised laugh. "You're improving, little brother. One day, you might even see through one of my plots as they unfold instead of afterward." Slytherin won the Quidditch Cup. With the addition of those points, and assuming nothing else changed over the weekend while we were unconscious, Slytherin now leads Gryffindor in the House Cup race by at least 30 points. There were 3 Slytherins and 4 Gryffindors involved in last Thursday's monkey business. So if the headmaster gave all 7 of us the same number of points, and the per-person award was more than 30, which seems reasonable for fighting Voldemort himself, Dumbledore's last-minute award might have put Gryffindor in a difficult position. Lead. And you just assumed that if you declined to accept house points, I would automatically do the same? Harry asked. Of course. You're a Gryffindor, Jim replied, slamming his head back into his pillow, fuming. I hate Slytherin so much. So I've heard, Harry said smugly as he opened another cauldron cake. Soon after, James and Dumbledore were seated in the headmaster's office. James noticed that his old mentor's eyes were decidedly not twinkling. What would you like to talk about, Albus? He asked somewhat tightly. James, this has to stop. Thus far, I have respected your legal authority over Harry as his head of house, even after learning how flagrantly you have abused that authority over the past 10 years. Moreover, the laws of the Wizengamot have compelled me to do so, despite my increasing apprehension at the rift between Harry and the rest of your family. In any case, Harry's decision to have me recuse myself from any legal proceedings involving him has largely made the matter moot. That said, he is my student, one for whom I have failed to fulfill my obligations as headmaster. I can no longer condone what Severus rightly describes as senseless antagonism towards the boy. James bristled. I'm afraid I must reject that characterization, sir. Which part? You don't recognize it as antagonism? Or do you actually claim that there's some sense to it? With respect, Albus, you know that as head of House Potter, my authority over Harry's upbringing trumps your authority as headmaster. And so long as I fulfill my obligations to my heir presumptive, neither you nor anyone else has any business questioning any of my parental decisions. The room grew noticeably colder at that, and Potter struggled to maintain eye contact with Dumbledore, who was now giving him the look. Not that I'm disappointed look he'd used on the Marauders when they'd exceeded his patience for pranks, but rather, the look. The one that let everyone know the dotty old man had left the building, and the defeater of Grindelwald had taken his place. James had only ever seen him use that power when confronting Death Eaters and Voldemort himself. He was stunned to realize that Dumbledore might now consider him an enemy due to his treatment of Harry. I am well aware of my limitations as headmaster where Wizengamot lords and their heirs are concerned, Lord Potter, Dumbledore said. Those same limitations are what your peer, Lord Tiberius Nott, uses to justify his actions. James felt shocked to be compared to the notorious Death Eater. It felt like a slap to the face. However, those limitations do not apply when I act as Chief Warlock, Dumbledore continued. So far, I have agreed to Harry's request to recuse myself because I recognized a conflict of interest. After all, it was my mistake that led to him being erroneously declared a squib. It was my recommendation that you integrate him quickly into Muggle society, which led to his placement with the Dursleys. I certainly never anticipated that you would ignore the boy completely for 10 years without making any inquiries into his health. We did place protections, James said testily. I bought a house across the street for Arabella Figg to live in so she could watch over the boy and let us know if anything was wrong. Dumbledore gave him a disapproving look. Well, James, that worked out splendidly, didn't it? Regardless, recusal is generally at the Chief Warlock's discretion. If I change my previous decision on that matter, Harry's solicitor would need to bring the issue before the entire Wizengamot to force me to recuse myself. However, she may choose not to do so once it becomes clear that I am inclined to rule in the boy's favor. James's eyes widened. You wouldn't. I assure you, Lord Potter, Dumbledore said coldly, I have seen more than enough in the past year to support a finding that you have been an unfit guardian. Unfit guardian to the heir presumptive of your house. Therefore, as Chief Warlock, I have the legal authority to completely revoke your rights over Harry and appoint a custodial guardian until he comes of age. I believe Augusta Longbottom would be delighted to welcome Harry into her household. He smiled, though his eyes lacked their usual twinkle. In fact, Harry seems remarkably mature for his age, don't you agree? I can easily see myself supporting a petition for his emancipation as early as 13. Emancipation could be swiftly followed by his elevation from heir presumptive to heir apparent. No. You can't. James shouted, leaping from his chair. The old men remained unmoved. Then give me a reason not to. Show me some sign that you can finally be a decent father to your son. James looked around, appearing lost. Slowly, he sat back down as the energy drained from him. I can't. It's too late. My last chance to be Harry's father ended the night he was sorted. But why? I admit I was concerned when Harry was sorted into Slytherin House, but the past year has erased most of my reservations. He hasn't been dragged into darkness by the other Slytherins as I feared. If anything, he is pulling them back into the light. He willingly faced Voldemort without the protection of Jim's magic to save his Gryffindor friends. The sons of Tiberius Nott and Serena Zabini willingly accompanied him. Dumbledore sighed. James, I am committed to spending the last years of my life helping Jim defeat Voldemort, a daunting and seemingly impossible task. But those challenges are nothing compared to breaking the hold that centuries of pureblood ideology and reckless bigotry have over Slytherin House, which comprises 1/4 of our student body. I never dared dream that I would live to see a Slytherin has students like Harry, who brings together the children of Death Eaters and the children of Muggles. I never dared to hope that such a thing was even possible. Dumbledore studied James's face and noticed that he seemed even more distraught. And yet, for some reason, that thought horrifies you, he said, shaking his head. I don't understand, James. As a student, you were kind and friendly, if a little rambunctious, to everyone except those from Salazar's house, to whom you showed relentless hatred. Just like your father before you, and his father before him. Why, James? Why is it so unthinkable for a Potter to not only join Slytherin House, but to excel and bring forth its best qualities instead of its worst? James closed his eyes and leaned his head back, as if overwhelmed by his mentor's words. Finally, he spoke in a flat, broken voice. I'll need you to swear an unbreakable vow. What? Dumbledore asked, confused by the sudden shift in conversation. You asked me a question. I'll say this for now. My antagonism toward Harry is not senseless. It is purposeful. If you want to know what that purpose is, I'll need you to swear an unbreakable vow of secrecy to never reveal it. Dumbledore stared at his former student, now his young friend, for a long time. Then, he slowly pulled out his wand and took the oath Potter demanded. Several minutes later, the paintings of former headmasters that adorned Albus Dumbledore's office looked on in shock and surprise. In the 40 years that he had served as headmaster of Hogwarts, none of them had ever heard him swear so loudly or profanely. Chapter 32, The Death Eater Snape. That afternoon, Severus Snape returned from lunch to find 2 students sitting in their usual seats in his classroom. The presence of Harry Potter wasn't surprising, but the presence of Neville Longbottom was. In fact, it was oddly discomforting. "Mr. Potter. Mr. Longbottom. What brings you to my classroom on this fine summer day? Exams are over. You have no business here." Harry spoke calmly but intently. "On the very first day of class, sir, I noted that there were some things that should be addressed immediately rather than just allowed to fester. The issue that Jim raised in the infirmary regarding you is, we believe, one such matter." Snape scoffed. "You refer to his accusation that I am a former Death Eater?" The headmaster already responded to that. "I would advise you to accept his statement on the subject and move on." Harry pierced him with his gaze, as if daring him to use legitimacy. To his surprise, Snape could feel the beginnings of a basic occlumency shield. It was nothing he could not penetrate with ease, but it was still impressive that the boy had come so far in 7 months. Despite the invitation, Snape did not enter Harry's mind, and finally the boy spoke. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him." "Born as the 7th month dies?" "The Dark Lord likes the sound of his own voice, as you're no doubt aware." "Ah," said Snape. "I see." Neville said nothing during all this. He simply let Harry do the talking while he regarded the potions master impassively. "The Death Eater who revealed those words to you-know-who is partially responsible for 10 years of hell for me. He is also partially responsible for the loss of Neville's parents and his delivery into the hands of a greedy bastard who tried repeatedly to murder him. Neville and I are both of the opinion that we are entitled to a confrontation with you. Clear a picture of how the Dark Lord gained that information." Snape turned up his nose haughtily. "Entitled, you say?" "Yes, sir," Neville finally spoke. "Entitled?" 100 biting remarks raced through Snape's mind. He thought of dunderheads and arrogant brats who needed to learn their place. He considered how there was still time in the year to have them scrubbing cauldrons, and how Harry Potter was just as arrogant as his father, just as arrogant as any Gryffindor. But he said none of those things. Just as he was about to unleash his anger on the 2 boys, he was suddenly transfixed by a pair of green eyes staring intently at him. Those green eyes, which he hadn't thought of in years, were now at the forefront of his memory. They contained a righteous fury barely contained by a strong moral code and a growing confidence that was finally blossoming after 10 years of being trampled upon. More than that, those green eyes held compassion for Severus Snape and a genuine desire to forgive him if only the professor would give the boy permission to do so. In short, Neville Longbottom had his father's eyes. "Then, I don't need help from filthy little mudbloods like her." Lily blinked. "Fine," she said coolly. "I won't bother in the future. And I'd wash your pants if I were you, Snivellus. Apologize to Evans." James roared at Snape, his wand pointed threateningly. "I don't want you to make him apologize," Lily shouted, rounding on James. "You're as bad as he is." "What?" yelped James. "I'd never call you a you-know-what. Messing up your hair because you think it looks cool, showing off with that stupid snitch, walking down corridors and hexing anyone who annoys you just because you can. I'm surprised your broomstick can get off the ground with that attitude. That fat head on it. You make me sick." Lily turned on her heel and hurried away. "Evans!" James shouted after her. "Hey, Evans!" But she didn't look back. "What is it with her?" James said, trying to act as though it was a casual question. "Reading between the lines, I'd say she thinks you're a bit conceited, mate," Sirius replied. "Right," James said, now looking furious. "Right." There was another flash of light, and Snape found himself hanging upside down in the air. "Who wants to see me take off Snivellus' pants? Expelliarmus horribilis." A blinding flash of light erupted, knocking all the marauders to the ground, their wands flying to the feet of the spellcaster. Snape dropped toward the ground, stopping a foot above it before gently floating down the rest of the way. After pulling his robes back down, Severus looked towards his new savior. It was a tall, powerfully built Gryffindor with dirty blonde hair and piercing green eyes that burned with anger. A pin on his chest identified him as head boy. Please stay on the ground, Mr. Snape, and refrain from casting any spells until this is resolved, Frank Longbottom said calmly, keeping his gaze on the marauders. Longbottom, yelled Sirius Black. What the hell do you think you're doing? The fifth-year prefect's job, since the one we have obviously isn't up to it. Remus looked shamefaced at that. Everybody else. The show's over. Clear off back to the dorms. Frank ordered. All the other students watching quickly left to avoid the head boy's wrath. Sticking up for the junior Death Eaters now, Frank? James asked, still angry as the four boys got to their feet. When it's 4-on-1. Although I do give you some credit. At least you're bullying another fifth year? Usually, it's the second-year Slytherins you like to toy with, Frank said. Fine, whatever. How many points are you taking? Sirius asked, rolling his eyes. Frank snorted. What would be the point of that, Black? Exams are over and there's less than a week left in school. We're already in last place, over 100 points away from winning the cup. It's mainly because of you worthless little swats. You don't care about house points or detentions. But you do seem to enjoy hanging people upside down and debagging them for cheap laughs. Well, you know what? I finished my newts and I already have a postgraduate job lined up, so I don't mind pissing off McGonagall at this point. How about we skip the official punishment? I'll just leave the four of you hanging upside down out here in the courtyard with your willies flapping in the breeze, just like you planned for Snape, and see if being a bully is as much fun as you think. He raised his wand, and the four of them stepped back, raising their hands in fear. Frank, Remus said nervously, there's no need for this. Things got a little out of hand, but it's over now. Frank sneered at Lupin with contempt. Then he lowered his wand and fixed his gaze back on James. You know, Potter, I'm not surprised by Black. I still don't know how he tricked the hat into sorting him into Gryffindor, but he's just like every other one of his sick relatives. He'll always be Wahlburger's boy. Why, you son of a... Sirius charged at Frank, who lazily flicked his wand in Sirius's direction. There was another flash of light, and suddenly, Sirius was flat on his back 10 feet away. Frank continued as if he had barely noticed the interruption. But you, James? You're the Potter heir. Your family has been Gryffindor for at least 10 generations. When you were sorted, I was actually excited to see. You're a Potter at Hogwarts because I expected you to be the perfect symbol of our house. You should show everyone what Gryffindor courage and values are all about. Frank stepped forward and got right in James's face. For the past 5 years, there's hardly been a day when you haven't been a complete embarrassment. You absolutely disgust me, James Potter. Now take your worthless self and your gang of bullies and get out of my sight. With that, Longbottom stepped aside and gestured with his wand. A red-faced James Potter stooped to pick up his own wand and then stormed off, followed by his 3 friends. As they left, Longbottom called out, "Oh, and Lupin? I doubt it will do any good, but for what it's worth, I plan to inform Professor McGonagall that I consider you completely unfit to be a prefect and that she should replace you. Preferably with someone who can walk around without his lips affixed to one of Potter's arse cheeks. Maybe McLaggen. He's a wanker, but at least he can think for himself. Just thought you ought to know." Remus's face nearly crumpled at Frank's words, while James and Sirius shot Frank murderous looks. He smirked at them and gestured again with his wand for them to leave. Then, he turned back to Snape. "Are you injured, Mr. Snape? Do you need to go to the infirmary?" Snape, who had been amazed at both the head boy's skill and his willingness to stand up to Potter's gang on his behalf, quickly shook his head. "No, Mr. Longbottom. Thank you for your intervention." To his embarrassment, the Slytherin sniffled. Longbottom studied the young Slytherin for a few seconds. Then, to Snape's surprise, he sat down on the ground next to him. "I'm sorry I didn't get here faster. But I did arrive in time to see that business with Evans. That was rough." Severus tried to summon a sneer or an insult but found he was simply too broken down. Longbottom gazed into the distance for a moment before speaking. I interned with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement last summer, he said, shifting the topic. I took a class on improving my observational skills and learning to read social cues. It was fascinating. I received an outstanding. He turned back to Snape, who looked confused. I noticed that when you called Evans a mudblood, you weren't even looking at her. You weren't looking at Potter or his friends, either. You were gazing off to the side, where Mulciber, Wilkes, and Rosier were watching you, approvingly. Snape remained silent. Frank hesitated briefly before continuing. I can imagine it's tough for you in Slytherin at times. Just being a half-blood in Slytherin is hard enough, but having a Muggleborn as your best friend? And worse, someone you clearly have a crush on. Snape's breath caught in his throat. Then, in front of everyone, she saves you from Potter's gang while all your Slytherin peers are watching. That must have made things intolerable if he just let it go. Severus looked down, unable to meet Longbottom's gaze. He wanted to argue and deny, but he found he couldn't while someone seemed to understand him without hatred. Unable to speak, he simply nodded at Frank's insights. Do you think she will forgive you? Frank asked gently. Snape hesitated. I will go to her this summer and try to explain. In that moment, I had to choose between insulting my best friend or confirming to my housemates that I was a blood traitor, deserving of being hexed for the next 2 years. But no, I do not think she will forgive me. Is there anything I can do, Severus? Longbottom asked. Snape looked up sharply at the familiarity in Longbottom's voice, but the sincerity in his eyes stopped him from saying something hurtful. It wasn't pity, it was something different. Kindness, which was something Snape had rarely experienced from others. He sighed and said, if it wouldn't be too much trouble, I'd appreciate it if you'd make a big show of docking 5 points for calling Lily a mudblood. Perhaps mention to one of the Slytherin prefects how disgusted you are with my vile bigotry. Frank laughed and replied, sure thing. Thank you, Frank. Snape pinched the bridge of his nose between his fingers and then looked up at Neville and Harry. He sighed in resignation and began to speak. The first thing you must understand is that when I was young and foolish, I was very young and foolish. The second thing you need to know is that the early days of the last Wizarding War were a time of great confusion. While it was generally understood that the Dark Lord and his followers were motivated by a hatred of Muggleborns, a significant portion of the wizarding community failed to grasp just how violent and destructive they were. In those early days, many people, including myself, failed to recognize that the Dark Lord was genuinely a Dark Lord, not just some jumped-up agitator the government wanted to discredit. The Wizarding Wireless was still somewhat new and, in any case, owned and controlled by the Ministry, just like the Daily Prophet, our only major newspaper. During that time, the Ministry strongly supported new rights and protections for Muggleborns and Muggles to a degree that even moderate witches and wizards found troubling. To make a long story short, many of my friends and peers from my school days believed that the worst accusations against the Dark Lord and his movement were propaganda meant to discredit him. They thought the atrocities the Death Eaters supposedly committed were fabrications or, worse, actual atrocities carried out by Muggleborns for which Voldemort and his followers were framed. That is not an uncommon tactic during times of civil insurrection. I believe the Muggles refer to it as false flag operations. The term Death Eaters was first used in a Daily Prophet editorial as an insult against the group formerly known as the Knights of Walpurgis. The Dark Lord eventually coopted this insult for his own political purposes. After graduating from Hogwarts in 1978, I remained in contact with former Slytherin friends who had joined the Dark Lord's inner circle. I returned to England in January of 1980 after obtaining my potions mastery in Italy. The skills I had acquired were highly valuable to the Death Eater movement, and they wished to recruit me. While I had little interest in their larger political agenda, a family matter that arose at that time made their offer appealing. You see, I am a half-blood. Both Harry and Neville were surprised by my blunt admission. My father was a Muggle, but my mother was a witch from the now extinct noble house of Prince. She was expelled from the family for marrying my father, a foolish and short-sighted decision by my grandfather, as he had no other surviving heirs. When he died in 1979, the House of Prince was extinguished. However, my friends assured me that if I could prove my worth to the Dark Lord, he would reward me when he came to power by reversing my mother's expulsion, allowing me to claim the prince seat and assets. It was against this backdrop that, on a cold January day in 1980, I found myself in the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade. I had learned that Albus Dumbledore was meeting with a candidate for the recently vacated divination instructor position. I hoped to meet with him myself and present my credentials for the position of potions instructor, as I had heard rumors that Horace Slughorn was considering retirement. While I waited for Dumbledore to come out of the meeting room, I suddenly heard the woman inside begin to speak a prophecy, the same prophecy that the Dark Lord later shared with both of you. The owner of the bar caught me eavesdropping and assumed I was spying on the headmaster. Threw me out. Although I knew there was more to the prophecy than what I had heard, I believed, correctly, that sharing what I did know with the Dark Lord would earn me a place in his inner circle and, eventually, the prince's inheritance. He hesitated. It goes without saying that when I met with the Dark Lord, I had no idea that either of your mothers was with child. But you did know you were sending you-know-who after a child, right? Neville asked in a tight voice. Even if it hadn't been either of us, you were telling you-know-who to kill a child. Severus chuckled bitterly. As I said, Mr. Longbottom, when I was young and foolish, I was very young and very foolish. In all honesty, when I revealed the partial prophecy to the Dark Lord, I had not considered for even a moment the possibility that it referred to an infant. The two looked up at him in surprise. What? Harry asked incredulously. Severus shrugged. I never took divination, and in my hubris, I applied a layman's analysis to what I had heard. Consider the words of the prophecy that you already know, Mr. Potter. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. The word approaches in my mind clearly referred to someone who was some distance away but drawing nearer. It is not a word I would have ever used to describe a child in utero, whose birth was still over 7 months away. The phrase born as the 7th month dies obviously indicated a late July birth date but did not, in and of itself, imply that said birth was yet to come. As for the middle line, born to those who have thrice defied him, well, defy is a rather vague term. Certainly, Lily Potter's defiance consisted mainly of publicly condemning the violence of the Death Eaters and, of course, marrying the pureblood James Potter despite her Muggle-born status. In any case, the Dark Lord was known to have spent decades traveling the world in his studies of the dark arts. I believed that during his travels, he had faced a wizarding couple 3 times, possibly foreign auras, and that he killed one or both of them during their 3rd encounter. Therefore, the subject of the prophecy was likely their son or daughter, who, having reached adulthood, now sought vengeance against the Dark Lord. So, the idea that the prophecy referred to an unborn child did not occur to me until after I was initiated into the Death Eaters. That was when the Dark Lord announced his plans to completely destroy St. Mungo's on the morning of August 1st. Harry's eyes widened. You were the one who talked him out of it. Snape nodded. I, along with 2 others, persuaded the Dark Lord that murdering dozens of children and infants, as well as possibly hundreds of other wizards and witches at the nation's only hospital, would turn the opinion of a still divided wizarding Britain against us. Without knowing the full prophecy, it was possible that the mysterious power to vanquish the Dark Lord might refer to the symbolic impact that the memory of a murdered child could have on public opinion, irrevocably turning it against him. It was a highly improbable interpretation, but it was just plausible enough to deter the Dark Lord from attacking St. Mungo's. Shortly thereafter, he focused his attention exclusively on you 2 and on Jim Potter, since all 3 of you were to be born at the end of July, and as far as the Dark Lord was concerned, all 4 of your parents had defied him 3 times. It was at that point that I contacted Dumbledore, urged him to send the Potters and Longbottoms into hiding, and agreed to spy on the Dark Lord on Dumbledore's behalf. Did you know that Barty Crouch Jr. was a Death Eater? Asked Neville. Harry noticed the slight tightening of Neville's fingers around the arms of his chair, showing how nervous he was to ask the question. Not until his arrest. The Death Eaters worked in cells. The followers of the Dark Lord wore voice-altering masks and always used code names. I secured a position as the Dark Lord's potions expert. This role kept me away from raids and limited my interactions with Death Eaters to those I already knew. I reported every identity I uncovered through spying to Dumbledore. There is little more I can share without violating the secrecy oaths I made to the headmaster. And before you ask, Mr. Potter, no, I did not know that Sirius Black was a Death Eater. In fact, I was quite astonished to learn this. While I found him to be a despicable man, I had always believed Black to be a fierce opponent of the Death Eaters. What was your code name? Harry asked. Snape suppressed a smirk. Of course, that would intrigue the Slytherin Potter. I was Mr. Aconite, he replied. Harry nodded, slightly amused. Naturally. He then looked over at Neville. That's all I have, sir, Longbottom said. I appreciate your candor. He spoke easily, without anger or deceit. Snape blinked repeatedly. That's all, Mr. Longbottom? He asked, somewhat taken aback. Neville nodded. You made a mistake, but after you realized it, you did what you could to make it better. You never knew about my cousin Barty, who was the only one who could have led the other Death Eaters through the Longbottom wards to attack my parents. None of what happened to my parents was your fault, beyond the simple fact that Barty and the Lestranges knew that you-know-who was interested in me. You did what you could to fix that. I don't see any cause to bear ill will against you, sir. Snape blinked again before finally composing himself enough to respond. Mr. Longbottom, you remind me very much of your father. I believe that is one of the highest compliments I am capable of giving. Thank you, sir, the boy replied softly. I did have a few more questions, Harry said. I'm not sure that you can answer them if you're under oaths, but if you don't mind, I'd still like to ask. Snape nodded. The first one is about last Thursday. Did you or any of the other teachers know what all the traps were or how to disarm them? Snape was surprised at the change of topic and somewhat bemused at Harry's transition from wrong child to seasoned investigator. He remembered how the boy had deduced the Dark Lord's involvement with Quirrell from a surprisingly small number of clues. He was once again curious about the boy's thought processes. No. Each of us knew how to disarm only the traps we personally designed. The trapdoor in the room guarded by the Cerberus was actually a magical construct leading to wizard space. He noticed the boy's confusion. Wizard space is a term relevant to spatial expansion and manipulation charms. You will study it in 7th year if you pursue a chance newt. Each professor designed the trap in an individual room of their own choosing, which was then shrunk down to the size of a small box. When the headmaster was ready to prepare the gauntlet in its entirety, he assembled the modular boxes and expanded them back again. This explains how you could have a trapdoor in the floor of a third-floor room that does not connect to an opening in the ceiling of the adjacent second-floor room. When were the individual traps completed and turned over to the headmaster? Most of them were completed over the course of last summer, although the final room was not finished until December due to outside forces beyond our control. Snape noticed that Harry seemed surprised at that. Why is this relevant, Mr. Potter? I'm not sure anymore in light of your last answer. But my next question may help explain it. That is, if it's one you're permitted to answer. The plan, according to the headmaster, was to lead Quirrell through a gauntlet of traps to both confuse him and lull him into a false sense of security. Harry took a deep breath and said, to the best of your knowledge, was that really the actual plan? Snape looked confused. You've lost me, Potter. What other plan do you think there could have been? Harry took another deep breath before continuing. I was thinking of a plan by the headmaster to engineer a direct confrontation between you-know-who and Jim Potter so that Jim could destroy him with his mysterious vanquishing power. Snape stared at Harry for several seconds, processing the implications of that statement. Mr. Potter, I cannot imagine what you are talking about. No one could have anticipated how the Dark Lord would figure out our objective and confound your brother and his friends into meeting him in the mirror room. Now tell me what you are thinking. Harry studied Snape, trying to gauge his trustworthiness. Eventually, he decided that if he couldn't trust Snape at this point, there was no one over the age of 11 he could trust. He decided to share what he knew. Room 1, a three-headed dog that falls asleep if you play music around it. Jim learned this from Rubeus Hagrid when Hagrid gave him a flute as a Christmas present. Room 2, a devil's snare, which Neville recognized by its scent before even entering the room, and which he disabled easily. Room 3, an overly complicated aerial trap that could only be overcome by someone with the skills of a talented Quidditch seeker. Room 4, a giant chessboard that Ron Weasley managed to beat in just 12 moves. Room 5, a troll that Neville and Hermione had previously helped incapacitate. Room 6, a logic puzzle that Hermione solved in less than a minute, and a potion that only allowed one person to proceed to the final room at a time. Frankly, sir, it looks very much like the gauntlet was designed for the particular skills and specialties of Jim Potter and the 3 Gryffindors most likely to accompany him on his adventure. Snape's face turned into an emotionless mask, which strangely reassured Harry more than if he had shown shock. With whom had you discussed this theory? Blaise and Theo. We all noticed it while making our own way through the gauntlet. Hermione figured it out the next day after she was no longer under the confunders and had time to think about things. She told Neville. None of us have discussed it with Jim, Ron, or anyone else. He did not mention that everyone who knew his theory had made their own independent plans for recovering the information in case they were obliviated. Snape nodded. Tell no one of this. I will investigate the matter. When you describe the situation as you have, I admit I find it troubling as well. That said, while the coincidence is startling, I know for a fact that Professor McGonagall submitted her room to the headmaster weeks before the start of school, at a time when no one knew that Weasley was a chess prodigy or that Weasley and the other Potter would become friends. Likewise, I submitted my own room around the same time before I even knew who Miss Granger was. Still, I will definitely look into this matter. Is there anything else? Harry grimaced. His last question might, he feared, be a bridge too far. One final thing, sir. You mentioned earlier that you were very surprised at Sirius Black being a Death Eater. I know you have a history with the man and have as much reason to hate him as you do my father. That said, is there any possibility, no matter how remote you think it is now, that Sirius Black is an innocent man? 5 seconds later, Harry and Neville were out the door, running as fast as they could for fear that the irate Snape would hex them into the next century. Chapter 33, The End of the Beginning, Part 1. June 20th, 1992. In the end, Slytherin won the House Cup by 40 points. After discovering that Professor Snape was not in his rooms, Olivia Columbico used her cheetah patroness to send a message to Snape, McGonagall, and Flitwick. She advised them that she had an important message from Harry Potter about a life-threatening emergency involving Professor Quirrell and some stones stored on the 3rd floor. Flitwick awarded her 10 points for quick thinking and a creative use of an extremely difficult charm. Harry made a point of not gloating or even looking at Jim as Dumbledore awarded the cup to the Slytherins. Harry thought this was probably the nicest gesture he had ever made to Jim. Hermione finished the year as the top-ranked first-year student, as expected, though Neville topped her in herbology and Harry narrowly did in defense against the dark arts. In potions, Hermione only beat out Lavender Brown by 2 points. Lavender accepted this with good humor, promising to study all summer long so she could beat Hermione in the fall. Among the Slytherins, Harry finished at the top, followed by Blaise Zabini, Daphne Greengrass, and Draco Malfoy. Theo not had solid grades, and Crabbe and Goyle passed comfortably, much to their own astonishment. Jim barely snuck into the top 10 in his class, with Ron placed quite a bit lower. Finally, early on the morning of June 20th, the students loaded onto the Hogwarts Express for the long journey home. For Harry, that meant returning to the Dursleys. He had been communicating with his solicitors for weeks and was actually looking forward to seeing his relatives again and their reaction to the changes that were forthcoming. As Harry boarded the train for home, James Potter was hundreds of miles away, sitting in a stately office with a panoramic view of Gringotts Bank and the London skyline beyond it. While Harry communicated with his solicitors through owls, James Potter had both the time and money for a private consultation. The receptionist, a pretty young Beauxbatons graduate named Yvette, presented him with a tray of tea, watercress sandwiches, and biscuits. She politely asked Lord Potter to wait for a few minutes, as her employer was on an important flu call but would be in soon. Left to his own devices, James took in the expensive artwork on the walls and the antique desk in front of the window. He reflected on how well his friend had done over the last decade, a success that was largely due to Jane's own patronage. As he waited, James idly bit into a macaroon while thinking back to his last conversation with Dumbledore. The old man wasn't fully on board. He was still outraged by Jane's treatment of Harry, which was fair since James was quite disgusted with it himself. However, once James revealed his secret to the headmaster, Albus agreed to remain neutral in the Wizengamot, at least for the time being. He still insisted that he would reveal the prophecy to Harry if and when he mastered occlumency. James shuddered at the thought. He remembered his own occlumency training at the Aura Academy. He had reached the 3rd level, the minimum requirement for an aura, but had stopped there, unnerved by the way occlumency affected his personality. He felt uncomfortable with Harry learning it, let alone Jim. Of course, he had pretty much forfeited his right to forbid Harry from studying the field at this point, but he hoped the boy wouldn't delve too far into mind magic. Suddenly, the door opened, and a dignified man roughly James' age strode in. He had lost a good bit of weight since the last time James had been here in person, but his elegant professional robe still fit well. James recalled the man complaining about a new diet the healers had him on during their last flu call. It was obviously working. Although still rather stout, the other man was down to only one chin. His face was leaner, and his hair was much better styled than before. Mullet he had worn during their school days. He was not a handsome man, but the years had been relatively kind to him. His wealth and success compensated for his physical appearance, although many were still put off by the burning, rat-like gleam in his eyes. "Good morning, James," exclaimed Peter Pettigrew, Esquire, Solicitor at Law, Order of Merlin First Class, and Steward and Proxy for the House of Potter. "What can I do for my favorite client today?" Around 4 o'clock, the express arrived at King's Cross. Hermione introduced her parents to Harry, Neville, and several other members of the study group. Blaise introduced everyone to Gunther, a large and imposing man in a traditional grey chauffeur's uniform, complete with knee-high boots and a cap. According to Blaise, Gunther did things for his mother. Draco also introduced Theo, Blaise, and Harry to his father, Lucius Malfoy. Lucius was as cordial and sophisticated as Harry had expected. There was only a brief moment when a look of distaste crossed his face, but Harry realized it was not directed at them. It was aimed at a red-headed man some distance away, who was clearly the patriarch of the Weasley family. I really need to figure out what that's all about at some point, Harry thought. How did these two families become such enemies? Just then, Harry's expression darkened as James Potter arrived to meet with the Weasleys, talking amiably with their family while keeping his hand on Jim's shoulder. As he said his goodbyes to Draco and Theo, Harry pushed aside the tiny stab of jealousy and anger that nagged at him over the difference in how Lord Potter treated his two sons. Focusing on his friends, he promised to owl everyone and collected phone numbers from those who knew what a phone was. They made tentative plans to shop for school supplies on the same day so the group could meet up in Diagon Alley for dinner. Hermione expressed a desire for everyone to gather in London at some point to take in a show. Harry noticed two people off to the side, dressed in slightly old-fashioned but still normal Muggle attire. A brunette woman in her early 30s wore a dark blue pencil skirt and matching jacket. Beside her stood a slightly older man in a charcoal business suit with a cut from the 1940s. As the crowd thinned, they walked over. "Mr. Harry Potter, I presume?" the woman asked. Harry nodded. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you face to face. I'm Hestia Jones, and this is Artemis Podmore." "The pleasure's all mine," he said warmly as he shook their hands. Hermione, Blaise, and Neville were the only friends still waiting nearby. "Guys, this is Miss Jones and Mr. Podmore, my solicitors." "It's nice to meet you all," Podmore said with a warm smile. "However, Mr. Potter, we should head on now if we're to get to Gringotts before the end of normal business hours. Their rates double after 7 o'clock. Dare I ask what you're doing at Gringotts?" Hermione asked, almost teasingly. "Stuff," replied Harry with a wink. Slytherin stuff? Neville inquired. Harry thought for a moment. Maybe. Mainly, it's more like Potter stuff. Neville laughed. Give them hell, Harry. He then picked Harry up into a bear hug. After follow-up hugs with the rest of his friends, Harry accompanied the two solicitors out of the station, carrying Hedwig in her cage. The rest of his luggage had already been magically conveyed to a vehicle outside. Harry never looked back towards James and therefore never saw the look of anguish that briefly flashed across his father's face. Blaise followed the silent Gunther to a Rolls-Royce parked near the station. As the chauffeur loaded the boy's trunk, a stylish woman with olive skin and jet black hair stepped out of the vehicle to give the boy a hug. Serena Zabini pressed a kiss to Blaise's forehead. Then she, her son, and their driver got back into the Rolls-Royce, which pulled away from the curb. I want to hear all about your first year, Passerotto. But first things first. Are you still convinced Harry Potter is the one we seek? Countess Zabini asked in her cultured Italian accent. Blaise smiled at the woman who had raised him. Yes, Mamma. I am quite certain of it. We shall see, Passerotto. I still wish to meet him. Meet him and read him. I know. I have told him you wish to meet with him, Mamma, and he is amenable. Though I said nothing of divination. We will have time over the summer. She nodded and smiled. These are exciting times, mio figlio. We must be cautious and well prepared. Blaise nodded. As if there was any other way for a Zabini to go through life. Lucius side-apparat Draco and Theo directly to the gates of Malfoy Manor. To Theo, it was quite impressive and surprisingly more homey than he had expected. The House of Nob was a gloomy place, whose master had let it fall into disrepair. But Malfoy Manor was pristine, with walls as white as the cliffs of Dover, gleaming towers, and immaculately kept grounds populated by what appeared to be a flock of albino peacocks. It was a short walk up the drive to the manor's entrance. Along the way, Lucius asked both Draco and Theo questions about how their first year had gone. Once inside, Lucius pulled out a gold pocket watch and turned to his son. It is 4:30, Draco, so I expect your mother will be in the conservatory with her harpsichord. Go and let her know that you have returned. I would like to speak with young Master Nott. Draco nodded, gave Theo a reassuring look, and then left the foyer. Lucius studied Theo, who did his best not to show his nervousness. I have known your father for many, many years, he began. Master Nott, did you know that? Yes, sir. My father has spoken of you many times. I also knew your mother, Master Nott. She was a fine woman. I was grieved to hear of her passing. Theo swallowed. Thank you, sir. Lucius took a deep breath. In this house, Master Nott, you will find a number of rooms that are warded shut. If you find a locked door, do not attempt to open it with magic. The House of Malfoy is home to many antiques, some of which are magical in nature and can be quite dangerous if misused. You will not seek them out. Do you understand? Yes, sir. In the back of the house is the Arphidiarium, which houses a great many snakes, many of which are quite poisonous. There are also stables on the grounds that contain several Abraxan flying stallions. Abraxans are also dangerous to those not trained in handling them. They are carnivorous, man-eaters when they get the chance. You will not enter the Arphidiarium or visit the stables unless you are in my company. Do you understand? Theo swallowed again. Yes, sir. Then Lucius smiled. If you obey those rules, Theodore Nott, then I promise you this. He bent down to look Theo squarely in the eye. You will be safe here. No matter what your father may have told you about me, no matter what you may think of me as your father's associate, I swear on the honor of House Malfoy that you will be safe from all harm while you are my guest. Theo relaxed at that. Thank you, sir. It is an honor to be a guest in your home. Lucius nodded and then called out, Prixie, Lemmy, Dobby, Mowgli. The house elves popped into the foyer. Theo regarded them with interest. 2 looked like normal house elves. The third one, Dobby, seemed unusually anxious and fidgety. The fourth one, Mowgli, was different from the others and had an almost feral gleam in its eyes. Theo felt a sense of unease as Lucius Malfoy's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him of his father's more dangerous house elves. "Prixie, please escort Master Not to his rooms," Lucius instructed. "He will be staying in the second East Wing guest room, across from Master Draco. Dobby, convey his baggage to that room. Lemmy, I would like to have dinner at 7 o'clock. Something special to welcome our new guest." Lemmy curtsied, a smile spreading across her face at the thought of preparing something exotic. Then Lucius turned to the fourth house elf with a colder tone. "Mowgli, remain here. Master Theo, Prixie will show you to your room where you can refresh yourself before dinner." Theo bowed respectfully and followed Prixie up the stairs as Dobby and Lemmy disappeared. Once they were alone, Lucius fixed a baleful gaze on Mowgli. "Has your mistress given you any instructions regarding Theodore Not, Mowgli?" he asked. The strange elf let out a soft growl from deep within. "None, Master," Mowgli replied. Lucius regarded his wife's favorite house elf, a gift from her auntie Walburga. Technically, as head of the household, Mowgli owed its loyalty to Lucius, but he found it slippery and untrustworthy. "If she gives you any instructions pertaining to Theo Not, you will inform me immediately. You will not reveal to her that I have given you this instruction. Do you understand?" "Yes, Master," Mowgli responded, a hint of spite in his tone. Lucius's jaw tightened. "If you fail to do so, Mowgli, I will give you clothes, no matter what your mistress wants. And if any harm comes to Theo Not while he is my guest due to your actions or inactions, I will kill you. Do you understand?" Fire flashed in Mowgli's eyes for a brief moment before he growled his acknowledgement. Lucius studied the house elf for a moment, trying to gauge its loyalty, before finally dismissing it. Meanwhile, upstairs, Draco entered the conservatory to find his mother, Narcissa, playing a fugue on her piano. Harpsichord. It was a Muggle piece by someone named Bark. According to Narcissa, his musical genius compensated for his Muggle inferiority, making it acceptable to the House of Black. This extended to the House of Malfoy, as Lucius did not care about music's origin. Draco knew from painful experience not to approach his mother or speak while she was playing, so he waited patiently in the doorway. "Come closer, dragon," she finally said without looking up from the keyboard. Draco moved closer but remained silent. "Your last letter to me was rather terse. Can I assume there is more you would tell me if you were able?" Draco said nothing, and Narcissa sighed. "We will not speak of this again lest we tempt the wrath of magic. I shall study this matter carefully before choosing a course of action. Yes, I shall definitely make a study of this Harry Potter." She continued playing for a few seconds before speaking again. "I must confess, my dragon, I find myself disappointed." Draco looked down at the ground. "I'm sorry, Mother," he said softly. After a few more uncomfortable seconds, she finished the piece. Turning to look at her son for the first time, she held out her arms to him. Draco rushed to embrace her. "Shush, my dragon. It will be all right. Mummy will make it better. She always does." A little after 5 o'clock, Harry found himself sitting between Hestia and Artemis, known as Artie to his friends and favored clients, in a luxurious yet somehow menacing office on the top floor of Gringotts. At the opposite end of the long table sat a goblin account manager, who was speaking angrily with a subordinate. Well, Harry assumed the goblin was angry. Everything in the goblin tongue sounded like incoherent rage to him. He had been astonished to learn that the name of the goblin language was indeed gobbledygook. Apparently, it meant. Harry thought about the term noble tongue. Wizards and muggles had both adopted it as a loan word, meaning incomprehensible gibberish. He shook his head and said, "And wizards wonder why goblin revolts keep happening." The goblins were not known for their diplomacy either. Harry had considered buying an educational potion to learn gobbledygook as a sign of respect. However, Hestia and Artie had strongly advised against it. First, such potions were illegal to sell in Britain due to the recent Goblin Treaty. The goblins did not want wizards to understand what they said behind their backs. More importantly, gobbledygook was a nuanced language. It was easy for a novice speaker to make an embarrassing mistake or even a serious insult with a simple hello. Hestia suggested that if Harry wanted to learn it when he was older, the potion was available overseas. She recommended that he learn it but keep it a secret from the goblins, so he could listen in on what they thought were private conversations. After several minutes, the goblin, Gottschalk, turned to the three wizards. Based on the information you have provided, we believe we have a match. However, we will need a blood sample for confirmation. Is that acceptable? Yes, Hestia replied, provided that the sample is destroyed completely in the process. Gottschalk waved his hand dismissively, as if only an idiot would have thought otherwise. Then he gestured, and a long blank parchment appeared on the table in front of Harry, along with a red quill pen. A line was drawn at the bottom of the page for Harry to sign. You'll need to sign your full wizarding name, which is Hadrian Remus Potter, Artie said. Also, don't press too hard on the pen, or you might cut yourself. Harry signed as instructed, slightly surprised by the faint itching sensation on his arm that followed the trail of blood red ink the pen left behind. Remus, who? Let me guess, Gin's middle name is Romulus or something like that. Harry asked. I have no idea, actually, Podmore replied. I'll check if you want. Harry shrugged. The question wasn't important to him. As soon as he finished signing, the blood ink from the pen turned black. The ink quickly spread up the page, forming a crude family tree. It began with Lily and Petunia Evans, then their parents, who had both died before he was born. As the tree grew, some names were familiar, while others were not. About halfway up the page, the spreading ink paused. The next name to appear was not in black, but in a vivid purple. Thinking back to Slytherin's tapestry, Harry was certain he recognized the surname. Hey, Artie said, sounding non-committal. Was not expecting that. Is it good news or bad? Harry asked. Artie opened his mouth, then closed it again as he considered. I guess it's what you make of it. It's potentially controversial, maybe even enough for James to make hay out of it. That will be difficult, though, since your mother and brother are also descendants. But there could be enormous potential as well. I'll have Gottschalk pull the family's asset list. Are there any other living heirs? Possibly, but none that can contest your claim. The Wizengamot gave notice that the house was set for line extinction a few years ago. He looked over at Harry. Obviously, that's about to change. When do we need to announce this to preserve my rights? Do we have enough time for me to come of age first? Oh yes. We have several years before we need to formally announce anything. Plenty of time. So what can we do with this in the meantime without letting James or anyone else know about it? Harry asked. Oh, Harry, Hestia said, a predatory gleam in her eye. All sorts of interesting things. Harry smiled at that. Chapter 34, The End of the Beginning, Part 2. Potter Manor. 7 p.m. Lily Potter apparated into the foyer of Potter Manor just before dinner. After summoning a house elf to take away her trunks and other belongings, she made her way to the kitchen. Although Potter Manor had a full-sized dining room, it was far too big for just 3 people. The family usually ate their meals in the breakfast nook at a table just big enough for 3. It could accommodate 4, but Lily had spent 10 years training herself to ignore the empty spot where the 4th chair should have been. Dinner was already on the table: cottage pie, roasted potatoes, and treacle tart for dessert, all of Jim's favorites. The 3 Potters made amiable small talk as they ate, but Jim felt the tension in the room was suffocating. They asked about his first year at school, the Quidditch team's prospects for next year, and what trips the family should take when James's vacation days arrived. There was nothing about Harry, nothing about Voldemort, and nothing about the smell on James's breath that Jim suspected was Scotch. Things took a turn when James mentioned Uncle Pete. By the way, Lils, I saw Peter today. He sends his congratulations for finishing your first year as a professor, James said. Lily paused, her spoon almost to her mouth, as she looked up into James's eyes. That's nice, she finally said, her tone suggesting that it wasn't nice at all. Where did you bump into him? Oh, you know, James replied lamely, as if he suddenly regretted mentioning Peter's name. I had to drop by his office today to go over some legal matters. Nothing major. Lily said before taking another sip of wine. Jim looked back and forth between his mother and father somewhat nervously. There had been tension between them ever since they learned Harry was a wizard, but it seemed to have gotten much worse since Christmas. The three of them ate in silence. A while before Lily spoke to him. So, Jim, what plans do you have for summer? You know, as soon as you've got your homework done, she said with a smile. Come on, Lils, James laughed. Let the boy relax a little before you start in about his homework. Lily smiled at that, but there was a flash of concern in her eyes. No, that's okay, Jim said hurriedly. I do plan to get my homework done early. In fact, I was wondering if it might be possible to get some tutoring this summer. I didn't do as well in some classes as I wanted, and I want to do better next year. James put his wine glass down and raised an eyebrow at his youngest son. Who are you and what have you done with Jim Potter? He joked. I'm serious, Jim replied. James winced slightly at the remark for some reason, but Jim continued. I asked Professor McGonagall, and she said that there's a form either of you can fill out and file with the ministry. It will allow you to oversee me practicing with a wand for up to 20 hours a month. Or someone else who is qualified and passes a background check, if neither of you have the time for it. Anyway, whoever the teacher is casts a notification spell when my lessons start and when they end. As long as the teacher stays in the room with me, it won't count as underage magic. Lily's eyes narrowed. Why have I never heard of this? Well, honestly, most wizarding parents can't pass the background check because they don't have enough owls to be acceptable teachers. Also, it's kind of expensive. 500 galleons a month for the license and then 25 galleons per hour of wand training, plus the costs for the instructor if you want to hire someone else to teach me. James nearly choked on his wine. What? That's insane. You could buy firebolts for your whole team for that. Dad, we're rich. We can afford it. And frankly, I think spending money to further my education is more important than Quidditch. While James was trying to process that seemingly impossible concept, Lily stepped in. What would you want to study? Charms, potions. He hesitated. Defense. I need to do better at all those, but mainly defense. Both of his parents tried to say something, but he continued speaking over them. And not just magical defense, Mom. I want to start back with Taekwondo again, and I want to actually get good at it. If that means doubling up my lessons with Master Hanaro, that's okay with me. Jim, his father said quietly, is this about what happened with Quirrell? The boy looked at his father. He felt a brief impulse to laugh hysterically but fought it down. Yes, Dad, of course it's about what happened with Quirrell. I spent 30 minutes tied up on the floor at the man's feet, waiting to see if he was going to kill me first or make me watch one of my classmates die instead. The only reason we didn't all die is because 3 Slytherins came to save us. Jim looked down at the table and tried to calm himself. The boy who lived can't be useless. You weren't useless, Jim, James said. Your power protected you, just like before. It always will. You don't know that. Jim snapped in frustration. None of us know how this power works, or how often I can use it, or even what it is. Just that it protects me from Voldemort. Both his parents flinched at the name. But it apparently puts me into a coma afterward. It didn't do a thing to protect me from Quirrell's Incarcerus or his Confundus, so I don't see why it would protect me from a killing curse from anyone who's not Voldemort. And another thing, he added quickly before his parents could interrupt, since I already mentioned that I'm vulnerable to the Confundus curse, I want to learn Occlumency. At that, both his parents exploded. No, exclaimed James. Absolutely not. Jim, you are too young to start learning. Occlumency can have very serious consequences for your mental health, James said. Worse consequences than being mind-controlled by a dark wizard? Harry's been studying it for months, and it hasn't done anything to him. Or is occlumency some Slytherin thing that I should hate on principle, but you just haven't mentioned it yet? Jim replied, frustration evident in his voice. Jim, you will not use that term with your mother and me, do you understand? James said firmly. Jim sat back in his chair and sighed. Yes, sir, he said dejectedly. So, what can I learn this summer? James hesitated and looked over at Lily. Let your mother and I talk about that. We'll let you know tomorrow, okay? Jim thought to himself, I shouldn't even go to Hogwarts if I can't defend myself and my friends. I'd rather be homeschooled than be a danger to everyone around me. He rubbed his eyes and pushed his half-full plate away. May I be excused? I'm not very hungry tonight. His parents both nodded, and Jim got up and left the room. They waited in silence until the sound of his footsteps faded away. Then James turned to his wife. Well, what do you think? Personally, I'd rather he relax and decompress after everything that happened this year, but do you think he needs combat training? He asked. Lily laughed almost bitterly. Really, James? You're asking me that now? You know perfectly well that I've wanted him to have combat training since he was 6, but you've always fought me on it. Honestly, my only objection to Jim learning occlumency is that he's been so immature and short-tempered. If he buckles down in his studies, makes progress with his martial arts training, and shows some real self-discipline, then yes, I think he should start learning that too. He's 11. James protested. I don't care how old he is, James. I want Jim to have every advantage he can possibly get. I want him to live. Is that too hard for you to understand? Lily said, her voice rising. Shush. Keep it down. James hissed. He stepped past her into the next room, but it was empty. He listened for a moment but heard nothing. Then, he walked back to Lily and took her arms in his hands. Liliflower, please. I know you're upset, but I want Jim to live. I know he will. The prophecy. She jerked her hands free and stepped away from him in annoyance. James, nothing in that prophecy says Jim is going to survive. It says he has the power to vanquish you-know-who, but it doesn't say he will. It mentions he has a power the Dark Lord knows not, but it doesn't hint at what it is. It states that neither can live while the other survives, and we both know what that means. Jim and you-know-who must have a final confrontation in which one kills the other, but there is no guarantee that Jim will be the victor. I don't want Jim going into that confrontation relying on some vague hidden power. Do you seriously think Jim could ever beat the Dark Lord with any amount of training, Lily? James said angrily. We either figure out what Jim's special power is, or we accept that Voldemort is going to win. I can't do that. I can't accept losing my son. His voice broke, and he turned away to pace the small room, while Lily watched him with her arms folded. You have 2 sons, remember, she said coolly. James whirled back toward her, his eyes flashing with anger. You think I don't know that? It was your idea to send him to Petunia, not mine. I wanted to raise Harry and Jim together. I didn't care if he was a squib or not. That's rubbish, James. You completely refused to consider that he might be a squib. What would you have done if he actually had been a squib? Or worse, as Albus feared, if he had been a squib because Jim drained his magic to defeat you-know-who? How could any of us have lived with that knowledge? Jim might drain Harry of his very life. We couldn't have raised Harry in that environment. We would have broken him, just like Algy Longbottom nearly broke Neville. Never. Whether Harry was a squib or not, I would never have given up on him the way you did if you and Dumbledore hadn't talked me into it. Lily slapped James, causing him to stagger back. How dare you, she hissed furiously. How dare you say that I gave up on Harry? What else would you call abandoning him to Petunia and Vernon? He challenged. She stuck out her chin defiantly. I call it doing whatever it took to help my son survive. Do you want to know the truth, James? When Albus said that Harry was a squib, part of me was thrilled. Thrilled because it meant that whatever happened between Jim and Voldemort, at least Harry would be safe. Safe and well away from this madhouse we call Wizarding Britain. Jane stared at her in astonishment for several seconds. I'm sorry. I must have missed the part where you suddenly hated magic. Maybe that's where Petunia gets it from. Does Dumbledore know his Muggle Studies professor is bigoted against magical culture? Spare me your sanctimony, James. Or have you forgotten how my parents died 13 years ago? My parents died that year too, Lily. Your parents died instantly from the killing curse, James. My parents were. The words caught in Lily's throat as she fought back tears, were tortured for hours and then burned alive. Burned up along with the house Petunia and I grew up in. And why? Her voice broke as the tears finally came. Because they raised a filthy mudblood daughter who married above her station. That's the wizarding world I wanted Harry out of. James slowly moved to embrace his wife, his own face a mask of pain just like hers. But she stopped him with her hand while she composed herself. No. No, none of that matters now. You were right. I was wrong. Harry isn't a squib and should never have been sent away for that reason. He's part of this world now, and we need to deal with that fact. Lily fixed James with a firm gaze. So what are we going to do about him now, James? Harry may be a wizard, but he's also a Slytherin, which you seem to think is worse than being a squib. I've been avoiding him all year because I think it's pointless and even cruel to pretend we can be one big happy family again while you obviously hate him for his sorting. Just as he justifiably hates us for sending him away for 10 years. Honestly, it would be safest for him to stay away from us forever rather than come back and get caught in the crossfire when you know who returns. She paused to collect her thoughts before looking back at James. Anyway, I know you took the whole day off from work even though you didn't have to pick up Jim until 4 o'clock. Am I right in thinking you spent most of it with Peter brainstorming on how to kick Harry out of our family for good? James looked shamefaced and leaned heavily against the table. Actually, Peter basically told me that I should give up on trying to disinherit Harry. There's no legal way to do it at this point. I mean, if he flunks his OWLS or, I don't know, murders someone, it's possible. But neither of those seem likely, so Pete says I should just accept this for now. He looked back up at Lily. Maybe even try to develop some sort of relationship with him. Lily moved closer to James and put her hand on his shoulder. Do you mean it? And do you think it's even possible after everything that's happened? I don't know, Liliflower, he said tiredly. But I think I'm going to try. Lily smiled, kissed his cheek, and moved in for a tight hug. James hugged his wife back, afraid she might disappear, but the love he felt for her couldn't overcome the icy fear that gripped his heart. Alley, 3:30 p.m., earlier that day. James, we have been over this, Peter said. He had spent hours arguing with James to no avail. Luckily, they were billable hours. I warned you from the start that it would be nearly impossible to disinherit Harry unless he actually did something that qualifies as grounds within the Inheritance Act of 1588. He is only 11. He is not going to commit a Class AAA felony. He is not going to get some Muggle girl pregnant out of wedlock. From what you've said, it seems unlikely you will flunk out of Hogwarts. And I seriously doubt he will swear fealty to the King of Spain. James groaned and put his head in his hands. They had been arguing all morning about various options. Peter pointedly reminded James that his stubborn refusal to explain why he wanted to disinherit his heir made things even more difficult. What has the boy done to provoke this reaction? Is it just the Slytherin thing? Or do you think the boy who lived is more deserving of inheriting your fortune than the one you thought was a squib? Jim being the boy who lived has nothing to do with this, Peter. I don't care about the fortune. I would give Harry every last canute in my vault if he would just give up the Potter name. but I cannot have a Slytherin heir, and that's all there is to it." Peter stared at James in complete astonishment. "Do you really mean that? You would bankrupt your family just to cast Harry out of it? And just because of his sorting? I don't understand." "And I don't need you to understand, Peter," James snapped irritably. "I just need you to make it happen." Peter's eyes narrowed, then he smiled. "All right, James. Here is my official legal advice. Make peace with the boy. Abandon all efforts to disinherit him. If possible, get him to move back in with you and Lily during the summers. Surrender." He held up a hand as James started to protest. "For now, I honestly think your biggest problem in dealing with Harry is that you don't really know anything about your own son. You don't understand what makes him tick, what he wants out of life, or what his hopes and fears are. So, bury the hatchet and try to establish a rapport. When he turns 15, he will be entitled to the heir apparent stipend. It will provide a comfortable lifestyle but won't make him filthy rich. He won't come into his full inheritance and the benefits of lordship until you pass away, which might be 60 or 70 years if you take care of yourself. So maybe, if you and he are getting along by the time he turns 15, you can turn his Slytherin nature to your advantage. You could persuade him to leave the family in exchange for a hefty lump sum payment." Peter paused, and his eyes gleamed a little more. "And if that doesn't work, maybe closer proximity will show you which buttons to push to get him to do something for which you can legally disinherit him. It's certainly a better idea than anything else we've tried." James sighed. "And if that doesn't work?" Peter smirked unpleasantly, and the rat-like gleam in his eyes practically burned. "If no legal process has worked by the time the boy is of age, then I'll simply have to look into alternative approaches." James stiffened. "Like what?" Peter's smile abruptly dropped away. "Like things you won't be told about before I do them so that Lord Potter can have clean hands," he snapped. "You've been trying to disinherit the son you abandoned for nearly 10 years, James. We're nearly at the point where plausible deniability may be necessary for any future efforts. If we reach that point, you will let me do my job and not ask me any unpleasant questions about how the sausage gets made." The gleam intensified to the point that James had to look away from his old friend, just as a week before he could barely maintain eye contact with Albus Dumbledore. But in that case, the old man's gaze filled him with shame for failing to live up to expectations. Gryffindor ideals weighed heavily on James. Peter's gaze filled him with a different kind of shame, one that made him feel dirty, low, and unworthy of having ever been sorted into Gryffindor. Then, a clock on the fireplace mantel chimed. The solicitor sighed and relaxed. "Anyway, you better head on now, James, if you want to pick Jim up at the station." He perked up and snapped his fingers. "But I almost forgot. Before you go, stop in with Yvette. She has some papers for you to sign. Some diversification plans for your portfolio. You may need to increase your liquidity if you end up having to bribe the boy into submission." James stood slowly and shook Peter's hand. "Thanks, Pete. I'm sorry I snapped earlier. I really do appreciate all your help with this." "Think nothing of it, James. That's what friends are for. Now, you go home and look after your wife and son. You just leave Harry Potter to me." Peter smiled broadly, a smile that James always found disturbing due to how unusually sharp his friend's teeth were. Potter Manor. 8 p.m. Both exhausted from their argument, James and Lily left the kitchen and headed up the stairs. A moment later, Jim Potter, who had been standing and eavesdropping in the next room, dropped his invisibility cloak and grabbed the edge of a chair as his knees nearly buckled. "The power the Dark Lord knows not," the prophecy said. "Neither can live while the other survives," the prophecy said. His mother was desperate to get him whatever training she could because she had no faith in the mysterious hidden power alluded to in the prophecy. His father, on the other hand, had so much faith in the prophecy that he didn't see the need for any additional training at all. But both of them agreed on one point: if Jim Potter could not defeat Voldemort, then Voldemort would win, and Jim would die along with his parents, his friends, and everyone he cared about. Entire world would be plunged into darkness and fire. As the weight of his burden settled in, Jim slowly slid down the wall he had been leaning against and fought the urge to cry. June 30th, 1980. After completing their business at Gringotts, Harry, Hestia, and Artie celebrated with a nice meal at Summerisles before driving out to Surrey. They arrived at 4 Privet Drive just after 9 o'clock. Artie knocked sharply on the door, which was opened by what appeared to be an anthropomorphic pig wearing baggy sweatpants and an ill-fitting The Smeltings t-shirt. Dudley Dursley stared at the three for a long moment before yelling over his shoulder, "Mom! Dad! The freak's back! And he's got 2 other freaks with him." "Charming," muttered Artie. "Oh, you have no idea," replied Harry as he pushed past Dudley and led the other 2 into the house. "Good evening, Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon. I'd like to introduce some people to you. These are my solicitors, Artemis Podmore and Hestia Jones. They have some legal matters they'd like to discuss with you." "What's the meaning of this?" blustered Vernon. "Are they freaks like you, boy?" Harry looked at his uncle with clear disgust. "Yes, Uncle Vernon. They're both freaks like me. Except these freaks are fully grown wizards who know a lot more magic than I do and who have the legal right to use it. So I wouldn't use that word again. You might end up on all fours squealing like a pig." Vernon paled while Dudley whimpered in fear. Apparently, at some point over the past year, Vernon and Petunia had explained to their son what an angry wizard could do to a muggle who had drawn his wrath. Minutes later, after sending Dudley upstairs, Vernon and Petunia sat down across from Harry, Hestia, and Artie. Harry listened as Hestia and Artie explained how things would be at the kitchen table. His room would remain Harry's room, but they would make some modifications for security. Muggles would come over the next week to install separate phone and cable TV lines for him, which he would pay for himself. He would also get a mini-fridge, a hot plate, and a microwave, taking responsibility for his own meals. A door would be magically added to the exterior wall of his room, along with stairs leading down to the backyard. This would allow him to come and go without disturbing the Dursleys. The modifications would be concealed from Muggle eyes and removed when Harry eventually moved out. For now, the Dursleys would hardly know he was there, except when he left his room to shower or use the bathroom. Starting in July, Harry would be gone every Saturday for tutoring with a WAM-certified instructor. He would also be out every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon for additional tutoring, which included occlumency, financial management, and flying lessons, although the wizards chose not to mention the last detail. He had tentative plans to visit friends over the summer and would inform the Dursleys when he would be away for an extended time. Most importantly, Harry would not be doing any chores and would not face any discipline from Vernon, nor would he endure bullying from Dudley and his friends. Hestia made it clear that she would not hold back in addressing the Dursleys' feelings. While wizards did not have a monarchy, there was an aristocracy, and Harry was part of it. If he were to be harmed while under the Dursleys' care and it was reported to the right ministry officials, there would be no official consequences for the Dursleys. Those officials would not waste their efforts on legal proceedings against muggles who assaulted wizards of Harry's status. Instead, it was likely that some people would come for them at night, and by morning, things would be different. None of their friends, neighbors, or co-workers would even remember that anyone named Dursley had ever lived at 4 Privet Drive. With that, Harry led the 2 solicitors up to his room. They made a few technical notes about the changes to his space. Then, they produced a bill for him to sign in order to pay for the modifications and their legal work to date. Harry was happy to pay. Thanks to Hestia and Artie, he now had a second, sizable trust vault that he could access relatively freely, and about which James Potter knew nothing. After the solicitors left, Harry unpacked his trunk and placed Hedwig's cage on the hook next to the window. He then plopped down onto his bed and sighed happily. It was going to be a great summer. Downstairs, as Hestia was leaving, she made eye contact with Vernon and Petunia and shuddered. The look they were giving her was unsettling. She decided that tomorrow she would talk with Artie about whether any additional security measures were needed. As the witch closed the door behind her, Petunia threw herself into Vernon's arms and started weeping. "Pet," Vernon said soothingly. "It'll be all right." But they were in our house, Vernon. And the things they said. Us just disappearing in the night like that. Vernon held his wife close and rubbed her back. They said that he'll keep the freakishness away from us. That will hardly know the boy is here. That's got to be an improvement, right? But what if he doesn't? What if the boy gets worse? She whispered, her voice trembling. Vernon turned and looked up, as if he could peer through the ceiling to the boy's room and see him sitting there, mocking them both, leering at them with his wicked green eyes. Vernon's mouth twitched nervously. If it gets worse, he repeated in a low, menacing voice, one that promised to protect his family from their unwanted and unnatural intruder, no matter what. Well, then, the freak will have to sleep sometime, won't he? Potter Manor, 3 a.m. Jane stared at the ceiling of the darkened bedroom for hours until he could stand it no longer. Carefully, he got out of bed without waking Lily and made his way down the hall to his private office. Once inside, he locked the door with his strongest privacy spell and poured himself another glass of scotch. A part of him knew that alcohol never solved anything. However, another part believed that alcohol was as good a response as any when there were no solutions to be found. He sat there for a while, sipping his scotch and staring out the window as the full moon shone down upon him. Idly, he wondered where Remus was and whether he was happy, safe, or even alive. It had been a long 10 years, after all. Shaking off the memory of his former friend, he rose and walked over to the cold fireplace where the Potter coat of arms stood above the mantel. Placing his hand on it, he recited his family's motto. Vigilamus pro te. The ancient motto tasted bitter in his mouth. We stand on guard for thee was the English translation, but it seemed that he had failed in that regard, having fallen asleep at his post in the worst possible way. He felt a soft vibration in his hand, and then the coat of arms slid aside to reveal a compartment that would not have existed in the material world had anyone not of Potter blood tried to open it. Inside were various legal papers, about 10,000 galleons in an expanding bag, his late father's wand, and a glass orb. He picked it up and carried it over to his father's desk. To Jane's, it would never truly be his desk, it would always belong to Charles Potter. Still holding a glass of scotch in one hand, Jane sat and tapped the orb with his wand. The phantasmal form of a woman appeared over it, the Cirrus Trelawney reciting that wretched prophecy he had heard so many times before. How he hated the name Trelawney. As James listened to her voice, he thought back over his life, or more accurately, over Harry's life. He reflected on the mistakes he had made that brought him and his family to this point. He remembered holding little Harry in his arms, weeping uncontrollably when Dumbledore and the doctors said Harry would be a squib. They suggested it might have been something Jim did to defeat Voldemort that caused it. That was his first mistake. He should have demanded to keep Harry in the family, no matter the cost. Lily was right. It might have broken Harry to be a squib raised in the Potter house alongside the boy who maybe stole his magic. It could have even killed him if some future attack caused Jim to drain Harry's very life away once he had no more magic to give. But James would have raised Harry right, and his heir would have hated the Slytherins, the way a Potter should have. He remembered the elation he felt when he learned that Harry was a wizard after all. Then came the horror of realizing how the Dursleys had treated him, followed by the heartbreak of Harry telling him that he wished James had been a Muggle drug addict dead in a car crash. That was his second mistake. He should have snatched Harry away from the Dursleys that day, taken him home, and begged for forgiveness. If nothing else, he would have had a month to persuade Harry to fear and distrust the Slytherins, the way a Potter should have. He remembered receiving the news from Jim about Harry sorting and then getting blind stinking drunk. Far worse was sending the boy a howler while he was drunk. He didn't fully appreciate what he had done until Lily's own howler screamed at him while he was at the Aura's office, still recovering from his hangover. He recalled the twisting knots in his stomach as he remembered the awful things he had said. James felt a deep sense of loss. He realized he had completely destroyed any chance of bringing Harry back into the family. Memories of his mistakes flooded his mind as he downed his scotch and listened to the final lines of the Trelawney prophecy. This was not the prophecy made in 1980 by the drunken fraud Sybil Trelawney, which proclaimed Jim Potter as the defeater of Voldemort. No, this was the earlier prophecy made by the celebrated Lady Cassandra Trelawney to Lord Nathaniel Potter in 1780. This prophecy had guided the Potter family for 10 generations as a sacred family trust. Now, it stood as a cruel reminder of James's failures as a wizard, as a father, and as the lord of his house. And ye shall know by these portents that the time of the dark God approaches and the destruction of our world is close at hand. When the two who should be as one are set against each other in reckless hate, and the last Potter rises as the Prince of Slytherin. To be continued in Harry Potter and the Secret Enemy.